Hello, everyone, and welcome to another edition of the Triton Super High Roller Series from here in beautiful Jeju Island. I'm Ali Najad, and I last joined you roughly 5 months ago from Monaco at our last stop in 2023. But the gentleman here on my right, well, it's been about 5 years since we've had the pleasure and the privilege of having him here inside the booth, none other than Nick Schulman. Welcome, Nick, here to Jeju. Great to have you back in the booth. And this is a place that you're a touch familiar with, given that the 100K Hong Kong short deck event back in 2018 was one where you earned your Triton title.
Ali, how are you, my friend?
I'm good. I'm good.
It's good to see you. Yes, I did. I played very poorly and somehow got the win, so that was nice.
Somehow I suspect that there was some good play laced in there somewhere. But yeah, I mean, great to have you back here. Obviously, Jeju is a place that you know well, and Triton is something that you know fairly well, although there have been some large kind of gaps between the time that you were playing. And so I'm curious, you did come out to London and pick up 11th place in the main event over there. But what we've observed walking in here today, ladies and gentlemen, this is a new high watermark in terms of enthusiasm for the product, something that I've certainly never seen. I would imagine it caught you by a bit of a surprise as well.
Yeah, I mean, it really feels like it will be the biggest stop ever.
Yeah.
There's all sorts of faces coming out. Triton is peerless just as far as these events. It's an outstanding vibe.
Are you surprised at all? I mean, these aren't the smallest of buy-ins. Obviously, we do have some 15Ks on the docket. That's not always the case, but there's a lot of money that's required to come out and play a big slate of these Triton events, and yet people seem very undeterred by that.
They're here, I know what you mean, but they're coming out in droves, so we're happy to have them.
Testament to the fact that the poker economy appears to be very alive and well. Now, back during that 2018 Jeju stop that you were at, there were only 5 events, Nick. And then in 2019, we bumped it to 7 events. Now here in 2024, we have got a whopping 17 events on the docket. Something for everyone. We've got long deck, we've got PLO, we've got short deck, we've got the 15Ks. We're ranging all the way up to 150K. So whatever your flavor, whatever your preference, there is something here for everyone, and it could be a very grueling stop.
Yeah, I mean, it is objectively a grueling stop if you're playing all the events. 17 is a lot. As you said, we have long deck, we have short deck, and PLO. So love 4 cards, so it's going to be a spirited kind of affair.
Here's the breakdown, by the way. We're going to do 10 of those long deck events, obviously the most popular of the disciplines, 3 PLO events. That's something that is a little bit more recent to us here. And then, of course, at any Asian stop, it is tremendously important to make sure that you give the people what they want. We're going to have 4 short deck events. Obviously, this is geographically speaking where that game is flourishing the most worldwide. And we are going to revert back to our traditional system of increasing the buy-ins. We let people kind of warm themselves up in these 15K kind of prelim sort of events, if you will. And then as we get toward the back end of it is where you're going to see the big stuff. Gives people a chance to parlay maybe if they run good up front.
There is definitely a parlay factor, a little shot taking early, and then you never know. And I mean, it just makes sense to kind of finish strong.
Yeah, it feels like the right vibe, no question about it, hence why we keep sticking with it. Now, we are going to have 2 main events here as per usual. One of them will be no limit. The other is going to be short deck. We are, however, also going to have a 150K no limit event. That's not going to be the main. The mains are going to be 100K for the no limit and the 50K for the short deck, as I mentioned. And then, of course, something that I love, and I don't know that the love is shared, but the 40K mystery bounty. I think I'm a little biased, though, because I get to go up and do my Bob Barker with the envelopes and the whole.
That's a bit. Oh, you're definitely biased if that's the case. I didn't realize that. Yeah. So every event would be a mystery bounty if you were concerned. Mystery bounties are exciting. They're a bit new. A 40K mystery bounty is, so that one will be exciting.
And it does, change the action a little bit. We'll dig our teeth into how and why, of course, once we get down into that part of the program. Now, although this is our first stop of 2024, the Triton season actually spans the calendar year. So We did London and we did Monaco. Now this being the third stop, and then of course we're going to move on to our fourth stop later this year. Unclear whether or not that's been released, so I'll keep a little bit mum on where that might be. But I want to touch on the guys who are leading the Ivan Liao Player of the Year race at the moment right now, Nick. And I've got him up on my iPad right now. Danny Tang, he's got over 400 points right now. 5 titles he picked up last year.
Go on,
almost 15 million in earned, 27 cashes, and he's got company up there in the form of Jason Kuhn, who's of course Triton's most decorated. 6 titles last year, 10 in total now. I know that when we first brought his name up, when we were sitting on the desk before we went live, you were like, "Wait, what? 10 titles?"
It's hard to get clear first. You know, it's a special thing. So 6 in a season. And Danny is a legend. I mean, he's fantastic. Brewer, DeVoris, and Nacho nipping at their heels.
Right.
And it'll be a great finish.
Yeah, and we can take a little peek here. Of course, as always, those of you perhaps not yet familiar with it, worth every one of the megabytes required from your data plan or from your phone. It is the Triton Poker Plus app. You got a glimpse of it right there with Danny on top, Kuhn running in second in that Season 3 Ivan Liao Player of the Year award, and the aforementioned Brewer, DeVoris, and Barbero rounding things out there. People actually, it means a lot to them. You know, I've always found it a little bit surprising personally. There is some monetary aspect to it. But in terms of relative to the money that one can compile in just winning the events in and of themselves, it isn't as meaningful. But for these guys, a lot of them really want to leave their mark. They want to have a legacy, and I think you share a little bit of that ethos.
It's a long haul. It's a grind. You come to these events, you get on the flight, you know, you're away from your family, so of course it's meaningful to kind of etch your name in and so on.
Yeah, no doubt about that. So 17 fields and 17 events rather, and the fields being as big as we expect them. Do you anticipate that anybody would manage to emerge potentially as a front runner once we draw the curtain on this Jeju stop ahead of the likes of Tang and Kuhn?
I think they're still the favorite to be in the mix because or to be in the lead rather, but it's very possible. 17 events is a ton. Certainly somebody can emerge and erupt, so we'll see.
Yeah, it does seem like there's always a player of the festival that really captivates us, and with so many new faces and first-timers, many of whom I know you were saying hello to as you work the room, guys that you've played with over the years, some less, some more, we could certainly see a fresh face emerging on that Player of the Year award list. Now then, let's turn our attention to the first of these 17 events that we've been talking about. Today, it's going to be the 15K, no limit, just 35-minute long levels, and a couple of tables, one of which I would imagine, Nick, isn't going to be altogether thrilled to have to be rumbling against one another. That's going to be the red table, and I'm flipping back in the Triton Poker Plus app here, where we're going to find the likes of Adrian Mateos, Dan DeVoris, Dan Smith, and Ike Haxton, all somehow drawing that unlucky number, let's call it, and having to crack skulls here on one of our 2 features.
That's a tough table, event number 1. I mean, for the best.
200,000, the starting stacks. Obviously, these guys are going to be deep. There's no doubt about that. At our other feature table, also, we have some guys who are Triton regulars in the form of Alex Ponikovs and Christoph Vogel, saying, obviously, high roller guys, legends in their own right.
Of course. And both of them, respectively, have their own style. Ponikovs is very kind of on you. Vogel is just everywhere, sort of.
Yeah.
There's going to be so much great poker over the next couple weeks. I can't wait.
Often where we find Vogel, of course, is beneath the hood.
He is beneath the hood. We have all seen this, yes.
Famously, of course. So, yeah, plenty to sink our teeth into, obviously, as this first stop gets underway. Obviously, pleased to have all of you with us. If you are streaming us live, whether it be on the Triton Poker Plus app or on our YouTube channel, we do encourage you to give us a like, give us a subscribe, and interact with us, as Nick and I will be here at the desk watching the comments and doing our best to kind of answer any questions that you may have as things get underway. And we're not long from that moment when things will be getting underway, but you got any sort of like somebody that you saw here as a face that's newer to Triton that you're like, this is a guy I know about, keep your eye on him? Anyone
Jesse
like that?
Lonis is here from the States looking to
Okay.
drop bombs. Bucky is here. I saw 10 players who I've never seen at a Triton already, so let's see. You know, a lot of guys from the States, though, are out here for the first time. So welcome.
Yeah, not a short flight by any stretch of the
No,
imagination
the flight,
either.
no.
Big investments were made. Obviously, we had a lovely couple of days in Seoul. The spa behind us, plenty of Hanwoo, Korean beef also behind us, but 17 events ahead of us, and the first of them is just to come. I did OD a little bit on that dinner. You
yes,
tapped
you
out
did.
15 courses of the
Yes.
20 in, Nick, you know?
Indeed.
So here it is, the Landing Casino Jeju Shinhwa World, playing host to this 17-event Triton Festival. It looks like special headwear is being pursued here. More on that in a moment. 501,000 are the blinds. 1K ante. These chip counts brought to you by GG Poker. As we mentioned, 200,000 in the starting stacks here. So plenty of depth, and I would imagine there's going to be some tiptoeing as the guys kind of, you know, get their feet wet, so to speak.
Well, we'll see, you know, because it could be a tiptoe or it could be a pedal to the metal type thing.
Well, I
Yeah, they're
spotted
making you
Keith
wait.
Lear,
Just
the
win with
Learjet
that.
himself
They're making
here
you wait this time. We have like 2 weeks of no limit.
at this feature. He's certainly no stranger to the accelerator
chips.
pedal.
There you go.
New ones, yeah?
2 weeks
Before it
for
was
what?
on there.
Yellow?
Yeah,
No, I think it was
Same?
the same.
same chips.
Yeah, same
Okay.
trips.
You're more used
I
to
mean,
that.
same last 3 trips.
Is that a bonnet? Is it a
Not
bonnet?
for me.
You know, I don't know that I can
If
call
it-
it a hat.
If it is a bonnet, that's a great find, Holly.
It reminds me a bit. I don't know if you caught Roman Hrabech in Vietnam. He went down to one of the local markets and bought kind of
It's your
that.
first time.
The workers in the rice
time.
fields will often wear
There it
these sort of. But I don't think this is necessarily
maybe.
the same sort of kit. Fold it around to the button. No interest from Tom Fuchs.
All I know is I need some water.
Gunna one.
It's
Ace
cooler
three
than
suited.
It was as well.
Small blind. 3x.
No, I feel it's perfect now.
A very
It's
playable
fine now. When I
King
got
8
it, like,
suited
what,
for
the next day,
Tomasauskas.
ago, and it was like 10 degrees warmer or something. It was like
And
insane.
we'll have our first flop of the festival, which
Even
yields
in the
top pair
slot.
and the nut flush draw.
This is like a sauna.
Was it?
Yeah, it's like the hottest.
No Gunna one coming with the check. No follow
hottest
through here.
room in the entire resort.
Yeah, it's interesting, and it's certainly a spicy first hand.
Went to Starbucks, so it was great for us.
Okay.
Here comes the seasoning.
How many chips do we get?
Yeah, it's
Into
shit.
this 7K comes half pot exactly, 3,500 from Vladas.
You know exactly what it is.
Professional.
I just looked at the 25k chips and saw it was 100.
And you figured that out?
Yeah.
Yeah, good.
91.93.
Oh, yeah. Probably.
Oh, and
Probably in
now
like 5 minutes it'll be
Gunna
like
one flatting.
For bonus chip.
Yeah.
Tomasauskas picking up added outs courtesy of this king. Still behind though.
I think you have
Let's see what he likes.
Yeah, but I don't know where
Kings
to put.
with the nut flush draw,
Where do you put-
obviously a huge hand.
In your
Also
pocket?
checkable
Yeah, you need to have a pocket.
after Ganawan check calls flop.
How do you not
I think he does go for the latter.
Yeah, a little pot control, and now he fails to make the flush, but does make two pair.
I got it.
Value available.
Thank you, guys. You're so generous.
That's a great hat.
Thank you. I bought it in so special.
If he
special
goes for
condition.
some sort of normal-ish size
Might have to get me
in the
one.
10K type range, very hard for Ganawan to get away.
You can sell it and make some profit.
I need it now. But I guess you can find one in basement shops for sure. Ground floor.
Well,
Yeah, but you can't be the second guy to
Not
wear it, then it's lame.
too greedy.
I mean, there was
10-5
wear hats.
and,
Yeah.
into the
My
My
14.
head's too big.
Mine is
Certainly not an insignificant
Actually,
amount.
stupid.
But as played, Ganawan feeling as though he needs to keep his customer honest,
Flopped it.
and in doing so, will deliver a nice pot
Oh, it was the other way? Yeah. Yeah.
to Vladas.
Yeah, second time I've been here and the flop's the other way. Okay, yeah.
I saw Lear about an hour ago.
Okay.
I said, how you doing, Keith? You know, and we caught up. And he said, good, I'm just here for the cash games. I'm not going to play one tournament. And here he is on the feature event one.
How much are the blinds? 1,000, 1,000?
This is Tomasauskas' first ever Triton Festival, and it's not going to be the last time that we say those words in reference to somebody seated at one of our featured tables. Now, Lear has been to a Triton festival. Joined us in Monte Carlo and in London. The first 2 stops of Season 3. Did cash a couple of times. Unsurprisingly, the PLO streets where he did his damage. Definitely known as a 4-card player more so.
Yeah, that's his main game.
Ponikov's opened the ace-5 suited early, and a very legitimate 3-bet from the button of Gunawan, who might look a little shell-shocked
Yeah.
after losing that one to the King-8. Pocket 10s, though. The best of what's around on a Jack 7-6 rainbow board, spadeless in nature.
Man crushed
Very
him.
little interest from this point forward, one would imagine, from Ponikov's.
Your man crushed him.
Correct.
What? You heard what I said.
Yeah.
Take it, sir.
C-bet and take it. By the way, the cable knit neon situation here for Gunawan, you know,
Class. All of this is.
I came to play, but I was,
You know,
I was
I
just
like
too
this.
jet lagged
Yeah,
last 2 days. I couldn't-
He's running so good.
But need to have good
I-
score in order.
I
people
just-
step
he's
their
gonna
game
play
up
turn.
Up really good place.
And
at
he
any
is,
given
he's
Triton
great.
series, man.
Yeah,
They
he's
know
like
they're going to be
he-
out there on
he
stream.
like
He
wanted
texted me
to
at
really
8,
do.
he texted me at 8:30, and I'd been up since 4, and I hadn't been able to sleep at all. And he's going to bed, and I'm getting up.
He wandered into our breakfast table looking like
It was very good. Oh yeah, this year already.
the like disheveled uncle you get at like weddings that's been on like a 48-hour
Find
bender.
is the
Yeah.
ones that count.
Ponikov's back at it with another
biggest televised fight?
suited ace after check folding on the flop previous occasion. See how Tamasauskas feels about a king 10 off against under the gun.
Deemed it
Feels
just
nice.
a pip or 2 away.
What was
Perhaps
the
1
best- the
pip.
best score?
Spades are not what you want to have in this spot
Did
here,
you
but
go anywhere before her?
Lazaninkas.
I went to Madrid,
Like fourth
the
played
call.
for a week,
Yeah, 4th place
and
or
went
something.
to London,
Then
and
a
then
lot
went to
of
Dubai.
30.
With the
40K,
gut shot
and also
working for
find
the big
difference
blind
between
and
the
top
guys.
2 for Ponikov's, we certainly have one
I wasn't winning
brewing a
that.
But
bit.
I was still been
If
jet
you don't
lagged.
win another wins,
the whole
you
trip.
still
Yeah, I was
get
gonna say if you like
piece of the
over,
pie. that's good. Good
Maybe
team.
5 hours different from the Dubai.
yeah, it's pretty smaller than I thought it would be actually.
It goes for just north of pot and a quick release from.
Took me like 4 days or something to stop.
Yeah, sizing having
to, like,
something to do with
actually
it, the
have
lack of a spade on the flop as well.
You're traveling.
Yeah, it's-
I mean, this hat is unbelievable.
Now, I overheard him mention
Need
that he
that.
bought
This is
it
the
while
first
he
time
was
I've
in
ever,
Seoul.
Other than like
Okay.
coming back from Vegas, I've ever
I don't
gone
like
forward
play
in
on
time by like a lot. So
Laptop.
laptop and like.
I always have
if I
trouble
would
coming
need to
over.
use,
Going home,
the
I'm back to normal in no time.
not looking
Coming over, it takes me a week, 10 days sometimes.
yeah.
Conversation centering around something that's a very legitimate concern, especially for the Americans coming over from those time zones. The jet lag, of course. Hence the pit stop in Seoul for many players to kind of get adjusted before taking the short flight down to Jeju Island.
Yet another black ace-5 suited.
Themes
Yeah, I went
emerging.
to Japan for 5 days.
Oh, so you've been over? Yeah, I'm going to Japan next.
Yeah.
From after the PLOs, I'm gonna go.
We were in
Feels like everyone is going to Japan. Everyone from here going
Yeah.
to Japan.
I've always wanted to go to
Since-
Japan. And so
Have you never been?
I've
Yeah,
been in Asia before.
yeah, same here. My first time. It was incredible.
So where'd you go?
Can you play?
We were based in Osaka,
Probably not.
but we did
On PokerStars? I
we did a
saw
day in
people
Kyoto and we
doing
went to
that.
Nara for a day, which is like the ancient capital.
Was
of
Nara
Japan.
worth it?
Usually.
Yeah.
Because they have a recommendation.
Yeah,
to go.
Yes, Nara
I
is
know, maybe
awesome.
also PokerStars.
I would recommend spending more time in
Just back, I
Kyoto
think that's
than
also
we did a day, but I feel like
Yeah, in Kyoto.
yeah. And
More.
Tokyo is just like so big that like you just need so much time to do there's so much to
It's
do.
your first time. You need like at least week in Kyoto. You say?
Yeah.
Hello, Aces.
I mean, some
Or
people might
perhaps
not like
Guten
Nara
Tag
if they
would
don't
be
like
the
it.
more appropriate.
Yeah, there's
I have
so
no
much
clue
Is that
where to
hello
go.
in
Don't like
German?
what?
I believe it
Animals?
is.
Say it again
I
for
think
us,
it's
Ali.
good
I have
afternoon.
a
Guten
good.
Tag.
There's-
Usually you lean a bit more into the accent, but
Yeah.
One of the
Fair
That one's a
enough.
rough one to
Some of the
lean
things
hard
it has,
into. You can get very...
Gunawan
it
in
has
with the
pins
Jack
for
9
like
suited.
everything.
You can't.
Pretty
you know,
one
here the good
for
restaurants. You got to book like
Lazao
a year in
Ninkus
advance.
on the button.
Yeah.
Not
Yeah.
the good ones, but I mean, just
He's in.
The excellent ones. But I wouldn't know the
Not
difference
year,
between.
not year in advance.
Note Panikov slid the
Not here,
queen
man.
jack
It's been a
off,
long
and for
time in
Spencer in the
advance.
big blind with
I
10-7
think
suited,
might be like
very
some
respectful
places
of the
3 months.
multi-way nature,
me and K-Rob
where we
were in
play a bit
Osaka,
tighter
and
from
we
the
looked
big
at
end.
trying
No,
to get in a lot of
Gunawan
really
had him
high-end
in all
back
sorts of
places,
trouble.
and it was like 2 months wait for everywhere.
Deuce, deuce, 9, and this is a problematic board texture for Gunawan, who's got top pair, jack kicker, and this so dry that Fuchs is
You
thinking
know, like,
naughty thoughts with the
weird
check
thing is
here.
that I think they're a lot harsher with like rating.
It was a
like,
bit naughty,
using
and
everything.
as you
So you'll see
said,
a
this
lot of,
is
like,
certainly troublesome.
places that have, like,
We don't anticipate deuce
4.1
X
or
combos to
something
be a
on
part of the
YouTube,
flatting range of
like, if you go to
anybody
that in America, like, it's
stepping into the
not
fray
really
against
a lot
the
of
under the
time.
gun
In Japan,
open,
it's
so
just
we're
an
less concerned
incredible
about
place
that.
that
And the one
given
deuce
like,
X
insane
combo there
shots
is ace deuce,
Right.
with which Fuchs interferes with one of them,
Like if
the
you
ace
use,
deuce of
Tabalog,
diamonds.
which is like the native.
Very
like,
clean,
kinda
Ali.
like Yelp. It's like every restaurant has like 3.5. It's like the best.
Let's see if he
restaurant in
check
the
raises
city
straight
has, like,
away or
3.2 something.
continues the
Like, nuts.
sneak.
Yeah, same in Seoul.
It is
I've been
indeed
to
the
a few
sneak.
places. It was like 3.9 on Google Maps, but it was amazing.
Yeah. Yeah.
Got our answer.
I wouldn't know the difference. I mean, it's all going to be good to me.
The thing that the thing that struck me the most was how good if you just go in a random place off the street, like the quality is just like incredible compared to like the West. Or if you go in some random place in the street, it's just going to be shit half the time. Like
Unconcerned
I'd say
about that
everything
5,
over
and
3.9 is great
understandably,
already.
oh yeah.
Gunawan
incredible.
barrels once more, 7,000
We've
this
been to one
time
place,
into the 19.5.
4.5 was maximum.
Modest
With small
sizing.
Yeah.
And
How do
at
we get a
this point
server?
for Fuchs, in the face of that modest
don't know.
sizing and things like
It's a good
9x
question.
suited circulating, perhaps
Get 'em
10s,
Maybe they'll play slow.
he does go for the raise to 26,000. And for Gunawan, these 9s and deuces do shrink up considerably, but there are still hands we beat. These are always tricky.
Is there a frequency with which this Jack 9 is still good in the face of this line that's been taken?
There certainly is. Gunawan is hoping it's this time. He does keep him honest. And he's hunting the 9, Ali.
Yeah. Not drawing dead, but drawing thin, that's for sure. And look at Fuchs, just eyes fixed on Gunawan here. Just
Saw
the
that.
running 5s, but that heart.
Yes, it is not an ideal river for Fuchs. 71.5 in the middle. 3 ways to start. Check call, check raise a fairly modest size, and now here we are if we're Fuchs. Aces, which are heartless. A little bit awkward. Looks like he's going for 20%-ish.
Does that sort of sizing embolden us in position to turn the hand into a bluff?
It's interesting. We
Think
do
unlimited,
seek
right?
bluffs.
Unlimited, I guess.
We block 9s full. It looks
you can
like
go as hard
body
as you want.
language-wise,
The 150K.
Gunawan has sort
You
of
don't have to wait.
let us know
But it
he's
can be the
between call and
150K if
fold.
You don't have to wait for 10 days.
Does pay it off, and he'll see the bad news, Ali.
Yeah. On this occasion, things were as advertised. And credit to Fuchs, by the way, who took a line that kind of left Gunawan curious.
That was very nice on the end, that smallish bet. Out of position when things are weird, just as far as that uncomfortable river. Often small when we have a hand such as that is just a major idea.
Well, on the topic of things that are nice, you got a glimpse at the first of 17 trophies that will be awarded here in Jeju. Obviously a lovely addition to anybody's
No.
trophy case back at home.
What's your number? 10?
You know a little something about it?
Look at that sprite. That's a very Asian next to Spencer there. Is that a sprite? No, I haven't seen that writing on. Anyway, that is a lovely trophy,
for
Ali.
breakfast?
They all want
Yeah.
that.
Was it good?
Yeah. I mean,
That's not a full 12 ounces, is it?
I
Yes.
don't know
I
what
was
that
not
is, but
like
I haven't
that.
seen a sprite that looks
It's
like
like
that.
a narrow, you know, like the
Tomorrow
bullet
I'm going to
can
Right.
kind of deal.
how was gym?
Is
I
that
did it and
shrinkflation? You know, I mean, you heard about
That
this?
game is full. It's pretty small, so
The big one is in the other resort.
yeah.
But I don't know if you have to pay for it. Or
I played a
not.
bit with
How far
Tomasowskis
is the other
stateside.
Marriott?
He's very tough,
Like-
Ollie.
10 minutes walk.
Looks
Yeah.
it.
What?
Like you mean like Somerset? Or like
There was
that?
another
Oh,
Marriott, but it was
Somerset,
like 5 times the price. It was a,
Yeah, I think that's the one.
No,
I guess it's
Ponikov's
a
not
spa
going
and
quietly.
whatever else too.
I think that's where the
He
big,
is out.
That's where the big gym is. I think.
We played tennis there.
You played already?
Ace 10 off for Spencer in the
We
small.
played Brian Kim?
That was doubles with girls, and as well we were playing baseline game with Arthur.
He's
and,
gone.
Yeah. Hands such as that, we skew more toward the
But it
3-bet
was-
or
was it
fold,
low
not
or
flat,
out?
perhaps?
It's flattable, perhaps.
should be
Everything is
pretty
on the
right.
table, but the
Feels fine.
deeper we are,
Balls,
the
yeah,
less
like
coveted
fold
a
fit.
hand
It's
like
a little bit
offsuit
dangerous
ace
to
X is. Of
slip
course,
and
it's
fuck your
playable,
ankle.
and that
I
is a
don't have
Broadway
any
ace X,
tools
but
like I
it's
realized
a bit
today.
more exciting
It's
at
even worse.
shallower
Like,
depths.
Sure.
My luggage being
Jack 10 suited,
automatic, like,
Yeah.
always a pretty one.
Indeed,
And
Fuchs
being
agrees.
played as a 3-bet here.
This is the type
So
of
you'll have
hand
to
we
learn to hear
gravitate
that
towards
now.
deep. Forgive the obvious, but
we
suited,
already had long-term research
potential
about
to
it.
make very nutty hands. It is what we seek when we're deep. We kind of like to keep it clean. Tomasowskis is in.
Extra 10 dimes to take this flop, but he's going to have the benefit of doing so in position, and obviously deep. We do like to set
Yeah,
mine.
after.
Oh, I thought you were going.
Unfortunately,
After,
the expedition
we
comes
go
up
for 2 weeks.
devoid of the
The
needed
four- the four is
6.
not enough.
Interesting
make
spot,
things
though. He does have the
We
heart.
realized that
He is
before
in
it's not worth it
position.
because we will have like strong jet
See
lag.
what size Fuchs
And I
goes
don't
with,
wanna
or
be there with
perhaps
that
lack
leg.
thereof,
Yeah.
with all sorts of stuff. The open ender and the back door. He goes for check, which is a little bit of an idea. The
Mine
queen
wasn't
sometimes
too
is a
bad.
touch scary in
We
3-bet pots, as
Managed
the
to
caller
get
kind of
business
hits
on
this
the
card
okay.
a very real amount. And for
I managed to,
Tomasowskis,
like, sleep on the flight and
perhaps
not
he's
do that
between
much
small and
stuff
check.
thing, so
See, he does go for the
it
check.
worked out.
And he's
So you
been
asked the gate from Paris
outturned
for business and they
by
got it?
Fuchs,
Sell it for, like,
coordinated
$600
Oh, nice.
for, like,
a
a
rival
13-hour flight.
Was
in the
it-
form of
was
that
it
Jack of
direct?
clubs, but
Yeah.
the
You always
Jacks
need to
are
ask.
now a winner.
Yeah.
Just don't forget about it.
I mean, we did it in advance.
I was going to
but
say the
It
other
was like
upside to Fuchs going with the
$9,000
3-bet and then
Yeah, yeah,
check
yeah.
is when that 8 or
Yeah.
king slide in,
I was
the
sure it
straight
would be
isn't
favorable.
often going to be
Crazy, they had one
assigned.
seat left.
A nice point,
Well,
Ollie.
you.
I got the only seat, yeah. The only business seat left.
Would
So
think
I mean, good.
Tomasowskis is
Yeah, you
content
might
to check and
waste your
hope.
good run.
Nah, because I got the middle seat from Japan to Jeju, so now I'm okay.
Middle sit.
Yeah.
Oh,
And
there's
on a
the
river
small
such
one.
as this, 26.5 in the middle,
Actually,
if
it was
Fuchs
okay, 'cause I got, like,
goes
just,
for
like,
something
$20
relatively
for
modest,
extra,
sizing-wise,
like,
not
like,
saying he
something
will,
big,
it's
but
a
if
little
like
bit awkward
3
for
people my
Vladis, is
size,
it not?
it was
Yeah,
really
this board
nice.
texture, this run out, it does feel like some of that
Would be
ace
fun.
king from time to time. Stuff that falls to the 6s and maybe is desperately deploying this barrel. But as we can see, this is value. 26.5 and 18 is the payload on the river.
A little bit hard to find bluffs. Some of the lower suited connectors come to mind as possible. We really interfere with those if we're in Vladis's seat. Does ace-king need to do this? Perhaps not. Maybe some suited ace-x tries to get the other suited ace-x's out, but it's a little bit tricky for Vladis to find bluffs, and we certainly fall to all of the value, I would think.
Reconstructing things, utilizing some of the card removal in terms of combos that he would like to assign to Fuchs, and then asking himself
I was expecting more.
how often these 6s are good.
Yeah, so I think everyone was
7s
like,
through
"Nine,
7s and 8s, I guess, because obviously there's 9s on board. Would
10s,
they have behaved
8s,
this way?
Perhaps.
Taiwan."
Guess
Gonna
in
check
place
down
system.
line. He does get away, and a nice pickup for Fuchs. Take it, sir.
Fault.
Did have a guilty looking grin on his face over there as we slip it back over to our other feature table for the first time. I know some of you in the YouTube chat have been calling for a glimpse at this clash of the Titans, picking one up midway where the joint was flopped by Haxton, and Mateos with top pair king kicker may have been more apt to deliver larger quantities of chips forward. As we see the recap, Haxton pre-flop raise, Mateos flat, and then the 2K bet and call. That ace is, of course, pesky. King of clubs becoming very relevant, of course.
C9's here.
Let's see what speaks to El Conquistador in the face of the line you just relayed for us. Does check relatively quickly.
Unable to induce is Haxton, who was hoping that that ace would have been the card that connected with Mateos, perhaps.
This can go a lot of different ways, but in the face of just Isaac betting, curious to see how Adrian responds.
I think size is going to have everything to do with it, right?
I think you're right, Ali.
The price is right. Perhaps the king-queen stays interested. And perhaps if the price is too wrong, the king-queen stays interested. We know the polarity.
And he does go for the too wrong type of price, 20 into 13.
How much do you hate these situations in position in a spot such as this?
Well, to be frank, I try not to hate any of them, but this is very uncomfortable if we're Adrian. Does just get away. Very nice. He didn't like it, though. You saw a bit of the kind of, you know...
The begrudging.
A little bit begrudging, a little bit of a wince.
It's completely jumping on the West Coast.
The kind of response one would have to a bad batch of tapas.
Perhaps, yes, yes. Perhaps a paella that didn't agree with him.
Feel the AC now. Probably turn it on.
This is a brutal day one table.
I was just thinking, Joao Vieira
Even also just going up halfway up the mountain.
in the mix
is
here.
great anyway.
I mean, when you cast your eyes elsewhere in the room, when you've drawn a table such as this, you really do feel the sense that you're on the wrong end of. This is just not right.
Also, though, it's a long series, so, you know, it's good to get your feet wet and really get in the lion's den early, in a sense. A bit of a warm-up, you know. It's a 15K, don't get me wrong, but it's... You know what I mean?
Yeah. Irashaimase to Koichi Chiba with the ace-queen and the very flavorful Christian Dior hoodie, by the way.
Chiba looks good.
Preach.
3-4 suited for Mr. Smith on the button. He's in there.
Rocking the shades here today is Smith.
He looks good, Ali.
Oh, yeah.
Ike's coming along for the ride as well.
We had the privilege of accidentally stumbling into Dan during our meal out in Seoul. And
it's nice running into him.
Yeah.
Middle pair for Ike, bottom for Smith. Chiba hovering around the king.
Checked over to him, 9K in the middle, and tails will be told. Third pot sizing. And for Smith, no club on board. The 4 is sliding in between the 7 and the 3, obviously. The presence of Haxton a bit dissuasive, but he's going to peel at this price.
I like this peel on the button. And for Ike, let's see. Closing the action is nice, but it's a little bit dicey multi-way. Perhaps 7-6 or 7-5 were in, but this one, he does let it go. And does Chiba have visions of barreling away?
Well, we'll soon find out, as Smith's opportunity to beat Haxton to the call leaves him heads up and dispatching the better hand, and he maintains the lead, a card that's actually quite nice in terms of being uncomplicated for Smith. And Chiba now slowing down. Knuckle back from Smith,
Oh,
and a
it does come in.
counterfeiting 7. Disaster here on the river, and in the face of the check back from Smith, I know it's a very dry texture on the flop. The ace high stays quite curious.
Certainly the ace high is now ahead of pairs below the 7 and the missed straight draws, and I would think for Smith, I don't want to call it a mandatory bluff, but it certainly comes to mind with 4 high Ollie. He does go for 12 into 15, and for Koichi, it's interesting. We kind of unblock the bluffs.
Yeah, I wouldn't call this A5 Wagyu in terms of sizing, but some marble.
Yes, it's nice marbleization. It does get through. Very nice, Mr. Smith.
Wow, I'm a bit surprised at
Little
the
window into the 50 million in earnings there.
at the ace high being kind of quick to lay it down
He did
there.
continue on the button multi-way. The only hands we beat are the straight draws between the 3 and the 7 and pairs below a 7. There's a lot of 7x Dan could have, and even some sneaky king x. But I hear you, Ollie.
So a nice start then for Dan Smith as the dealer push is en route, and brought to you by Poker Stake. We get a look at the chip counts here at this red featured table. Before us up top under the Canadian banner is a very multinational affair. Sub 150K for the Conquistador, but nobody even remotely close.
El Conquistador, Ollie.
I apologize. Thank you.
Fair enough.
Apologies, by the way, to Berkeley Coding Academy in the chat who said, guys, you can't make me laugh. My daughter is sleeping in the room as well. So, you know, thank you for joining us in the wee hours.
Very much so, and, you know, we won't be funny in that case because I have a daughter as well, my friend.
I will do my best to wake said daughter, but only because there's some other people streaming as
Raise
well.
and take it there from Devoris. Fantastic player, Daniel.
I've only
Now,
ever
I know
skied
we've
on rentals.
navigated
I bought
away.
skis at the end of the last season that I was up in Whistler and never got to use them.
People say like ski technology's gotten way better.
Yeah, I mean, I've used like modern skis from rental shops, and I mean it's a big difference from what I used when I was a kid for sure.
A little two-plank activity being discussed there by Haxton. I know
3.
Smith really enjoys snowboarding, single plank man. Haxton taking us upstairs with the suited king. Diamonds are Joao's worst friend in this particular spot here. He is going to defend.
Suited against the button, Ollie.
Check.
Oh.
And what a start for Zhao.
Dynamite 8s and deuces on this board, and nothing to speak of for Haxton other than position in the betting lead.
You heard the man. He does go for 5, and he's really walking into it. Let's see if Zhao deems this top and bottom so strong that we elect to slow play and let Ike perhaps barrel off with something with very little equity, or do we go the route of just check raise and try to inflate the pot with a phenomenal hand?
I mean, this is a lot of texture in the form of the 7-8 of clubs against that broad range of Ike, of course, but he does flat, and now this is the unpleasant arrival. Again, it is a second 7 on the board. Counterfeiting effects.
45. 4,000.
4 or 5.
45.
A pretty common idea from Zhao. He check calls 66%. And then the middle card pairs. We have the lead. We have the release. Take it, sir.
Yeah, and a bit of relief as well to see Ike's
I bought
hand
something when I was in
hit
Japan,
the muck.
like something nice.
Here, by the way,
And both
3
times I
Triton
played it,
cashes
it
over the course of his
black,
career,
so I blew it
410,000 in
away.
earnings. Joined us in Monte Carlo, where he had a 7th place finish in a 30K 7 max, and then a 3rd place finish in a 25K Turbo PLO event. That was good for 172 and 171,000 respectively.
Zhao's a legend. Storied career.
By the way, earlier you inquired about Lewis Spencer's Sprite can, I believe it was.
Go on, Ali.
Nick, and
Yeah,
of course our
I wasn't really hoping to go too far with it, but
our chat stepped in to advise that it's a 320 milliliter can. That still doesn't help me in terms of the ounce conversion.
But there it is. Thank you, chat. There it is. I think we can put a pin in it. We've got it now.
They
8-6
also make
suited for
a,
El Conquistador. Go on, Ali.
a 250
10s for
milliliter,
Chiba.
apparently, according to Mr. McBrien, I think it was.
Oh
Heads.
my, double gut shot, and the club's working for Mateo's top set for Chiba.
Oh boy.
$45 and 4,500.
Mateo's going for 4,500, and this is really quite a flop.
Absolute collision imminent here. Chiba content to flat.
And I would think at least a fair amount of the time Adrian goes for something quite meaty here. He does, in fact, go for check. Might have visions of check raise. This can just go a lot of different ways. Chiba checks the turn, and the clubs do come right in. So here we are.
Set of tens downed, courtesy of this river card, in a pot that certainly could have been bigger. 2.5 the open sizing from Mateos. Chiba played the tens as a flat and then laid in the cut by flatting the flop, but then it goes check check on the turn. And a disaster river here. Mateos 11-5. King Queen is there. The clubs are there.
Oh, and he does go for this kind of objectively odd stutter steppy line where now he raises, and we can see Adrian doesn't love it, Ali. Well,
the clubs are right there, and the line taken certainly suggests some suited combos.
one would
are
think,
part of.
based on Adrian's reaction, forgive me, he feels quite confident Chiba has value, and if that's the case,
Doesn't feel much like King Queen, but nevertheless, the 8 high clubs
we'll see the good news, Ali.
do make the call, and indeed, good news it is, as things have not gone particularly well for Chiba here in the early going. Conquistador bouncing back off of his low water mark here.
I would really recommend Adrian's YouTube videos, Inside the Mind of a Pro, I think.
Okay.
It's not a plug. I know it's for his. They're just excellent. I stumbled upon them at some point and binged them one night. Really good if you, you know, love No Limit.
Free of charge, by the way?
Free of charge.
I mean, come on.
There's-
Price is right, obviously.
They're cool because
Certainly.
there's a live anyway, you know. 10,000 to go from Borovkov? Borovkov.
I like
Alexei.
it. Yeah.
Welcome, sir.
Playing under the Russian Federation banner. 3-betting the King Queen against that under the gun open from Mateos.
And note, Ike didn't go lightly with the 6-5 suited, but he did in fact go.
110 players.
Here we have a somewhat tempting King
Gonna
10
hit like
suited, which
300.
we pause upon, but then move forward. It will be heads up if Mateos makes the call, which he does not.
Smith and Ike talking about the field size.
Button's good.
Something to keep an eye on. Anticipated record-breaking fields in these 15Ks that are going to kick off this Jeju stop. And just the sheer volume of Triton first-timers, unfamiliar faces from all parts suggests we are going to blow the lid
Good luck, Adrian.
off of the prior high water mark.
Pretty one for Alexei. He's back at it.
Borovkov is this like famous ballet lineage?
I'm not sure, Ali. Is there a famous... do you say ballerina for a man?
Baryshnikov, I think. Is what I
Baryshnikov,
was-
there you go.
I was in the, zip code. We were close. The letters were there. Not all of them, but
Chow is in.
I don't know what you call a male ballet performer, by the way.
It doesn't
Ballerino?
feel like ballerina, and I've never heard ballerino. Heads up to the flop.
Queen Jack 9, 2 clubs. Wholly disconnected from this texture with the exception of the diamond.
I like that check there from Borovkov. That was a kind of feisty check, you know? Some players check in a very sort of subtle way, and
Right.
others it's almost aggressive.
I like the little pinky flick, hands over the card, and just little pinky
there's
tap.
many different ways. 9-10 Jack Queen. Who wants it? Borovkov certainly has an advantage in Ace King.
Aware of this. He barrels just 1.5K.
Very nice.
Gets it done. And word coming down from the chat, by the way, that Borovkov is a steely cash game player.
I've heard that. One can feel the steeliness.
I try not to skew toward respecting one side
I played
or the
this
other
year,
in terms of cash game
so that was
legends
at
versus
1.
tournament legends, but
And so
I always
read there
do
an hour.
look upon the guys that get into the cash game streets in a different manner than I do the tournament guys. Not necessarily, it's just you're looking at a different animal, generally speaking.
I know what you mean,
Right?
Ollie. I think a lot of us do.
I don't think it counts as a good omen if it was completely on purpose.
Seems like a pretty decent play.
Queen 9 has piqued the interest of Canada's Daniel DeVoris. Triton regular. Well decorated in terms of cashes. Total of 28, 2 titles, 10.5 million in earn. And his last event was a 50K pot limit Omaha Championship.
And an interesting one brewing here.
Yeah.
One of my good friends lives in New York, and he's always wanted to go to Korea.
Gut shot, and of course the key Queen of
Met in
Spades.
Seoul and just-
And the top and bottom for Borovkov.
Not a bad place to do that.
Facing 5,500 as the follow-through figure from the gutter and the backdoor spades.
Often a common idea with top and bottom is to slow play for whatever reasons.
So basically,
Especially in the face of the big size. It feels kind of intuitive to raise, but it's a major idea to slow play this sort of hand. Not the card Borovkov was looking for, echoing the Vieira 8 deuce,
Yeah.
where the middle card pairs.
And obviously with as heavily textured a board as the one that the King 7 was facing, and obviously developments such as this being among the worst that there are, the other side of the slow play is we haven't overly inflated the pot and now suddenly unraveled.
Ow,
That's true, Ollie.
it's going to my wrist today.
Now, Dvoris has picked up this spade draw here, but
Made it already, so that's good.
let's see. Not going to want to realize equity in a guaranteed manner by checking back. Instead, wants to get after it here, but 8 into 17-5. Let's see.
One would think, although we're not excited at all, there's no folding just yet, I don't believe, although we're heavily annoyed. It's nice not to have an 8, 9, 10, or queen.
I think it's actually quite flattering for,
Look
for
at
most
this.
people.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Pocket hat?
Goes for 31,000, blocking the full houses. This is very interesting.
Oh, that's
Sometimes we just have the best hand against something like this.
Going on.
Other times, perhaps a thinnish value bet from Daniel that actually has us beat kicker-wise. Something like King Queen can't take the very nice from Borovkov. Take it, sir.
Unanticipated and a little wily, dare I say, there from Alexei, who decides he has more of the jacks and blocks the boats, as you mentioned. Goes to work and gets it done.
That was a cool line.
Yeah. Not the first nor the last of the cool lines that I anticipate that we're going to see. In particular, when you do infuse a broader spectrum of experience levels in these 15Ks, as well as people who are less familiar to one another.
Well
this
said,
is
Ali.
kind of the ingredients that lend to those sorts of developments. Vincent Huang, ace-9 suited open in the hijack, has been leaned upon by the Cowboys.
And Borovkov, who's been so active, I believe this is his 4th straight entered pot.
Yeah, one begins to question whether or not this is gear shifting. Huang, by the way, is paid at
Oh, and
the
it
very
looks like he is reaching for the 4-bet
hang
ollie.
on. And this is just delightful. If we have the 2 kings.
Why would they do a charity event?
They were adding money to the prize pool. So I think they just had a set of
5 bets inbound?
Not sure. Let's see what speaks to Borovkov. Some trapping here is an idea. If he thinks Vincent might really be out there due to some of the meta of Borovkov being so involved, so on, he might elect to slow play and see what happens post. But a 5-bet obviously comes to mind as well. I believe he announced call, and
I think I heard it too.
It's a nice choice to start. See if he can fade the ace. The nature of having kings, you're always trying to fade the ace, and he does, Ollie.
Yeah, biggest hurdle of the pot would appear to be right here, and it's been cleared. As Borovkov gives you another one of those emphatic checks.
I like this guy, man.
Like 90 minutes invested.
You still thinking?
Yeah.
Good.
Is the ace-9 suited a typical candidate for the
Damn motherfucker.
Like how could
the
I
re-raise expletives there? A hot beverage perhaps spilled into a lap elsewhere.
I hope he's okay.
No, it was for a bit. But he did get second place. Big
Now,
stuff.
no heart on board. The 9 is
It's
nestled.
always nice to start with a good cash.
But this
right?
40,000 is a tremendous amount of
nice to
ambition
start
and
the series with
representation
good
on display
cash.
here into 82.
Roll.
Felt nice to kill
Vincent
some
showing
cards.
heart. Borovkov continuing to let him hang himself, so to speak. He does pick up some outs.
Yeah.
162 in the middle, 118 to play. And at this point, after Borovkov has 3-bet, called the 4-bet, and called the 40 on the flop, we naturally have to be concerned if we're in Vincent's seat.
The overpairs very much feel like
Time bank.
they're looming at this point.
Some targets for Vincent are perhaps Ace-Jack and Ace-Queen of Diamonds.
Those have been retained in the face of this pre-flop action?
Maybe one could see it. Certainly seems possible. Does go for check.
Yeah, the knuckle-backed fails to produce the necessary 8 or ace, and it is very clean for the kings.
And it's interesting after the check back. Let's see what speaks to Borovkov.
The turn check back doesn't ensure a shutdown.
It doesn't.
Is what's in store.
It doesn't, and it shouldn't. And with 75% pot left to play, of course, kings are worth that amount. But he might have some nefarious ideas or other ways to go. We shall see, Ali. And he does go for check. Vincent, who might have a skosh of showdown value against something like King, Queen of Spades, perhaps Ace-5 of Spades, maybe. This might be a bit of a reach, but anytime you have even a little bit of showdown value, it's tricky to turn those hands into a bluff. He does go for check, and take another one, sir.
Borovkov didn't appear pleased with the fact that he did see that check back for clear reasons, but maybe lamenting the decision not to lead on the end. Obviously, no showdown there. As we flip it back over to the blue feature table, where we find 3 players knotted up in one in progress here. The King-Jack-7 flop. It looked like a round of checks, and 5 on the turn. Another round of checks with the Ace-Jack of Lewis Spencer having improved greatly.
Barring some creativity, take it, Lewis. Perhaps Gunawan or Lear goes for it. Gunawan is looking to the heavens, Ali.
Yeah, he's not really had a pleasant outing thus far, down to 136,000 here.
One eye is gone as well.
One eye. Now, you know, some may not know.
Oh, that's true. Keith has a glass eye.
Yeah.
An unfortunate accident years ago. And he does occasionally take it out and roll it around and just shove it right back in. It's really something.
We're not making this up, by the way. We've both borne witness
how
to the
could
Learjet.
one make that up?
In action, on the felt, you know, it is a strange thing to look up at.
I remember the first time he hit me with that. It was, you know.
Discombobulating?
I had to walk that off, actually.
Lear really is a personality, by the way, as many of the PLO guys tend to be, you know, characters.
You're right. PLO does have.
Oh.
I'm excited for the PLOs. What feel like an eternity from now.
Well, excitement when you look down upon Ace-King suited, as Lazaninkas has done.
Oh, and a big hand for Yang as well.
Yes.
Welcome, sir, by the way.
More Dior flavor, by the way, on display. The oblique print. A little Van Cleef on the wrist as well, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, Ali.
Yeah, this is what excites me. You know,
He goes for a 3-bet, 4-bet coming, by the way, and we might have one building. We would think a 4-bet is coming at least.
$38.
There it is.
And it's a very subtle thing, objectively. and I'm by no means saying Yang should fold, but 9-8 specifically is the worst suited connector to fight with in huge pots. For this exact reason, 10 Jack Queen, note, we run into this one. Even something like 6-7 or 7-8 is sometimes more coveted. But again, Yang's continue blind on blind, of course understandable. 77 in the middle.
In particular with the benefit of position, of course, as the flop renders the flush draw, no waiting, to Wang Yang.
Interesting spot. Ace-King, still a lot of raw hand. And of course a huge flop for Yang. Looks like he goes for just south of half. Could see going either way here for Yang. Looks like he's calling.
Yep. Quarter and 2 nickels. As another 70 brings this pot to almost 150K. Board pairing deuce is of no consequence.
You still feel hopeful with your ace-king. There are a lot of diamond draws we beat, even some ace-4, ace-5, 4-5 type of things. We fall to the major slow plays pre of the big pair variety, and of course just a 10 and some other stuff. He's going time bank, tricky spot. Raise 3-bet, 4-bet call, half pot essentially call. Deuce on the turn, just south of pot to play. Navigations aren't clear, Ollie.
Obviously, he is trying to deduce what lies with the opposition in the face of this line. And he decides whatever it is that it may not perform so well against a 50K bet.
This is quite nice, and for Yang, this is awfully tricky. One could see jam as an idea. If we have any fold equity at all, it's nice, but undercards to the 10 is unfortunate. Call certainly makes sense. And it does come in for Yang.
Building to a $250,000, and while the diamond doesn't slide in, the 8 does. Disaster for this ace-king, although, Nick, that turn barrel was ever so important in terms of Lazaninkas being able to successfully barrel on the river here and represent the big pair.
But now on the river, take it, sir. Yang will see the good news, Ali.
Yeah, and that's
oh, and the bonnet comes up.
not a great feeling. Yeah, the bonnet, you know, big pot like that will jostle it a bit. By the way, word has come down that this is the Korean grandma headwear. Ajuma is, I believe, the word for Korean grandma. And I confess that I've often seen, you know, said demographic donning such sort of headwear.
Little outer table action shot. Very nice. There it is. Event 1, Ali. And it's a big one.
Yeah, notably devoid of any other Ajuma headwear, by the way, as we take a moment to remind you that the GGWSOP Super Circuit event is running now, March 3rd through March 31st. Get yourself involved. Download the GG Poker client today and try your hand. Also, by the way, some, you know, exclusive Triton qualifying opportunities available over on GG. We've had some folks come out and really have a nice run parlaying Saddies into some prelim events here at a Triton.
2,500 to go from Lear in the cutoff. Queen 5 suited. Lazaninkas is back at it. 8,000.
There he is. Don't you look cute?
And that's the end of that left brain activity. Small refund on that big exchange moments ago. If it was a full wraparound, by the way, Lampshade would be the nickname of choice, I think. But as it stands,
it's a great hat.
It is a great hat.
Yes,
Do you
it
ever
does.
think
We under the go on. Yes, Sally. Do I ever think what?
that, like, sometimes, listen,
No,
admittedly,
just
it's not about us. You ever think they throw a little something on
You're
there
right,
with
it's-
the knowledge that
it's-
we're not going to be able to ignore it?
You're right. It's not about us. It's about you.
No, stop.
It's.
But you know what I mean? Like, Ali and Nick aren't going to be able to ignore this.
I believe. Well, I don't know about Ali and Nick, but I believe when he puts on the Ajima in the morning and saunters down to buy in, he's aware that it will be touched upon. Yes, I do, Ali.
Second pair being touched upon by Gunawan here, but unfortunately up against top pair as the Wangyang button open.
And one thing for players to remember when they're not off to a roaring start in these early levels, still 130 big blinds for Gunawan. You know, it's so much can happen. The early levels are swingy. Comebacks are always possible, although, of course, this is not a good start, second pair versus top.
I mean, listen, consider the number of respectable tournaments
Oh,
that
and it does
begin
come right in.
convenient arrival of the third lady. But there are respectable tournaments that begin with fewer than 130 big
It's a big
blinds.
game.
So, you know,
And the squid
this
makes it
is
even bigger.
No squid yesterday.
plenty
but
of
yeah.
stack
Oh, no
as you
squid
see
yesterday? Were
Yang
there 2 games or just
not
one?
taking the bait
Two.
on the
Like, yeah, there
turn
was a second game that was playing squid.
after having the 4.5K check called on the flop, and now he will face
Yeah, I played squid 2
a
nights
value
ago.
bet on the river of 5,500.
It's
Must
fun.
keep his
I
man
played,
honest. And
progressive squid for the first time. It's a fun game.
that's shown the queen.
Yeah, I mean, I like it at smaller stakes, not those stakes. You get 5, it's double, or how many they make it?
Yeah, 5's triple, 3's double.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
those stakes are that's a little big.
I think I won like 120 on a 5 squid round, something like that.
But we're not talking about calamari. What's this squid they speak of, Nick? Are you aware?
Yeah, I'm not sure. Were they discussing a squid,
Race?
you know,
I've
culinary
heard-
thing?
No,
or-
no,
or-
no. It's some sort of game
I
that's being
see.
played now.
I see.
I don't.
No, not
I don't know
familiar.
the details.
it.
Perhaps someone in the chat is familiar, but you know, there's the guys, especially as the game breaks down. Guys still don't want to get in the car, go home, don't want to go to the cage. They're like, yeah, let's cook up a little something here. Let's get these chips in motion.
Welcome, Mr. Gottlieb. Offsuit king queens of the same suits. Interesting. Quite a sight optically.
The latter of which has chosen to 3-bet, belonging to Gottlieb.
Thank you.
Flick back around to Ajima.
And it's always a touch tricky when somebody shows up right to the feature, 3-betting immediately, guns ablaze. One, you know, wonders what exactly is going on. He is in.
Two diamonds, 2 threes, and an ace.
7,000.
And Seth wasting no time. Barreling and taking it.
Take it, sir.
How long you
I always love when the snap fold
until
comes
I
in when
bust
I barrel there.
150K.
You know what I mean? As the 3-better,
I have
it's
a
just
ski
such a
trip, so I
nice
can't even play
relief.
the
Oh, I know what you mean, Ali.
The peel is just
I think it starts 12 or 11.
loathsome.
When is the main?
Right after. But I
What's the main?
have a ski trip in
How much
Vail
is
on
the
the
main?
16th. What?
How much is the main?
100? Yeah, I kind of bummed to miss the main event, but family first, baby. Excited to go skiing with my kids.
Gottlieb paying homage to the fam while away here. Poofsy in the chat, by the way, stepping in to suggest that Squid is the progressive stand-up game. Just kind of a name that's been assigned to it.
Okay. Thank you to, what was the name in the chat there?
Poofsy?
Thank you, Poofsy.
Plus.
Raise and take it up front for the Jack-10 suited of Lear.
Take it, Jet.
Somebody in the chat said, can you imagine if Lear popped the eyeball out in a big river spot and said, I got to randomize, and just gave it a spin?
He does that.
Oh, my God.
That's generally when he pops it out, it's something of that nature.
He wouldn't do it on stream, would he?
I would imagine he has been made aware that this is a bit of perhaps a sanitary issue to take your eye out, put it on the table, or all these, I mean, and then it goes right back in your face.
Can you get a socket infection?
I
mean, there's all manner
I
of...
would think that's something that you're not supposed to do.
It's the same level. Twice, yeah. I was about to say it. I never.
Lazao Ninkus back at it.
Ten-9 suited.
Gonna want in.
Flatting. Mindful of the under-the-gun positioning.
Welcome, Dawood, by the way. Do you know what that flag is, Ali?
South Africa, I believe. Maybe I'm wrong. I'll take a quick peek here.
The jet is coming along 3 ways.
Indeed, by the way, confirmation coming courtesy of the Triton Poker Plus app as we see the Jack-10 yielding Jackson 10s in 2 spots. Learjet outkicked for the time being. Of course, the 2 overs and the open ender for Gunawan will keep him somewhat interested as it stands.
Interaction abound.
I don't know what time zone South Africa is, but my man Fazil over here on the right, not the focal point, does appear to be feeling it. Gunawan speaking up after Lazaninkis declines to c-bet. Of course, Lear in there. How weird is this now that we've checked and borne witness to a bet and a call in front of us?
It's precarious, but with the 10 Jack 9 of diamonds, just in case, let's see.
Well, bad side of the gut shot is the development for Gitis. As Gunawan does make the best hand with the king, but the unpleasant arrival of kings and queens means it is Lazao Ninkus who's got the best hand, as nobody holds the ace. And I believe the ace X's are certainly his to represent in this particular spot, but unnecessarily maybe, given that he holds the 9.
Sure. Take it, Lauzaninkus.
Gunawan actually rolled his hand up, I think, for a moment, thinking the 10 was.
Perhaps he saw
play.
the 10 first.
Yeah.
You hear the Marriott?
Here.
Yeah.
You're staying here or the other one? Yeah. This is fine.
Yeah, I like how convenient it is.
Is that a cigar clipper that
Probably,
Young is
I mean, it's
fiddling
like 5
with
times the
there?
price, but probably not any different.
Can't quite see from this vantage point, but let's
I'd
see.
rather be,
Because that's a very
Yeah,
menacing
yeah,
apparatus
yeah,
to kind of be,
yeah.
you know, fooling about with over here. What was that? 3 bets? You know, if you like that pinky, my man, you might want to ease up on the 3 bets.
Yeah. Bullets again for Fuchs.
Wow.
Had him a while ago.
Up we go, predictably.
What do we start with? 200? Yep.
Mr. Dawood is in. And ladies for Lear.
Well, problems is probably a better way to describe them for the time being. As in particular with that flat caller between them, Lear quite happy to plunk in this 3-bet to 13,000, and now Fuchs.
If you get a coffee, I want one too.
Yes. Yes,
Heads up
please.
more inclined to
I
flat.
wasn't going to, but now I will.
3 ways, though, we put the 3-bet in more often.
I like that, Ali.
30.
In general, when we're quite deep, sometimes we put it in anyway with aces. We just sort of have to, but from a mechanical standpoint, you're
Actually, I'm just gonna
absolutely
grab a
right.
cup.
And
I see
again,
soda
for
over
Lear,
there.
he's really walked into it, Ali.
You
This
want
is
soda?
unfortunate.
Correction,
No.
by the way, I said 3-bet for Fuchs. It is, of course, the 4-bet to 30,000. And yeah, this is uncomfortable.
I just saw myself.
Too much hand to let go of. Maybe not quite enough to want to pile more in. So the call is made and an ace in the window was always going to be a problem for the 2 queens. But in reality, some mercy perhaps being shown as no club in hand.
Well said, Ali.
Lear checks it over. And Fuchs again as he fills up on the turn and leaves Lear drawing dead, is doing naughty things with the needles.
Very naughty.
You know, getting the aces dealt to us is one part of the process, but then maximizing the value we're able to obtain with them is a whole nother. And I think Fuchs has done very well on both occasions in which we've witnessed his procedures in these situations in that regard.
You're right. Top set is often so checkable. In this 4-bet line, perhaps it still remains checkable. He could have bet rather small on the flop, too, and maybe garnered 1 call from Lear. Now on the end with 65 in the middle. 4-bet pre. Check after Fuchs bets something. Queen's clubless. It's a bit. He goes for 20. That's really the Milky Way. And he does get paid off.
Not much else to get
It's a
at.
nice sizing choice on the end. That very
Agreed.
small. You know, you have the whole board.
You saved a lot of money.
Yeah, it's
And that is, if
Oh, yeah,
nothing
somebody
else, sorry to cut you off,
no.
a logical idea. When you have the whole board, you kind of want to go small because you're targeting not amazing hands.
right.
It's a rebuy. It's small.
Make something curious. Although, you know, on balance,
do
we
it
do
once.
see people
I don't
size
think they
way
allow
up
straddles.
also in the interests of looking a
everyone
bit
agrees.
desperate.
A
You
hard
know.
game, I suppose.
Yeah. Gottlieb, by the way, falling under the category of cash game player as well. As the rich part of the deck has begun to pay us visits here. Kings for Seth. Up front, up we go. Min-raise sizing.
Save 20,000.
As Lear lamenting his choice to make the call. Could have been a lot more expensive though, Keith.
See if Yang can hunt him down.
Eight-six tray, second pair, and peering over at the board texture. This 4K is certainly going to be seen about.
He goes for 4 into 55, and for Wang, certainly no going away. He's in.
Right. Rainbow 8 high textures when we defend the big blind is not what we're in the business of check folding on with second pair, which turns into 2 pair, and the Kings have issues.
They very much have issues. He goes for 15 into 13.5.
Overbet.
Let's see if Wang raises, Ali. or elects to kind of sneak along.
Lack of a flush draw on board, obviously,
I believe he has declared raise.
you know, leaves us feeling a bit cozier about things, but nevertheless, in comes the raise to 42, and Seth
Snap
piles.
piles, and he's going to need a 3-8 or king, Holly. I believe it. It's that simple.
I mean, an under-the-gun raise on this board texture, we block 5s and 6s.
Yang's trepidation is understandable, by the way. This is 200 big blinds. If we think in terms of big blinds, check 15 into 13.5, 42 bigs, 206 bigs. You know, he's saying he has quite a hand. But I think end of the day, 6s and 5s is ahead of things like this.
Yeah, there's the call, and a massive pot suddenly develops. Gottlieb knows the Kings have themselves some issues once the call is made more often than not, and we're playing for 426,000 and change here. And the necessary King 8 or 3 does not arrive as Gottlieb wraps the table.
Rebuy.
Yep.
Take it, Mr. Yang.
Rebuy period is, of course, open here. So Gottlieb's line is with the knowledge that it isn't curtains on the afternoon when we're wrong.
New level.
Jam was a little ambitious, Holly.
I
It
don't
was a little bit
disagree.
ambitious.
Yeah. Well, the blinds are going up. 1K 1500 as you hear our tournament director Luca Vivaldi advise the room. Brought to you by Poker Steak. Ali Najad, Nick Schulman with you here in the first event of this Triton Super High Roller Series Festival in Jeju Island, South Korea. 35-minute levels, 15K buy-in, 10 levels long is the re-entry period. Fazal, Queen 9 suited, stepping in.
$11.5.
Lazao Ninkus getting after it.
Doing so with the King 5 suited, by the way, a typical candidate for such behavior?
These are possible ideas. Suited kings, position. I don't get too bogged down by the exact pip. It's in the realm of ideas.
No need to have tweezer-esque precision.
Quite a start
although
for Dawood. Go on, Fazal. That'll help the jet lag a little.
one can go with caffeine or simply trips. Both will give you a bit of a jolt. Let's see how Hajima decides to behave. Looks like the C-bet, 10,000 into 27.
And a nice start for Dawood going with the slow play.
No club draw acquisition on the turn for Gitis. Second check. And not to make too much of it, Nick, but, you know, sometimes pace of play, you know, kind of the snap peel, and then this sort of card rolls off, and we start to think maybe this was a big ace of some sort, or two paint.
You're absolutely right. Seemingly, Lazao Ninkus agrees. All of these things are weighing on the players, and for Dawood, this is really the dream. Great just call once again.
And the diamonds do slide in the back door. Dawood playing this one as passively as possible. Third straight check. And let's see whether or not Lazaninkis will be done with it. It does feel at this point, just kind of sixth sense-wise, like this is a gentleman who's ready to call a bet on the river.
Lazaninkis once again agrees with you, Ali. And he'll see the nice decision to shut it down on the end.
A little frustrated there is Gitis, understandably. Now down below 100K as we flip it back over to the other table where one bruise involvements for Smith, Haxton, and Devoris. A raise and 3-bet in front of Daniel, who deliberates from the big and wisely gets out of the way.
In Asia, and at the time I was thinking, I'm sure
Back
you were
over to
probably part of
Smith.
it.
Have you been to Macau? Were you in Macau? Or?
Nah, I haven't been to Macau for like years and years. Oh yeah, he went to grind cash in Macau. Right?
Yeah, he's just there full time now.
Yeah. So have you played any cash in Macau?
Yeah. I was playing
Oh,
a
you
lot,
did? Yeah.
a lot of stuff online. I'll talk to you about later. Yeah.
Okay. Sounds good. Are you here for the whole series?
Up to 50.
Oh, that's it. Sorry. Yeah, that's basically. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Let's grab some food sometime.
Good.
Smith plunks in the 4-bet, taking us up to 35,000. Now, Ike, jacks. How do we feel about it?
I think we feel like calling most of the time. And we don't feel amazing about it.
Right.
But
we're unsettled, but we are proceeding as the investment is made. Benefit of position for the jacks as it comes 8-8-3, the kind of texture that obviously doesn't usher us toward an exit just yet, in particular holding a club. And holding an inferior hand.
no, very much. Unsettled but proceeding, as you said, might be upon us once again. 74 in the middle. 118 for Dan to play, covered
30.
by Ike. And at this point, it is possible Ike decides to just live with the jacks and get on with it. Equity is to be denied, but we shall see. It isn't even sometimes that we think we have the best hand, but at a point the pot gets so big that if we continue, we just sort of... Call comes to mind as well. These are tough. And sometimes Dan only has 3 outs. It isn't as if he always has king, queen, ace, queen, and so on. Sometimes it's the ace small suited, which really is in dire shape. So Jack calling does keep an eye on a hand such as that. He does go for the call. And let's see, Ali, can Ike find a way to get away or perhaps hit the jack?
Well, the 5 of hearts is not at all pesky.
Just 60%-ish pot to play. Bit more, but we get the idea. He does put it in, and I can't love it, Ollie. This much we know.
87.5 into this 134. And you see the abacus at work.
And a lot of times when they do that look away, where they're sort of calculating, it might be Tweety birds. I've looked away and it's Tweety birds, but when Ike looks away, one gets the feeling it's, you know, some thinking going on.
Sure. One of the greatest minds of the game. Trying to construct the nature of holdings that would behave in this manner that the jacks are performing well against.
It's sort of ace 4 of clubs. Maybe an ace king. And that's about it. Not just ace 4 of clubs, but that hand class. And then we pretty much fall to the value always. I don't think Dan 4 bets 10s pre ever. It's really a bit brutal for Ike. And you have to ask yourself which ace-kings might do this. Perhaps something like ace-king of diamonds even would lean doing this over certainly spades, but he does put it in, and he's hunting the jack, Ollie.
That he is, and Smith always got the sense that the queens were good, more and more so the deeper into the tank that Haxton went. We play for 309,000. Bit of a cooler for Haxton. Smith not yet out of the woods. Got to fade the hook with one to come. And he's done so. A decimating blow being dealt to Haxton's stack, which will read 54,000 deep upon the settling of the dust. And a nice infusion into the Smith fund.
Certainly, Ali. Ike maybe not in love with his decision. He's visibly agonizing.
Tough one.
And you see a bit of sympathy being exhibited there by Smith. One Triton title, 16 cashes, 18.1 million plus in career Triton earnings.
If you just had 10s, that would be a real bummer. You just folded and you had 10s. I mean, it's not impossible.
Perhaps not impossible, but less probable.
We
Nick,
would think 10s is less probable than queens plus, but not impossible is a real thing.
6s. What?
That's
Haxton, by the way,
3.5.
I would say regarded as perhaps
I mean, same
one
hand
of the
is,
best.
like, not that unlikely.
What?
No, but
not to yet earn a Triton title.
you know what I mean, I think.
If you were to have the other two.
I see where you were going with that.
31 cashes.
Perhaps he'll pick one up
10.8 million.
this trip. We shall see.
He's got more opportunities on this stop than any other.
No, I just meant like in
terms
the
of sheer
context
volume
of
of
like
events.
two people having the exact same hand, like that would be the spot it happens one of the
That's
most
fair.
oftentimes.
Devoris bringing up the chop being live. That is a real thing, even though it's only one combo sometimes when you're in the
You
blender
don't
with
think he has
queens.
jacks like 5% of the time, given that you have two jacks, or maybe like 3.
I would take the under on 5, but it might be.
But over on 3 or something, like
It very well could be 3.
it's probably like 1 over 25 or something. It's like 1 over 25 or something probably. Maybe even less. Like denominator less.
This is my. Oh, okay.
3.5.
Queen Jack suited as Haxton puts the nub to work. I say nub. I mean, we're dealing with in the realm of 40 bigs here. Good luck counting Haxton out. Be unwise to do so. Raise and take it for him. Sosia Jang, by the way, also joined the fray.
Welcome, Ms. Jang.
Earlier. Certainly a pleasant presence at every single table that she graces, as we are graced by our other feature. Now, one in progress once more. Fazal Dawood with a couple of sevens. Queens for Tamashauskas.
Welcome, Nikki P.
Petrangelo, the party starter, with the AJ. Quickly out of there, leaving Dawood to do battle. In a bad way here. Ace, 3, deuce. Neither player in love with it. By the way, shout out to a producer that I've got out in Northern Cyprus for the Merit Poker streams who hails from Lithuania and did step in to advise that it is indeed Tamashauskas. The correct pronunciation, rather.
Thank you very much for that. We always want to get the names right. That's a tricky one. We'll get them right. And note Dawood, by the way, sensing a little bit of something. Taking these sevens to possible glory, although let's see for Vladis with queen's position and that spade. This is highly treacherous. Interesting from Dawood. Vladis is in.
Yeah, I kind of like the frisk here because not always will the queens be retained. Certainly we've both observed occasions on which people are just convinced that the line is associated with ace X and simply bow out. In particular when we hold a spade, which is a little bit less convenient. The 8 doesn't rate to be of any consequence whatsoever, but Dawood, I think he had plans on winning it then and there. Now that he's failed to do so, will he get after it more or will he shut it down? And I think we've got our answer as the knuckles slide the action over to Vladas. Both of these guys enjoying their first ever Triton Festival. Check back there from the queens, playing the pot control understandably, just in case maybe some of the more middling aces.
He's eyeing his chips. Dawood, that is. And he does do it, Ali.
Look at this.
31,000. And for Vladis, this is awfully awkward.
It does feel like an ace that felt good about things on the flop. Once got called on the check raise, got a little gun shy, and now is just barreling for some value, does it not?
I'm not sure that hand totally comes to mind, although it's certainly possible. I know what you mean. An A7 of diamonds type that decided to raise the flop on the merits of the ace, but then when continued, pumps the brakes on the turn. This is just precarious.
Is the busted spades the only other kit that comes to mind as played?
I wouldn't really be considering sevens, but it's a nice reminder that there's always other stuff out there that's possible. But yes.
31 feels a touch milky. Not skim, but not whole.
Right, Ali. Perhaps oat or almond, like you seem to enjoy. I would imagine that's up your alley, right?
I lean almond over
There
oat.
it is.
Soy I don't do.
Got it.
Heard it's not good for you.
And the spade, if we're Vladis, versus some it's a good card to have.
Right.
Versus others it's a bad one. We try to figure these things out.
Really chewing on this spot. And you can see the discomfort visibly being worn.
And Dawood pretty icy.
You know what? I glossed over it, but you're absolutely right. He is giving away nothing here. I wonder if he thinks he's got the best hand with the sevens.
I don't think he thinks that at this point. And it does get through. Bravo, sir. Very nice.
Fazel Dawood of
Dawood.
South Africa making waves here at this feature table at his first ever Triton Festival. You'll remember that moment, and I'll tell you what, Tamashowskis probably will as well.
Yeah.
You can't help but ask whether or not the ace was there. Brought to you by Jacob & Co., our official timekeepers here at the Triton Super High Roller Series. A glimpse at the number of players remaining in the field right now.
Break.
We break it.
Break. Not break, but move somewhere else, and they move another table.
Re-entry is open.
We will play same table, but not you.
You're not going to lose your players, don't you?
We move all the same.
Good. We have some. I know you worked hard for this.
No, good luck. Yeah, he'll get to bluff you again.
Yeah. They'll fold you until I have it. Then I the bluff.
Over to Lear. With the puck in front of him and an ace as well. He takes us upstairs. 4 dimes. Little suited connector. Temptation resisted. Nikki P. Gapped clubs in the big. Quick defense. All standard. And a lovely board for the Queen 9. Top pair. Checking with the flow. Lear asking a question. Subtly. Getting an answer of sorts. Another 10 into the middle. And a 10 onto the board. Petrangelo content to continue checking.
Lear as well. Not the greatest card for Petrangelo.
Nikki P, by the way, 3.3 million in career Triton earnings across 10 cashes. Cobbled 2 of those together in Monaco.
Nikki P, truly an all-time great.
Yeah, it's a bit surprising that he hasn't fared better. I mean, had an incredibly rough dry spell at one point here, but, you know, I don't think anyone questions that his time will come in terms of producing the sorts of results that we see him produce away from the Triton Super High Roller Series to great effect.
And it's certainly crossing Lear's mind to represent that ace-king. Lear very capable, by the way. He kind of slithers along and then does something crazy. I've always liked that about his game. Does fold. Thought about it, though, Ollie.
Kind of keeps you on edge when you're up against him, right? Because you're not really sure.
He can always empty the clip.
Right. It's that sort of fearlessness that I think, you know, historically speaking, has created some of the toughest opponents.
It's that fearlessness that led him to losing his eye many moons ago.
Confirmed, by the way? Do you have the story on
I think it was a BB gun situation a long time ago. And no, I don't know if it was a bad beat or if he was, you know.
He was like, dude, I bet you I'll blink before that BB gets in here.
Go ahead and do it.
way, I talked about everybody stepping up their game when
Go
it comes to try. Lear not really getting the memo, not to take anything away, but more of a. I've seen that hoodie on a few other occasions. I'd say.
Yeah, he's
pretty
not.
much
He's
everywhere.
not here to dress up for the stream.
Yeah.
Lear is a stone cold. You know. He's not.
He's like, you want me
I
to
better
what
get
now?
my day one outfit ready for.
You know, he's had a few button downs.
3-bet from Petrangelo in the small.
You know, I've seen him dressed up. I've seen Lear dressed up, but you know,
And note
easing in.
Note the relatively small 3-bet size, and note the small-ish stack from Guidus, so it's all fluid.
Mm.
Hard to tell.
And Lajaninkas into the bin. Petrangelo taking another one there. Nicky P looks good, by the way. I had a chance to chat with him while he was in the registration line prior to play today, and seemed like he had his head on. And
Yeah,
did say he had struggled with the jet lag mightily. In fact, him and Darren Elias, who I believe is making his first visit to a Triton, also had a chance to rap with him. We're over at that same restaurant me, you, and Dan Smith were at later in the night. Nick said he slept. He just wasn't even there during the entire meal. He said he just was in a fog.
The jet lag is tricky, Ali.
Queen 8 suited. Takes us up, Petrangelo, flatting with the 9s on the button. Is 3-betting the 9s on the button so as to just be more likely to play this pot heads up in position a notion against a hijack opener?
Yeah, I think it's a notion, a both ways kind of thing.
Because the flat invites the blinds to take, you know, prices here. And, of course, Gunawan's invitation is going to come courtesy of Ace-King, and he will take us up another story.
And interesting to see the Petrangelo procedures in the face of this. Likely just a call. But if he thinks Gunawan is stepping out, one could see back raising. His hand is very strong given the situation. Of just flatting pre, I mean.
Right, under-repping.
Let's go for the call. And let's see if Fuchs hops in, closing the action with the suited ace. He does not. Heads up.
Getting the sense that maybe big aces lurk. And correct about that as it comes ace, king, jack, and Gunawan smashes top 2. Unattractive board for the 9s. Sub-quarter pot c-bet, and Petrangelo just comfortable release.
When we're going back from a break, we're going to have a break in 7 minutes. We're doing a break. Coming back from a break, you're going to be out of the TV table, not on this first table, the one after. Okay? Second table on your right.
What's the number?
It's going to be the same number on the table. It's going to be. Okay?
I'm a small blind.
The hat, by the way, Bonnet, Sunshade, has really performed poorly on the afternoon. for
Yeah, I
Timoshauskas.
think it's too early to just walk away
Shower.
from the hat. But if, you know, if one goes on a prolonged bad run, the hat just has to go.
I think
it's just how it goes as a gambler.
A mighty frisbeeing of the hat after a particularly zesty beat feels apropos.
Yeah, I don't think it would be a clean frisbee though, because it's, you know, it's at the front, but
Right.
then the back.
It might boomerang, but
it might just,
come right
yeah,
back
that
at
would.
you.
Yeah, here we are.
Ace deuce for Nicky P, squaring off against the Queen 9.
A lot of interaction for Nicky P.
Wheel gutter, backdoor diamonds, namely, as he does knuckle. So no follow through on the 3.5 pre.
Fuchs fairly naked, but this stab seems nice. Goes for 2,500.
Obviously, you know, board textures such as this, disinterest being shown by the pre-flop opener, we do sense that perhaps we've got an opportunity to just take one down uneventfully.
Let's go for the raise to 12,000.
Yeah.
That'll do it. And by the way, forgive the, but careful with a sentiment such as disinterest at this level. You know what I mean?
Right, right.
In your
These are perceptions.
In your 40-80 game over at Resorts, when they check there, you know it's over. But here in Jeju, when they check,
but you're
you
right.
know,
yeah. They
doesn't
can be right there
necessarily
with the
mean-
bazookas. They're
exactly
balanced.
right. I'm sure they check raise in your mixed game as well, Ali.
It's maddening when they do, but I'm like, what? Wait, what are you trying to be fancy?
Ducks now for Petrangelo. Back at it.
Onto the pond for 3,500. You know, I've only referred to the gentleman by his last name because there's mighty levels of discomfort that I'm feeling about just calling him Christ.
I also have bowed out of saying Christ calls the button. It just... And there's a chance it's Christ, although I'm reading it as Christ.
Maybe somebody,
19.
you know, got a lazy finger onto
Is that
the
a
tee.
squeeze
Hold
declared
on.
from Thomas? Indeed it is. Very nice. Take it, sir.
So some fight suddenly as the Queen 9 activates out of the big.
And not to harp on this, it's Shauskas. That's a tricky one.
Because the S's, depending on where they're placed in the Lithuanian streets,
Of
can be the
Viva
the
Lithuania.
SH
This
or
is a
the
lot
S.
of buttons for early in the Bravo.
Oh,
sir.
KCG is a stone legend.
Of
when it
course,
comes
but
to
it's just event one. He'll be naked by the middle of the week.
often is.
Appears we have a big one brewing here, Ali. Do you have a line for us? Or
Well, they're headed over to the feature. We're going to get some glimpses at the boys not long from now. Their number has been called.
Very nice.
Call.
Jack 10-3 here.
All sorts of stuff going on. Fuchs with the nut flush draw. Open ender for Lear.
Clear collision. As 4K ahead brought us to this point, and now on request is another 5 from the pre-flop raiser.
Raise declared from Lear. This could go a few different ways.
Extra 16 deposited. Pot up to 52 plus. Board pairs. Unimproved. Lear left with the option to follow through, and he exercises it. Just a casual fling of the quarter chip.
Quite casual quarter chip flung forward. And for Fuchs, I think we call.
He agrees.
Ahead of all of the straight draws, one of which we're looking at. 102.5 in the middle. And an interesting river Lear with just queen high. Card matching king queen.
And Fuchs, of course, blocking the flush draws, holding the 2 hearts, has to ask himself if the barrel comes in meaty manner.
It's a good point, Ali.
You know?
It's annoying for Fuchs to block 5-4 suited, 5-6 suited. Keith does shut it down Likely a wise choice, although it would have been interesting had he jammed.
So a nice pickup there for Tom Fuchs, who has the chip lead here at this feature, up to 216 bigs, 218, let's call it. Nice first few levels under the German's belt. Queen Jack suited.
Zlatis in on the button. Black fives for Keith.
Who's grown increasingly involved, although decreasing his stack in the process to 74,000, does join the fray. So a three-way affair. Inferior diamonds for Tamashauskas.
Oh, bottom set for the Jet, Ali. He's back.
Second pair for Gunawan. We'll see just how much trouble he manages to find here as the pre-flop raiser. He opened to 4K, now takes us up to 6. Interactions with that 5 of diamonds, but no further interest for Vladas. And look at Lear, wasting no time with the check raise. And mind you, Gunawan observed this behavior with a hand that was unable to take it last time, but nevertheless respectful, lays down the queen. And that will bring us to our first break of the afternoon, as our feature tables will be shuffled out here in Jeju. And as is standard and customary, prior to doing so, we'll get one last look at how things shaped up. Touched on Fuchs with the chip lead, not to be overlooked though, the first timer Dawood, 216 bigs, hot on his heels. Flatlining is Petrangelo with just about 200K. Lajau Ninkus, 44,000, the shortest of all stacks. As when we come back, the blinds will go up to 1,000, 1,500. Ali and Nick back with you here at the desk, and kind of an entertaining affair there that we enjoyed there across the first 3 levels.
It was, Ali. It very much was. Feels like the spirit of action is in the room. And that bluff from Dawood with the 7s was nice.
Yeah, I remember that one. The queens laid into the muck there, a winner, as it were, on the ace-high board. And I anticipate we'll get a little bit more of that sugar, spice, and everything nice as we step aside. Just briefly, stay close. Those of you joining us live, obviously, whatever time zone you're in, love to have you with us. Don't go anywhere. More from Jeju Island and the Triton Super High Roller Series after this.
Feels like the
GG Poker. Why so many players? This is a crazy thing to do. GG Poker broke the Guinness World Record.
Welcome to the World Series of Poker,
the biggest poker site. Larger than all other GG Poker. Traffic reaches all-time high. Jump, 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 jump! No way!
Welcome to the Daily Dose of GTO Quiz of the Day. So you're playing a cash game, under the gun opens, and you defend your big blind. The flop is Ace-Jack-4 all hearts, and you face a 1/3 pot-sized bet. Which hand should you continue with most often? Jack-8 of spades, King-Queen of spades, 8-7 with the 8 of hearts, or pocket 9's no heart. Find the answer in the Daily Dose of GTO, our free ebook designed to help you master GTO poker in just 5 minutes per day.
Introducing the all-new BetACR.eu, the premier destination for sports enthusiasts. What sets BetACR.eu apart is our exclusive offering of live-action prediction options on the Triton series. Experience the excitement as you predict the action while watching your favorite players live. But that's not all. By opening your account now, you can take advantage of our incredible offer. Receive a generous 15% free play on your first top-up, up to $250. Become a part of BetACR.eu and elevate your live sports engagement experience.
Just seize the wonder. Jeju Shinhwa World.
I wouldn't know the difference. I mean, it's all going to be good to me.
The thing that struck me the most was how good, if you just go in a random place off the street, like the quality was just like incredible compared to like the West. Or if you go in some random place in the street, it's just going to be shit half the time. Like,
Unconcerned about that 5, and understandably,
oh yeah.
gonna want barrels once more. 7,000 this time into the 19.5. Modest sizing.
And at this point for Fuchs, in the face of that modest sizing and things like 9x suited circulating, perhaps 10s,
Maybe they'll play slow.
he does go for the raise to 26,000, and for Gunawan, these 9s and deuces do shrink up considerably, but there are still hands we beat. These are always tricky.
Is there a frequency with which this Jack 9 is still good in the face of this line that's been taken?
There certainly is. Gunawan is hoping it's this time. He does keep him honest. And he's hunting the 9, Ali.
Yeah, not drawing dead, but drawing thin, that's for sure. And look at Fuchs, just eyes fixed on Gunawan here.
Saw
the
that.
running 5s, but that heart.
Yes, it is not an ideal river for Fuchs. 71.5 in the middle. 3 ways to start. Check call, check raise a fairly modest size, and now here we are if we're Fuchs. Aces, which are heartless. A little bit awkward. Looks like he's going for 20%-ish.
Does that sort of sizing embolden us in position to turn the hand into a bluff?
It's interesting. We do seek
Unlimited,
bluffs.
I guess.
We block 9s full. It looks
can
like
go as hard
body
as you want.
language-wise, Gunwan has sort of let us know
But it
he's
can be the
between call
150K
and
if
fold.
You don't have to wait for 10 days.
Does pay it off, and he'll see the bad news, Ollie.
Yeah. On this occasion, things were as advertised. And credit to Fuchs, by the way, who took a line that picking one up midway where the joint was flopped by Haxton, and Mateos with top pair king kicker may have been more apt to deliver larger quantities of chips forward. As we see the recap, Haxton pre-flop raise, Mateos flat, and then the 2K bet and call. That ace is, of course, pesky. King of clubs becoming very relevant, of course.
C9's here.
Let's see what speaks to El Conquistador in the face of the line you just relayed for us. Does check relatively quickly.
Unable to induce is Haxton, who was hoping that that ace would have been the card that connected with Mateos, perhaps.
This can go a lot of different ways, but in the face of just Isaac betting, curious to see how Adrian responds.
I think size is going to have everything to do with it, right?
I think you're right, Ollie.
The price is right. Perhaps the king-queen stays interested. And perhaps if the price is too wrong, the king-queen stays interested. We know the polarity.
And he does go for the too wrong type of price, 20 into 13.
How much do you hate these situations in position in a spot such as this?
Well, to be frank, I try not to hate any of them, but this is very uncomfortable if we're Adrian. Does just get away. Very nice. He didn't like it, though. You saw a bit of the kind of, you know...
The begrudging.
A little bit begrudging, a little bit of a wince. Wet and really get in the lion's den early, in a sense. A bit of a warm-up, you know. It's a 15K, don't get me wrong, but it's... You know what I mean?
Yeah. Irashaimase to Koichi Chiba with the ace-queen and the very flavorful Christian Dior hoodie, by the way.
Chiba looks good.
Preach.
3-4 suited for Mr. Smith on the button. He's in there.
Rocking the shades here today is Smith.
He looks good, Ollie.
Oh, yeah.
Ike's coming along for the ride as well.
We had the privilege of accidentally stumbling into Dan during our meal out in Seoul. And
it's nice running into him. Middle pair for Ike, bottom for Smith. Chiba hovering around the king.
Checked over to him, 9K in the middle, and tails will be told. Third pot sizing. And for Smith, no club on board. The 4 is sliding in between the 7 and the 3, obviously. The presence of Haxton a bit dissuasive, but he's going to peel at this price.
I like this peel on the button. And for Ike, let's see. Closing the action is nice, but it's a little bit dicey multi-way. Perhaps 7-6 or 7-5 were in, but this one, he does let it go. And does Chiba have visions of barreling away?
Well, we'll soon find out, as Smith's opportunity to beat Haxton to the call leaves him heads up and dispatching the better hand, and he maintains the lead, a card that's actually quite nice in terms of being uncomplicated for Smith. And Chiba now slowing down. And welcome back to continuing coverage of the Triton Super High Roller Series from here in Jeju Island. Ali and Nick with just a couple of minutes left before we send you back down to the action. But before we do, during the break, that which caught my attention as we dive into the Triton Poker Plus app is the fact that the 3 leaders 3 frames in, Nick, all Triton first-timers. Shi Chun of China, Wang Yang, who, of course, we observed get a little package dropped off on his doorstep courtesy of Seth Gottlieb's Kings and a very fortuitous 2-pair on the turn. And then Big Brisket, Darren Elias, the WBT legend, in third, 411,000 in front of him. Just tremendous showings early so far. I know it's a bit premature to maybe develop the storyline, but first-timers are mysteries to the guys that have been out here perhaps, and as such, maybe giving them some fits.
That's a good point. The mysteries to the, there is a bit of a, unpredictability or what have you. So, well said, Ali. We'll see.
Down at the other end of the spectrum, though, we find both Juan Pardo and Ike Haxton sitting on just a paltry 1,000 in chips. I'm scrolling all the way down, and there they are, both obviously veterans of the Triton Super High Roller Series, clearly left a chip back in a spot perhaps, and things haven't worked out. But the re-entry period is open, of course, for 10 levels. Now, quickly, do want to dive into our 2 new feature tables. Maybe something jumps off the page at you, Nick, as firstly we welcome Sean Winter into the fold right there. Officer Winter, front and center, ready to write you a citation, and you see the remainder of the field around him, including the likes of Jonathan Jaffe, Chris Brewer, and directly to his left, the always frisky Carl Chape-Gatien.
Very much so. Winter's one of my favorites. Jaffe is very aggressive and spicy. Brewer is a legend. Both Greenwoods at the other table. Let's see, Ali.
Yeah, absolutely. Just about 10 seconds away from getting the cards back in the air here in this 15K. Event 1 of 17 on the docket, 35-minute levels, 3 of them in the books. And here we are. Blinds of 1K, 2K. Didn't touch on that red table. I'm pretty sure it's not Xi'an Winter, although I do appreciate the appropriation there. Sam Greenwood at the other table. The largest of stacks, as we do pay that crew a visit first. I believe, no, I'm sorry, this is the blue table that we were just talking about. There is Jonathan Jaffe.
Jaffe's one of my favorites, a really great player with his own game.
Just stylistically speaking, one that isn't employed by others?
He plays his own game.
Yeah. I believe this is Titan Chu here. A new arrival, if I'm not mistaken.
Welcome, sir.
I believe the first visit that TTC paid us was over in Vietnam, where Dao Min Fu, who is here in Jeju, made splashes.
Just do it. Just put it in the muck. Ah.
Me?
4,000.
Oh, he wants to play it. Yeah.
I was giving Sean time.
Understand.
No problem.
Brewer, suited 9-6 in the hijack. 8-3 off. Indefensible, deems Tony Trong.
Is this you, Chris?
No.
What is it?
First timers.
It's only false timers?
Yeah, yeah.
What did they give him? What did they give him?
I don't know. That's Joe Toms, I believe.
Oh.
Let's see what we got.
Yeah, we're loading them up with the old gifts.
The old gifts? That's funny.
Yeah, I mean, stuff you've seen.
Like, these are the hand-me-downs.
Pretty much.
This felt is very smooth.
Brewer.
Yeah, I'm not sure how I feel about it. I like them a little warm.
Observing attributes of the felt.
I like this. Xi'an Winter.
Deeming it smooth, yes. Perhaps he's instructed us to spell it in this way. It's an alter ego, maybe
And
he's going
this
with.
is not the start he envisioned here at the feature, Ali.
Winter is the appropriate season as the deck is cold. Paulius
A lot of at Triton.
with the Kings.
Yeah, it's been for a long while.
Got Winter in a world of hurt here.
Feels nice. I'm self-conscious about wearing it.
Yeah, I have to. I won't wear it here because I just think that's weird to wear the brand of whatever.
Tony not going lightly, Ollie. He is gone. As is Chuck.
Be self-conscious. I agree with that. Yeah, going to like Hard Rock is the only other place.
Okay, now
And I just.
this is the first I'm seeing of Chuck Chu, but I gotta tell you, I'm very into it.
I like him.
I'd like to call that name all day.
Definitely.
No, it's a very weird message to send to the rest of the world.
Back over to Winter.
45 is like the opposite.
Deliberations and then the declaration of 45,000, and this is a smoldering 4-bet.
Gotta wear that gear.
No, I was gonna say every meet I would obviously warm up in that gear because you wanted them to know
I had a Poker Stars fleece in high school. It was my favorite fucking piece of clothes ever. Like I've never liked a piece of clothing more than the fleece I had when I was 16 with Poker Stars on it. I got 1,500.
Now the Kings taking their time, deciding how to navigate. 163 back for Winter. That's the effective amount they play for. And it's not the first time we've seen two Kings flat pre. And top set for Paulius. Holding the deck, so to speak. As a pesky overcard to the Queens, staring Winter down.
I just enjoy talking about football stuff.
I love it. I do like 2 webinars a month, and it just no prep involved, and I just step up and start just having a Q&A with people about poker.
I did a small amount of prep, like just because I
Quarter. And by that I mean 25,000. The sizing from Winter. And of course, Paulius in a delightful way here.
I had to like do some work to make sure I wasn't wrong. And but like whatever, that was small.
That makes sense.
Indeed, it gets no sweeter than Paulius's situation. 4 of diamonds on the turn. Interesting spot for Sean. 4-bet pre-call, quarter call.
People aren't perfect.
Mine was. This sounds weird. Mine wasn't. I was sure I wasn't.
Ahead of 9s through jacks. Ahead of perhaps ace-5 suited. Ace-queen of diamonds. And behind the stuff that he's behind. Just about pot to play. He is reaching again, Ollie, and he's drawing dead.
Do we not safely remove the ace-kings from the flatting range pre by and large, and as such maybe feel a bit more emboldened?
That's a good point. The lack of certainly all of the ace-king is emboldening.
And even the infrequency of the king-king taking the flat line, you know, roads less traveled, one could say?
That one seems a little more common, but
Okay.
fair points. And of course, for Paulius, we have such a natural slow play.
The 3, of course, would be the one card that would be unwelcome as it gets. Instead, a very safe-looking 7.
And then I'll just mention something that I think is like the most bland, like obvious thing. And like, wow, like that's so helpful.
And for Sean, with 40%-ish pot left to play, we'll see what speaks to him shortly. He does check, and he's about to have an awfully odd decision upon him.
It will all flow forward shortly,
Back and forth with people, and it just goes off the rails until whatever conversation.
one would imagine.
Good conversations. Yeah.
Which is amazing.
And I've learned a ton because I always pull people. So I'll like, you know, maybe there's 50 people in there, and I'll say like, "What do you guys do in this spot?" And like 20% of the time, I'm like shocked. Oh my god, these people actually know how to play this spot really well.
There it is, a request for the remains of Sean Winter's chips. As
He puts out 175, but we can see Sean has 96,000.
Sean, by the way, 3.2 million plus in career. Triton earning 6 cashes. His most recent appearance was a 6th place finish in a 60K 8 max in London for 370K. That was his lone cash in London across
That would work.
9 attempts.
That's a new set.
So presumably expensive stop. This actually only his 3rd ever Triton.
Suppose no diamond is Sean's friend, but still just queens. Does get away.
Yeah. And properly, mind you.
Take it, Paulius.
Begrudged, but correct. Is Winter, as Paulius seeks his first ever cash here at his 2nd ever Triton Festival. Did play 6 events at our prior stop in Monte Carlo. Failed to cash in any of those. Even taken a shot at both the 125K no limit main as well as the 100K 8 max no limit. So not shy for action is the Lithuanian. By the way, a number of Lithuanians appear to have made the trip on this occasion.
They're a very strong poker country.
Dating back to the Sharunas Marshallonis days, they also can ball.
They can hoop as well, Ollie, that's
recall.
right. You ever been over to Lithuania?
No, Latvia was as close as I got. But, you know,
As soon as I finish
Trong
the
is
hand,
in.
you don't have to be quiet.
be paying more and more
You could
visits
keep
out
it
to
quiet.
Riga for post-production for Triton. Perhaps a little side jaunt.
There it is.
Into,
Jaffe
What is
in
it?
as well, 3 ways.
is it Vilnius? Is the cap? I digress. Ace King 5 here, both Jaffe and Trong, and for that matter, Paulius as well, making a pair. And the opener does follow up on the 4.5.
Trying to get it in free.
5 dimes on request.
Indeed he does, and Trong objectively hard to read, Ollie.
You know, buried beneath both the mask and the shades.
I feel like he had it at ace by suit. Is that an ace by suit?
It's an interesting spot for Jaffe. He's weighing raise. Does come with the call. Oh, and it is the 5 for Paulius. A bolt from the blue, Ollie.
3rd diamond, obviously of some concern, but trip 5s are trip 5s, and with 31.5 in the middle, let's see whether or not he pursues value. He does not. Perhaps convinced that somewhere lurking in these 2 callers lie diamonds.
I wouldn't say convinced, but it is very real.
Relieved perhaps by the check back from Trong. And now a very innocent looking 4 of spades. Completing the board. Might Jaffe have presumptions that ace 10 is a winner? The answer isn't no, just by virtue of the fact that he is checked, but taking the conservative line. And I don't think continuing conservative procedures are warranted here from Paulius, and he seems to agree as the value bet does come in. The worst feeling here is when you look at that 4 and you think, okay, I faded the diamonds on the turn, you barrel and the raise comes in and you're wondering what on earth is afoot.
And Jaffe is your customer for a what on earth is afoot kind of thing. Odd spot for Jaffe after the turn check. And he does do it.
You know, I didn't
he
suspect.
He really is one of my favorites, and that is a nice ace to have blocking ace-5, representing amazing hands. It does matter down to the last detail. Perhaps Paulius opens ace-5 off in the cutoff, but these ideas are real. And for Paulius, it's the exact situation you mentioned, Ollie. And what a difficult one to navigate it is.
Could have asked me to be quiet, and I could have told you you do this every time, and we could have like yelled at each other back and forth. Would have made like kind of good TV, I think.
You guys, like, it wasn't you. It was more so him. I
believe he has paid it off, Ollie.
Yeah.
You'll see the good news.
And the payment coming in the form of Jaffe, and to the tune of 95,000 there on the river. Gave it a good effort there. Obviously, it doesn't always work out.
And we can see that particular time, that turn check from Paulius really worked out gloriously.
Yeah. Of course, had he clicked fold, it would have been far more disastrous. Speaking of glorious, I return to KCG's, obscured now by the dealer's head, but seemingly freshly shorn. Okay.
KCG is oozing,
Just oozing, full stop.
He's oozing, yeah, let's just leave it at that.
Few love it as much as KCG, by the way, also involved in the nosebleed cash games that emerge on occasion. And just tireless in his love of the game for hours on end. And really gives us some memorable spots, based on, you want to talk about Jaffe playing his own game. My man KCG is absolutely playing his game.
Limp check.
Diamond draw acquired for Jaffe here, up against top pair for Brewer, under repped ace. I'm getting very strong Wolverine vibes, by the way, courtesy of this new facial hair configuration on Jaffe. A little Hugh Jackman action.
I see it, Ollie.
Brewer. Flats the 2K. Right color, wrong suit on the turn for Jaffe.
Brewer with one of the more intriguing storylines in poker of recent years. Highly documented downswing, really of epic proportions, and then a highly documented upswing. And aces and sixes.
22.
And Jaffe walking into it once again. Goes for 22 into 10.
And a quick call there from Brewer. Rays didn't feel particularly available or prudent. Nice pick up there for him, and conversely for Jaffe, a 1-2 down tick puts him under 100K.
I wonder if Juan Pardo or Ike has spun that 1K they went to break with.
I'll tell you where the answers can be found. And that answer is no, by the way.
I would imagine their rebuy. Triton makes it so easy to rebuy, too. You have the bracelet. For those that don't know, if you deposit here, or you have money with, you wear a little bracelet, you just go up, they scan that thing, you're right back in. So it does promote, for me at least when playing, I felt a little freer to just kind of, not that I'm looking to rebuy, but you know what I mean? You don't have to wait online.
Yeah.
Yeah. Ace-5 suited for Paulius, King-6 off for Winter in the big.
What it's promoted more for me is a feverish sort of quest for an orphaned bracelet anywhere in the room, but then the photo comes up.
Yes, it is attached to your actual information.
Jack 7-3 Rainbow here, the driest of textures. Both holdings failing to connect here as Winter defended pre. 4.5 total. Checking over to Paulius, who's really found a bit of an uptick in activity. Has ridden his stack up to 600 and change. Entering the top 5. How about this name, Nick? Phil Ivey.
I mean,
4th in chips with over 500,000. 5th is Nacho Barbero.
they're all here, Ollie.
They really are. More so than I think at any other stop. And I forgive the obvious because we are really racing towards some record-breaking numbers. But this was a stop few were apt to miss.
7's for Chuck Chu.
5,000.
I don't think I'm ever just going to say Chuck.
It's
or
an
Chu.
unbelievable name. It's really top notch. Take it, sir.
I don't know what makes it so great other than, you know, just the alliteration of it, but it really is amazing. Every time he wins a pot, if he were to do some martial art movement,
okay,
I'm just saying that
think-
would really bring it home for me. I just, you know, I have these visions, you know.
Yeah, you sure
And he
do.
just said his own name, like, you know what I
Yes,
mean?
Right.
Like Chuck Norris, I think is what I'm conflating it with. Anyways.
Yeah.
They take us to the chip counts in an effort to walk me back. 634K now in front of Paulius, and the better than 2-1 lead over Tony Trong. Second in chips at 260. Jaffe, of course, with Winter, not faring quite as well here. As those counts are brought to you by betacr.eu. Easing our way in here in event number 1. At the Landing Casino at Shinhwa World here in Jeju Island. Shout out, by the way, to all of you who are enjoying this live from whatever time zone that you might be doing so on our YouTube channel or on the Triton Poker Plus app.
Very much
Always
so.
A pleasure to have you with us. Certainly are monitoring the chat, although much of it has kind of emerged in Korean just naturally due to time zone.
Time zone, yeah. And if you're rocking with us in some of the, you know, more uncomfortable time zones, welcome.
Yeah.
Appreciate it. Ace King off for Paulius.
Shoot us a like or a subscribe, if you would. Allow us to continue to attempt to bring you the finest in streaming poker entertainment, as among the finest pre-flop holdings, activates, and thematically speaking, Nick, guy starts to cobble a big stack together, and all of a sudden the VPIP goes up, and the 3-bets start flowing, and the opens start increasing and whatnot. Eventually, perhaps somebody decides to grab a sheriff badge, so to speak, push back, ask questions. King Jack suited here for the aforementioned. $7,000 to go. 3.5x. Sizing up from the small. Trong conceding. Do you have other Lithuanian players that come to mind as you kind of were touching upon that being one of the nations that are emerging somewhat?
I certainly have a feeling of the flag Lithuania being difficult to deal with online. So
Okay.
there's that type of
right
feeling.
So some screen names.
And not to lump in all of Eastern Europe whatsoever. But there's some players who I'm not sure where they're from, but I think some of them are Lithuanian.
Latvia, Estonia.
Yeah. Any Lithuanian I've ever played with has been very tough that I've come across. Go on, Paulius.
Cool.
Chu is in.
Ace-9. Defending. And morphing into a gutter. More than we can say for this 7 high is obviously Paulius is really stepped up his activity level. Barreling at this one for a 3rd pot.
And for Chuck Chu with the straight draw ace high, he's keeping Paulius honest.
Doesn't find the 10 he sought.
And let's see for Paulius with just the stone air.
Yeah, this would be a telling barrel, would it not, in terms of really solidifying the notion that he's getting after it in a real way?
I think it might just be a nice idea, if not now, the river. We target exactly what we're looking at, and other hands that contain a 10 or a 9, and something like Jack 6 suited is caged as well. That just seems really nice, but it is indeed telling, Ali.
And don't adjust your screen.
Did you
Another
just win,
occasion
like
on
7
which
hands in a row?
chips are headed Paulius's way, and it's not lost on
I
Jeff.
was just thinking, he's won since his button.
Oh, I'm sorry, it was Winter
And
who called that out.
Did you win your small blind?
Yeah, I raised them. Yeah,
No, the first small blind.
I got his big blind the first hand. That was,
The small blind. You won the small blind?
I won a blind both blind against Sean. I won, so I did win a hand.
No, I didn't want this. No. So since button, yeah.
So 8 in a
John
row.
and I have each won a hand, and then you won.
Oh no, you won a hand since he won a hand.
I
Okay.
won one hand. I won a blind both blind.
Yeah.
Pretty good.
Oh,
Guy was so
Well, you
excited.
can't
to hand
spell
off, man.
Carl
He was dialed.
without a K, my friend, and 2 of them
Finally.
have come to rest
Oh, yeah, I took the
in
hand
front
when
of
you were big blind to
KCG, the
drink
French
espresso.
legend,
Makes sense.
crypto trader.
Show a little mercy.
Yeah.
Jaffe giving him a spin, Ali.
Does have that ace working,
Are you fluent?
which
Je parle pas, mais
fails
je comprends rien.
to appear. 2 diamonds, 2 3s, and an 8. Very nice texture for the Kings.
No, Jaffe said bonjour as he defended.
And I believe alluded to the idea that we have exhausted his French-speaking abilities. I'm sure a merci, if he wins this
Yeah,
one,
I
could
think
also
he
be
has
delivered.
Merci under his belt. He also has the ace of diamonds. He's in.
Another 10K into the middle. And the flush draw slides.
Interesting spot for KCG.
KCG does have a reputation that precedes him, Nick. This could be Kings, this could be dust. It is so difficult to put this man on a range. Very aggressive, very active.
That's right, Ali. And again, for Jaffe with that ace of diamonds. He is in. Big river coming. See if KCG can hold.
That he can. punt value here. 53 in the middle. 80 back. No, he just shuts it down there, Nick. What are we concerned about in that spot?
Slow plays, flushes, trips, boats, but understood. Kings and threes with the diamond, a lot of hand.
Note that Jaffe did not get the opportunity to deliver the merci in that spot.
More of an au revoir. Do you speak a little French, Ali? I know you can always get by. You always have a little bit in a lot of languages, but
Not just enough to get myself in trouble.
you can go. You can kind of maneuver though in French, or not really.
I can sort of understand some things
So now
by
what?
virtue of the
I'm a different
Spanish
seat now?
that I speak, and then I listen to a tremendous amount of French
Well, if
music,
I'm
believe it or
6.
not, so I kind of pick up some things there.
Okay, I didn't see that coming.
I'm in
but
those streets.
Yeah, I was
Chuck
I'm
Chu
still
getting
6
after it.
Yeah, and Bruce is 5th.
Story
Yeah,
checks
whatever.
out, by the way. you know.
I had this
That line
conversation
just
before
works.
you came because I was like, "Why is that chair open?" Yeah, we're different seats now. It was like an
Jack off
imaginary chair.
for Jaffe, and in comes the jam for the full 48-5, and Brewer's going to look down at an ace-queen here.
Brewer's certainly not folding.
6.
Good luck,
7,
gentlemen.
8. So that's no one can go there.
Yeah, it's full table now. They keep it this far.
Is there any reason for Brewer to re-raise this up to the full 94 that
If
Chuck
if
Chu
someone gets
has?
pulled out over there, is that real?
Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense, and doesn't really make too much of a
60?
difference given Chuck's stack, but he does indeed just put it in.
Yeah, if he reopens.
Chu, of course, gone.
The flat alone looks strong
Classic
enough
flip.
in many ways, I would imagine, but somewhat
some
predictable. Is this spot here where Chu finds the muck and Jaffe finds himself with his back against the wall, and it stays there on an ace-5-4
No, I had a
board.
spade.
Brewer top pair, no spade in front of Jaffe.
Definitely makes more sense.
Needs to find a Broadway out or one to a chop, and instead the 6 of diamonds leaves him drawing dead.
GG, sir, in regards to this bullet.
I anticipate a short walk over to the registration desk and another 15K plunked down from Jaffe. Not a one and done kind of dude.
No.
It opened 7.
You get weird when the seat open declaration comes when you're still in earshot. Am I a weird? I know I'm a psycho, but I'm just saying.
It depends on the inflection of the dealer as we have outer table action.
I would agree with that. Sometimes it's almost like they revel in your departure.
When there's a reveling going on, you know.
Yeah. And I'm like, what's that?
Yeah.
Seat what?
Yeah, there's about to be another seat open, pal.
Not for me.
Greenwood defends.
Yeah, dominated by Gottlieb's ace-queen. Of course, Seth on his at least second bullet. Ran those kings into the 5-6 at our feature earlier. Down by 2 pair. Here he is, squaring off with Greenwood.
Interesting for Greenwood, does go for check.
No post-flop betting thus far.
This is also interesting for Sam. And Gottlieb, for that matter, with all sorts of interaction, but not a great hand as it stands. He'll be delighted to show it down.
I have a queen.
Take it, sir.
Greenwood's brother Luke also here.
As is the great Henrik Eklund. Welcome, gentlemen.
Scandinavian legend. We tried to anoint him the Great Dane. He quickly pointed out that Gus Hansen is the Great Dane.
There's only one Great Dane.
So we've begun to refer to him as the mediocre Dane, and given his wonderful sense of humor, he kind of leaned into it. And of course, it's in jest, as Henrik has plenty of game.
I had a really big beard about, I don't know, 3 or 4 weeks ago, and then one day I woke up and I looked at myself in the mirror and I was like, okay, today's the day.
That's how I lost my big beard.
He's the real Greenwood.
One day I just woke up.
He is the fake Greenwood?
Bluewood.
Bluewood.
Orpin Kisichikoglu opening. It's an ace-queen rich environment of late.
I tried to get a
Eklund.
haircut before coming here, but...
Orpin, enjoy, by the way. He's
right.
First massage we've seen now.
Oh,
And a troublesome start for the mediocre Dane, Ollie.
Eklund, former Triton main event winner, 6.8 million plus in career Triton earnings, 2 titles, 20 cashes, had a wonderful stop in Monte Carlo,
They did such a good job.
cashing 5 times in 9 attempts.
Eklund is outstanding.
But ace-6 is not in this situation, as we see Orpin slipping it to him here.
And a great start for Henrik.
Lovely check back, and now the board pairing 5 presents opportunities to chop this one should a king roll off. Ace would work as well, 5.
What are you doing?
But did you speak English?
No.
Yeah, so like, you just kind of read the word. I had friends, a friend get married in Italy, and we went to like an old Italian barber shop beforehand, and then like there were 2 guys, and one guy was like in his like 70s, and I'm like, oh man, he must have all this like experience and everything. But then when he was giving me the shave, I'm like, oh, he's lost it with his hands.
The shaky hands?
Yeah, he's got the shaky hands.
Oh no.
It was fine.
4,500. A little cheeky from Orpin when you consider the check on the flop, and then
Keith, you're back.
slightly bashful sizing. Of course, Henrik, too much to depart. Oh, and there is that third 5.
I'm on bullet 3.
A lifeline as the outkick ace is rescued.
Who got it?
These are odd spots where one sometimes considers bluffing in an insane way if they're in Henrik's seat, just to sort of rep the 5, of which he has a little bit more of than Orpin, but perhaps we're in the weeds.
What time does the game start? I'm not sure. Kate's working on it.
Yeah.
Not sure yet.
I think he might be considering it.
I mean, wouldn't be faulted for doing so. We block the aces. 9s is obviously.
We block 6-5 suited as well, which is nice.
Yeah, yeah.
We block ace-5 suited, which is relevant. It seems like a good ace to do it. He does do it. Bravo, sir. This is really a nice find from Henrik.
And consider that all 187.5 need to be called for just the opportunity to pull back your 20K bet along with half of the 23 in the middle.
Yes, we have visions of perhaps beating something like 6-7 suited from time to time. So there is and should be scenarios with which we just win occasionally. But you're right. It's very irritating to call to chop or lose.
The last couple squid rounds, like the last couple squid hands, are just insane.
Very intriguing hand here, Ollie.
What is progressive squid? So the squid gets
so
bigger?
There's like we had a 6-handed game, so they add 3 squid to the player, so there were 9 squids per round. Like so, you play until 9 squids are given out. You can get multiple squids.
Yeah.
And at the end of 9 squids, whoever doesn't have a squid has to pay all the people that have squids.
Yeah.
So if there's like 2 people that don't have any squids, they each have to pay.
Oh, okay.
And if
We've
you
been
have 3
asking for a
squids, you get
count here
double
is-
per squid. If you have 5 squids, you get triple per squid.
Seth walks us through this
So if you
squid.
somehow like manage to get like 5 out of 9, and there's a couple people that don't have squids, you make a lot of money. And so there's a lot of crazy incentives towards the last.
So not just for the
couple
people who
hands.
don't have squids, but
Yeah,
also for
it's-
people
yeah,
who have
it's
3 or
everybody-
4. Yeah.
Almost everybody's incented to play aggressive. Yeah. Yeah.
You get a squid if you just win a hand.
What?
How do you, yeah.
Yeah. As long as you win one hand, you get a squid, and then you're good.
Chop it up, gentlemen.
Credit to Orpin for finding it because the value proposition certainly wasn't there, but as he worked his way through the spot, eventually
Credit indeed, Ali.
settled on the right decision.
You should have turned over the 6 of diamonds first.
Yeah. I was actually considering that one.
Huh? Turned over, if you knew he had the 6 of diamonds.
I don't like that card, no.
Flipping it back over to Chuck Chu and company. Brewer Winter, KCG, Paulius. Is that an XS hat? On Brandon Whitmire there? Believe a Triton first timer. XS, of course, legendary nightclub over at the Wynn Casino in Las Vegas. I think that is the logo, is it not?
I'm certainly seeing an X and an S, so.
I don't think the size tag is on the outside of the hat, so I'm inclined to think we've got the right read there.
5,500 to go.
Producer James, by the way, stepping in to verify, regrettably, that that is indeed the XS logo, courtesy of the significant chunk of his bankroll, which he's torched off in that particular establishment.
Sure, you've dusted a little there yourself, Ollie.
Not a lot, you know. I'm not a drinker, so
That's true.
It's easy to kind of get by.
Yeah, that's right.
There's Brandon.
You confirmed the other night in Seoul that you're not much of a drinker when we went
did
to
you
a
travel
very famous speakeasy, and Ali ordered an espresso martini.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I mean, one espresso martini does not make me.
4 days.
No, but that
Yes.
drink order is a disgrace at a bar such as that.
I added Bailey's. Does that make
it's
it worse?
only getting worse, yeah.
But see, this is how you know that
That's
this is the point you're making. Yeah,
correct.
I'm a neophyte in these streets, but a pristine liver, by the way. You know.
Yeah.
Not that I can donate it in the event that you get jammed up in those streets, but
yeah. Okay, Ali.
You would never ask me for a kidney, would you?
No, if I was in that situation, I actually wouldn't. I would meet the Lord.
You would
I
sooner
can't. I don't think I
than
could.
have to deal with me. Yeah, no.
Back doors going on.
Couple of ace-X's squaring off on a paired board, 2 diamonds here. Pre-flop action of 5K initiated by KCG. Chuck defending from the big. Facing a 5.5K follow through here, and he's going to peel backdoor wheel, backdoor clubs.
I like this from Mr. Chu. Could raise as well.
Red?
Because the idea is you're still not supposed to like keep on the table if you have right until like the screen has stuff. So they showed it live real time.
Oh.
To the turn we go.
I was thinking they might not.
That does not improve. Either holding. Opportunities abound. 2 quick checks. And the third queen will leave both players playing the ace and the 8 alongside the 3 ladies with 24.5 in the middle. Let's see whether or not either of them feel like ensuring that they won't have to share this one, or at least making an attempt? The answer is no.
That's a first.
Round of knuckles. We'll visit the carving station.
You have aces. You have aces.
I didn't have ace.
Oh, then I was good.
That is not true as well.
What? You had ace king suited?
No.
I was good. I had the best hand.
You can believe me or wait till.
No, I'm saying I had a big hand.
Need some change. Thanks. Thank you.
You need 5, right?
Ace queen of diamonds, huh?
You had ace queen Adams?
No, no.
What then you had?
I was asking if you had ace
No,
queen of
no.
diamonds.
It's king.
Really?
What did you have?
I was just trying to get in queen's pre. No, did you really? That's a good bluff, I guess.
Kings, that's a good bluff. Kings.
No.
Sean
I mean,
Winter
I had a good hand to call with.
manages to get himself into some of the more bizarre conversations.
Sean is the best, Ali.
He really
Once
is.
you checked, I thought you were weak. So
Chew
I'm
hopping
betting.
in.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
King 10 off,
No, I had-
responsible for the hop.
Welcome, Mr. Whitmire. He's in as well. 3
Doesn't
ways.
matter what you had.
First opportunity to observe navigations from him. Three-way affair, 19,000 in the middle, and it comes 10-9-5, top pair for Chuck Chu, the best of what's around, as he knuckles over to the pre-flop aggressor.
How'd you even know what the
Along
board
with
was?
Brandon.
You were in the middle of some conversation.
I watched the whole hand.
Yeah. Impressive.
KCG checks back, and now a third
Equal to
10
5-7,
for
right?
Chuck.
Yeah. Backdoor split.
Relegating everybody dead. Whether he gets any action or not is another story.
Oh yeah, you weren't paying attention.
King 5 deuce 4 7.
I got the 5 and 4 next.
Yeah.
Really changes the hand.
$11K. And that will end the affair.
You had aces? You had aces?
Chu trying to work his way back up to starting stack depth.
Ace 7.
My check called
Ace 5. You had ace 5 or ace
check
4?
called some aces. No, I said queens.
Okay. I saved 15,000. You saved 15,000. I mean, I saved you. Just calling pre-flop. If you had queens.
Oh, the buy-in.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah, I was trying
I was like, what is
to
15?
It took me a while too. I was like, what? I have no. I was like, how do you get 15,000?
Well, we don't usually play 15Ks, so it's.
15.9, right?
Yeah.
You said 25K, and it was a 25K. I don't know what you meant. It's a
I
rare buy.
was like, I thought Sean had a lot more left than 15K.
Yeah, I was thinking the
I was
same.
like, Sean, he probably should have afforded, to be honest.
I'd have put in 15 on the river.
Rare involvement from Tony Trong here out of the cutoff with this ace-6. Countryman Chuck Chu, direct left on the puck. Queen 10 off. And when you have a smaller delegation at any of these Triton stops, oftentimes I know here from the booth, I question when I don't know for a fact whether or not there's some familiarity between, you know, the compatriots.
Well, Chuck Chu's about to get familiar with Whitmire. And I know what you mean, Ali.
Maybe a local room that
Sure.
they played in. They both discussed coming out to Jeju kind of thing, and perhaps that playing a role in the 3-bet. But
50.
no matter, as 50K, the declaration from Brandon Whitmire, who has 1.4 million in career tournament earnings beyond Triton's borders. This is first ever stop. And the first 4-bet, let alone 3-bet, I believe, that we've observed out of that seat.
I didn't have 5-2 also.
Good that you didn't have 6-3 if you have all those hands. If you were talking about that, then me saying I beat anything
I can have
becomes
King 5.
irrelevant.
I can have King 5, baby.
I believe that.
Now, Nick, I do feel
But
compelled,
5 deuce, I mean,
you know, in the perpetual
claimed
effort
that
to acknowledge those who are
Oh.
up, perhaps burning midnight oil with us on the stream in U.S. time zones right now. Stretch Russell and Mandoop stepping in to advise that the espresso martini is not to be badmouthed.
No. Of course, much love if you're
If you
staying
have
up.
queens, then
First of all, it is somewhat to be badmouthed if you're a grown man. But fair
Well,
enough.
listen to yourself.
fair enough. But at a speakeasy where you have a master bartender who could, to each their own, but, you know, from my vantage point, to order an espresso
you
martini
won.
and specify
So if you
to
lost to me
add
for my
Bailey's
last 80,
is a disgrace.
you wouldn't
It's
have won that
embarrassing. I was very
130 the next 3
embarrassed.
hands.
Do you
'cause
think
the
that
hands
the
would have been
bartender was
Yeah.
insulted?
Maybe he would have stacked somebody the next
Is that
hand.
possible? By the way, Ace
Yeah.
Jack
I got the 100
courting
from,
Ace Queen
Jeff.
here.
You got the
Strong.
90 right away. Next hand.
Although the ace queen is still on the screen, I believe he's
Just
called.
flatted,
He's
yeah.
in.
But did I insult this man? Because he was a bit of a chemist back there.
He didn't seem insulted. No.
He seemed
I don't
good.
think he was insulted. Most would be, but he was cool.
He took it in stride. I think he could tell I was a noob. Uh-oh. Jack in the window, but a king alongside does provide
I was thinking.
strong
but
with the Broadway gutter,
Yeah.
backdoor
Yeah,
spades,
with
best of
queen
what's
five.
around
I mean,
belongs
damn,
to
you know, you get
KCG,
plus
second
fold, you
pair,
get an ace ball.
backdoor diamonds,
Yeah.
follow through of 10K.
I had this idea, but after river sizing, I thought he puts me on ace, so and he does that.
I'm pretty.
And for Mr. Chong with a draw to the nuts, let's see. He's gone.
I was just joking around. I wasn't being particularly serious.
But that was crossing my mind.
Thought perhaps, given that he had just
If I had
flatted
won
pre,
that
maybe
100,
appeal,
probably I
but
would-
the 10K sizing dissuading,
Wanted to play it safe now.
it would seem.
You want the safety tilt.
Yeah, safety tilt.
Well, we've got one of these public safety messages which are perpetually being pushed to our cell phones here in South Korea. Unfortunately, they're in Korean, so whatever
Don't know when
safety
the
it is
last
that they're
time
looking to provide me,
he
I'm
folded flush
not going to be able to
was.
realize.
Yeah.
Can always hope.
But the extreme, was
the
it
guy.
producer James that said he got the extreme alert at one point? That was particularly alarming, and there you are.
Yes, he got one in Korean, but also with the big wave of water. That's a little disconcerting.
No,
We're
stop.
near
It was
the,
really the wave of water.
I thought it was, but
My
Bad
goodness.
feeling or what?
The tsunami threats.
we
perhaps.
digress.
Ace Jack, as a tsunami of chips has been working its way toward Paulius in a slow and steady manner.
KCG is in.
And then you gotta let number 3 go.
King Deuce off, undeterred and unimproved on the 995 board. Easy check fold there for KCG, and easy is a nice way to describe this frame for Paulius.
Sometimes you gotta let number 1 go.
It's all been coming to
Did you
him.
ever play that?
Never played full PLO. Well, I've played it once, but no.
Live or online?
I played it. Me, Jason, and Amson played it.
Oh, here, like in a Triton.
Yeah, but.
Well, today's event is brought to you by PokerStake, the official staking partner of the Triton Super High Roller Series. It's the ultimate platform for staking and professional poker players around the globe. With no fees on any purchases, PokerStake is the go-to platform for anybody looking to support their favorite player's journey and celebrate the rewards, possibly even big victories. Check them out at PokerStake.com today and stake your champion. I like these triple-tiered side tables. By the way, just kind of took note of that.
Yeah, they're strong, functional,
yeah.
look cool.
Wow.
Sort of avant-garde, triangular.
That's a more fun
case.
game, like six-handed.
Sevens are functional.
I don't think you
With
can
the 6
play-
wild.
I don't think
Whitmire
you can
taking
play
us
a hand
up.
without a 6. I think you just have to fold
1-7.
everything that doesn't have a 6.
Busy in the muck. SKCG.
I think you might fold a hand
Looks down
with
at
some hand
king
with a
queen.
single 6.
I wonder, I think ace 8-6 is still a bad hand.
Yeah, it might be. I mean, it's 5 called. Ace, 8, 8, 6.
Oh, I'm saying 4 cards.
Yeah.
The 6 wild. Ace.
9-8-6 board here. It's top pair and the gutter for Paulius, who closed the action from the big blind and now has the best hand, but it's an open-ender for Whitmire. The pre-flop opener.
You're going to be double suited.
I'm saying if
technically.
Yeah, but I'm saying if you're double suited to the aces.
Oh, and a little bit of an unconventional election here from Paulius, leading into the pre-flop razor, but perhaps just board texture alone that which is contributing to this?
It might be slightly high to make it. If it were 4, 5, 7, and so on, it's very normal. But this one looks nice from Paulius, still in the lead.
In spite of the arrival of the jack, as Whitmire did flat, this street gets checked by Paulius. Whitmire
The king's full.
happy to check back, and now an ace on the river, an interesting card because, of course, the ace X's belong to Brandon as played, one would imagine.
Well said, Ali.
Oh, yeah.
See if Whitmire turns these 7s into a bluff.
Yeah. 25.
He does, Ali.
25.
Very nice.
You're going to have a straight a lot. With King Jack 7, 6, you just always have a straight.
Such
never don't have a
incredible
straight.
barrel and line here in terms of repping the ace. Would
It's
you
really difficult.
agree?
No, I
It
know.
really
I'm
is
just saying you have a lot of
exceedingly
straights.
credible. I would. Lovely from Whitmire.
It's like, also, like, when you're putting 4 people are going on 3 or
Well,
whatever.
someone has 6s.
So Brandon
the
Whitmire
6
showing his
more
chops
live in
there.
general. So
Not looking for
it's gonna make quads.
showdown,
Well,
targeting 9x, 8x.
Well, people go all
In
six is
particular.
irrelevant
has 2
anyway.
6s, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah,
Doing
exactly.
so
Yeah.
successfully.
Well, the 7's more live as well.
Don't think it's going to matter because the other guy automatically has the nuts.
New arrival here in the 3-hole, Konstantin Maslak.
Welcome, sir.
Playing for the Russian Federation. First ever Triton stop. Brewers Open. Flatted by KCG. Table for 2. And it is top pair and a gutter for KCG. Way the best of it. Chris, quick check. And a quick fold in the face of the 7K barrel from Chape Gatien.
Ah, I see you. It's not only KCG. You showed a little wrinkle there.
Well, you know.
It was very nice, Ali. Chape Gatien.
4 million plus in career Triton earnings for the man. 7 cashes.
He's a legend, Ali.
Does have 1 title, and it came in his first ever Triton.
Strong.
And it came in short deck. And as I understand it, he learned the game on the fly after registering.
There you go.
So, but you know, I mean, you won the short deck event. I know you're being humble when you said I played.
No.
bad and
I
whatnot, but
really wasn't being humble. It was basically the same story for me as we see Maslak welcoming himself to the table.
Meaning you learned on the fly in the event?
I didn't stone learn on the fly, but essentially I'm a beginner. I still am. I really am.
Right. Just goes to
started
show
with
you, though, that
200,
short
right?
deck, the appeal of it is very much kind of the parity. You know, I mean, Equity's running super close. And
That's right, Ali. Ladies for Paulius. It's really been his day.
Oh, yeah. Without question.
Tony potentially intrigued. He's gone.
It's gonna come
As is
back.
Chuck Chu.
Back over here to the ace-jack. And this holding in particular, as we see it find the bin, is one of the more uncomfortable ones when we're up front in particular and we face the resistance.
Well said, Ali. My thoughts exactly.
Quick draw of the curtain, and again chips heading toward Paulius, the overwhelming chip leader here, not just at this table, but I suspect as I delve into the Triton Poker Plus app that, yeah, based on his current count,
I believe Wang
546
Yang.
is- Oh yeah, quick
has
update
slid
just
into the
slid
lead.
through. And Jamil Wakil of Canada, second.
That's what I was
First
thi-
time
that's
we've
what I
called
was
that
betting
name thus far.
Willing to call the bet
And
off, though.
for those unfamiliar,
Oh, yeah, okay.
and
slide
to be
over to the
clear,
other-
welcome, by the way, to another legend.
Oh, yeah. Jean-Noël Torel, JNT.
You want enough. It's fine.
But as I was saying, for those unfamiliar, the Triton app is one of the best apps in the world for anything, let alone poker.
It really, the
and
depth
they
of it
didn't,
is
they
insane.
didn't ask me to say that or anything like that. The app is incredible. Real-time updates from every table. It makes it such a pleasure to sweat these tournaments, and you know, it just kind of adds to the culture. Sergio Ido here as well. Welcome, sir.
Ido, Spanish legend. They roll deep as well. You know, we kind of praise the Lithuanians, but the Spaniards are legendary, dating all the way back to the days of El Matador.
That's right.
Carlos Mortensen,
That's right, Ali.
former World Series of Poker main event winner. And I'm sure others that maybe predate us. Gottlieb, frisky with the suited connector. Lear playing the ace-jack as a flat, and now Li Yuan. Red kings. Love to see it out of the big, squeeze available. 3 scoops up to a quarter.
Oh, Gottlieb giving action.
That he is. This is very cash game vibes.
Very much cash game vibes, and let's see if Lear continues the trend of games of the night.
Again, we return to the ace-jack being one of those really pesky combinations.
It's very pesky. Lear agrees. Heads up, Ali. 58.5 in the middle.
On this occasion, of course, the ace was safe, but often it is not in such exchanges. Oh my.
Go on, Seth.
Gottlieb smashing trips here up against the Red Kings. Problems for Yuan. No almost level stack depths, ever so slightly ahead. By 3K is Yuan.
Veritable snap from Gottlieb.
Sure. Very little to be concerned about here for Seth. The 9 doesn't really rate to be a part of that big blind 3-betting range for Yuan. Gottlieb still feeling cozy with 7s full.
He's feeling very cozy, and Yuan is likely feeling deceptively cozy. This check isn't necessarily predicated on fear. Note Seth with the snap check
Oh
back.
my goodness, though, this third 9 on the river, and the most improbable of scenarios, as the Kings now are best. Counterfeiting trips.
That they are,
on
Ali.
the
A
flop.
bizarre run out. Takes a moment for one to gather themselves, but indeed they are.
This is when one reaches for the sick bag. A jam here. You see Gottlieb, yeah.
That is really something. Shows the 7 ollie. No, Yuan doesn't react at all. That's icy there.
Did he even look up at it?
No, just...
That was a bit icy if he
He could
saw the
care
7.
less.
I mean, you know.
0 acknowledgement. I like that.
Negative acknowledgement. I mean, that was bizarre. I don't know that anyone really acknowledged it, to be honest. This is a tough crowd. Guys, did you see? Guys, I flopped trip 7s. I had 7s full on the turn. I had dust on the river.
Yeah.
I was playing the board. Okay, here we go. Now a late arriving acknowledgement, perhaps. Snowman for Greenwood on the button as Lear poorly timed open with this deuce 5 suited.
River is good. River is good.
Yeah, good river for you.
Call.
Yeah. That's why I have to raise the flop. Got to protect.
Three-way affair as JNT closed the action from the big blind. He fails to connect. Lear has a small taste in the form of the deuce and decides to barrel at it. Obviously delighted that he gets through not 1 but 2 players, as it has been a rough afternoon for Keith Lear. Note Greenwood's decision to play the 8s as a flat there and then just escape.
Oh, sure.
Noted.
Though he had the best hand, obviously. Not sure escape is the right verb. Is Henrik rocking a WPT hoodie at a Triton? I mean, I don't know deep into the code, you know, the rule book here.
You really never see a pot you don't walk by and give a little stir to. Isn't that right, Ali?
I'm just saying, you know, we got new merch out, the Triton shop. I might go out and buy one for him.
The Triton
drop
gear
it off.
is flavor. I'm going to hit the shop up as well. I agree.
This drop, this collection in particular, and look, I know we're homers, you know, but
I agree.
it's
Objectively,
flavor.
I agree. Diamonds abound.
Advantage Greenwood. Oh, diamond in the window, but no others. Comes ace 3-6. JNT exploring the space.
Interesting spot for Gottlieb in the face of bet. Could go for call or raise.
I'm not JNT. I'm sorry. I always focus on the wrong things. Hunting the 5 is Seth. Instead, the Jack fails to deliver anything of interest to either holding.
Very nice from Greenwood. 26 into 23.5 does it.
Second barrel. High caliber. And Gottlieb's gutter is shed. Don't know that 26 was required, but obviously with the 8 high, he didn't really want any further involvement out of Seth. Sam, tactical, as always.
I like the infinity cards there in the background. Just constantly moving.
You're working a deck over here at the booth. I've not seen this from you before. Are you
got
you in the
the-
Magic streets a little bit lately?
I'm not in the Magic streets. I got the card, you know, so I don't have to show my passport every time, and they gave me the deck, so...
That was a little welcome gift?
A little welcome gift,
Okay.
so, you know,
Salud.
if somebody gives me a deck, I have to play with it a bit.
And if one is given Ace King, they too must play with it. Not just a bit, but a lot. Is the 6K in the cutoff?
5 seconds.
Oh, JNT announcing his presence on the button here. 3 scoops with the King 10.
And a decision for Orpin. Rather late position action. Or not rather, but just late position action, cutoff and button. Ace Queen, a lot of hand against these positions, but it has been 3-bet. Looks like he's going for the flat. And this is a lovely sight for Yuan.
Not just the 3-bet, but
could I have
a flat that can be squeezed upon. Out there. And here he comes once more. Note that the kings were not shown. So in terms of these sort of pre-flop pressures, ranges haven't really been established with evidence.
It's a good point. The kings of a few hands ago on the 77999, to be clear.
That was.
And for Orpin, it's a little bit interesting. Open 3-bet, he comes with the flat cold. And now against the 4-bet, I could see one not necessarily believing this. But he does get away, bravo, sir.
A lot of times when we under-rep our hands, we end up in difficult scenarios.
That's exactly right.
Because we question whether or not the behavior we're confronted with is associated with not giving our holding enough credit, thinking it's more vulnerable than it is.
Blinds are up.
These swords are double-edged. 15 and 3 we play here in this kickoff event at the Landing Casino in Jeju Island, South Korea. Ali Nejad alongside Nick Schulman, bringing you coverage of the first Triton Super High Roller Series Festival of 2024. A whopping 17 events on the docket. Current overall chip leader continues to be China's Wang Yang. Paulius, second overall. Jamil Wakil, third. Fazel Dawood emerging in fourth. And Shichun in fifth. And only Wakil has been to a Triton before. Daomin Fu sliding into sixth overall, by the way.
Funny enough, he always wins this.
Keep an eye on him.
Right? Like he wins like 95% of the time.
We had a limp here start us off from
That we
Gottlieb.
did.
Complete from Orpin, check from Ido.
Deeply unorthodox is that open limp from the button, but Gottlieb is well served on this occasion to have employed it, given that he's got Orpin out-kicked. They both share top pair. 3K post-flop sprinkle. Ido is shed. Now we're heads up.
The 7 looms large, Ali.
That it does.
14,000.
A kicker that is guaranteed to play.
These are always annoying in Orpin's seat as he comes with the odd limp this deep, and now we find ourselves in a spot that he really didn't have to be in.
You know, and it's Seth as well. You know, Orpin knows his customers, so to speak. You know, this is a guy who could be trapping. He could just have a light hand. It's unclear. Now the backdoor diamonds arrive. First overcard to the queen as well. 46 in the middle.
Likely a check-check winner for Seth.
Check. Queen. Queen. You win.
As prophesized.
The old queen 7 off limp. It's a good play, right?
Watch out. We got the max value.
I'm not saying that the wound sustained by Orpin in that pot was a deep one, but I'm not sure it was inviting the twist of lime on the end there from Seth.
I told you would win.
Yeah, you're right.
From what I've seen, Orpin takes things pretty well.
Yes, he does. Very, very steely, measured, you know, keeps great company, by the way. Good friends with Stephen Chidwick, one of the greatest minds in the game.
Very much so. Of course, those hands really do tilt me, though, when they and now I'm just dumping off 30 for no reason, you know?
See, it makes me happy when I hear you say that.
Those are the kinds of hands that get me, hands that just... I don't
Just
want to say
bizarre.
it shouldn't have happened,
Yes.
but yeah, when somebody takes a road very seldomly traveled and we get punished,
Right.
Those tend to tilt me.
Or like a guy
I don't berate anybody,
misclicks,
or a misclick
and then
that punishes
just showers you for
or-
huge, and
that's
you're
right.
like, wait, what? What possessed you?
Oh, Jack 9 suited for Lear, bullets for heckling.
But we share that, you know, chromosome in the DNA there, you and I.
We don't
That's
share
tilting.
many, but
No, that's what I mean. That's why it makes me happy to hear you say that, because realize I'm not alone on this island of insanity. Jack 9 is going to be leaned upon, of course, by the Dane. 27 on request here. Note the pushback coming from the big versus under the gun. Also note Lear's willingness to take the suited one gapper under the gun into battle.
it's a fantastic hand. The Jack 9 suited does bow out with a little skosh of curiosity. Shot him a sort of coy look, but does let it go.
Those sorts of moments also, I think, tethered more so to the cash game animals. The little dress downs, you know, maybe I'm overlooking some in the tournament streets that would invoke similar sort of dress downs, but
Raise.
Li Yuan.
Getting after it.
Yeah, ace-8 offsuit. Under the gun +1. This is...
And another 6-7 suited for Seth
Right.
against Yuan. The last one really didn't work out. This one, he's on his way. Note the 3-bet to 20.
Right, and not forgive the obvious, but this is balance here. The man flats the 6-7 suited on one occasion, 3-bets it on another. These are very important sort of procedures.
I have 7.
Someone asked to see the 7, and Seth was gleefully able to comply.
Better watch those new glasses that Keith has.
Keith does not look in the mood.
Yeah. What'd you say there, Seth? I couldn't hear you. What do you want to watch?
Nice read, Keith. Nice read. What?
You know, for a second, I thought that the green on the frames was just the reflection of Greenwood's
It really
hoodie.
is the same shade.
Now I'm realizing he just came with the green lenses.
That's right.
He hasn't played Triton before. Who else? Paul. What about Rui? Rui, first couple, yeah, not the whole time, but yeah.
To me? KCG. I thought it was like a guy named first name Casey.
Carl.
Yeah,
Carl.
then I
Yeah.
figured it out.
KCG.
What do we
Gottlieb.
have? I'm gonna
8s.
go 6. Yeah, good game. Fun table. Professor, Victor.
Orpin is in. Senor Hecklin is in as well.
Didn't see Senor getting attached to the Dane, if I'm being honest. I don't know. I wonder how you say Mr. in Danish.
Danish is tricky.
Yeah.
I have a Danish friend, and we've...
I'm off on there. Oh, 300. Okay, thank you.
Little Rosetta Stone.
Middle set for Gottlieb.
And a board that is just non-threatening as it gets here, unfortunately for Seth. Ace, Jack, and 10-7 aren't going to be interested.
Played it too fast.
I was about to say show an 8. But
Has it been no limit and PLO?
Just no limit. Mr. Long doesn't play PLO, and I don't really play PLO.
Yes, you do.
You wanna try to do
You didn't play PLO.
I still don't play PLO.
Yes, you do. You're lying.
I play it terribly. Yeah.
You won a PLO tournament and you play it terribly?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's not that hard. It was a turbo.
Keith. He's a bit breathless out there right now, Nick. If I had to guess, I kind of know my guy. You know him too. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
He's boiling beneath the surface a little bit. Listening to Seth say he doesn't play PLO, and then suddenly it comes to light that he won a Triton PLO tournament.
By the way, another pair of bullets for Hecklin and Big Slick for Lear. My word.
I believe.
At least he doesn't have to listen to Gottlieb anymore.
I mean,
He's dangerous.
this is cold.
Thankfully, he's just barely covered. And for Yuan with ace queen off, we just saw this scenario from Orpin a moment ago. He's going time bank. Fold and 4-bet seem on the table.
Word has come down, by the way, in the chat from C. O'Wheel that Mr. in Danish is herre.
That's what I'm saying. So
It is tricky. You're
that's
right. I was going to say hair, like H-E-I-R, but I know that's German. Anyway,
And let's see
Herr
if
Hecklin,
Hecklin-
yeah. in a great
Yes.
spot.
Say it one more time, Ollie.
I want to say it's herre.
You're a wild man.
H-E-R-R-E.
You really are just something.
Apologies, by the way. If I'm
No, you're great
desecrating
with
Danish.
pronunciation. I mean, at least you go for it, you know.
No, on the top.
We do
go
have
for
a
it.
snap jam.
Yeah.
Good luck, gentlemen. Lear in all sorts of dire straits.
This was just a preordained sort of affair and
Ace king? Queen. Ace queen.
a smirk. But also a measure of disgust there for Lee. No, it's ace king, guys.
And a nice 4-bet from Hecklin, by the way. I know he has aces, so of course this isn't so above the rim.
No, but didn't get cute.
It's easy to always get cute when you have aces, but sometimes we just get it in pre. What's
Right.
better than that?
Right. Now, by the way, if somehow this ace king falls the
Well,
aces
he's going
here,
Mike off.
That's what I'm saying.
Really like
super tilting if you lose with the aces to the ace king. I don't know. Okay, it looks safe here.
got the duck 4 working for the chop, but
Take it all off the board. No queen, no
GG,
jack.
sir. Perhaps we'll see you shortly.
No shot for Lear as a healthy pot is being bestowed upon Herre Hecklin.
Hey, Keith.
I think Lear might have paid $15,000 to be reseated,
I'll come back for that.
as it were, just from having
Yeah.
to endure some of the exchange. Not that these guys are, nothing wrong with them, but he was just kind of
Understood.
not enjoying, I think, a little bit of this experience.
We might be overreading into it.
There it is. The byproduct of aces being run up against ace king. 399,000 now for the Dane. Li Yuan in second. A lot of company there in the middling cluster. Ido treading water. And JNT just off the starting stack. Was Ida catching a catnap? Look, Greenwood with the yawn.
We discussed it before, Ali, but the lag is no joke.
Maybe I'm traveling so much these days that I feel like I take for granted, just being able to
JNT
navigate
inquiring as to what's going on. Yeah, you're seasoned, you know.
How much?
It's 7,000.
You don't play?
Floor table 9. This is 25.
Ah, okay.
Now, this is a real example of the sporting nature of the Triton Super High Roller Series. I presume, even though the floor has been summoned over here, that there will be some mercy. In particular, JNT, there's some vision stuff going on. And the intention here was to flat. I think perhaps he reached for the wrong color.
And for those that don't know, JNT is a great player in his own right and has really come into his own, but he doesn't see well. This is not a secret, so the colors and looking at his cards can be a bit of a grind for him. So did he put the wrong color out, Ali? I presume.
I'm not positive on what exactly happened here. I just know that there was some...
See how it shakes
The
out.
white chip, 25K.
Okay, so he put one chip on that, and what he had to...
like all together. But then you realize this is one.
I'm okay with letting him do whatever
He didn't. He meant to call. Like it's very obvious, but.
Okay, so he put the 125K chip instead of putting the 5K chip on top of the 7, right? That's what you're saying.
He immediately was like, huh? And asked. He was immediately confused after.
Sankmon, you put 25,000 instead of the 5,000 on the chip.
Sonny's working the French Street there, but...
I think he understands.
I was thinking it was...
He understands. He's saying he thought it was...
Okay, so put the 5K back into the pot.
And you call. You can call.
Call, it's good?
5, yeah.
Okay.
So we're going to take it as an honest mistake with the coloring and everything.
Yeah, good.
Thank you.
Two more.
Love that, by the way.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks. Have a very good game because 2 ace.
Maybe now you outflop me.
So JNT allowed to fix the mistake. And note, by the way, that everybody coming to his defense, in particular the likes of Gottlieb and Hecklin, who've played many, many times with him, and even those who haven't, nobody stepping in to kind of take umbrage with the decision. A bit of an exceptional one, but very much within the spirit of the Triton Super High Roller Series. And fair play, no question about it. The King, Queen, 5, drawing 2 quick checks. Ace on the turn, and that remains the case. And now suddenly the Jack-8 turns into the nuts.
And note the snap check from JNT and the little smile. Somewhat fitting for the way this one shook out.
Yeah. Well, producer James has just stepped in to our headsets, Nick, to advise that the record in this specific event, the 15K 8 Max that we are playing here, any Triton event,
Merci.
forgive me, is 179 entries.
Talk to him, Ali.
Looking at the app right now, we're at 178, and there are many levels left in which to register. I predict we could end up breaking 200 entries potentially. James tends to agree, so obviously all that we predicted coming to fruition in short order here, as Hecklin has breached the 400K barrier.
Now be
JNT,
careful.
short stack, and I mean,
I know WPT.
Go on, JNT.
Indulgence is here, perhaps just tired of watching
We
Orpin
think,
soak it up.
We're going to try to get poker tournaments back in Macau, and I was like, all right, buddy, like, you say so.
Now, I don't want to put anybody on blast, so I won't.
Okay.
Okay.
I don't know where you go from there, but
no, listen.
another
As
ace
I'm
king for
observing
Yuan.
the
Yes?
massage therapists come in here, rumors swirling about 6-figure gratuities that were handed out to multiple massage therapists.
My word, in
On
the
this
cash
trip.
on this trip already.
On this trip already.
We've just begun.
That we have. By the way, if one of them registers, I think we're
By
going to
the
know
way,
who the
we have
recipients
some
were.
poor timing, and it's always awkward to hand one of the massage. Perhaps the queen comes in.
Yuan peering over at JNT's remaining stack, and the jam comes in. I would imagine JNT didn't drop 75 of his 170 in there with the intention of stepping aside, and indeed, just for the sake of the massage continuations, one would hope. Let's say for a chop. Obviously, I'm not anti-sweating Li Yuan, but weird to cut it short.
Understood, Ollie. 353 in the middle. Good start for Yuan.
Spade coverage. Way the best of it.
Chop, chop.
Now, opportunities as the board does pair. 6 or an 8 would do the trick. A queen is a clean winner. And instead, it is the 3. So,
GG, sir. See you shortly.
Everybody. Yes.
see, this is where I look back at the massage therapist and I'm like, what sort of evil did you anoint me with just here? What? I'm kidding. And that'll do it for JNT's time here at the feature table as we bid him adieu. His remains being absorbed by Li Yuan, who surges into the chip lead here at this feature.
No, don't worry. It's fine. No, it's fine. No.
The Triton logo, I don't know what.
Yeah,
Maybe
it's
I can take
it was
but don't do it now because
just take it. Yeah. Every table will have like one seat with the sticker. GT Wizard.
Yeah. That's true. It's like a, yeah. Nice.
Ladies for Hecklin. Card racking a little bit. And also exuding the usual spirited play. 3s for Greenwood in the cutoff. He's in.
Look at the mischief on Seth Gottlieb. He just, you know, he doesn't want to get left out of a party.
It's a bit mischievous. 5-4 off for Orpin, closing the action. He's in as well. 4 ways, Ali.
Rare affair. King 10 tray, bottom set for Greenwood as the queens have been downed in 2 spots. Gottlieb with top pair and issues.
Very much issues for Gottlieb, issues for Hecklin, for that matter, somewhat. And the dream for Greenwood, bottom set.
3 checks in front of him here, including from Hecklin, who opened this pot. And he will sprinkle 8,000 into 31 in an effort to find out what's what. Oh, and Gottlieb playing the King 6 as a check raise, perhaps understandably sensing that Greenwood is position probing here.
Well, he's not position probing, so to speak, but yes, thoughts like this are circulating through Seth's mind. He does have the back door, that's nice. But Kings with a 6, it's a bit dicey.
Never one to shy away from the high variance approach is Seth. And look at Sam going to give him some rope here. The flat call. And now a third king on the turn. Of course, Greenwood full but vulnerable. And Seth plays it as a follow-up check.
That's interesting, Ali. Something of a pseudo trap. I don't think he has now decided he's just beat. And for Greenwood in this line where he goes for check, raise, check, see what speaks to him? We certainly want to allow a hand like Jack-9 to see the river.
22.
He goes for the just quite small bet. And for Gottlieb, let's see, in regards to call or raise.
This will certainly inform us of what his intentions were. As you see, the flat call still a bit merging. Oh, and the and it 6 comes on in. the end. Runner, kings full for Seth Gottlieb as one pair downs the set.
The deck giveth and the deck taketh. The 9-9 run out was vicious, but this run out is equally joyous.
This deck is replete with sorcery. And on this occasion, it is Greenwood the victim of it.
And if Sam goes for something like 80 or 90, he has a very awkward one coming up. If he just puts him in, he doesn't have to face the check raise. He'll see the bad news, Ali.
Yeah, you see a quick
You saw the
wince.
little wince. Indeed you did. That's a cold run out there, my word.
Can't stop winning. Lucky. I was worried about six. That's why I only called it.
And Greenwood was the covering stack.
That was a bingo bango run out. Bingo bango.
I wouldn't have given him that much more. When he called the flop, I called the turn for pot control. I was not slow playing.
He did the same mistake.
I'm looking around for cauldrons,
Yeah, I should have just
brooms,
shoved the block.
and perhaps a cackle on the back end of that one. Stone witchcraft.
Indeed.
But we'll let you know, okay? So any floor can let you know where your table's going to be.
All these TV setups, aces versus kings, boatable boat.
Well, let's go over to the other featured table where hopefully there's a bit more order in the universe just for the sake of all parties involved. Razor here was Paulius, knocking on the door of 700,000 to start this one. The Queen Jack got flat called in 2 spots. Brewer waking up with the red queens and now making it 31,000. And of course, with each successive flat caller behind the opener, one begins to wonder whether or not this isn't more associated with the squeeze than a real hand. No matter, as nobody's interested in proceeding at that price. And
You guys are really...
we have proceeded clear past 179 entries for an all-time record at a Triton Super High Roller Series event. 183 entries and counting, and of course, with multiple levels still open for re-entry. We're only going to build upon that number.
You haven't really had anything better than 9
It's one thing to have a feeling, but it's another to see it set in stone. Bravo, everybody. Viva Triton.
That was the first time? I feel like it's been every time.
You know, you and I share a mutual acquaintance who kind of had a sixth sense that perhaps this was a stop not to be missed, and 11th hour was inquiring as to whether or not there were flights that
Go
could
ahead,
get him
Ali.
over here.
A lot more win when they do.
Makes sense.
I think those that fail to make the trip might be regretting it right about now.
Who are you referring to, by the way?
Our buddy Was. Eric
Ah,
Wasserson.
yes, Ewas, my favorite.
Behind Chuck Chu, of course.
Correct.
Ace eight
3 bet
suited
from
open here.
Constantine.
Yeah.
Yeah, it started out wrong. The game started out wrong.
Those are the guys who are more action when they're up. Those are funny ones.
I just sort of
Those are a unique breed.
auto
The guys who are more
expected
action when they're up.
MAGA text
There's the guys who like when they're losing, they
on
don't want to lose too much. When
Constantine's
they're winning, they
hat
want to see how much they can win.
when I first observed the red, and yet
It is that color scheme.
it's the king. You know, I'm not sure. Should I go to that website?
No, I played 501K.
Just you know, quick look see.
She was in.
Is that kot-mtt.com? I suspect it's poker related.
Can't win. I played with it. I played some in LA. Yeah.
Spades working for Chuck. Middle pair top kicker for Constantine. 43.5 in the middle, 105 left to play.
That's kind of
interesting.
Yeah, I mean, it's true.
Not the quick glance over at Chuck.
Saw that.
Then the check back with second pair. Chu does pick up gut shot straight draw now to go with spades. This is a lot of hand. Incomplete but promising, and will it be enough to perhaps inspire a turn lead? No. I'm on the site, by the way. Had to invoke Google Translate to get the Russian descrambled.
What part?
But,
Oh, not a particularly good card for Chu.
I mean, my place is big on ice when it was in the city, obviously, but still
hits
cute.
the ace after Maslach checks back 2 streets as the pre-flop 3-better.
It's a little bit weird for Chuck. We feel not great about that ace, especially in this line.
Bigger ace Broadway combos and the king queen.
It really looms. Nines are possible. It's just hard to find hands we beat in this 3-bet pre-check down ace river line.
This would really be an impressive, not to overhype it, but the discipline involved in check folding to this barrel here would signify kind of upper crust thought processes here.
Oh, he is cradling like they're going. Very
Yeah.
nice, Chuck.
Yeah.
Sniffed it out.
That he did. And,
Very
and
well.
I, of course, have sniffed out this website.
Go
donned
on, Ollie. Just
by Constantine.
rip it off like a Band-Aid. Let's hear it.
It says, start earning money for real. We are ready to teach you this. Submit your application.
It's a coaching site.
It's a coaching site.
Okay. All right. Fair
There's
enough.
a graph here. Get backing and learn the game from experienced professionals. So
There
there
it
you
is.
go.
Is that everybody? What? See, we're switching tables?
The original table?
Yeah, we're switching with the table with Steve.
With who?
Steve O'Dwyer's table. That was the one she pointed
We
at.
can't sleep on the Russian Federation either in terms of poker talent.
he's
You
the
know, they've been
table.
focused on the
He's the
Eastern
table.
Bloc.
Oh, we're not.
Timofey
Okay.
Kuznetsov, the man who comes to mind, is really the crown jewel in terms of Russian poker talent.
Steve's nick?
Another ace-10 off for Constantine. Timofey is a GOAT, certainly. Russians are great games players, and they're also
Right.
just very fearless, not to generalize an entire nation, but there is something in the water there. They just don't get shook very easily. 3-bet here from Brewer.
Also a guy that doesn't get too shook easily now that he's back on the upswing, welling with confidence, and there is something to be said for kind of the self-proliferating, self-fulfilling aspects of Run Good. Chuck getting his hand smacked again on one of these opens, but hanging in. And dominating, mind you. Out of position. 10-3 deuce. Rainbow.
See what size Chris goes for.
Yeah, nicely straddling that 10 of spades here. 10 dimes.
Looks like he goes for the fashionable quarter. Chuck straddling the 10 in his own right, but just a red queen jack. He's gone.
No further interest there. You know, sometimes when things aren't going our way and we begin to think, well, if the deck's not going to bestow the clear victories upon me, I need to seize the initiative and make something happen myself. We can get ourselves into a bit of a trouble. And so I bring this up in order to continue to lay praise upon Chuck for exercising refrain, a little bit of discipline, letting the game come to him still early, deep stacked, no need for panic.
So it's good.
There you go.
Things they do here.
Although it's not that early anymore and it's not that deep stacked objectively, but the sentiment remains. You're right.
And you know, he's 31 bigs at this point, but I mean, perhaps even more of a reason to kind of not get out there in the weeds.
Fair enough, Ollie.
Whitmire trying his hand with Queen Jack suited edition. Brewer, not a 3-better, but a caller with 10-8 suited, and now KCG. With the AK-47, drops a banana clip in, sprays 28 out there.
The banana clip.
I watched a little Rambo when I was a kid. I think that's what it is.
Wow.
It? The Kalashnikov, right? Is it?
Go on, Chris. .69 in the middle. And it's an all Brewer flop. And for KCG, he is firing, but of course this 8-6-9 isn't exactly what he was looking for.
Not at all. $12 dimes ahead to the turn, and a smacking of the ace-king, but in the form of a diamond, which will keep Brewer interested here.
Very much so, Ollie.
$25,000 now. The requirements. Gutter, flush draw, pair of eights. We go nowhere. Do we ever go upstairs?
I think we do go upstairs sometimes. The king, though, it looms large. He goes for call. 3-2 dog Brewer, that is, and it does not come in emphatically.
Yeah, the ugliest of sort of developments, this offsuit ace. As for KCG, very different sentiments. Running top two, and in comes the rest.
A little bit gross for Brewer.
Yeah. So much equity.
Go on your break, Chris. Enjoy. Every second counts in this spot. He's sick, Ollie.
Eh.
Not sick.
He'll survive.
He'll survive.
But I know what you mean. Might be hunting a bottle of Pepto on the break. Just, you know, quick shot. Something to settle. So a nice note on which to close the second frame of play here on the first day of this Triton Super High Roller Series for Carl Chape-Gatien. Second in chips here at this featured table. Blinds of 2 and 4,000. Those chip counts brought to you by GG Poker as we bring you back to the desk here at the Landing Casino on Jeju Island. Ali Najad, Nick Schulman, pleased to have you with us, of course, as always. And, you know, we continue to kind of enjoy a smattering of different styles. Gottlieb giving us some of the absolutely brutal beat, of course, for Greenwood, the hand that stood out for me in that frame.
Yeah, that was a vicious run out. And, I mean, we would be remiss not to mention this is the biggest Triton ever.
Yeah.
So honored to be here.
A record breaker with a prize pool that is still TBD, given the fact that Reg is still going to be open for 4 more levels following this particular break. So without further ado, we'll send you to that break as well. We'll be back in about 10 minutes here at the desk. Nick and I sticking with you. And then, of course, we're going to pass the torch along. And we'll be a little bit mum about who's going to take over for us, as I think you'll be very pleased with that. But in any case, still some time between now and then. Stay close. More to come from the Landing Casino in Jeju after this.
Wow, so many players. This is a crazy. It's a dude.
GG Poker.
Broke the Guinness World Record.
Welcome to the World Series of Poker main
the biggest
event.
poker site.
Larger than all other GTO Wizard traffic reaches all-time high.
Jump, 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 jump.
No way.
Take your game to the next level with GTO Wizard. Practice against GTO on all your devices. Study any situation using our revolutionary AI-powered solver. Upload your hand histories to uncover your biggest leaks. We have hundreds of hours of coaching from top pros, cutting-edge theory articles, and custom study plans to help guide your poker journey. GTO Wizard, the #1 app for poker players.
Introducing the all-new BetACR.eu, the premier destination for sports enthusiasts. What sets BetACR.eu apart is our exclusive offering of live-action prediction options on the Triton series. Experience the excitement as you predict the action while watching your favorite players live. But that's not all. By opening your account now, you can take advantage of our incredible offer. Receive a generous 15% free play on your first top-up, up to $250. Become a part of BetACR.eu and elevate your live sports engagement experience.
Like 90 minutes invested.
Are you still poker?
Yeah.
Good.
Is the ace-9 suited a typical candidate for the
Damn motherfucker.
Like how could
the
I
re-raise expletives? There. Not sure. A hot beverage perhaps spilled into a lap elsewhere.
I hope he's okay.
No, it was for a bit. But he did get second place. big
Now,
start.
no heart on board. The 9 is
It's
nestled.
always nice to start with a good cash.
But this
right?
40,000 is a tremendous amount of ambition and representation on display here into 82.
Vincent showing heart. Borovkov continuing to let him hang himself, so to speak. He does pick up some outs.
Yeah.
162 in the middle, 118 to play. And at this point, after Borovkov has 3-bet, called the 4-bet, and called the 40 on the flop, we naturally have to be concerned if we're in Vincent's seat.
The over pairs very much feel like
time bank.
They're looming at this point.
Some targets for Vincent are perhaps Ace-Jack and Ace-Queen of Diamonds.
Those have been retained in the face of this pre-flop action?
Maybe one could see it. Certainly seems possible. Does go for check.
Yeah, the knuckle-backed fails to produce the necessary 8 or ace, and it is very clean for the Kings.
And it's interesting after the check back. Let's see what speaks to Borovkov.
The turn check back doesn't ensure a shutdown.
It doesn't.
Is what's in store.
It doesn't, and it shouldn't. And with 75% pot left to play, of course, Kings are worth that amount. But he might have some nefarious ideas or other ways to go. We shall see, Ali. And he does go for check. Vincent, who might have a skosh of showdown value against something like King, Queen of Spades, perhaps Ace-5 of Spades, maybe. This might be a bit of a reach, but anytime you have even a little bit of showdown value, it's tricky to turn those hands into a bluff. He does go for check, and take another one, sir.
Borovkov didn't appear pleased with the fact that he did see that check back for clear reasons, but maybe lamenting the decision not to lead on the end. Obviously, no showdown there. As we flip it back over to the blue feature table, where we find 3 players knotted up in one in progress here. The King-Jack-7 flop. Looked like a round of checks, and 5 on the turn. Another round of checks with the Ace-Jack of Lewis Spencer having improved greatly.
Barring some creativity, take it, Lewis. Perhaps Gunawan or Lear goes for it. Gunawan is looking to the heavens, Ali.
Yeah, he's not really had a pleasant outing thus far, down to 136,000 here.
One eye is gone as well.
One eye. Now, you know, some may not know.
Oh, that's true. Keith has a glass eye.
Yeah.
An unfortunate accident years ago. And he does a
out with over here. What was that? 3 bets? You know, if you like that pinky, my man, you might want to ease up on the 3 bets.
Yeah. Bullets again for Fuchs.
Wow.
Had him a while ago.
Up we go. Predictably.
What do we start with? 200? Yep.
Mr. DeWood is in. And ladies for Lear.
Well, problems is probably a better way to describe them for the time being. As in particular with that flat caller between them, Lear quite happy to plunk in this 3-bet to 13,000, and now Fuchs.
If you get a coffee, I want one too.
Yes. Yes,
Heads up
please.
more inclined to flat.
I wasn't going to, but now I will.
3 ways, though, we put the 3-bet in more often?
I like that, Ali.
30?
In general, when we're quite deep, sometimes we put it in anyway with aces. We just sort of have to, but From a mechanical standpoint, you're absolutely right. And again, for Lear, he's really walked into it, Ali. This is unfortunate.
Correction, by the way, I said 3-bet for Fuchs. It is, of course, the 4-bet, 230,000. And yeah, this is uncomfortable. Too much hand to let go of. Maybe not quite enough to want to pile more in. So the call is made and an ace in the window was always going to be a problem for the two queens. But in reality, some mercy perhaps being shown as no club in hand.
Well said, Ali.
Checks it over. And Fuchs again as he fills up on the turn and leaves Lear drawing dead, is doing naughty things with the needles.
Very naughty.
You know, getting the aces dealt to us is one part of the process, but then maximizing the value we're able to obtain with them is a whole nother. And I think Fuchs has done very well on both occasions in which we've witnessed his procedures in these situations in that regard.
You're right. Top set is often so checkable. In this 4-bet line, perhaps it still remains checkable. He could have bet rather small on the flop, too, and maybe garnered one call from Lear. Now on the end with 65 in the middle. 4-bet pre. Check after Fuchs bets something. Queen's clubless. It's a bit. He goes for 20. That's really the Milky Way. And he does get paid off.
Not much else to get
It's a
at.
nice sizing choice on the end. That very
Agreed.
small. You know, you have the whole board.
You saved a lot of money.
Yeah,
and that is, if nothing else, sorry to cut you off, a logical idea.
Kings for Seth. Up front, up we go. Min raise sizing.
Save 20,000.
As Lear lamenting his choice to make the call. Could have been a lot more expensive, though, Keith.
See if Yang can hunt him down.
Eight-six tray, second pair, and peering over at the board texture. And welcome back to continuing coverage of the Triton Super High Roller Series here on Jeju Island at the Landing Casino. Straight away back to two new feature tables. Ali Najat alongside Nick Schulman. Daomin Fu, the man of the moment, here at our first feature. 536,000, among the biggest stacks in the field overall. Sixth by our measure at the moment. Jonathan Jaffe lingering. 27 bigs, the shortest of all stacks at this table, of course. As we get our first look at Artur Martirosyan. Just before the break, we were touching on the talents of the Russian Federation. Certainly front and center is Martirosyan in that conversation. Tremendous results on the Triton Super High Roller Series. Artur with 12 cashes, 2.1 million in earnings. First title still eludes him. And he is getting pushed around by a 5-6 suited for Fakhreddin Mustafov of Bulgaria. And
take it, sir.
Can't take the heat. Bulgaria, by the way, Nick, another one of these countries that's kind of sneakily entered the conversation in terms of super high rollers.
Yes.
Here's a look at Darren Elias, World Poker Tour legend.
Welcome, Darren. Welcome to Asia.
Yeah. Christened Big Brisket by none other than Brent Hanks. And I guess it stuck because he has an affinity for grilling and cooking, you know, steaks and whatnot. That I didn't realize that's why he had the nickname, but it's...
Welcome back, Jaffe. Got it.
Very
I didn't know if it was an allusion to... Now I understand.
Like big country kind of thing. Yeah. Martirosian pretty one, Jack 10 suited in the big, deliberating in the face of the 9K button open out of Jaffe.
I believe he was considering jam. Goes for the call.
So heads up to the flop we will go. Martirosian dominating. 24K in the middle. King high paired flop here. Nice interactions with that king of diamonds from Martirosian, who has the obvious advantages.
Five into 24 from Jaffe. Tearing one off, Martirosian, that is.
And picking up the backdoor diamond draw. One of the cozy paths to continuation as Jaffe peeks back. Hopeful that he had the diamond draw, although that would be an impossibility with the 10 of diamonds busy. As we can see, the check back and now a third 4. Martirosian a winner at Showdown. Doesn't know it, of course.
It's a little bit interesting. The Jack does sometimes just win in check lines, but it's a little bit scary to just check Jack high. To lose to a queen would be just... Goes for 32 into 34. Take it, sir. Very nice.
Just giving himself some assurances that no showdown would be necessary to haul this one in, and doing so successfully is Martirosian. There as Jaffe's woes kind of continue on the day, but undaunted. We know he'll fight on.
Martirosian's a really great player, obviously a legendary player. Fantastic table presence. Really top-notch, just as far as looking the same all the time and not giving much away.
He popped into Vegas, as I recall, and got involved in...
He did. I played with him for a few weeks, kind of for the first time. We had crossed paths a bit, and he has a real presence.
Made an impression.
No Dalman Fu. Go on, sir. 6 duck.
Oh, brace yourself.
I've already been braced from some sweating, but I will.
I mean,
you're
Dao,
familiar with the stylings of Dao?
Oh,
Ali?
yes, very much so. He came upon the scene in Vietnam, actually. Took down an event there. Local legend, hometown.
Perhaps no nation has had more of an imprint on No Limit than Vietnam. Or just poker in general. Vietnamese players are absolutely legendary. Top pair for Darren.
John the Razor Fam. Men
we
win,
could go all
Scotty
day.
Win. I mean, go on and on. You're right.
And then as far as the cash game side of things, there's a whole slew of just...
Tuan Lee.
Oh, and the deuce does slide in for Dao Min. Not slide in, as usually that's a positive connotation, but it appears. 38 in the middle.
Now, Elias having check called the 7K C-bet on the flop and faced the check back on the turn here quite comfortably, one would imagine, will be seeking some value out of the likes of ace highs into this 38.
Excuse me, service. Thank you.
40.
Hi. We were over
Oh,
there.
comes with 40 into 38 here, Nick, and this could very well be a function of perhaps some scouting reports or just Very astute.
Maybe some of that, but I think it's more what you were touching upon, that after check, check, turn, he just feels his hand is worth the full pot. And it's logical. And for Dao Min, we beat things like 7-10, Jack 7, so on. He is reaching Ali. Very nice from Darren, 40. Quite a meaty sizing with just 9s and 8s with a 6. Well done.
Frustrating, of course, to have connected with the deuce for Dow, as I think he was really charting a course for a shutdown prior to that moment there. And nice from Elias, as you mentioned. Certainly not the first nor last time those words will be crossing our lips while observing his operations. Here's Mustafov. Queen 9 suited, under the gun. Fantastic stylings on Frederick Thiemer, by the way. I mean, this is a man who...
Frederick looks good, Ali.
He's dressed like a tactician out there. A surgical sort of approach to the game would be my perception. Ace-queen flat.
And note the squeeze from Martirosian.
Sifting the flour with a 3-bet to 36,000.
This one feels highly back-jammable for Frederick. It certainly comes to mind, and Martirosian's reputation precedes him. Was this kid built in a lab?
Non-zero chance. Beakers may have been involved. Yeah. As you suspected, Nick.
And for Martirosian, it's we think about it for a moment, but it doesn't feel like King Queen off is enough. He's gone.
Well, let's cast our eyes upon the other of our two featured tables. David D'Alessandro under the gun.
Welcome, Mr. Vogelsang.
Oh, look at Kazuyuki Tanemura. If you want to talk about style and flavor, we've got our front runner of the festival so far. This slide a bass guitar over there, and the look is just complete.
No, he looks incredible.
And the ace
welcome,
suited.
Santos, by the way. Steve O'Dwyer, legend.
The
Leon
Shaman.
Sturm, fantastic player. And a couple of Jakes.
Yeah. Tanemura's open, will have questions asked of
28.
it, presumably. And there it is. Sturm, the 3-bet from the button to 28. Another 18 to go. Investment made. Table for two, 66 in the middle, a threatening combo to the jacks in Tanemura's possession. Although the betting lead no longer resting with him, and top set on the cleanest of boards here for Sturm, holding the deck. Well, hang on a moment. One cannot fault Sturm in a situation such as this for looking to get to a turn and provide an opportunity for one's opponent when we're holding so much of the deck to find themselves in trouble, but the trouble they find themselves in includes the nut flush draw. And a lead of 17,000 here. How do we best proceed with top set at this point?
I think he often, if not always, goes for call.
Agreements.
See if Tanamura can hit the hard ollie.
Ten of diamonds failing to deliver the necessary improvements.
Does go for 32.
1/3 pot. Stern taking his time with this one, although unclear what quotient of this is posturing and what his actual deliberations may be coming up with the sizing.
Well, it just goes in. He only has a 3 times the bet raise. I think it was a bit of posturing, and it's just sort of how he goes about his business.
Fair play.
Take it, sir.
Yes. It all goes in and it all comes back along with newfound friends, which is always what we have in mind when entering battle. There's Christoph Vogelsang.
Love watching Christoph play.
High stakes legend. You know, a lot of times, I think at this point, many of his fellow high stakes pros have kind of grown to accept that Christoph genuinely does require a little bit more time when deliberating and making decisions. It isn't like he's doing anything with the intention of getting under people's skin.
He's just a great guy.
Yeah.
And one of the best players of all time. So,
but emphasis on great guy, too. I mean,
also,
really kind-hearted person.
He also worked on that a bit. He was over the top there for a while with the tanking, but it's been years now where he's, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Sometimes those first impressions die a bit hard, but you're right.
Viva Santos, by the way. One of my favorites. Love Santos.
You know, had the chance to kind of watch Santos from his beginnings on the Triton Super High Roller Series. And, you know, as time went on, we christened him Santos 2.0 as he clearly had spent time in the lab, came back a menace.
You're absolutely right.
And has continued to evolve since then in the cash game streets as well as the tournament streets. Picking up D'Alessandro's inferior 9 for the ride here on an ace-10 deuce board. It should leave him totally disinterested. No club on board. No future, really. David does lay it down.
Didn't snap. Fold, that is.
Well, while we have the opportunity, let's focus up on Santos a little bit. 5.4 million, roughly, in career Triton earnings across 14 caches. Joined us in Monaco, added 3 caches. One final table, that coming in the 125K main, where he picked up 1.7 and change. Does have 1 title. That one coming back in 2023 in Cyprus. Ace-6 suited now for Vietnam's Tony Trong.
8,000.
8,000.
Takes us upstairs, and now another member of the Lithuanian delegation, Matas Cimbolas, I want to say.
I forgot he's Lithuanian. Indeed, a member of the contingent. Very tough player. We see some of the fight right off the bat.
Have some reps under your belt against Matas?
I played quite a lot with Matas.
Cyber Streets, live, tournament cash, all the above? Okay. Flexing from the button here.
And for Tony with a suited ace, here we go.
Hanging in there. Has been quite snug, just from observations. Premature, perhaps, to designate, but with the data available, I think we're looking at a guy who's not looking to get himself into the weeds, which is certainly where this ace-6 of clubs finds itself on a king-jack-3 board. Matas with the betting lead. Barrels and observes.
Take it, sir.
Uneventful exchange on that occasion. Flipping back over to the other feature now. Matas, by the way, first timer over at the table we just left to the Triton Super High Roller Series, in spite of all the experience under his belt, as you alluded to. Fedor Holtz, I spy, to the right of DMP.
Welcome, sir.
Ace-Jack suited. Elias, 9 to go.
Believe it will be going in from Jaffe.
78,000 back. 2 in the small. And there it is.
80?
79.5.
Too much hand for Elias to release, so
good luck, gentlemen.
In comes the call. 167 in the middle. Not a great development here for Jaffe. King 7-3, no diamond. No backdoor equity on the turn, just a queen or a 10. The hearts won't work any longer. And nor will the ace of diamonds, as
No early storm out from Jaffe, but
no,
it is indeed time to go.
Registration's still open, of course. And I think in an event such as this, where the records are breaking, the prize pool is swelling.
Tough not to keep firing at the record-breaking Triton.
One doesn't take their seat initially with the thought that they're playing a 30, 45, or 60K event. But of course, if the value's there, and you know, we know that he has the sort of confidence required to believe in himself enough to go as deep as is needed.
That's right, Ali.
I would imagine he'll be back in the mix not long from now. Meanwhile, DMP and company left behind. Elias, the beneficiary, 342,000 and change now in front of him. Those chip counts brought to you by betacr.eu.
We play 2-4.
Was Artur asking the man or telling him? Because it definitely could have been either. Dealer.
There was just a tiny inflection implying it was a question, but it was very,
you know,
very.
I can see what the blinds are. I'm telling you, we play 2-4. Okay, that's what we're gonna do.
Defend from holes.
Interference.
Oh, he's in the small
here.
blind, rather. Excuse me, Min Fu in the big. 3 ways to the flop.
4, 5, 6 of hearts, and Fedor's ace-8 looking very good. Only flush draw. 2 checks in front of Mustafov, who's kind of, you know, he's gotten out there a little bit. Open-ended, an understandable follow-through barrel of 10K upon the 8 that he opened the pot with.
And for Fedor, this seems either way. Call a lot, maybe raise sometimes. He's gone. Pardon me.
I'm absolutely shocked at that particular decision. Nick, are you?
I was surprised with the gut shot to the straight flush. But multi-way and sometimes drawing to the lone 7 of hearts from time to time and not closing the action. Obviously, this weighed on Fedor.
Far be it from me, certainly, to ever question.
You can always question, though, Ali.
But
You're not.
genuinely.
You're not saying. You're
Yeah.
questioning, not in a way.
And, you know, I suspect oftentimes in those moments which come genuinely from this side of the booth that mine is not the only temple being scratched, you know, from the observers.
One of our favorite things to witness always as purveyors of No Limit is when an all-time great does something you wouldn't do, and then off you go exploring, you know. It's one of my favorite things to see a hand played in a way I wouldn't have played it by somebody who, you know, I deem great.
One of my favorite expressions, I think, that sometimes comes tethered to those moments from you is collecting ideas.
Collecting the ideas. I love that. I heard Peter Svidler, the chess great, say that once about something, and it really stuck with me. It's such a nice, it's so true.
Because truly, you know, there is, even within the framework of what is more and more solved a game than ever before, quite a spectrum of interpretation and stylistic.
There's so much more to go, and poker is so vast. And by the way, collect the ideas. Often they're empirically correct, and often they're in the camp of interesting. They went that way. This guy went this way. Ducks for Fedor. Dao Min is in.
I'm sort of a collection of bad ideas.
Yeah, you're collecting the ideas as well, just bad ones.
Holtz has collected DMP's 6-7 suited in the form of a pre-flop call here. 1 deuce busy in Elias's hand as he joins the party from the big. 3-way affair. Once more. Oh, in the case, deuce rolls right off.
Quite
Deuce,
a lot
3,
going on here,
4.
by the way. Dao Min with a draw to the nuts and Darren with some stuff of his own. A bunch of quick checks and dire straights for Elias, Ali.
Ace is up. Drawing live. The wheel, unfortunately, would be no good on board. 6-7 would be vanquishing that sort of holding, and the ace really the only savior for Elias. I don't want to put it into the ether, but that King 6 by Gottlieb earlier tonight. Stranger things have happened. Of course, 5x, which certainly Elias can credibly hold here, closing the action from the big. Something to be mindful of if we're Fedor. Dow out of the way. Very dry 9 on the end here.
And I would think, although Fedor having a wheel is on Darren's mind, aces and deuces still quite a lot of hand. 57 in the middle. Clear targets for Darren are things like ace-queen.
Understandable pursuits of value out of Elias here. And is this the kind of size which simply will leave Fedor in the call camp exclusively?
I think so, Ali. He'll see the good news.
Didn't take long to choose the flat, and Elias obviously a little deflated, but still with roughly 300,000 in spite of the wound. And a nice pickup there for Fedor. Taking a moment now to remind you that Jacob & Co. are the official timekeepers here on the Triton Super High Roller Series, responsible for museum-quality craftsmanship. The pieces such as the ones that you see right there on your screen, including the Astronomia Casino piece, which has a functioning roulette wheel inside it. Certainly the perfect gift for the degenerate in your life.
Yeah. I had a Jacob watch once.
Did you really?
Yeah. Blinged out.
Do we know? Oh, a little icy?
Icy when I was like 21. Yeah.
I mean, dare I ask what happened, what the fate it met? Did we lose it? Did it get jacked? Did we pawn it? Like what? You know, there's all kinds of
digressions.
Okay.
I don't know.
That's wild, by the way, to me, that you genuinely don't know. Must be nice to just not be able to track down the Jacob.
It's not like that.
Ace-6 suited here. 8 to skate. Suvarna along with the ace-4. Trong, big blind discount. Bringing 10-6 into battle. Two players making the 6 advantage. The party starter, D'Alessandro. Note Suvarna also with a taste. Monotone texture, though. Round to knuckles. The black 5 rolls off. Nobody with a straight draw. And now D'Alessandro feeling a little bit more comfortable about the ace-6. Bets 10,000. Suvarna keeping an eye on him. Another 20 into the middle and a very clean 9 on the end here. Can't imagine D'Alessandro wants to hunt value, though, does he?
It seems a little thin to go for value. I agree with you, Ali. He's eyeing his chips, though, and he does indeed have the best hand.
Sometimes it can be the block bet, mergey sort of choice.
Does go for check.
And now for Santosh. Does he feel like the ace-4 has enough showdown? The answer is yes, but unfortunately for him, he's going to allow D'Alessandro to roll this ace-6 over for a winner. Not the chattiest collection that we've seen here at our features on the day by any measure. These are serious characters.
It's true, Ali.
234K now for David. I just want my own personal Kazuyuki Tanimura cam, kind of from this point forward in the event.
He's one of the best dressed people I've ever seen.
Yeah. That is a level of style. You know what I mean? Like, if this dude's like, hey, we're going out tonight, you don't even let him finish the sentence. You're like, yes, I am in.
I don't know about that. You know,
Oh.
you go out with Tanimura one night.
You might come back a changed man.
Could change the course of your whole life.
Suvarna here, Queen Jack suited, takes us up. No takers. It's a little Tokyo Vice. You know what I mean? I'm really transfixed.
Oh, I know what you mean, Ali. We don't speculate too much, but Tanimura speaks for himself.
That he does. Ace 10, as Suvarna speaks. Once more 9,000. Pausing on Truong's Queen 6 for some reason, but in the end, finds the bin. Jack 4 off for David. Chooses to defend. Ace King 8. Suvarna smashing this one. Easy check fold for David. Taking a peek at the overall leaders right now. Jamil Wakil, who has been threatening, now rests atop the leaderboard, 790,000. And it is not close in terms of the drop-off to second place. China's Shi Chun, 646K in front of him. Paulius Vaitiekunas, first attempt I've taken at that one. It's a bit of a minefield, but 625K in front of him. We had the chance to watch him over at the feature. Nacho Barbero, 623,000 in front of him, and Koichi Chiba, 598.
Still early, but fair enough.
Gottlieb, by the way, multi-bullets in, has spun his way to 597,000.
Go on, Gottlieb.
Good for sevens.
On the heels of, again, that vicious run out against Greenwood. Vogel looks intrigued, Ali.
Yeah, Lord Vogel going beneath the hood with the King 5 offsuit, a dominant 5.
Goes for call. That is the kind of hand class that gets frisky at this depth.
Ace 10-4 board. Failure to connect in both camps here. Matas. Surveying.
Winner.
Up we go to 2,500 and 5,000 with a 5K big blind ante. Brought to you by GTO Wizard. Continuing action. I'm here at the Triton Super High Roller Series in Jeju Island, the first of 17 events to be coming your way. If you're joining us on YouTube or the Triton Poker Plus app, we encourage you to click like or subscribe. Show us a little love if you like what you're observing. And help us to continue to deliver you the finest in streaming poker entertainment, all free of charge. Price is certainly right. Nickels for Sturm. $10K gets flatted by Matas. D'Alessandro likes it on the button, and here comes Tanimura with the 8-5 suited. So one of the fives are busy elsewhere in the field. And the flop will bring us into focus as again a case 5 shows up. Now mercifully, the board texture isn't such that we anticipate Kazuyuki's going to get himself into trouble. The 9, however, for Matas.
Leon starts things off with a check.
It is somewhat texturized in terms of those inside straight draws and the 2 spades out there. Sturm perhaps hoping somebody else would give him an opportunity for a check raise. Unclear. The club rolls off, though, and now the wheel and nut flush draw for David. Certainly Sturm must be prepared to put chips in at this point with the 2-tone.
38.
There they are.
38, yeah. At 13,000.
38. 38. Yeah, sorry.
Seems like a lot of heat for Matas to take 4 ways, but he's certainly trying to get a feel for D'Alessandro and Tanimura.
Yeah, sometimes those pauses are designed to shake out maybe any sort of...
Oh, look at this. I believe raise declared, and this is truly music to Sturm's ears.
Simple release for Kazuyuki. Now the 3 doesn't rate to be the card responsible in and of itself for this gesture.
I don't really think we get cute here if we're Leon.
Going to the time banks.
All of D'Alessandro's bluffs have so much equity. He does put it in.
Sturm, that is. And obviously this is an unwelcome development for Alessandro, who certainly would have loved to have taken it down then and there, or just be flatted. But to get jammed on now, a little bit of math required. Re-entry period still open. This is relevant. Just 23% equity against this set of 5s.
I think we've traveled just a little bit too far to release, though.
Price not right, though.
It is right,
is it?
No?
How much more to call? 124 for a shot at 3.
Well, he needs just north of 3-1, so he has 133 behind. Is that right?
Yes.
I see. Does flick it in.
Yeah, he does. And Sturm obviously doesn't love realizing that this isn't a 1-pair sort of hand or something that is drawing dead, but rather something with a decent chunk of equity. Any club, any four.
Fold clubs. Did you fold
King
clubs?
five of clubs, of course. Wouldn't work. Five of clubs, I believe, was in the bin. Or it's in his hand, forgive me. And the board does
Go
pair
on, Leon.
fives full. So Sturm.
He has more, like 2K, I think.
Oh, okay.
No, I'm saying he has more, yeah.
Yeah, because the all-in was on...
Gonna haul in a whopping 450. So, bit of a gash there. I'm going to take the over on bit of, as D'Alessandro, when the dust settles, will be left with just 8,500 in chips. Shaman O'Dwyer. Heard from?
Strong looks intrigued, although you never know. Good fold as it stands.
Suited wheel ace for Matas. We know how these hands like to behave. But against under the gun even?
Sometimes.
There it is. $33,000. O'Dwyer plays the ace-king as a flat, Nick. Not something that we see all that often.
These are ideas, Ali.
And he does flop the ace along with Matas. And let's see how much trouble this ace-5 of spades will get itself into here.
And one reason to slow play ace-king is the one that we're looking at. It's common for the three-better to have an ace with an inferior kicker, and when this situation arises, of course it's a dynamite development.
Sure.
It doesn't mean one always slow plays. Nice check from Matas, by the way. Drawing dead now.
Top two for O'Dwyer, the developments. 3 to Broadway. Not leaving him.
And a quite nice second check from O'Dwyer. Nope, Matas is drawing dead. He may have called a bet from O'Dwyer, although even on turn, it's possible Matas would have already been indifferent. Let's check it once more.
And now a board pairing queen, taking Matas's kicker up from a 5 to a king.
Excellent point, Ali.
Making it that much more difficult, perhaps, for him to escape. In the face of an O'Dwyer bet, by the way, which is not necessarily a given.
I think at this point it's somewhat given, although you might be right.
In comes 22K.
And it feels on the strength of that shared kicker you were alluding to. Very difficult for Matas to do anything but this. We'll see the bad news, Ali.
I'll tell you what, though, the 2 checkbacks on flop and turn as a
Nicely done.
pre-flop 3-better. You know,
Nicely done.
sometimes when we are losing pots, we can take comfort in the idea that we lost considerably less than we may have otherwise, courtesy of some sound decision-making. And for O'Dwyer, perhaps a little bit of meat left on the bone. Unclear. Not a critique, just... Love that shot, by the way. Coming in through the Hall of Champions. Final table introductions take place. The players walking down the corridor of LEDs. And Sturm taking a walk into battle here. Under the gun, black aces.
Sturm really is such a great player. Obviously, we would all raise these aces, but...
Right, we're not alluding to black aces under the gun being the reasoning behind that comment. And phenomenally young, if I'm not mistaken, as well. Nick, I mean like early 20s.
Very young. Santosh is in. And it's a rough start for Mr. Suvarna.
When you said Santosh was in, you neglected to add the word trouble to the end of that sentence, which is certainly apropos of this King 9-5 flop. Backdoor spades, of course, could find a deuce or king, but as it stands, Sturm has him by the throat. Half pot. Suvarna, of course, making the call, failing to improve on the turn as the pot grows to 60.
Not an ideal card for Leon to see. We still feel good, but no longer great, I suppose.
Jacks and king queens a part of the small blind flatting range, one would imagine.
That's right, Ali.
Now 38,000.
And of course the Jack-10 looms. And for Santos, this is highly dicey with kings and a deuce. But still top pair against such a capable and wily young German he's in.
Blank river. No, it's backdoor hearts, forgive me.
136 in the middle, Santos with just south of pot to play. Checks it over to Leon.
Do we get that greedy? We don't get not greedy at all there as Sturm shuts it down and Santos able to get a showdown free of charge on that river.
An interesting spot on the end. I was surprised at the speed with which he checked. Not necessarily the check that seemed to loom, but did seem a bit close. Take it, sir.
And with that, we flip back over to our other collection of combatants. Yitachung, ace deuce up front. In the bin, Fazel Dawood, top 10 chip stack. Ace 10. We saw him ride sevens to glory against queens on an ace-high board earlier during our coverage. That's what sort of put him on our radar. Mustafov coming along now. Big blind defense, yielding middle pair on a king-high board. More than we can say for ace-high as Dawood c-bets. Mustafa peels and makes trips on the turn. Dawood drawing dead. And no induction from Fahreddin as he leads for 14,000. You know, interestingly, I think it's a bit of an antiquated concept, but once upon a time, the check call lead line did pique our curiosity as looking weak, and here Dawood perceiving it in that way, raising to 55,000, thinking if you had the 7, why would you risk losing me? And this playing out perfectly for Mustafa.
There you go, Ali. Perhaps you and Dawood are on the same page here, and indeed it's playing out perfectly for Mustafa.
Does play it as a flat. Oh, it makes quads on the end. And let's see if Dawood is all done with this one. This doesn't feel like the kind of card where the ambitions will be rewarded, and this is an exercise in futility as he fires 70,000 into the quads. Mustafa with a peek back just to verify, hoping that he's up against pocket kings, aces.
Does it get any sweeter than this for Mustafa?
I mean, you know,
the very rare, just stress-free scenario.
All in.
Displeasure. Certainly the sentiments percolating now for Dawood.
Displeasure and perhaps visions of 5-6 of clubs and other hands that we beat. But just ace-10, we would think this one is a wrap.
The check jam from the 5-6. Such a specific spot. Obviously he beats it, but not convinced that's the nature of the posture taken on by Mustafa here. And as we could see, it was indeed quads. So a healthy pickup there for Mustafa, propelling him up the leaderboard. Dethroning Dawood in the process. Pocket kings now for Russia's Artur Martirosyan.
Shades are on.
$11 if you do. Queen 9 suited in the big, defendable, of course. Additional 6K deposited. And top pair on this dry board, backdoor diamonds, a problem for the time being for Chung.
A little bit dire for Chung's sub-20 bigs. Perhaps amongst the 9s that we check raise at this depth, we're more inclined to raise the ones without a backdoor, although maybe in the weeds, possibly not even true. All 9s are raisable sub-20 for the most part.
Chung agrees. And this check raise here to 26,000 leaves Martirosyan with options.
It does. A call keeps an eye on something like 7-8. but again, fairly shallow. Does go in. Good luck, gentlemen.
Yeah, Yita always prepared in this event. Minds had been made up. And now he is left with just 5 outs twice here at his first ever Triton Super High Roller Series event. Help needed with 200K in the middle. Turn fails to deliver. Concern worn upon his face.
GG, sir.
5 outs, not worn upon the board. Yes.
Apologies, by the way, Ali, but what level is this? Is Reg still open? Or it's got to be close.
Yeah, we're getting there, but it is still open.
Maybe we'll see you again. Oh, my.
Kings full of 9s. The development on this river for Tony Trong, efforting the path here. It was Matas raising to 10,000. David D'Alessandro went all in with this ace-8. Suvarna flatted. Trong then flatted. Matas flatted. On the ace-king-king flop, Trong would check his trip kings. Matas would actually bet, holding the deck, just 10K. Trong would then check raise to 25K. Mind you, this was on the side as Suvarna got out of the way. Matas flatted. Queen on the turn. Tony would check call a bet of 60K. And here we are at the river. And as you can see, Trong has decided to lead
All in.
for 55K. There's the jam.
It's a touch deflating if you're in Tony's seat. Not all boats are the same. On a board such as this, of course, no real getting away, but we can see it's on his mind. He's using all his time banks. Bravo, sir. That's a nice start.
I mean, the ace-king on the order of freighter, while suddenly in the face of the jam, Trong dealing with more of a tugboat.
That's right, Ali.
Belching diesel all over the harbor, and in a bad way. His king's full of 9s.
Ace king.
And Trong just decides so much in there. Let me take a peek. And I wonder, without the 9, I think exits may have been a possibility there for Trong more so, but just once he filled up, there was that sense. So a double knockout here for Matas Simbolas. And the product of that double knockout is a massive infusion of chips. Efforting the final tally.
Go on, Matas.
Look at Vogel saying, I mean, just hasn't really been in the mix much at all. I'm going to tell you right now, if those sunglasses that Tanamura's wearing are available anywhere on this property, I'm gonna pay a visit to that boutique.
I hear that.
You know what I mean?
I do.
So it's 626,000 now in front of Matas. As he stands alone atop the chip counts here and amongst the chip leaders overall. Tanamura and Suvarna neck and neck at the bottom as we play 2,500, 5,000. Those chip counts brought to you by PokerStake. Updates to the overall chip leaders in the field. Welcome Phil Nagy as he's announced himself second overall with 697,000 and change in front of him.
Well, that is even more fortunate. How it goes, I guess.
your blocks are doing well against his hand. I was like,
11 to go from Santos.
Seven is a bad card to hold if you're Matas, although newly minted, he's happy to get in the mix. A 5 was a nice one in the window, but none of those straight draws materializing behind it. Just the naked ace high for Suvarna, but he doesn't waste any time c-betting, and
Easy
nor
game.
does Matas check folding. You know, as we are creeping up on the end of the re-entry period, you know, a sense of weight, certainly in this table, you know what I mean? Not the business end of things quite yet, but record-breaking prize pool in terms of a Triton event, 15K.
Yeah, you're right. You
is
know,
on our
and
hands.
as the tournament progresses, it does feel a bit loftier in the air, and it's just how it goes.
And even those who may not necessarily be privy to the variables that are creating said loft can kind of pick up on things as others retreat into kind of their own lab and begin to dig in
I like
a
that,
bit
Ollie.
more.
Another ace-king for O'Dwyer, suited this time.
The microphone is actually perched on Vogel's left eye right now, which is not
indeed it is.
particularly ideal. It almost looked like a scope of sorts.
Yeah. He's in.
Understandable defense. Seldom does he go under the hood without proceeding. Oh, and he's got trouble on the horizon. Second pair up against top pair. Dry board. Christoph checking over. And O'Dwyer, a man who's not afraid to check back on balance, especially with strong hands on boards that don't seem to be of concern.
It's true. I don't think we're really dying to check this one back, though. Goes for 66%, and for Vogel, it's already quite annoying against this size. We would likely prefer an 8 with a lower kicker. One in between the 5 and the 8, certainly, or even backdoor of some kind, so on. But he does fight the good fight. 71.5 in the middle.
Pot growing. 5 just not one of those cards that's going to dismiss 10-8.
And against check, big bet call. This is very much Christoph's card. He might go for the tickle.
Block bet lead?
He might go for a block bet lead just on the strength of this really being his card. But his particular hand is kind of just relaxing. So let's see. One question he's asking himself, he does go for the check. And for O'Dwyer, he checks as well, Ollie.
Pot control, the approach. And a 4 that doesn't rate to be of much concern. Obviously the 6-7s are there and belong to Vogel. But as we can see, not present.
I could see going for something like 10% pot or just check. From my vantage point, not certain. He does go for the latter. And for Steve, let's see what size he goes for.
$76.5.
Essentially goes for 110% just south.
And this is sort of nice, Nick, insofar as it makes up for any potentially lost value on the turn when it does get called, and also kind of has that polarity which could pique the interest of the 10-8.
I like all of that, Ollie. Very nice.
Yeah. Vogel respecting the bet, check, bet line in position from the pre-flop raiser on that particular run out, and was correct in doing so. As we flip it back over to Mustafov and company, deuces the opener. Martirosian flatting the 10-8 suited on the button, and now Elias mulling with the hard 8.
He's in.
And at this price, Alexander Tkachuk comes along, flops himself top pair, top kicker, and has Martirosian in pain. Three checks in front of Artur. One would not blame him for sprinkling here.
You see the steeliness, right, Ali?
Oh, 100%. I've borne witness to this image for several stops as Artur seldom, if ever, misses a Triton. There's not much that's going to happen with Felt in front of him that's going to leave Artur, you know, jostled.
And it's a little bit interesting for Alexander not closing the action. Does go for call. And 10s and 8s slide in gloriously for Martirosian, Ali.
Quite the opposite in terms of Alexander's perspective. 13K ahead, already delivered to arrive at this point. On up to 71.
He goes for 55, and this is highly annoying if we're in Alexander's seat. We fall to the stuff we clearly fall to. We have mixed emotions about the ace of clubs. And lest we forget, Martirosian did bet into 3 opponents on the flop, so we have to be a bit shook, but he does continue. Artur's reputation precedes him.
Are the inferior 10Xs, one of which obviously would have made queens and 10s on the end here, a part of the equation still on the turn? The Jack 10, Queen 10, King 10s?
I don't know about Jack 10 and Queen 10 for that matter, but King 10 certainly seems possible. Maybe the ones you mentioned, or a more interactive type 10 with backups.
10-9s sort of
even
thing,
suited.
Right.
Once again, we're going to be on 3-6-6 next round now. If the play is the completion of this level, you're going to have 45.
Note the SPR now on the back end of the 55K sizing for Martirosian, left in front of Alexander. Sub 1.
Can you get a waiter over here?
For me, observing Artur, I don't want to say the best part of his game, but something he does incredibly well is stack people. And I don't mean that in a flippant way.
No, no.
He's very good at driving all the chips into the pot, when he has the best hand.
He charts a sound course.
He charts a sound
sense.
course, but he also, and this one somewhat played itself, so I'm not saying this is an example of that, but because he's so active and such, he's a hard guy to fold to, and when he does have it, his sizing schemes and patterns are really nice. Does he get away, or did he pay it off?
I
believe he got away, Ali. Very nice.
Yeah.
Bravo, sir.
Not before sustaining a couple of blows to the tune of 13 and 55,000 respectively, however, as Martirosian ascends to 647,000.
No drinks here?
3 and 6K. The blinds now. I believe Fate are going to fight the good fight in terms of whatever that message was that was delivered. I don't think it sat well with him. Was it no drinks that he thought he was told there? He's like, timeout. I don't know if that's going to happen.
And on the heels of that good fold, instantly rewarded.
With a raise in front of him, no less. The black aces.
And he will be finding himself with a customer, Ali.
It would seem at this price, another 23K. Elias is not going to be going anywhere. Still some runway between the two of them, is there? No. Forgive me, it was just the button in the small. So Elias does hang in and flops himself a heart draw. Deuce 3-5, providing to catch you with a wheel draw.
It
Not
is
that he needs it.
seemingly just going in now. I would think Alexander bets small. And Darren jams most of the time, we would think.
Well,
call does seem possible as well. It's not preordained, but I think it often just goes in.
Playing 109 effective, coming into this street.
Good luck, gentlemen.
Yep. As you predicted, in it goes, and the threats to the black aces are very real, and they come in the form of hearts. Elias looking to dispatch the German here. Turn stays safe for the aces. As does the river. So then, as you touched upon, Nick, the immediate rewards of having had the restraint not to call and shower himself against Martirosian.
It can be a very cold game, but it does seem the gods, at least it feels that way. When we make a nice fold, often the gods reward us.
And we reward you with not one but two feature tables of coverage. So while the accounting is done at Camp Elias, we flip back over to our other feature.
Welcome, sir. We have a new face.
Wyron Poo.
Right away, slightly cuspy for Pooh.
12. 12.
Ace Jack for Vogel. Sounds off to the tune of 12,000. The min raise. Note the 4s mucked, but the 5s in position on the button. Different posture out of Suvarna. 3xing. Christoph leaning over for a peek at the stack depth. He is covered.
This is a little bit interesting for Christoph. I could see him just kind of not believing Santosh, for lack of a better, and living with this ace-jack in the form of an all-in. And for Santosh, often these are low-frequency lines that nobody really takes, but they're real lines to 3-bet 5s and 6s, and then just call it off if they jam. It's Christoph goes for call. It's nice to see a kind of road less traveled, if you will.
Sure.
87 in the middle.
Vogel does decide to take the flop for the extra 24. And a Broadway gutty is produced as Suvarna looks up at 3 overs. Christoph checks over with the flow of play. Now we await Santosh's response. Not going to get gun shy here, but also not coming with the large caliber ammunition. 18,000.
Certainly no going anywhere for Vogel. The question is, to what extent? See a turn?
Extra 36 into the middle brings us to 123 in the pot. And this is a nice card for the 5s. Santosh eagerly awaiting Christoph's decision. There it is. And Santosh, undeterred by that check call, let alone the call of the 3-bet, barreling once more. Nick, are you with this?
Really great instincts from Santosh. Note Christoph has 36% equity, so it's not allowing him to see a 6, king, queen, jack, ace. Really nicely done from Santosh. And for Christoph, let's see.
For Spike4, like a new version.
No.
Jeffrey actually has it, and we played on Bahamas with it.
Fair enough. Bravo, Santosh. Best hand, but bravo.
Is the board pairing more of a deterrent to proceeding with that straight draw and obviously the ace-jack in and of itself?
At that point, he would have had to put in
and you're just having
a large 40% of his stack. And yes, we prefer to draw to straights when the board is unpaired, always as an evergreen concept. But
I mean, leather-ish. Just more firm.
Yeah.
As well. It's definitely interesting.
So you
The
get
golden
more
splendor.
like touch.
It will be passed
More grip. More grip.
to our eventual
Or-
champion, and a good
I mean,
bit of runway stands
rubber has
between
good grip, right? So
now and
I'm
that
not really
point.
sure how to describe the difference, but
Just given the sheer volume of entries.
yeah, you
223 of
think
them
it's a
in
big
total
difference.
as it stands. And counting, no doubt.
Yeah, no, but it's a different type. It's more like a soccer ball-ish.
Jacks for Christoph now.
Different than a soccer ball. What can I compare it to? Bit like volleyball, but
Weight is same weight?
no, it's heavier.
Heavier? Yeah, so you get more control, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, good changes. I like it. And it's higher.
And this one likely will
Yeah,
not
we
work
have
out as
longer
gloriously
rallies,
as the
I
last
guess.
one for Santo Shali.
Yeah, we were kind of getting. I mean, you got into it rather quickly when we started playing.
Pocket tens in a world of hurt and 3-betting once more. This script, just as the one before it thus far. With the exception of the fact that instead of ace-jack, it is jack-jack for Vogel, and instead of fives, it is tens for Suvarna. So in comes the jam.
Really huge.
Suvarna snaps and is pipped.
Which is, I guess, why Jeffy didn't
Mercy
bring
of
it
the deck.
Out the pack.
We shall see.
So say he didn't bring it here?
No, he didn't. But they have 2 sets from Triton, so that's the old one, obviously.
217 in the middle. Queen 6 tray alongside Vogel. Clean and clear thus far. Remains that way on the turn, and just one of 2 black tens left to fade for Vogel to secure a double through Suvarna, and he's done so.
Go on, Christoph.
You know, he hasn't really gotten much going on the outing thus far, certainly here at this feature, but making the most, you know, minimizing damage, maximizing gains. A bit of a cooler, obviously. Nothing fancy was required here, but
Know what you mean, though, Ali.
facts remain. You familiar with your saints, Nick? Do you know who Saint Morta is? You know, I'll
Not
let you-
familiar with that.
I'll let you chew on that one as we take a moment to remind you that Bet ACR is where you can elevate your sports experience. It's the all-new BetACR.eu, an exclusive hub to predict your favorite player's action and outcome in Triton events. Receive a 15% bonus up to $250 on your first top-up. Join now and start engaging with the sporting world today. I mean, being able to bet on Triton. You know, obviously we don't do these things, but for those eligible, producer James feverishly grinding the Bet ACR Triton options just offset. I kid. He's not doing this.
Yeah.
It's actually unclear what he is doing most of the time. If I'm honest, you know.
Gonna ease into the producer James Needles. I need a few days. You know, I know. You guys go way back.
Generally, if we can't find them, just following one's nose to the closest plate of food is a safe place to locate the Labrador.
Same goes for you, my friend.
You
Heads
know,
up.
I can put it away.
All Broadway cards.
Matas defending the big. Vogel putting the new chips to work. Dusty board. Are we more inclined to take this sort of texture and just comfortably c-bet in the hopes that we can take it down here and now?
Yes.
Beautiful. No further questions, Your Honor.
The ducks are the least connected card.
Yeah.
So when we're the aggressive range, we like seeing ducks appear against the big blind. Even though they do show up with the duck from time to time, it's still the least connected with card.
But it also just seems like it's such an evident board texture to fire at, and the big blind retains, you know, the deuce X, 6X far more than we do.
But
that, you know,
but proportionally, they still have a lot of nothing.
Yeah, of course.
And they lack deuce X because they lack offsuit deuce X. That's why it scales. Right. The lower the card, the less offsuit they
with the pressure
have
of having a
the
suited
respective
iteration.
card.
Yes.
That's right. Whereas something like an 8, when a couple of 8s show up, now you have to really start checking sometimes and be wary. But the deuces, they have trips far less. Dawood out. Fedor as well.
What do you suppose the annual Gucci spend is for Martirosian, by the way? I mean, it's not an insignificant amount as we see the ace-king suited go to work. We're talking about a real drain on the roll.
And it is going in here.
Could be a drain on Martirosian's chips as well if
Of
Elias
course,
is
there's
jacks.
possible involvement from the blinds, excuse me, but... And I would say Artur is about 50 a year. Sweatsuits, hats. I'll take... How many colors you have? Okay, I will take 3. And this is dire for both if they're looking to avoid gambling, but they're not, so...
Pocket fives, and I believe it was ace-10 off. Both found the muck promptly, and certainly well served to have done so, given what we're staring at here.
Good luck,
and
gentlemen.
now Martirosian piles. Elias makes the call, and they're off to the races. 376 in the middle.
This is one, if you're in Darren's seat, you just really want to win those late evening rebuys when you fight all day or, you know.
Yeah, and that 200 doesn't have the depth it did early in the day.
That's right.
When they deliver
Good
it to
start
you.
for Darren.
Yeah, no ace, no king, no heart. These are all positive developments. Remember, it was a Jack-10 suited that Darren failed to make the flush with.
Martirosian's scary in these spots, but... Go on, Darren. Darren's scary in these spots, too, by the way.
Board kept clean. And Elias is all right with it. Finding, as opposed to the late evening rebuy you alluded to, the late evening double.
The late evening double is very sweet.
Although I hesitate to say late evening, there's a little bit left in the tank
Of course,
for these guys.
but
They're, you know,
late,
they're going to have to
late-ish.
dig.
The sweetest, and it's a very rare one in tournaments, is doubling the last hand of the night.
Oh.
Or the last hand before dinner.
Last hand before dinner will wet your beak.
Last hand before dinner
That's
is...
a way to get the appetite nice and lathered.
Nice and lathered, he says. It's true.
Sophisticate's timepiece, by the way, on Holtz. You know what I mean? Like
Holtz has been rocking that specific watch for a while.
But you know what I mean? Like people out here stunting, looking for something
I know what you
contemporary.
mean.
He's going classic.
Understated.
This might even be an antique, limited, you know,
I know.
something that an auction house he picked up.
I know what you're saying, Ollie.
DMP with the King Queen.
Alexander in on the button.
Speculating.
Faradine interested from the small. He's in.
And that leaves the nicest of prices for the ace-7 offsuit of Fazal. 8 in the window, connecting with Alexander. And it is the best of what's around on the Jack 9-8 board. 2 overs in the gutter for DMP. He does decline to c-bet in the four-way affair. Closing the action with a check back is Alexander. And the turn keeps things clean as the 8s are still in front. Note, however, that Mustafov has picked up the spade draw. Mustafov's just going to lead into the field here. 9 into 54. This is not a size that's going to send DMP packing. Although
Some of these ideas are cool. It's we want to see the river, so we sort of set our own price as opposed to check calling 30 or what have you. Winner for DMP as far as the card rank, but will he be allowed to win? We shall see.
Want to see the river, but prefer to see it in the form of a spade. And when we don't, we're left to get after it. And into 72 comes 22.
This is nice from Mustafov.
Milky. Yeah.
Very nicely done there.
You know, I've watched Mustafov beyond the borders of Triton as well. Out in North Cyprus at Merritt doing his thing. I believe that was where he was first exposed to the Triton Super High Roller Series when we paid a visit to the property. And now, obviously, traveling to join us.
Welcome, sir.
And, you know, runs with the Bulgarians, there's more than a few of them out there that are, you know, posing problems to folks in these big fields. More, says the German. Ace-Jack suited, the responsible
Whoa.
party.
Oh,
Whoa.
pardon me. That is Alexander's hand. For a moment, I thought it was released by a player behind, but this makes more sense. Fedor's in.
On the adhesive side, in the big, is Holtz. Unclear how familiar these two are with one another. Under the same banner here. And this is a pretty dynamite board for Ace-Jack suited. Failure to connect in the form of a pair, but how about a two-way straight draw and the nut flush draw? Never mind position in the betting lead.
And for Fedor with the king of clubs, let's see. Goes for 10 into 33. And he is check raising on the strength of the king of clubs, interfering with Jack 8, King Jack, King King, King Queen. And for Alexander, his hand is so incredible, he might just want to call. Keep an eye on 6 of clubs, 7. Not sure that's the one, but things like we're looking at. But one can't really fault putting more chips in, and he does just jam, and that's a winner.
You just know that you have equity at all times here. Unclear just how much, but enough to feel cozy about jamming and not putting any pressure on yourself after having relinquished the betting lead to a check raiser to improve, you know. And these are the upshots. As we flip back over, Matas, Queen 8 suited open, and an Ace-Jack off. That which Tanamura is going to dig in with. Jamming 41-5, and Suvarna wakes up with aces. We have seen a tremendous number of big pocket pairs delivered to the doorsteps.
It feels like it has been a bit disproportionate.
Kings, aces, queens, lots of jacks. I mean,
Go on.
Savorna playing it as a call here, Nick.
Extending a lot of rope, Ollie.
We've also just seen a lot of the willingness to not look to get it all in pre-flop out of the big pairs too. Just kind of let's see if we can't get 3 streets out of someone.
And Tanamura will see that it's dire, Ollie.
Yeah, pretty sad to be shown aces when you have ace-jack. The light flickers. Oh, no, hang on. The ace of spades and the jack both hard at work here.
Can't ask for much more.
Real sweats, 13% equity. And the king gets rid of the backdoor spades, but one of 2 red jacks lingering, but not arriving, as that will polish off Tanamura's bullet. Sad to see him go. I feel like we didn't really get too much of a chance to see him work his way into deep streets and play a lot of pots.
Sure, we'll be crossing paths with him over the next couple of weeks.
Just visually speaking, I certainly hope so. With all that swag, bring that man to the feature every time. And also just opportunities maybe to get more and more familiarized with the newcomers to the Triton Super High Roller Series. Another argument in favor of tapping a Tanamura table for some featured action.
Hear that, Ollie?
Not all of the newcomers, of course, are new to poker. In fact, I would venture to guess that very few of them are. Sort of getting your feet wet at these stakes, a rarity, but not impossible, we've observed.
Quick defense from Martirosyan.
Dominating Vasil. Stepping out a little bit in the cutoff with this Queen 4 suited. Not a look I think we've seen too much of from him. Jack 10-3. Clear advantages for Martirosyan in the form of the club backdoor. 2 overs. Open ender. Snap check back from Vasil.
So much interaction for Martirosyan. The double flush cards and the aforementioned. Looks like 25.
The gutter's no good if it gets there, as I would imagine Dawood flashed the queen.
I would think. Might have been the 4, though. To just
the
say,
marketing budget there.
You know, marketing, but also like, I'm not making some big fold to you, buddy.
Right.
You know?
Oh, I hear you on that. It's just pocket
Yeah,
fours.
I don't believe you, but
yeah.
I just have a 4. Unclear.
Also unclear what it is that Martirosyan's been grinding for the better part of 45 minutes on a plate back beside him. Not sure we've got the overhead shot. By the way, my first foray into the restaurant here, just beside the set. Reviews are positive.
Oh, good, Ollie.
I went with the Korean bulgogi and the steamed rice. I feel like I went in South Korea sort of.
Well, that's great, Ollie.
Choice
We're all happy you enjoyed it.
Maybe somebody needs a hot take. You know what I mean? It's early in the festival. They're listening to the stream. What do I order? Ladies and gents, the bulgogi was solid.
I will say on my end, I love Korean food.
Korean barbecue is legendary.
Fedor's in.
And this time, Dawood finding himself the dominant party.
Crabs for Dao Min Fu. And he's seeing what's what.
I give you DMP on the button, a 3-better instead of a set minor in the form of a flat for just the min raise.
This is interesting, can go a few different directions. Well, he was caressing the white chips, then went time bank.
You know, we've not been privy to all of the exchanges at any given feature table as we focus on one, not on the other at any given time. So unclear what data points Dawood has in terms of DMP's activity.
It's a very good point, Ali. He's gone, and for Fedor, starting with 21 bigs, he's in.
He's danced with DMP before. The scouting report is definitely in. Not afraid to bloat a pot. Is DMP. As Fedor hangs tough. Hunts a king or a jack, and there's the king of spades right in the middle.
Oh, and DMP snap jams. This is awkward for Fedor in the face of the snap jam. And it's a spot that we've seen many times today where we can find hands we beat, but we don't necessarily think about 3s or 4s in a line like this. We think about Queen Jack, Queen 10, maybe a little bit of other stuff, but...
Note we're blocking the Queen Jack, Jack 10.
Against, indeed we are, good point. Against ambitious, creative players, though, one has to assign a certain percentage of just odd kind of hands. Not even saying this might be great from DMP. We shall see. Weird spot for Fedor.
Indeed. By the way, credit to him. He's not just auto-mucking in the face of this lunacy, but rather chewing on it a little bit. Trying to find the hands that he beats. In come the time banks as the chew will be protracted.
Hey, he does put it in.
I mean, listen,
he'll see the great news.
This is a fairly heroic stand being taken by Fedor, is it not? Am I making too much of it?
This is nice from Fedor. No, I agree. It's not so simple to call off 18 bigs.
I mean, my first instinct, without question, is to simply give a man credit and bow out, and instead a lovely king on the turn, obviously irrelevant in terms of Fedor's concerns, only being with the deck not delivering a 3 to the board. Safe run out as Fedor ends up with kings full of aces, and not a great note on which to wrap up this 9th level of play here on Jeju Island. 1 level of re-entry still remaining as you get a last look at the chip counts across these 7 players, brought to you by Poker Stake. Holtz now level with Alexander. Elias also level with DMP, who's trending in the wrong direction. Martirosian there in 3rd. Dawood and then Mustafov up top at 646K as we bring you back to the break desk here at the Landing Casino at Shinhwa World here in Jeju. Ali Najad and Nick Schulman ready to hand things off and pass the torch. But before we do, just some thoughts on these first 3 frames of play that we presided over. Any themes that you saw emerging? Any players that caught your interest per se? I know it's a bit early still.
Borikov caught my interest very early. I remember that check raise he made against Dvoris on King 7-10-10, I believe. 3 spades. I like that one. He had king 7. He defended the
Oh,
blind.
right.
That was a cool one.
Right. Interesting. Yeah, no doubt about that. And
There were a
obviously-
lot of little lines and maneuvers that's how it always is in a spot like this, but to be on the call for the biggest Triton ever has been really exciting.
Yeah,
and,
no
I've enjoyed
question
it,
about
Ollie.
that. And we will leave things with Seth Gottlieb in the chip lead, 1.15 million in front of
Go
Seth, the
on,
only
Seth.
7-figure stack at present right now in the field. And Phil Nagy, how about that? 948,000 in front of him. So then, Nick and I are going to bow out, but still plenty of coverage still to come of event number 1 here, this 15K. The torch is going to be passed to, drum roll, Will Jaffe and Brian Rast. We welcome them both to the booth. Certainly hope that you guys will deliver them a warm welcome as well. Stay close, about 10 minutes time. We'll pick things up with 2 new faces here in the booth. Until tomorrow, on behalf of Nick, Ali, we'll see you.
GG Poker. Why so many players? This is a crazy to-do.
GG Poker.
Broke the Guinness World Record.
Welcome to the World Series of Poker main
the biggest
event.
poker site.
Larger than all other GTO Poker's traffic reaches all-time high.
Jump, 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 jump. No way!
Welcome to the Daily Dose of GTO Quiz of the Day. So you're playing a cash game, under the gun opens, and you defend your big blind. The flop is Ace Jack 4 all hearts, and you face a 1/3 pot-sized bet. Which hand should you continue with most often? Jack 8 of spades, King Queen of spades, 8-7 with the 8 of hearts, or Pocket 9's no heart? Find the answer in the Daily Dose of GTO, our free ebook designed to help you master GTO poker in just 5 minutes per day.
Introducing the all-new BetACR.eu, the premier destination for sports enthusiasts. What sets BetACR.eu apart is our exclusive offering of live-action prediction options on the Triton series. Experience the excitement as you predict the action while watching your favorite players live. But that's not all. By opening your account now, you can take advantage of our incredible offer. Receive a generous 15% free play on your first top-up, up to $250. Become a part of BetACR.eu and elevate your live sports engagement experience.
Just seize the wonder. Jeju Shinhwa World.
It's cold.
Thankfully, he's just barely covered. And for Yuan with ace queen off, we just saw this scenario from Orpin a moment ago. He's going time bank. Fold and 4-bet seem on the table.
Word has come down, by the way, in the chat from C. O'Wheel that Mr. in Danish is herre.
That's what I'm saying. So
it is tricky. You're
that's
right. I was going to say hair, like H-E-I-R, but I know that's German. Anyway,
let's see.
Herr
if
Hecklin, yeah.
Yes. Say it one more time, Ollie.
I want to say it's herre.
You're a wild man.
H-E-R-R-E.
You really are just something.
Apologies, by the way, if I'm
No, you're great with
Danish.
pronunciation. I mean, at least you go for it, you know.
Yeah. No, on the top.
We do have
go
a
for
snap
it.
jam.
Yep.
Good luck, gentlemen. Lear in all sorts of dire straits.
It was just a preordained sort of affair and
Ace king? Queen. Ace queen.
a smirk. But also a measure of disgust there for Lee. No, it's ace king, guys.
And a nice 4-bet from Hecklin, by the way. I know he has aces, so of course this isn't so above the rim.
No, but didn't get cute.
It's easy to always get cute when you have aces, but sometimes we just get it in pre. What's
Right.
better than that?
Right. Now, by the way, if somehow this ace king falls the
Well,
aces
he's going
here,
Mike off.
That's what I'm saying.
Really like
super tilting if you lose with the aces to the ace king. I don't know. Okay, it looks safe here.
got the duck 4 working for the chop, but
Take it all off the board. No queen, no
GG,
jack.
sir. Perhaps we'll see you shortly.
No shot for Lear as a healthy pot is being bestowed upon Herr Hecklin. I think Lear might have paid $15,000 to be reseated. He's tired of watching Orpin soak it up.
Yeah, we're gonna try to get poker tournaments back in Macau, and I was like, all right, buddy, like, you say so.
Now, I don't want to put anybody on blast, so I won't.
Okay.
Okay.
I don't know where you go from there,
as,
but
no, listen.
another
as
ace
I'm
king for
observing
Yuan.
the
Yes?
massage therapists come in here, rumors swirling about 6-figure gratuities that were handed out to multiple massage therapists.
My word, in
On
the
this
cash,
trip.
on this trip already.
On this trip already.
We've just begun.
That we have. By the way, if one of them registers, I think we're
By
going to
the
know
way,
who the
we have
recipients
some
were.
poor timing, and it's always awkward to hand one of the massage. Perhaps the queen comes in.
Yuan peering over at JNT's remaining stack, and the jam comes in. I would imagine JNT didn't drop 75 of his 170 in there with the intention of stepping aside, and indeed, just for the sake of the massage continuations, one would hope. Let's say for a chop. Obviously, I'm not anti-sweating Lee Yuan, but weird to
Understood,
cut it short.
understood, Ollie. 353 in the middle. Good start for Yuan.
Spade coverage. Way the best of it.
Chop, chop.
Now, opportunities as the board does pair. 6 or an 8 would do the trick. A queen is a clean winner. And instead, it is the 3. So,
GG, sir. See you shortly.
Everybody. Yes.
see, this is where I look back at the massage therapist and I'm like, what sort of evil did you anoint me with just here? What? I'm kidding. Fedor Holtz, I spy, to the right of DMP.
Welcome, sir.
Ace Jack suited.
Raise 9,000.
Elias, 9 to go.
Believe it will be going in from Jaffe.
78,000 back. 2 in the small. And there it is.
80? 79.5.
Too much hand for Elias to release, so
good luck, gentlemen.
In comes the call. 167 in the middle. Not a great development here for Jaffe. King 7-3, no diamond. No backdoor equity on the turn, just a queen or a 10. The hearts won't work any longer. And nor will the ace of diamonds as
No
Elias.
early storm out from Jaffe, but
no.
It is indeed time to go.
Registration's still open, of course. And I think in an event such as this, where the records are breaking, the prize pool is swelling. Show us a little love if you like what you're observing, and help us to continue to deliver you the finest in streaming poker entertainment, all free of charge. Price is certainly right. Nickels for Sturm. $10K gets flatted by Matas. D'Alessandro likes it on the button, and here comes Tanemura with the 8-5 suited. So one of the fives are busy elsewhere in the field. And the flop will bring us into focus as again a case 5 shows up. Now mercifully, the board texture isn't such that we anticipate Kazuyuki's going to get himself into trouble. The 9, however, for Matas.
Leon starts things off with a check.
It is somewhat texturized in terms of those inside straight draws and the 2 spades out there. Sturm perhaps hoping somebody else would give him an opportunity for a check raise. Unclear. The club rolls off, though, and now the wheel and nut flush draw for David. Certainly Sturm must be prepared to put chips in at this point with the 2-tone.
38.
There they are.
38, yeah. But 13,000.
38. 38. Yeah, sorry.
Seems like a lot of heat for Modest to take 4 ways, but he's certainly trying to get a feel for
Hello and welcome to the Triton High Roller Series in Jeju. I'm your new host, Will Jaffe. I'm thrilled to be here. This is my first Triton. We've got big shoes to fill, so luckily I'm joined by the legend, 2-time Poker Player Championship winner, over $25 million in live earnings, Brian Rast. How's it going, Brian?
I'm doing great, Will, and I'm happy to be here after taking last year off. And I'm going to do this in the most polite way possible, but I actually won it 3 times.
Really?
Yeah, that's
Sorry
true.
about that, guys. 3-time Poker Player Championship winner. I think our producers gave me some bad info there, but yeah, we're here. This is a record-breaking event here in Jeju. Late Reg, I believe, is still open. Over 230 players, by far the biggest Triton field ever. You see them lined up out the door. I mean, it's super exciting. We've got some big stars, and by big stars, I mean Phil Ivey himself, the GOAT, my GOAT.
You know, when I was leaving here earlier, I was walking out. It was like after all the hoopla, the dragons that were dancing, and everyone was already in line. Obviously, a little bit late. Phil Ivey was just rolling up by himself. I'm going up the escalator. He's going down the escalator. Little pound. Good to see you, Phil. You know, I know him quite well from playing with him in Bobby's room and over the years. But he's here. He's just ready. The legend. He's doing it.
The legend, Phil Ivey, is back in action. He's at one of our feature tables. He's got about 600K. Our chip leader is Seth Gottlieb, over 1.1 million. I mean, we got a long way to go, but I think we're going to see some fireworks. We've got Phil Nagy at our other feature table, along with, I believe, Andrew Tang, Matthew Wantman.
A lot of old names, a lot of new names. I mean, when you get a field this big, we're going to get a lot of different people, a lot of people that you might not normally see at Triton, right? That's pretty cool. That's a good thing.
Yeah, how familiar are you with these players?
Yeah, you know, some of the guys have been here quite a bit, and I've either played with them or been in the booth and been watching them with commentary. So, you know, some of them a decent amount, and others I've never seen before. So, yeah.
Well, enough of us. Let's get you guys out to the action. Really stacked field, and yeah, let's get into the hands. And I think we're going to see some fireworks. We got Adrian Mateos right there with Ivy, and a lot of players I actually don't recognize. So it's going to be a mix.
That's an action-packed duo for sure, Mateos and Ivy. I mean, Mateos plays a lot of fun pots. That guy's a wizard. He's aggressive. He's fun to commentate.
Yeah, what more do you need, really? I see Justin Saliba there. He's got about 15 big blinds. So we got some short stacks. We got some deeper stacks. So when you play a big series like this, Brian, I'm curious, first event, what's your general game plan? Are you trying to pace yourself? Are you going all in? Like, where are you at mentally before the first tournament you play?
You know, I think one of the important, like, most of the people that come here, they've traveled a long way. So you kind of want to come in. You don't want to be exhausted. So you want to make sure, whatever that means for you, if it's the day before, if it's 2 days before, you get in, deal with the jet lag. So at least maybe like the day you play, getting a workout, you kind of want to be in the right mindset. And I'd say you just want to come in. And personally, I think what you really want to do is just set like no expectations, right? I feel like expectations, it's like the Buddhist thing. You know, you attach to something and that leads to suffering. What you really want to do is just come in and just your expectation is that I'm going to be focused every hand and try to play my best. And you know, see what happens. No, right. And you know, and you can only really perform that way if you're well rested, ready to go in a good mindset. So.
Oh. Thank you.
Speaking of good mindsets, Danny Tang, I believe he's leading the Triton Player of the Year race. Just been on an absolute tear here. But don't sleep on Bucky Wantman. Bucky is, I think, one of the more underrated players out there. I don't know, a lot of people may not know about him, but we got a clash early on. Interesting spot. Justin Reyes is under the gun with ace-9. He's very short. Do you ever think about just flatting here with the kings, or?
Yeah, 8,000. He's got like 15 big blinds. You know, I probably don't do it very much with kings. I don't want to say cut off. I'm probably generally 3-betting kings, but I think aces, it's a bit more standard. But kings, it's just you get called by a lot of weaker hands. I mean, when you're talking 15 blinds, you can get called by ace-jack, ace-queen, a bunch of pocket pairs. And some of the ace-X's that fold, you're denying a reasonable amount of equity when you end up, you know, when you shove and they fold, like this one right here. So I think that's a standard play. I don't know. What do you think?
Yeah, when you're that short, I'm always enticed to just trap because it's so easy to get your stack in, on any kind of flop or, But these guys know what they're doing. I mean, Justin obviously is opening a tight range there, just had the sort of lower end of it, couldn't call off.
My guess is that's probably a thing sometimes at like some frequency in the big blind.
Yeah, it makes a lot more sense in the big blind.
Because now you're ensuring heads up and keeping them in, as opposed to you flat there, you could get a four-way pot, and then, I mean, whatever. It's not the end of the world, but...
Yeah, and the shove just looks so strong from the big blind when you can just call for, really good odds. And this is Phil Nagy, ACR Poker CEO, on the button with the beautiful ace-queen of spades. I mean, how good does it feel to just look at this type of hand? You're on the button. Phil has a pretty wild image. Makes it 16,000. This is going to be a real tempting spot for Justin with anything. I mean, ace-4 doesn't look that good to you. Yep, there it goes. All in, and he's in a lot of trouble here.
Yeah, I mean, he's so short. That play makes sense. Obviously, you're just kind of hoping you get folds there, but, this is...
Yeah, he ain't getting one here.
Yeah.
Phil snaps him off. Unlucky for Justin.
Well, he's claiming this one wasn't a slow roll.
I was actually going to warn you.
Justin wasn't here for that.
But he didn't use a time bank, so I was thinking maybe not then.
Yeah, I actually used a time bank when I had aces.
Danny accused him of a slow roll there that he did take a little while to call,
He did. I didn't want to say anything, but it was like, okay.
Yeah, and we would have never mentioned it had Danny not brought it up at the table, but Justin's going to need a lot of help. Only 3 4s left, 13%, needs to spike one or he's out of here.
Good luck. GG.
It's going to be GG for Justin.
Have a good one, brother. GG.
Another good up-and-coming player you haven't really seen on too many Tritons, looking to make a name here. Probably not going to be tonight.
Who's the next victim of the slow roll?
Do you know
I don't
when
think
did
you can get another one off today.
I hope I can get plenty of them.
Are you really claiming that wasn't a slow roll?
No, it's. I just had to. You want to double check and make sure how many chips he actually has, right? You know, it's take a second and look.
Of course.
Danny.
He's kind of going
Plus,
after
I'm a little
Nagy
jet
here.
lagged, and I could make a horrible mistake and say, "Oh, he had 7 times the chips I thought he had."
Yeah, of course.
Phil claiming jet lag. I don't know. Maybe something personal there, but we got our first casualty of the day.
Everybody always has different standards for the quickness of play. Although I would side there that it's obviously when we see the stack sizes, it's beyond automatic. But yeah, I mean, looking across the table at these red, white, and blue chip stacks, I don't know, maybe he forgot which is which and, wasn't sure and is like 200,000, 100,000, I don't know.
Can never be too careful, but
yeah.
We see why, yeah. Okay, I was thinking Nagy was going to raise there with the 9-6 off, but...
You got too many moves. I can't even keep track.
Shi Chun on the button with the Queen 3 off. Does this make it into the raising category here, Brian? Or
I'm pretty sure it doesn't. At least when it comes to what a GTO range would be, but let's see who's in the blinds. Is he? Maybe he just likes being aggressive, or maybe he thinks that the blinds are extra tight, don't 3-bet enough.
I mean, it's Danny Tang in there, though. It's
yeah. I mean, I'm not sure. Danny would qualify as that. Danny has a hand. He's definitely not folding to 2.5x.
a really pretty Jack 7 of clubs. Going to see a flop.
Well, there you go. Raise the Queen 3 off and get rewarded. I mean, yeah, the Queen 3 off is not even close to what a GTO Open would be, I'm pretty sure. But
yeah, but you never know why these guys are deviating. Maybe he has some reasons. And this is about as good as it gets, right, for a flop? I mean, you got the Queen 3 off.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I feel like just a little too deep to like love just the bet get it in, but obviously there's a ton of protection value there because any 2 random cards are overcards that you get to fold. So, but you know, it's dicey. Danny actually has a hand he could check raise with here. Yeah, not compulsory by any stretch, but he just gives it up, which is also totally fine.
And I kind of feel like she put him in a spot with his sizing there, betting 25,000 on the flop. You kind of forced Danny to make a bigger size raise, which, you know, would have committed him more with his stack.
I mean, they had 200K, right? Like, he can make it like 60.
Yeah.
Or like, you know, it's fine. I mean, it's a sizing that's totally fine with 8X, right? Because it's a spot where you're check raising a range that has a lot of bet folds in it, so. Oh, wow, here we go.
Yeah, we got Ivy action all in at our other table. He's all in for 500K, and Alex has called from the has called from the big blind with ace-8 of hearts. He's ahead. Can Ivy spike?
Ooh. Oh, but there's hope. A lot of hope.
Yeah, it's basically a flip.
Yeah, the 10 popped out first, and it seemed like Ivy was way ahead. But yeah, he's the ace and the flush draw. But that's a brick, so now Ivy's a 3-1 favorite.
Ooh. Ace on the river, and you know, a lot of players now, Brian, you see them at the table, they just make no emotional reaction, win or lose. But I feel like Ivy's kind of the originator of that.
I mean, I think there have been a lot of guys who qualify for that, but yeah, Ivy's the most originator, maybe not, but like the most notable, right? As kind of the widely accepted poker goat who just that was his MO and has always been his MO.
I mean, I gotta wonder, like, does he care? You know, like it just seemed like that pot didn't matter to him in the slightest. Keep it all inside. What's really going on with Phil? I mean, it's such an honor to.
No, he definitely cares. He's.
Speaking of caring, sorry, I gotta care about these ads. Get on GG Poker and qualify for the main event, the Road to Vegas. You can qualify from $1. Satellites running from the 1st of April to the 6th of June. Check out GG. Here's another beast, Adrian Mateos.
You know, so one of the things I want to just real briefly about Ivy is like what he's more the originator of is like nonstop laser 113% focus. I think you see that a little bit more with young tournament guys now, but you go back 10, 20 years ago, there weren't as many guys who were just doing that. And that was his, like, Ivy shows up, doesn't talk to anybody, looking at everybody, every pot, staring down, not talking, seems like he doesn't care. But it was really the focus thing. And now it's a bit more common, but he's definitely the originator of that. Just nonstop, full bore, 100% of the time, 24/7, 365.
Yeah, you see that in a lot of the young guys. Just they're walking and like they don't see anything else going on. They're like in the matrix basically. You see them walking on break. Almost if you go up to them, you like shake them. You know what I mean? Because you break them out of this. Just I don't even know what genius dream world they're in, thinking about ranges and what type of bluffs they're going to make.
Yeah, it's almost like, have you seen the new Dune movie?
No.
Like the Kwisatz Haderach. Like they're actually seeing the potential hands they're about to play at the end. Seeing, like, they're using the spice, they're seeing the future, and like the 5 eventual hands they're about to play and trying to figure out, you know, which range is most appropriate for the highest majority of those future hands.
Speaking of quiz odds, I think Axel Halle might be one. He's going to call on the button after Monica Zukowicz raises the king-6 of hearts, and Adrian's got a suited king in the big blind, so multi-way here.
Here we go. Nice little 3-way pot with no one flopping anything. So sometimes these are fun. I wouldn't be surprised if Axel takes this one down.
Yeah, he's got the nice little backdoor equity, and he may have the initiative here. He does. Is he going to be tempted to just stab at this? Hope his opponent's kind of whiffed.
I mean, it's a decent flop for him. I think Jack 9-5 rainbow, like from an equity perspective. And he might want to take advantage of Monica checking, and Adrian's got the big blind range. Yeah. All that makes a lot of sense. Axel Kwisatz did out, saw the future, and just stabbed at that one.
Yeah, check out Dune. This guy's in it. He's one of the main quiz ads. Just that future reading ability. He's not going to miss a spot like that. But we got Phil with another ace-queen suited. He's just rotating suits. And Danny with a big hand. Pocket nines.
Ooh, 187. I mean, that's like just over 20 bigs. Kind of early-ish position. What's he going to do?
It's real tempting to just shove here, right? You know,
it is a little tempting. Definitely. Yeah.
And there he goes, and pocket fours can't really do much here, right? Just you're never really ahead.
Fours should be in the bin.
There they go. And Nagy has an interesting decision here. I mean, ace-queen suited is very strong, but how many worse hands is Danny ripping here, do you think?
I think ace-queen suited is a pretty easy call. Also, the fours, I think he needs at least eights-ish, maybe, to call cold. But yeah, no, Phil, ace-queen suited's too strong. It's not comfortable,
Called
but
my hand.
That's okay.
It's a fair fight.
Fair fight.
You had to call it once you called the hand.
And there it goes.
You had to call it once you called it.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Phil just knocked out Justin.
For what, 20 some odd big blinds?
I mean, technically also, Danny's not jamming like aces and kings.
Ooh, that's okay.
You know,
Still
which
racing.
is pretty good for Phil.
Still racing.
He's doing all right against the jamming range.
You've lost too much weight.
Even going to be a few hands he's ahead
Still
of.
faster than you.
Yeah, no, I said you lost too much weight. You're fast.
Ooh, wrong 9 side. The wrong 4 side. Wrong
Danny
4
going
side.
to need to hit a heart or a 9 here.
7 of hearts.
Or not.
7 of hearts. You can do it. Come on. Ping. No, wrong 4 side again. Wait, I have a bow. Oh, no, you have a bow. Never mind. All right. Good luck, everyone.
Good game, Danny.
I'm coming. I'm coming. Huh? Oh.
Phil's going to score his second knockout with ace-queen suited. Great start for him.
That was some high energy commentary there by Danny. We should invite him up in here to be our guest and just.
Yeah, you know, when you're shipping Tritons every time you come, you can get a little chirpy at the table. You know, it's good to be winning, but the table must feel really relieved, right? That's a great result for them. Danny, tough player, don't have to deal with him anymore.
Can you grab her and tell her some water?
Yeah, I mean, I think any time when somebody who's generally considered to be more of an amateur, like non-professional player, doubles up and busts
You were just like full of
a pro.
little
Usually the
photo.
table's
It's
pretty happy with that.
unbelievable.
So
I didn't think about it like that. I would have done it for him.
Unbelievable. I love it.
like, you know, last I checked, if I remember,
16?
when Triton does the special 200K where they divvy it up and they got the pros side and then the amateur side. I'm pretty sure Nagy was playing on the amateur side and Danny Tang was on the pro side. So I think that
I mean, look,
sums
this
that one
guy
up.
owns a poker site. How much of an amateur can you be?
No, listen, I mean, it's all degrees and shades of this or whatever. You know, just because someone's an amateur doesn't mean they're a bad player, but, you know, nevertheless, when the Triton had its special 200K invite, he wasn't playing on the pro side. So that's, you know, maybe he's better than some of the pros, maybe not. Who knows? That's for the Wizards and the game theory optimal solvers to decide, but those are just the facts.
Speaking of Wizards, we got Alex Boyka raising up with the King-Queen of clubs. Sorry, King-Queen offsuit. And I'm not sure exactly what happens. Looks like Kiat Lee has 3-bet.
To 20,000? That seems
impossible.
It looks like, I'm looking at the other, it looks like it was a raise and a call.
Ah, okay.
Raise to 16K and call here on our other screen.
Gotcha.
So on our other screen, I think that action is correct. So I'm going to go with that. Because
Yeah, that makes sense. Alex Reyes got called by Kiat. Both players have king high.
Hello, sir. How are you?
Both have king high. This is a flop that
I'm mediocre at best.
is low enough that some of the cutoffs flats totally miss. Under the gun has an interesting decision there whether to bet or check. Not connected. He checks.
Yeah, both players check, and we see the 8 on the turn, and feels like it's going to come down to who wants this one more.
I'm a big fan of your hat. Thank you. So that hat is for the win.
45.
Alex is going to bet. And he bets big, 45. That'll get the job done. I guess trying to rep a slow played over pair, maybe?
Yeah, or an 8. Or, you know, it could be like 6s or 7s. But something like that. And I think he obviously with that sizing, he's trying to target ace high to fold for sure.
Here we got Ivy in action against Monica. Both players have a straight draw. Monica actually with the best hand with king high beating Ivy right now, but she can't know that.
Yeah, she's got, it's not a big bet, and she's got just a little bit of this and a little bit of that. One of the interesting things about this spot is, like, even though her hand is good, it's not super likely she gets to show it down, but I definitely think calling is pretty reasonable given you can hit a 6, a king, maybe even a 5 and win at showdown sometimes.
Really bad turn for her.
Yeah.
Is she thinking about maybe stabbing here? Because you can't win, obviously, if you check. You're just praying to, yeah, no, she's going to just check in.
Yeah, she is, and I like that she was thinking about that. I think it's a reasonable play. A board change there. She can have all 16 of the straights, both straights, 5, 6, and 10, 9 off, whereas Ivy can only have the suited combinations of that. So she can have a lot more of the 2 pairs.
Ivy going to bet big. Not much Monica can do there.
Yeah. Yeah, this hand was going to be over on the turn most of the time once she decided not to stab.
Phil Ivy just with that classic intimidating presence, the laser focus Brian talked about. I've only played with Ivy once in my life. I was playing a 1K at the World Series. Late in the day, I get moved to a table. There's an empty seat. Phil Ivy sits in it. And I just remember thinking, I've never thought this when a player was at the table, but I would be like under the gun and he'd be in the small blind. And I would just be thinking, oh shit, Ivy's in the small blind. What am I going to do? Every position he was in.
Yeah, you weren't ready to play the game that day.
No. I mean, I wasn't ready to play with Ivy. It was a 1K, you know? I'm still not ready to play with Ivy, I'll be honest. This guy is, though. Look at this Quizod with the pocket aces here.
Axel Paul Atreides Halle.
Seeing into the future, seeing very good things when you get the aces. I mean, what a feeling.
He already knows that they're going to win this hand.
Unfortunately for him, no action.
Ooh, the big blind. Big blind let go with a jack-9 off. That's some respect right there.
When he puts the glasses on.
It's a tight fold.
It's a tight fold, but a correct one.
Yeah. Zhang Kanyang in the big blind. He wanted nothing to do with...
No, the way this guy's, I mean, you just got to stay away from certain guys, right, when they get hot.
I like your poker theories. I think we're going to have a good time.
Yeah, we got some...
I'm not too used to them, but I can run with it, you know?
Much more of a field player.
Listen, guys, I'm not saying it's what you should do, but it's okay to think it.
That makes me feel slightly better. Folds around to Monica on the button.
Oh, here we go.
Pocket threes.
This is it. Even with Ivy in the big blind, you got to raise this one up.
I'd be thinking maybe limp or fold. But she knows better. Raises it up to 16K. And Zhang folds a pretty suited hand. Maybe he was thinking about Ivy there, Queen 8.
Pretty decent hand in the big blind. That was a tight fold. Seems like he's a tight player. He just made a tight fold in the big blind and a tight fold in the small blind.
You don't think it's Ivy?
I bet it's him.
Here we go. Ivy gets the best of it against Monica again. Flops jacks and 9s. Monica has a pretty good flop, though. I mean, she's going to want to bet, I would think, most of the time for value/protection.
Yeah, the lower the pairs get on a flop like this, the more you want to bet them, you know, as you go from like 8s down to 3s. And the higher, the more you want to check them. Exactly for the kind of protection reason of getting overcards to fold from hands that have no business continuing.
Bad turn for both players' hands. Ivy checks it over to Monica. And
yeah, it's hard to find a double barrel with this one because you just really have like almost no equity when called. And it's hard to really say that she has a big advantage at that point. She's going to have a bunch more hands that would seem to have more equity to barrel with. So checking this down is I was gonna ship it.
I was going to take another one here. The rich get richer. Phil Ivy. I mean, that's what's cool about Triton, right? We've got this huge mix of players, all these new school crushers. And then you got guys like Ivy. I mean, it's just everyone really is here.
Yeah, it's nice getting, and even, you know, okay, you have like legit old school pros like Ivy who like definitely came up before solvers. Different, like that's this. Then you've got kind of younger guys who's, you know, maybe a little bit younger than me, someone in their mid to late 30s who sort of started before solvers, but then has kind of been in the mix with solvers for some years now. And then young guys aren't even 30 yet. And someone who's 25 who's like all whole poker playing career has been studying on the Silicon Overlord, you know? Like, what does the Silicon Overlord tell me I need to do? Okay, yeah, 60% bet, 40% check. Let me randomize it.
That's what a solver is, a silicone overlord.
Yeah, that's what I'm going to call it.
Well,
here we go. We got a raise. We got a flat. And we got Kwisatz in the big blind with the 10-3.
Got to take a flop with the suited hand, but Dong Chen way out in front with the pocket kings here.
Yeah.
But I got to say, there's a lot of drip out here in Jeju. Ooh. A little something for everyone.
Yeah.
And if you're, yeah, I was going to wonder if Axel ever has leads there, but maybe not.
Second bullet?
I think the board is too
Oh,
high,
no.
especially a raise and a flatter in position. I just think, yeah, he has some really strong
Not
hands on
even
that, but
third.
so much
Oi,
junk.
oi.
I think he's not really an equity favorite.
Running bud. Keep me the good luck for the big ones.
What a turn.
Bigger ones.
But after check, I wouldn't be surprised if, I mean, I sort of expect him to bet here. Probably goes bet, call, and then fold. I don't see how A7 can put any money in this pot if somebody bets.
No, but
Okay.
I'm surprised to see him check. Maybe
I
going for a
wonder.
check raise, potentially?
It's definitely possible. I actually expect him to check raise here.
At this point, right, with the flush draw, straight draw, I mean, and Dong's got to like his hand now. I mean,
Yeah.
pocket kings checked around, checks to him.
And it makes sense. I mean, what's he doing? He's targeting good one-pair hands. Like, he's hoping a check raise here. Maybe you get a queen to fold. You get a hand like king 9 to fold. I mean, you might even be asking pocket kings to fold. Probably not going to happen, but it's not. I mean, like, I wouldn't be shocked out of my mind if one pair folded to a check raise.
And
here.
look at that. Makes it really small, too.
Well.
Basically a min raise. Trying to make it look super strong, I think. And this is not a great spot for kings, right?
No, but I mean, I think you kind of just call.
I mean, what other play is there, right? No spoilers here. We have no idea what these guys are going to do, but it's such a small bet. You're in position.
Yeah.
I guess maybe a little tempting to shove and just get the hand over with if you think you're good.
Well, I think people like doing that, but I definitely...
You don't think the Silicone Overlord approves?
I don't think so. No, but I mean, the thing is, if your opponent's starting to do it with like weird mergy value draw stuff like this, maybe it has a bit more merit.
Yeah, Dong's going to do the only thing that really makes sense and call here. We're going to see a river already 263,000 in the middle. Oh, total brick.
I mean, kind of a good card for Dong, actually, because, I mean, he was already losing to Queens Up, but now he's, if it turned out Axel was doing this with a small 2-pair, he's now beating it. So, you know, and no draws got there. And it was unlikely Axel was doing this with just a queen, right? It feels a bit like a slight overplay. Like maybe the only queen that would make sense would be ace queen, and he didn't 3-bet pre, so I don't like. This is a great card to call, really.
Yeah, right. All of the 8-7 offsuits, the 9-7s, the 9-8s probably defend to a min raise and might play it like this as well. So yeah, really good river for Dong.
I mean, those hands probably check. To be fair, they're not gonna like go all in here as a bluff, but yeah, I just you got here. You're gonna be getting like 3.5 to 1 on a call. Oh, he
goes for the, what is this, a min bet here?
Okay, this is interesting. He's decided he's on that card. I think he's decided he's not getting a real hand to fold, so now he's just trying to get a bigger.
This is what we call a prayer in the wind here. Just praying your opponent has like an ace high flush draw type of thing.
Yeah.
I mean, it makes sense, right? Like, Dong checked the flop. He could just have ace jack of hearts here, right? Ace king of hearts potentially.
I will call you Paul Atreides for the rest of my life if Dong Chen folds kings here for 25K.
Dong Chen is not only not folding,
Yeah,
he's putting it all in. He you know, Dong ain't folding.
Yeah.
And I think the quiz odds powers have failed him here. Was not able to see into the future correctly.
Yeah.
Did save himself though, because I do think if he shoved, he was getting the same result there, but he would lose all his chips.
I think he found out that it wasn't going to work. It's just really what that boils down to.
So maybe he can see the future.
Yeah.
Kind of.
He also saw the future where if he gave that up, his friends gave him shit for the next week. So he's like, I've got to put something in the pot.
It's true.
Save face here.
That's a good point, yeah. On the feature table, definitely some added bluffing equity. You don't want to see. You don't have to watch all your buddies give you crap because you knuckled the 10 high.
Like, I know he's not folding, but I also know my friends will not give me crap. So I guess like the amount that's worth it to lose is 25,000. So he might still be Paul Atreides.
Oppenheimer on the plane.
On plane?
Man.
I bet you had a long flight. You're based in Costa Rica, yeah?
Yeah.
So it has to be a long flight.
It was
Like 40 hours?
It's like a month. It was like a month. It was Costa Rica, Panama, overnight in Panama, right? I had to do some stuff. And then Panama, 10 hours to Amsterdam, 9-hour layover in Amsterdam. Amsterdam, Seoul, overnight in Seoul. I got a hotel in Seoul to get some rest, and then an hour flight here. Wow. And I got here today at like 11.
You look too fresh.
It's you know, I'm kind of a beast.
Yeah, I can see that.
We got action here. Bucky shoves the small blind with the beautiful 10-9 of diamonds, and Alexander has to call with the 6s. Classic, just dead coin flip here.
Yeah.
About as flippy as it gets. 6, 7, 8. I have your flush. Is 6, 7, 8 okay?
I feel like Alexander's going to win this.
Action flop, still a flip.
That's pretty close.
I'm going to take Bucky now. He's got that 3 extra %. There we go.
Good call. Good call. The way his little avatar is like looking you right in the eye, Alexander felt lucky, but goes to show you what that stuff means.
2 times.
Flush for good measure. Bucky's going to double up here to almost 300,000. Matthew Wantman.
Yeah, but really, it
1,
hit
3,
home
4.
for me with Oppenheimer thinking, God, those physicists, and they know they're building something that's just like could blow up the entire world. And I just couldn't imagine. What a tough spot is that.
Yeah, and this is a well-known situation. There is,
Yeah.
of course, situations you don't know about.
Oh, for sure.
About some.
For sure.
You see that movie?
Yeah, Oppenheimer.
Yeah, it was
I'm
good.
not smart enough to be a nuclear
Christopher Nolan, right?
physicist, so I'm cool. I don't have to worry about.
I can't remember. I think maybe, yeah. I saw it on IMAX. It's pretty.
Run the calculations again. Let's make sure we're not going to blow up the entire.
We got a new player here. I believe this player is wearing the traditional head garb of called an ejima for maybe some reed protection potentially. Trying to disguise himself a little.
It does go suspiciously low to block people from looking, especially if he probably tilts his head down a little bit. Doesn't want people seeing his eyes.
Liu with a really pretty king 7 in the cutoff. This has got to make it into the raising range sometimes, right?
No, I mean 100% of the time, theoretically, from the cutoff. It's a nice hand.
Now Bucky's got ace-6 offsuit. Not a great looking hand, but
it's. I call king 7 suited. It's like the modern hand. I feel like it's like the hand that 15 years ago everybody thought was kind of garbage. That like the silicon overlord is like, no man, this hand has value. The weak king suited stuff.
now the queen 10 for Alexander, sitting on crumbs. Maybe doing a quick meditation. Kind of a rough spot to be in. Just lost a flip for all your chips, basically. Do you want to gamble here with basically no fold equity?
You know, I think I take this spot. Yeah. Oh, is he just...
He's just going to flat and see a flop.
Interesting.
I guess he feels like it's too strong to fold, but too weak to rip.
You're getting 20K overlay from the blinds, you know? Yeah, you're never getting folds here, so maybe he's just going to do a lot of stop and goes.
Stop and go. Another play that I haven't heard of in a long time. Is the Overlord okay with stop and goes? Because I think we might see one. No, he checks.
No, this one I like checking, yeah.
Check and try to get it. You're never folding.
You're
so
trapping with the 10. I mean, you're trapping.
No, you are. And it's going to work.
Because what you really want is like very low equity hands to fire in. Yeah, which is what's happening. Oh, my God.
But wait, he's not trapping himself here, is he?
No.
Don't overthink this, Alexander.
No, definitely don't overthink it.
He checked for a reason. Yeah, he's going with it. Really nice check there from him.
Yeah, you have all that money in the pot, you flop something, you got dust left, it goes in. And technically, when we say trapping, you're trapping the dust part of his range that bluffs. That's what you're trapping. I mean, you're not trapping in the traditional sense of the word, guys.
Yeah.
You got to keep up at home.
Nice little pot there for Alexander, though. Doubles up. Still short, but, it always feels good to just win a pot, get some chips your way when things aren't going well for you at the table. Look at that.
When you're all in especially.
Yeah. Could be out. Doubles up. And we got the main event champ, Espen Jorstad, in the house.
Oh, sorry? Okay, got it.
I can use my phone, but you can't.
So 3-time Poker Players Championship, 50K buy-in.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
What happened to you in the main event? I mean, too small of a buy-in for you? What's the deal there?
I mean, there's 8,000 players, I guess. I just haven't had the...
Thank you.
Okay, but let's be honest here. You're playing massive cash games. You're playing huge buy-in tournaments. It has nothing to do with just not caring?
Definitely there were parts of my career.
Oh, sick.
A lot of my career where a good chunk, I'd say, in like the last decade, like the 2010s, where there was a lot of not caring that much during the main.
10K now?
not being very focused. Maybe, you know, my first mains, the first like 5 or 6 of them till I started playing really big stuff all the time. And then my last couple ones have been a lot more focused. But yeah, there was a good stretch of in the middle without it.
Because I didn't even realize it was because usually there's a break because of the stop of the break.
With 8,000 people, though, just a lot of things have to go right. That's what it boils down.
Yeah, it sounds like you punted a bunch, which, you know, look, that should be a badge of honor. You're rich enough to throw those buy-ins in there, and maybe punting for you probably still means you're above EV, but...
I have a funny main hand story to come after this, but let's update. Apparently we had 269
25?
entrants, I was just told by our producer. And before I get to my main hand story, we are going to...
Trying to change the subject. It's fair. We got a big hand here.
We got a big hand, yeah. We gotta say... I mean, well, this hand's not going to be very difficult to call because they got 10 big blinds. So he's going to go all in with 10s, and Ace King is going to call.
The only question is the headgear going to stay down? Yeah, so as Brian alluded to, crazy numbers here. 269 players, shattering the previous Triton record, which was 179.
It's very flippy.
We're getting flippy here.
Wonderful.
And the head does come up now.
Yeah,
That's embarrassing.
It's not
ready to
possible.
gamble.
You're not busting.
Great.
I know you're new to the game, but we'll teach you this stuff. We'll teach you this stuff.
Ooh, Ace right in the door.
Ooh, and there's a 10.
I like the window card.
Espen basically dead now.
Interesting, at least.
Needs a club or a queen or jack to have some life. It's not it.
And that's all she wrote. So.
Yeah, Espen, what a rough first hand. Comes in, doubles up this guy. We do get to see a little of his face, but I think that headgear is going to go down as soon as he gets those chips. He doesn't want to give anything away.
I think the only thing you did wrong was let him get a 10. That's it. Everything else you did perfectly.
Yeah, I'll work on that.
Nagy with a little needle there.
I wonder if he knows if he's needling.
I don't. He's had accused of being slow rolled there. You know, maybe I feel like he might be playing a little mind games with these guys, Brian.
Yeah, I'm sure he knows it. I'm sure he knows that's a very needly thing to say to a guy that just lost an all in.
I mean, his first hand at the table comes down, gets ace king, flops an ace in the window. No good, but he'll be all right.
So speaking of punting in the main, all right, I show up on day, I don't even remember if it was 2 or 3. This was like 7, 8 years ago. I've got this sea of old people to my left. I'm just going to ravage them all day, you know. Not one of them could be under 50 years old, like the 4 seats to my left. The seat to my right is empty. 10 or 15 minutes late, this young guy shows up in a hoodie. His very first button, he opens. So I have pocket 3s in the small blind. Already, I'm ready to do something.
You're ready to play for
horrible.
stacks here. Day 3 of the main event.
I 3-bet him.
Oh, God.
It gets back to him. He 4-bets me. And I'm like, what are the odds that a guy on his first button open who showed up 15 minutes late and he's young actually has a hand when he 4-bets there? You can't do it. So then I 5-bet jam and he calls and he has aces. And I lose 75% of my chips and don't get to ravage a great table all day and go out.
Yeah, you must have really you must have punted a lot in the main event.
That hand was awful on so many levels. I mean, just the 3-bet was. I mean, actually, the 5-bet jam isn't the worst part of the hand. It's the 3-bet.
That weirdly feels like the best part.
Jet lag.
Just grip it and rip it. It was a different time back then. More clicking wars, more back and forth pre-flop.
Like 40 hours to get here.
Oh, that hand was horrible, bro.
Did you have a lot of bad feelings after that? Like, did you walk out sick when you busted that thing, or was it just another tournament?
Is that a new record for you, or?
Yeah, no, I walked out and I was pretty upset.
I think my all-time high is like 35 or something.
I was pretty angry.
Just punted off. Just 100 big blinds. Softest table, day 3.
Like, just angry with myself.
Yeah,
no one. What are you doing, bro?
No one to blame but yourself there.
Yeah. Like, bro, you played great for 2 days, and then you show up on day 3 and just what are you doing?
Mega punt. I mean, 3s.
Yeah,
pocket 3s.
Like, are you trying to play the game, or are you just?
Did you say what he had, by the way? He had
then,
aces.
then I do have the thought. Yeah, he had aces.
Yeah.
Then I do have the thought, like, how come I can't just be one of those guys who just rips the 3 and just has all the stacks? How come
Oh
that's
wow,
never
you went
me?
through the full range
Yeah,
of
the
thoughts.
full
You felt a
range.
little first the anger and then the sadness hidden.
Yeah, it's all of it. But then mostly anger, though. Mostly,
yeah,
I
mostly
was just
anger at
like,
yourself. There's no one to hate but yourself.
You're a
after
total
that. Yeah.
idiot. I said other bad
You said bad
language.
words. Yeah, you're not going to call yourself an idiot, but a lot of things we can't say on air.
Yeah. A lot of cursing.
Dong Chen picking up the ace-king offsuit. Raises it up to 20. Our blinds have gone up. They go fast in these things, and Adrian's going to ship here. Pocket eights makes sense. There we got Mikita Badzikuski joining the table, and it looks like we're going to have another classic race here. Dong can't fold.
A lot of crushers at this table all of a sudden.
Yeah, look at this.
Adrian Mateos,
But
Badzikowski.
isn't that going to happen in every Triton, right?
Yeah, no,
Players are getting eliminated. I mean, who do you think's coming to the table?
And these guys don't even know about Alex Halle.
Well, I'm not sure we
Paul
know. I'm not
Atreides.
sure we know about him. Yeah, I think you might have jumped the gun on that one.
Everybody's going to know about him shortly. He's going to win this.
This would be a great one to win, the opening event. I mean, how good does that feel to
That
rip
feels
off the
good.
first event at a series where you know you're going to go in for a lot of buy-ins?
Yeah, that's
Spicy-
how you really want to get it started
Spicy
off.
turn.
Yeah.
Adrian needs to fade. Not going to do it. He's out. Dong Chen, wrecking ball so far. Takes out the Conquistador. I mean, this guy's got to be one of the best, right? Just super young. So many titles already under his belt. Hasn't even hit 30 yet. Like, what is this guy doing that we don't know about, Brian?
Probably a lot of things.
I told him
Speaking
I was
of doing a
changing
lot of
table,
things.
but I'm not sure he saw that I went up here.
Bucky
They are
with the
very,
ace-queen
very busy,
suited.
so it's hard for them to
Ooh, a
figure
little
out everything.
3-bet.
Ooh,
Yeah.
and
It was like 3
Alexander,
hours waiting list for food before.
not long ago, doubled up Bucky,
He
looking to
didn't
get
tell
his
me anything
revenge
about
here,
winning
and
this, so.
things could really turn here for Alexander,
Yeah,
right?
he
Was
wanted
only
to go
down
over.
to about 50,000 after losing that hand to Bucky, and
True.
this
What a
is
great spot.
yeah, what a dream spot. You open and a
That's a
raise,
raise?
and yeah, that is a raise, my friend. And you see the headgear a little loosened after that double. Maybe he just needed to win a pot, you know?
So let's see. That's a raise, re-raise all in. Yeah, this is garbage.
Just a half table and so much
Good
extra.
call, Phil. 6 is not even close to the minimum pair you need there. And neither are 4s. And ace-queen suited is just
Some of these guys, though, Brian, you think they ever just think about gambling? You know, just saying, F it, let's get in there, let's mess around. Let's take a shot, not with this hand, maybe?
Yeah, sometimes, you know, but I think most of the guys know this is just.
There it goes. Bucky, no choice here. Priced in. Beautiful ace-queen, and honestly, 34% ain't bad here.
No, he could. I mean, he could be closer to flipping.
Yeah, Alexander's so short, only 5 big blinds. Could have jacks,
No,
10s.
Well, 10 blinds, but yeah, he could have had some lower
Oh,
pairs.
10
but-
blinds, yeah. Nothing for Bucky. Does have some backdoor possibilities. Wants to see a spade or straight cards if he doesn't hit an ace. That's one of them. Now can hit any jack or an ace to knock out Alexander. There it is.
It's just never easy.
What a
Good
rough
game.
go for him.
Yeah.
Gets it in good with 6s against Bucky. Gets a nice double up where he plays perfectly. Gets it in good again against Bucky and showers. But that's how the game goes.
Get the gut punch. You're short, it doesn't matter. But then you double to have like dreams again, and then they get
I'll probably
stolen.
not last long enough here to get my food either, but
The good
Just
thing
in
about
case.
that, Brian, is at least
He'll be
you're not
chasing
kicking
you around.
yourself because you 5-bet all in
Hey,
in
well,
the main
now
event
Eventually, it will become
on
room
day
service.
3 with pocket
like
threes.
it will after this, right? Reg is closed now.
Yeah.
So this is
Yeah.
Registration is closed at this record-breaking event here at Triton. I mean, we're just going to see more and more of this, right?
Yeah, I mean, this should be a really big series here, right? I mean, they've got the 15, like the 20, like 225s. I mean, they're going to ramp it up, and there's going to be a lot of buy-ins.
Phil Nagy over 114 big blinds, and I got to say, when people start dropping in a tournament, you've got over 100 big blinds. It's an amazing feeling. Almost feels like you can't lose.
Yeah, only one other stack here. Shi Chun even could really hurt him. No one else can even take half his chips. I mean, it's a pretty nice situation.
I was thinking, what do I do? Probably fold. I'm scared money in that spot.
Bucky, though, with $500,000 now. Really big swing there winning the ace-queen right on the river. You go from having, 25 big blinds now to 50.
Yeah, 100%. But I mean, that's just the way these tournaments rumble. There's ups, there's downs. You're high, you're low, you're out. You're rebuying, you're in the next one. It's like, one of the things I like to say is a lot of times you don't choose the tournament chooses you.
You got a really zen approach to these things, man. I can see why you've had so much success. I go in every tournament I play, I'm thinking, this is a big break for me. Like, if I was in this thing, I would be so excited. I mean, that's probably why I don't do well, but I'd be thinking this could be life-changing. This could be the one.
The problem is, I think, when you take that attitude is that maybe at first it's fine, but then maybe things do start going right, and you have a stack, and then you start thinking that it's too much. You're putting too much expectation on the result, and it's a lot for your emotions to manage.
Too much pressure.
Yeah. Like when all of a sudden some things start going wrong, and then, oh no, but you just all these thoughts that have nothing to do with how to play your best poker, or how are other people playing, or analyzing and pre-adjusting, just all the stuff you should be thinking about, right? So I think that more than anything is why it's kind of important. It just helps keep the emotions a little level, keeps you thinking about the right stuff, stops you from thinking about the wrong stuff.
Speaking of the right stuff, beautiful queen 10 of diamonds. I mean, this is just such a nice looking hand, later position. Going to min raise it up.
Sure. Is there a person who would take suggestions for adding this?
Great spot here in the small blind.
Yeah, just 15.5 blinds. It's a pretty easy jam all in.
Do you think it would be interesting to add tournaments to this?
You don't even really have a 3-bet size at 15 blinds here.
There is for example, 109, but it's 4K guarantee.
Well, maybe you do, though.
He disagrees with me.
So
this guy's not playing by your Silicone Overlord. He's he's 3-betting to induce here. Get value. I mean, kind of like it. Just
how many individuals are online right now.
Right now, yeah.
And Shi Chun is going to be pretty tempted here, right? In position, such a pretty hand. I mean, can you really say no?
Yeah. That's
so that's more as
he
it
does.
gets closer into the evening time. You can see the head count goes way up.
I get it.
So
it's not worth it, yeah.
Well,
but thinks wisely. I mean, that looks so strong, right? When you 3-bet off a 15 big blind stack.
It does. It does.
That's probably why you even prefer to rip, is just to keep the wider range. Like, you're not doing that with an ace-10 offsuit, right?
No, I got it.
Yeah.
I would contribute. I would put 30 players every day to 109.
Nice little pot there.
If it would be at that particular time.
I mean, I think with 15 blinds in that spot, I'm pretty much playing
I'll get you
fold, call, rip
the TD's
strat.
Thank you.
Yeah. But are you up on your Silicone Overlord? Have you been studying the solvers?
I haven't, but I feel like that one's right. I will double check it shortly.
We're going to run that by the boss. Another pretty hand here. 10-8 of diamonds on the button. Going to raise it up.
Silicone Overlord agrees with me.
Wow, that was quick. You got him on speed dial like that?
Yeah, I got my laptop up right here.
Is that RTA? Are you running RTA?
No, man. Just
This is totally legal. No RTA here at Triton in the commentary booth, we promise. That is just a classic solver. Rast has it on him, immediately queues it up, gets the answer.
This is my study time, man. I'm here to enjoy, shoot the shit with you. But I'm also here to learn. I'm here for teachable moments. I'm here to learn from some of the best players in the world and talk with you guys at home about it and just enjoy the action. So Yeah, I gotta keep the solver handy. Just a pre-flop solver, nothing special.
We got an interesting spot here. Both players flop straight draws, but Liu has a diamond draw to go with it. Just a great flop.
What? It doesn't seem like
They're
I've
not
spoken to
that
like 4
deep.
different
It's only like a
servers,
2
and
to
none of them
1
spoke
stack to
English so
pot
far.
ratio.
It'd be very tricky
I
to
thought
coordinate
price
if you
time,
change
too.
table and
But Ajima can't fold the
I should, but it's
the
gonna be
straight draw
short
here.
notice,
Definitely
like,
not.
Queen, interesting card on the turn.
but I should have, yeah.
Or grab a menu, carry it around with you.
Duolingo time.
You can just use trust.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean,
No,
should
I
this
mean, the
type of
menu
head
is
covering
fine,
be
but
legal,
like now,
Brian?
for
Let's be
example,
honest
I tried to
here.
explain to him that I ordered food for my
It's
previous
quite
table and I got
aggressive.
mid here, but
You know, I think this is. I'll tell you what I think shouldn't be is masks. When people have the
Well,
full
let's not
mask
get into
on.
that. Let's focus on what we got right here. That's
Okay,
a
this one-
controversial
this-
topic.
No, the mask. I'm saying no. This one I think is borderline.
You think it's still above the threshold?
This one's close because I mean there is some visibility of the mask. Literally covers like almost someone's whole face. This is probably no. This is probably too much for the hat.
Look at this.
This is an interesting decision here. I'm not sure how much.
The solver does like these min bets, right? But
Yeah,
does it
but
like it
usually
as a
not when the top pair
Yeah,
pairs,
yeah.
right? Like I'm not sure the Silicone Overload approves of this, but maybe he's right. Maybe
trying to get to a cheap river?
I don't want to say he's wrong, but that was just an interesting decision.
Wow, and
I mean I think he's got to bluff this.
Yeah, I
he's
mean,
got
he's
a
got a-
10.
yeah, he's
he's
got a
got
club.
and he's got nothing. He's got king high along with a 10 and a club.
And he's got an Ajima on. I mean, you don't wear this type of garb to not be able to bluff, right? That's the whole point.
This is another one of those your friends and your enemies and everybody will not look at you right if you don't bluff here.
Yeah, and he's going to go for it. Unlucky for him, Leo has hit a pair, but
Yeah. Oh, but it's a small bluff.
really small. But what does this guy beat other than just stone bluffs?
Correct. Correct. This is a bet where, I mean, I think you aren't beating any value. Maybe. I mean, could you talk yourself potentially into beating value, getting 5 to 1 here? Like maybe he has an 8 also. Maybe he has a 4. Does a 4 ever bet? I don't know, but like
Yeah.
these are the questions he might be asking himself when the bet is this small. You know, I think once it gets third pot or something, you know you're not beating value or tying value.
It's a great bet by Laznikas because if he bets bigger, he polarizes himself, right? Whereas here now, he could have a 9, right? He could have a queen. He could have a straight.
Yeah, I'm not sure what I think about it.
Maybe not such a great bet because he gets snapped off too small, I think. Nice call.
I would have gone for a bigger bet there. I think that, see, the thing that your blocker's most relevant is like blocking the straight, blocking the flush. I would have just
Yeah, you have a blocker to the nuts, basically. You want to utilize it.
and I would have just said, okay, let's try to get him to fold a 9.
So what are you thinking, like closer to pot there?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just rip it.
Yeah. Just rip it in his face.
I mean, or pot, whatever. But I think pot was pretty close to all in. I mean, it wasn't that
Yeah. Nice pot there.
There is an art, though. There is an art with the out of position. Can you find the small bluffs in those spots?
Yeah.
I mean, there's definitely an art to the small bet sizes. You do it sometimes for value. You do it sometimes to kind of trap, to induce. And you got to have bluffs in that range as well. But I don't know.
Have you been?
I don't know in that spot.
No, first time. It was great though. I really liked it. Amazing city.
Bucky with 7-3 off, not looking to disrespect these players' blinds.
The nacho.
Beautiful hand for Laznikas in the
boy.
small blind here.
It was an interesting pot.
Yeah, that was. And how do you play this? 13 big blinds, everything on the table could limp.
I mean, the Silicon Overlord says jam.
There you go.
Yeah. It likes, listen, with your offsuit ace-x stuff and your
Yeah.
smallish pairs, you just jam.
And this is why Nagy with ace-8 off may feel committed here. Blind versus blind, I
Well, he's
mean,
definitely
yeah.
supposed to call.
There you go.
No more?
Chips
and
are
that's
being
part of the
counted.
reason why, because you do want some. This is one of the stronger hands that you're jamming here,
Yeah.
right? But
You can tell Phil doesn't really want to put the chips in there. But he's going to use a... Is that a time chip?
Whoa, really?
Wow. So this is like... I got to say, Phil is kind of impressing me here just with his spider senses. A lot of players would just snap call here, right? Just too strong to fold.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's very easy to say maybe he has a read. If he has a read, then it's definitely impressive.
Well, look, this guy's trying to block the reads with his... Nope, it's not going to work.
But...
Hello, Notch.
There goes the head guard.
Oh, you can see me.
He says hello to another player. He's got a great spot to double up here. And Phil's got so many chips, right? He's still got over $1 million, basically, if he loses this pot.
I don't think so. I think it's probably a fold.
You know,
The head garb is up. Just looking to dodge an 8, really, or some type of diamonds.
Really?
Great flop for him.
I had no idea.
Jack is lucky number, maybe too.
Jack's not a number.
That was a joke.
The thing is, Gaitis is basically jamming like almost all, like maybe all of his offsuit aces.
Yeah.
So like, I mean, you know, he's...
Yeah, Phil's got a call here.
Yeah,
could have ace 4, but nice double up for him.
He saw it and you don't get it. So unlucky.
There's just, it's the moments in the booth where you can see the hands. So then you're like, oh, is he, you know, about to make an amazing play? Now, always want to make the exception that maybe sometimes a person has a read or a feeling based on the timing or whatever. So there is always that
This guy's
possibility.
wearing a protective visor here, Brian. He could be a huge tell box.
But yeah, sometimes when you put the visor down, maybe you can't see the eyes, but then he's feeling loose with the hands and he's doing different things with his chips and giving off tells. Sometimes people who think they're covering in one spot are tell boxes in another spot.
True.
That's just...
Well, Phil picked up a read there. Give him credit. He didn't want to put the chips in. He's going to double them up. Still very healthy. And we got a new guest at our table, Nacho Barbero. I believe 2023 was the year of the Nacho. Can't be 2 years in a row, right? That's a lot of cheese.
Well, if it's just 1 year, you know, maybe it's this, maybe it's that. If it's 2 years, you're crushing.
Yeah,
that's for sure.
It can't be 2 years in a row. Speaking of crushing, look at that watch. I mean, a lot of... Are you a watch guy, Brian? Like, that thing...
I'm not, actually.
Has got to be worth a lot of money. There's just no way. I'm sorry. Look at the turquoise coloring with the... Like, when the watches are colorful like that, you know what I mean? But they also look expensive. They're in the...
Are they?
Yeah.
Does that mean they're
Yes,
really...
that's my barometer.
Okay.
That means those are the really expensive ones.
Like, I have no idea. Like, someone could tell me that watch was like... I mean, I'm seeing it a guy playing Tritons, but like if you just saw that on some random dude and someone was like, "Oh yeah, that's like $500," I'd be like, "Oh sure."
That's
whatever.
a polarizing watch. But if I told you it was worth 500,000, you might believe that too.
I mean, yeah, I would, but
you know, Makita here. This is almost like a Halloween costume. If the hood goes
but
up,
only
this
because I
could be
trust you.
Makita's gonna rip here. Got dong dominated.
It's these 10 big blind battles.
Yeah, and Ivy just snap folds the 7s. He's not messing around. Dong with a really pretty hand, but can't love it.
Ooh, he opened under the gun. This is
dicey.
Dicey.
Hey.
I mean, probably going to end up calling this.
This morning.
This morning,
Well, similar time to you guys.
Yeah. But you're the winner. We left like a day earlier.
That's insane.
Yeah.
I say Dong's got some drip on him, man. The necklace, the sweater. I bet he's got a 500K watch under those sleeves.
No, only one.
He's not folded yet.
I mean,
he's going to gamble here.
Yeah, I think it's probably a call, but you're not happy about it.
Makita, great spot to double up.
Because at first we
got delayed by like 6
only have
hours
4 days
like
for.
Oh, that was so stupid because we just like came
I
to the
mean,
airport
one of the issues at this point is he's putting in 80K. Basically, he's getting almost 2 to 1 on his money. You're right. So it's like, yeah, you're definitely not going to be an equity favorite probably against this range, but it's, you know, are you going to have 40%? Like, yeah, I think.
Not much for him there. Does flop a potential backdoor flush draw. He needs to see a heart. Now can win with only a jack. Needs to make Broadway, or Makita's going to get a double.
They can tie with the low pair, but none of that.
Makita over 50 million in earnings. It's over double what Brian has. Not a huge deal or anything, but
you go.
It's also more than I have.
Nikita's a great player. There's just no other way to put it.
I go, yeah.
But you go only for 4 days, right?
Yeah, I mean.
He's one of those guys you watch and learn from. That's the straight truth.
From second day to 4?
Did you come to Asia to get used to the time zone
28.
before the Triton?
Oh.
No, just straight into the action.
29th in the morning, and then we leave this morning. So.
Oh.
Because I think you only play.
How was your trip here, Brian? You feeling the jet lag? What?
Not really. I got in this morning, but
you do ski or snowboard?
I got like 8 or 9 hours of sleep on my flight. It was beautiful.
Yeah, I slept a lot. I'm feeling fresh as a daisy. Yeah, could go all night.
I never skied. I skied once. I kind of broke my leg and it scared me.
The transfer, and I never did it
Jeju,
again. I was told it was the Hawaii of Korea, and this place is beautiful. But I will say it's a little colder than I would. A little cooler than I ever imagined Hawaii.
Nacho talking about he only skied once, broke his leg, and never skied again.
No,
that's
maybe went off the trails a little.
Snowboarding is harder, but
not a fun experience.
I think you get more injuries on ski. I don't know actually. I mean, there were more skiers than snowboarders everywhere.
Nacho, not going to see him out there on the slopes.
Yeah, I think he's done.
Broke his leg, first time skiing, said that's enough. Nagy going to raise up the button, and Kiat Lee with a beautiful ace-10 off. I mean, you ever doing anything just ripping it in here?
So I also think he's biased from his experience, because I just typed it into Google, and the generative AI experimental told me, according to National Ski Areas Association, snowboarders are 50 to 70% more likely to get injured than skiers.
Nacho, of course, is thinking it's skiers just because he broke his leg. Snowboarding's way harder.
However, they're also 33% less likely to die on the slopes than skiers. So.
He'd be feeling like one if he folded the AC the way he's going today.
I'm still thinking about that. I'm like, that was bad or not, but I think I have to call there.
Pretty bad.
Phil has gone in the tank and decided he had to call the ace-8, and he's agreeing with everybody
I've got
else
like
at the
50
table.
of them. What else am I going to do with them? They're like card protector.
It's just a cooler.
Huh? No, he just open shoved on the big blind.
It's just a cooler.
Big blind versus small blind.
It's just a cooler.
Yeah.
Phil's sharp, man. First he
If he had more
potentially
chips,
slow
like, not
rolls,
inspired,
then he
you wouldn't
needles.
think about it
Now
anymore.
he's gaining sympathy for his, had to call there.
Well, you know, one of the things he's also might be doing is he also might just be learning how to play from everyone at the table. Like, he doesn't really, maybe he didn't know what to do, but everybody at the table is telling him it's an auto call, and he's like, well, I guess you guys are right. You probably
Is he
have your
using
charts.
this opening Triton event as just like a poker lesson for himself, basically?
You nerds and your charts, I'm sure you're right.
And these guys are just telling him the information. They're giving him the answers. Why study the charts yourself when you can just buy into an event and just ask?
Yeah, exactly.
Way more fun. We got a clash here. Espen with King Jack off. Nacho with Queen 9 off.
I mean, he's got 5 blinds.
You see the GTO Wizard patch. Just gonna call though.
Oh my God! Now I have no idea what to do. 33 behind.
Action flop. Great flop for both players. Open ender for Nacho. Top pair for Espen.
I have a feeling Nacho's gonna.
The stop and go from the champ.
Oh, you actually got it.
Gets snapped.
Wow, he just led the King Jack.
Fuck, I thought he was suited. Fuck, the lights are bad. Oh wow, what the fuck? Crazy. I should wear my sunglasses. Damn, man. Damn, I thought he was suited. What the fuck is this?
Great turn for Espen. Just needs to fade a king,
Let me see. Oh,
queen, or an 8.
Oh! You get punished
He'll
for
double
playing
up.
offsuit hands, bro.
It's okay. King is coming on the river.
Nope.
So, just a little insight for you guys at home. So Nacho was making a really big deal about, oh,
Man, I
my
should change
glasses
my-
weren't on. I thought my hand was, it's offsuit. I thought it was suited
Underwear?
because he's not supposed to
No, I don't.
open Queen 9 offsuit from there.
You don't wear or
so
you
he's
don't change?
pretending that he
don't
misread
wear.
his hand and that, you know, because he doesn't want the people to think he's trying to ravage them by opening shitty hands for positions he's not supposed to. Really, that's what he's
Yeah,
doing.
I mean,
He's
come
ra-
on.
he's-
This guy won what? How many $1 million last year? You think think he doesn't know what suits he
No,
has?
of course he knows, but that's why he's making the joke. He's trying to convince these other people at the table that
Not only do you guys get the best strategy here, you also get the, you know, the secret plays that the super pros are using. The old misread the hand there
I
from
mean,
Nacho.
The thing is, he was doing. It's
Whoopsies.
I'm pretty sure everybody at the table knew he was BSing, but maybe one or two people
I
did.
think he might have had some buyers there.
Yeah,
Convincing argument.
He was trying to sell it, but I know Nacho.
Well,
I know
I can tell you,
100%.
I'll tell you 100%. He knows this ace deuce is suited here. Not gonna
He
make
knew
this,
that was
not gonna
suited.
make the same mistake twice. This is going in there, rakes at 18,000. Sorry, 20. And bad news for him is Jaitis has jacks.
Queen 9 offsuit, huh?
Thank you.
This guy reminds me of Raiden from Mortal Kombat. You know, if he morphed into just like a young
That's a
European
great
poker
call.
player.
That's a great call.
Yeah, looking to give Nacho a fatality here. It gives Nacho enough potential rope to double check, make sure this is suited, but it's dicey for him.
I mean, what is Nacho gonna do here? There's not that much room other than you would think just to fold.
Before we get to Nacho, Liu has Queen 9 of diamonds in the big blind. It hasn't folded yet, but there it goes. Nacho just lets it go, doesn't even think about it.
Yeah.
You think he doesn't tell the table though he wasn't suited.
Yeah.
Nice pot for Raiden. We are cruising here, and you should cruise over to Poker State. Today's event is brought to you by Poker Stake, the official staking partner of Triton. Poker Stake is the ultimate platform for staking and professional poker players around the globe. With no fees on any purchase, Poker Stake is the go-to platform for anyone looking to support their favorite poker player's journey and celebrate the rewards of big victories. Check out pokerstake.com and stake your champion. What do you think, Ras? Maybe put me in one of these? Negative markup?
Buy that action. I think.
No fees?
Listen, I love gambling on stuff.
What would you buy me at?
Honestly, I have no idea. I like, when's the last time we actually played? You know, I mean,
I'm not sure we have
I
played.
can't.
Yeah. Well, you guys should buy me. I'm going to be selling for the next event on Poker Stake. Only 1.3 markup.
Oh man, I don't even bother putting it on there. I'll take all of it.
There we go. Sold out. You guys are going to be seeing me in the next one. Espen on the button with King 8. Offsuit. Is this strong enough to do something? I mean, he's only got 12.5 big blinds.
I think he can open this.
You prefer just like a min raise to a shove?
Yes. No, definitely not. I think this is. You can limp. Also,
oh, so yeah, he's taking the limping variety.
So 12 and a half blinds is like almost like if you, on the button there, it's the highest frequency limp almost.
Yeah, it's interesting because when I get
Once
down,
you get less, you start jamming.
When I get down to 13, 12 big blinds, I'm thinking the tournament's over. You know, these guys they've got every play in the game tree available.
Yeah.
And he's actually got Bucky dominated here.
It's 12 and a half. It's like 12 and a half blinds. Like the min raise starts to become. It's annoying to min raise fold. It's
Yeah.
like just kind of a lot of chips. Once you get to 15 or more, it's not as big a deal. And then under like 10 and under, you're starting just jamming a bunch. So like 12 and a half. Silicon Overlord finds the limps.
Yeah, and I mean now the flop is Ace Queen 6. Interesting because how many aces is Espen limping with here?
Not very many. It turns out. That is a good read.
He's still going to bet it, and I always find these spots interesting because he would think he has a range advantage over Bucky, but Bucky knows he's bluffing, just can't really continue.
But the thing
with
is,
8
Bucky
high.
doesn't have a lot
Yeah,
either because he can
would
just
shove
jam
them.
a
Yeah,
lot
he
of
would
them
shove
too.
them.
So
Yeah.
it's
It's one of those Espen knows that Bucky knows that
Everybody knows that.
Everybody knows except me.
Probably the other guy doesn't have a great hand, but. But yeah, I mean, the big blind might
This is
actually
how
have
I
a
run
few
in
more
life.
aces there than
New level.
Espen actually, but he also has
First
just a
come.
bunch of nothings.
Makes it just easier
Yeah.
to,
A lot
to
of
double
nothing.
up.
A lot of dust.
Yeah.
What a scam.
Or get some rest.
No, actually, I feel great. Last year, bro, in Vietnam, it might have been after I win the first tournament or like this, I wanted to leave. I say I'm going home. I couldn't sleep. It was horrible.
Oh, I
It was
remember.
the worst jet lag I ever had in my life.
It's the worst.
I
But you
was-
couldn't lose. Right? That's what you're saying?
No, I couldn't sleep. I
And
couldn't.
you couldn't
He,
lose.
he caught that. I was
No,
going to
but it
say
was
something.
every day I
the
would go to bed.
kind of
I would
like
wake up
sick
3
little
hours
brag,
after.
like
Yeah, I hate
the
9
first
9
tournament
p.m.
that
I
I
would
won.
wake up at midnight.
And you
Nacho's
can't fall
pretty
back to
slick.
sleep?
No, what I was doing was I would stay awake till breakfast. I would go every day at 7 a.m. at breakfast. The only person that was there every day was Eric Seidel. Always. Always.
Another limp here from Espen. Nacho with the 3-deuce off in the big. Happy to see a flop for free.
Why you say it's only 134? Oh, 134 left.
Nacho just with 10 bigs behind. Just going to give it up. A couple nice pots there for Espen.
Back to a straight draw, bro.
So, yeah.
I think you are the one who has enough, and you still don't have much. I'm the big blind.
Oh.
I think I need change.
Record field here
Yeah, bro.
at
Then I
Jeju.
would have breakfast and then fall asleep back like at 8 a.m., 8:30 till like 12:30 and go
It's not
to
bad.
play.
It's just annoying.
Really fucking sad, bro. It was so annoying.
Bro, I can't sleep right now. Look,
I took like 50 sleeping pills.
I can't fucking sleep. I usually sleep on my
Nacho,
stomach.
kind
I gotta
of
sleep on my back.
living on the edge.
Oh, it's
Breaks
like
his
1
leg
hour a
skiing.
night.
Takes
Motorbike
50
accident.
sleeping pills
What?
before big
Motorbike.
events. I
Where?
mean, this guy's a
Thailand.
gambler.
Oh, you went to Thailand?
Got fucked up.
You were drunk?
No, but my leg got
Hurts.
Yeah, Bucky was in Thailand before
Where
this.
did
I don't
you
know
go
if
in
you've been
Thailand?
Ras, but
Bangkok?
apparently everybody rides on
Phuket.
motorbikes.
Phuket?
Bucky
Where
got
in
in a
Phuket?
close call, completely
Where?
scraped his
Phuket?
whole left
Pattaya.
leg, right leg on a motorbike, but he's here,
I mean,
running
no,
Is that
good.
even
no,
Phuket?
Patong. Patong
Ready,
Beach.
ready to go.
I was in Pattaya as well.
Feels no
Nachos,
pain.
yeah,
Right.
Patong
Nachos
is
ready
the
to go.
Pattaya of
Running
Phuket.
through walls
Is
on
it?
50
That makes sense.
pain pills.
I wish kind of just
Sleeping
went
pills,
to the
No,
actually.
I
city
know,
and
but I
Phuket.
changed that
My
one
friend
because
wanted to
you're
go
not
to
running through
Patong.
walls on sleeping
No.
pills.
Patong is the worst.
You're running through pillows.
It's enough
Yeah.
low.
Yeah.
It's enough low.
Wow.
Nacho just going to trap here with the king-queen off.
Wow, that's
If you go
Don't see
a
that
bit
too often, do you?
South, it's very chill.
no off of
And if you go a bit north,
off of
it's
like
very nice.
8 blinds.
Like if
I
you
mean,
go
is that a
to
next
Patong,
level
yeah.
where
It's
he's
not
just
like-
trying to, he's just thinking this
That's
guy's
like where, like,
crazy,
old
let's just
Phuket.
really
Yeah,
up the
that's
trapping
cool.
range?
Yeah, I prefer
Lets him
like
in
the
for
beach
free, though.
side. But yeah, the city is cool.
I just went to the worst area.
Yeah. You went to the party area where all the 18-year-olds go.
It's too
Basically.
much.
I mean, I guess this is why
big,
you
big
do it,
party
right?
area.
Just basically flops Lazinkus dead.
The food, like, it was
And
not
immediately
as good as I
checks,
was
gives this guy a
expecting,
little
because
rope.
I'm used to the food in Bangkok, which is like unbelievable.
Doesn't take it,
If you
though,
go a
wisely.
bit north to Surin or Bang Tao, there's like a lot of really good
So
restaurants.
now
like
the
high-end
question he
restaurants. They have a
has
Michelin star up there as
is-
well, I think.
I wish I hit
See,
you up now.
He probably
beforehand.
wants to get
Yeah,
all
you
in,
should've.
which means he's
Or
going to have
done
to
a
bet
little
twice.
research.
So
Yeah.
probably ends up betting here.
When were you there?
Yeah, but doesn't this guy just have
last
so
week.
much cheese, so
After
many,
the
you know,
PT
low
class, I
cards
went
that
for
can't really
I
continue?
was there all January.
Sure, but
Oh, wow. Oh, nice.
does that
In
mean he's going
Rabai.
to bet them again?
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
I really wanted
It
to
turns
come
out he
here, but I
might
also
have on
wanted to,
this
like, spend
turn
another
because
week or
he's got
two
a straight draw, but he
in
might call
Thailand.
anyway. Because
Just not
Yeah, well,
on
now
top.
calling.
Do that
Lazinkus, who had
again.
nothing on the flop,
Yeah.
turns one of the better cards, picks up a straight draw.
First time I went there planning
Just
to stay
folds
for
it
a month or
wisely,
two,
though. The trap does
and I ended
not
up
work
staying
for
5
Nacho.
months. Yeah. I just loved it so much.
Yeah, it's great.
And I still love it there. It's
The
great.
people are like really nice and like they seem super like trustworthy, not honorable.
The like 10 big blind,
I guess
or
it's changed
almost
a
10
bit
big blind
last few
king
years
queen
because
off.
now there's such a big
an
Russian
interesting
population there.
You know,
Like,
Nacho might be a
there
little
was lot
ahead of the
Russian before
solvers.
as well, but
Yeah.
now you don't hear anything outside of Russian language. On the beach,
Really?
in the restaurants, in a massage place, wherever you go, you just hear Russian.
Yeah.
There's a bit like, it's changed a bit, I feel like.
Only Russian. What type of massage place is Espen going to here? Do we think there's a... I'm not going to say it, but carry on, gentlemen.
Who were you there with?
Bornstein.
Hmm?
John Bornstein. I guess you don't know him.
No.
Poker player. And Jesse Lonis. He
Oh,
left a little
I know.
early.
Espen picking up another hand. Ace-jack off. And he's worked his stack up to a more playable range here. 180K.
Kinda wanna go back
15
after.
blinds. Is that enough? He's going to depart from his limping ways.
24?
Looks like it.
Yeah.
Pretty hand. 9-8 of diamonds here. It's always tempted to play, but you're so short in terms of big blinds.
Yeah. So short. And the person who opened it is even shorter. And all the people behind you to fade.
Not a problem for this guy, though. These guys play a little different, Brian. He said,
He's
I
decided he
don't,
has
he said, I don't
enough.
care what the Overlord says. I want to see a flop with my 9-8 suited.
He's had enough. This is like this would have been the 4th or 5th time we saw him deliberate and fold, and he's just like,
he's
"No,
not folding
again."
another suited connector. Let's take a flop in position. A lot of chips in there, too. You know, SPR is only about 2 for him, so see what the flop brings.
Ooh. Jack in the door.
Great flop for Espen. Pretty awful one for Liu. But you ever tempted to check here in Espen's spot?
It's an interesting
hate
spot.
sleeping
'Cause
on
it's definitely a flop that I think is better for his
On my
range. Blue, neither of them probably have pocket twos. Espen's got the kings and the jacks.
I sleep on my
Blues-
side,
But it's
or
unhealthy to sleep on your stomach.
But then his hand is a
Gotta
hand
be.
that probably likes
Sleeping on your
checking
back
quite a bit.
Without like a pillow,
So
I think is the best. Yeah, I can't
Really?
do that. Yeah, because it's like bad for your neck. Like.
and this is sometimes
no,
why
I can't do
you
it. I mean, I do it.
check to somebody
Playing sometimes.
is because
Yeah.
sometimes when you check to people, you give them the opportunity to do something a
Use
little
one
bit
of those, like,
crazy.
memory
Now, I would
foam
say this
pillows
is
that,
a little
like,
bit
forms
crazy
your, you know,
play.
your neck.
Betting the 9-8 of diamonds, literal no backdoor
However your, like, neck is
anything.
shaped.
This guy came to play, right? He flatted it pre-flop.
Forms to that.
He's stabbing the
I
flop.
remember something happened to
Awful
me and I
turn.
couldn't
I mean,
sleep
not
on
like there
that.
were any good
Yeah.
turns, really, but
Yeah,
what does he want to do now? You know, Espen only has
I
about a
don't
pot-sized
remember
bet.
what
He's going to
happened.
wisely check. Rivers,
Oh.
Rivers a
Memory's so
pair,
bad,
which
Too many things have happened to you.
could be bad for him.
Yeah, but I remember that.
Could
I had
somehow
something and I
turn
couldn't
into a
sleep.
worst-case
Maybe,
scenario.
Where Espen now value bets and he decides to call because he can beat bluffs.
Maybe I got into
Yeah,
it.
Espen's got to be feeling pretty good. You'd think a lot of better hands would have bet again.
Yeah, Espen has to think he has the best hand here. Just
How was it? How was it?
not always, but you know, a lot enough to comfortably value bet. And so it's like, what sizing? Now he goes small. Honestly, this size probably gets paid off.
Like,
It was close to the bone.
no.
Swear to God, super close.
But what happened? How was
Oh no, it was just awful driving. There were so many cars on the road, and I was taking a U-turn, and there was oncoming traffic, and so I sped up like really fast because I didn't want to let the traffic like catch up. And I
Great
hit the
bet from
gas
Espen,
too
just
hard,
kind of trying to
and I
squeeze
tried to
value. And
turn,
look at this,
and
it's
it was
going to
too
work.
late.
Yeah.
There was like a parked motorbike on the side of the road.
So the question,
I crashed into the parked motorbike.
just to like get into the weeds and nitpick a little bit, the question in these spots about a great bet or not is that when you see a small bet, it will work a lot. But let's say he bet 90K. Well, that bet theoretically only needs to work more than a third of the time. If let's say the small bet works 100%, which it won't, a bet 3x the size 90K there only needs to work a third of the time or more for it to actually be a better bet in terms of chip EV, right? So, you know, I just for people to food for thought at home. But anyway, take it away.
Yeah, we've got Phil Nagy over $1 million. Sorry, Brian was doing some basic math there, which was way too confusing for me to understand. But we got Phil Nagy still up atop with over $1 million. Day one late in this record-breaking Triton field. A lot of good players still in. I mean, you've seen Ivy at the other feature table. Got Jamil Wakil up there in chips as well. Sosia Jang over $1 million. Fedor Holtz creeping around the $1 million chip range as well.
The reason why I bring that up, to try to actually make a point with it, other than just kind of basic math, is because I think sometimes people get enamored with this idea of, oh, I just really want to get paid off.
Why is he not here?
As opposed to like, you know, you see a lot of great players sometimes bet the pot, bet more than the pot. Like, what are they doing?
Yeah.
Well, if you get paid on those bets, you win a lot more, and also your bluffs are more likely to work. So there are reasons to have larger bet sizings, and you know, again, I'm not saying it's always right to bet large or small. It just, you know, it's not necessarily a great bet just because it's small and it got paid.
Yeah, obviously, if the payload could have been a lot larger, then you kind of messed up.
Like, I think his hand could have bet larger for value there after bet flop check back.
And it's funny because we just talked about this earlier. I asked you similar stack sizes. What do you do with kings? We've got a spot for potential flat here as Shi Chun is in the big, but he's just going to rip.
Yeah, I mean, I think ripping is fine. I think you could flat
Not
kings in the
fucking
spot,
around, huh?
but
I like it. These guys.
Nice watch on Shi, too. That is, I believe, a Patek Philippe. Could be wrong. So you don't own any watches, Brian?
no, I'm not a watch guy. I have a whoop strap. That's the closest.
Is that one of those things that monitors your heart rate?
Yeah, and sleeping and stuff.
That one shows offsuits like suits.
Wait, you open under the gun?
Oh my god, bro, my eyes are so bad. My eyes are so bad. Where are you from?
Nacho claiming the bad eyes again.
Where?
Still trying to convince them that he didn't intentionally open Queen 9 offsuit. Come on, Nacho. I mean, we know you meant to open there.
Guys, I don't open bad hands.
I don't open the 10
Where you
deuce
live?
from cutoff when I see old
Where
men.
do you live? China?
Bye. Just go all in.
You speak Mandarin or Cantonese? Mandarin or Cantonese?
If I have 10 big blind, yeah. If I have
Yeah,
10 big blind.
yeah, what he speaks, Mandarin or Cantonese?
Mandarin.
You speak Cantonese, right?
I speak anything. Spanish.
So the person who speaks anything
both?
is Kiat Lee. He's a world-class short deck player. He's been coming to Tritons for a long, long time.
Spotlight is hot, right?
When was your first Triton? Do you remember?
Yeah, no, I think it was the first one of the first one back from COVID. I started doing it after COVID and did it till the end of 22. So whichever that first one was.
Have you had any deep runs while playing them, or?
I cashed. Wasn't particularly deep, but I think I cashed I played like 3 of them at Madrid and cashed the 100K.
That's the best thing about being a commentator is it's a lot harder to bust the tournament.
Yeah.
You got to make a really big mistake. Phil Ivey's not going to make one, though. Min raises to 24K from the cutoff. Josh McCulley not going to see a flop. I mean, would you really want to see a flop with Jack 5 offsuit against Ivy out of position? Live to fight another day.
Jack was considering it. Josh, I'm sorry.
Jack, Josh, it's a J for sure.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Makita, that banana-colored hoodie there, maybe trying to throw off, you know, the players who can't see as well, like Nacho.
Give him a target.
Monica with the beautiful pocket 10s. She's down to about 20 big blinds after having some more chips before. Looking at her stack. Definitely going to want to open here.
Goes for the min. Min raise. Nobody has too much of anything. Although Josh looks interested as he looked. Yeah, maybe he had already looked. He just looked like a guy who already knew he was playing his hand there. That was my read. Sure enough, he had a big hand.
He's going to rip. Awful spot for Monica here. She's not going anywhere, though. Too strong to fold, and she's in a
How could you?
world of hurt.
Good luck.
10 one time.
10 one time? Easy.
Calls for the 10.
No, you're right. I'm gonna.
You can if you want. Up to you though. Oh, it's still be in. No matter what, I'll still be in. I think.
Josh has accurately determined that he has a few more chips than her.
Yeah, but he does not want to
he doesn't
stay in this tournament by losing the pot. I mean, a huge swing here, 500,000 chips in there. No dice for Monica. Gonna need a 10 and only a 10. Josh has her backdoor diamonds covered. They both turn flush draws, but it's useless.
Both have diamond.
Both have diamond.
All right, good
That's
luck,
gonna be it.
everyone.
GG Monica.
Oh no.
Rough table for her. Started with 500,000. Got into some bad spots against Ivy. Gets finished off by Josh.
Yeah, I mean, her bust out hand was just beyond standard. Nothing you can do.
Quick info for you. Today we're going to play until the end of level number 17, not 15, so that's going to take us around 2 in the morning. Extra good. I know, long day.
Oh, let me see. 2 more level?
No. So until level 17, which is maybe you said about 2 a.m.
Okay.
2 people with you to play for 2 days.
So they extend more levels.
2 more levels, yeah.
2 more levels.
Still plenty of play tonight on this
Is that gonna be near the
record-breaking
money or no?
Triton High Roller Series event
I think it's very
here at Jeju. Players are dropping quickly.
So maybe not my business.
I've seen you play. You can spin that up to chip lead. No worries.
Zhang, haven't seen much from him. Gonna raise the ace-10 suited under the gun.
Axel finds a little something.
Ooh, ace-king.
He's got 24 blinds or so. No, like 22 blinds. So he's probably just going to go all in.
There he goes. Rips it in.
I think for over 20 blinds here, I'm pretty sure ace-10 suited finds a fold. Yeah. Just not quite good enough. Zhang doesn't mess around, doesn't waste our time. Got to appreciate that.
Yeah, always
Do you have like a
prefer the
bounty on
promptness.
the head for your tournament? The meetup. Oh, it's a
Oh no, it's a tiny meet tournament. So
Oh, yeah.
But because this is first time APT hold the meetup game for me, so maybe we will adjust the activity next time to make it more interesting and the better experience in next APT year.
Yeah.
Talking about the Asian poker tour. Poker is really bigger than it's ever been, you know, all
Yeah,
over the world.
And because I want every fans get a better experience, so
Of
I
course,
will chat to everyone.
Yeah, it's had a little bit of a renaissance recently.
People were
Just
saying,
numbers everywhere
it's
going
going to die forever.
Yeah.
Can never die.
Just too fun of a game. Just all the wonderful
65.
things it mixes in with all the different skillful elements of like probability, math, reading people, the chance element, the gambling, the guts, the pressure, logic.
Everything mixed into one, and we got a
Just
spot
all in
here.
one.
Josh gets a little out of line with the ace-7 of clubs.
Come on.
Nikita's going to shove here with nines, reads the situation perfectly.
Yeah, it's a spot where they could be a little light, and I think nines just a little too strong, a little too big of a pair. I mean, we are talking what he only had 17.5 blinds, but it is enough to get fold equity versus the 3-bet, the weaker parts of Josh's range that do this, such as the hand that he has, which is going to fold. So
Nikita takes it down.
but honestly, that was a very standard hand. I feel like, I can't remember what the initial open was, but the ace-7 of clubs 3-betting and the nines jamming are Silicon Overlord approved plays.
Raise.
Jake just going to get back in the mix with the pocket eights here, raising up to 25,000. We're down to about 120 players from 269, and look at this. Espen just been a card rack on this table, picks up the queens on the button.
25.
Now 3-bet, jam, or call.
What is the play?
He's trying to weigh his options. I could. Some people don't really 3-bet here off of only 20 blinds, but I think it's reasonable if he does that. He definitely goes for less than a 3x sizing, which is a bit more standard in position. He'll probably go to something like 60K.
58.
Yeah. Because once stacks get this short, there's no longer need quite as many chips to both build the pot and even get some folds.
You know how much you're playing?
Yeah. This is 200. No, wait. What am I saying?
No, that's not 200.
No, it was 200 with
Yep.
this. 236. Terrible.
We see a flop. Snowmen versus the ladies. Wow, queen, 10, 7, 2 clubs. Top set for Espen. And kind of a rough flop for Yitis. A difficult flop to play for sure. We're talking about just over 1 stack to pot ratio, so one of the issues for him is a lot of the hands that Espen has that he's ahead of have a lot of equity, stuff like maybe king jack, ace king. Maybe you could find some suited ace x hands that you're kind of crushing. It's not a fun spot. And he decides to lay it down. Which, as we can see, versus Espen's actual hand was crush. Very difficult for him to win that hand, only with basically running straight or running flush. Here we go, looking out at the blue table. We can see that big pot is developing. Oh, there's Jason Kuhn, man with the most Triton titles. And here we are back at our feature table. some total garbage. Couple folds, and here we are. Kiat Lee, as I said, one of the best short deck players to ever do it. Jams for 10 bigs in the hijack with ace jack off. And we have a 9 big stack here by Lu Jun, who goes all in himself with the exact same hand. And the only way this pot isn't getting chopped is if a 4-card flush comes.
Here at the TV table.
This is the classic red versus black situation. For those of you that like to gamble, sometimes it's red or black. This was red. If you picked red, you won. If you picked black, you pay your friend. And Kiat has the free roll, needs a diamond, and it's over. Chop, chop.
Double espresso.
Not too much to see there. Pretty standard hand.
Yes. A tea.
Yeah, sure, I take a tea.
Ginger, lemon if they have.
I take black tea, Kate, if you can. With nothing.
I'll do a black tea with honey, please.
Look what you've got yourself into.
Can I get an iced latte, please? Iced latte. Thank you.
Phil Nagy picks up the ace-5 of hearts under the gun. He knows what to do. Makes it 25K. And Shi Chun with the beautiful king-queen of diamonds. It's not going anywhere. Big stacks here. 2 players with the most chips at the table. We haven't seen them clash, but we're about to. Look at this. Shi Chun going to 3-bet very small to 60,000. Nacho going to maybe replace those glasses after break.
All right, and here we got the 2 deep stacks going after it. Phil's got to decide what he wants to do. A 3-bet this small, he's almost certainly not folding. He comes with call. And we're going to put 150K in the middle and then C3 and see what develops. We got a lot of nothing for everybody, which can sometimes lead to very interesting pots.
Yeah, and Shi Chun, I mean, you 3-bet an early position raise. You just have king high. How do you proceed here?
Yeah, this is a pretty interesting hand to play from the perspective of you don't get a ton of worse hands to fold because a lot of worse hands interact with that board. You might get some better ace highs to fold.
He's going to bet really small, and Phil, I mean,
that bet is so small that
Phil kind of has to call, right?
Yeah, you got backdoor flush and straight draws. So this is definitely a better card for Shi Chun's actual hand and might get him to double barrel here because now he actually has some equity. And he bet so small that, as we could see, a lot of ace highs still might be in, so there's a lot of incentive for him to bet again to get ace highs that stuck into. I think when you bet here, you've got to choose a bit of a larger sizing because you're kind of repping, you're polarizing your range at this point if you do that. So he checks back. And we could still see bluffs on the river.
Yeah, and Phil now has a path to win with just ace-5.
Yeah, check, check, and he wins.
Could also potentially bluff if he thinks she might have ace-queen, ace-king, something in that range.
I mean, if I'm Shi Chun here, I'm thinking my hand has almost no showdown value, like basically none. So.
Yeah, but you also just check back the turn. What are you really repping here when you?
You're definitely not repping a really strong hand, but.
Wow, and Phil's going to win a nice pot here with just ace high. Kind of worked out perfectly for him.
Yeah.
We called this guy an amateur, Brian. I don't know. Owns a card site. I mean,
Listen, he told me that we can't blow his. Come on.
fair enough.
Blow
Phil,
his cover, okay?
renowned amateur Phil Nagy, takes down another pot here on our feature table.
No.
115 players left at a 269. They're dropping fast. Nick Petrangelo now up to second in chips, and Nick's one of these guys who
dropping like flies.
I have so many jokes right now that I'm not saying.
Sorry, Nick's one of those guys who
Okay, you know why? Let's do this.
ran really bad early on in his Triton career. I mean, as cold as a snowy winter, and now he's getting hot, ripping down some scores.
I don't know if I
Gotta feel good.
sleep tonight without without knowing your jokes.
And Nacho's still in there.
Is that right? Has Nicky P been ripping some scores?
Mom jokes.
Maybe still running cold. at least making some deep runs.
Okay.
I mean, his
Good for
Triton,
him.
he had a crazy start to his Triton career. He was playing all of them, could not find a bag, could not find a cash. Look at this.
Round number 2.
Liu, who is chipped down to 12
No more
bigs.
TV time.
Sorry, 10
Then
bigs
they
is
gotta
all in
release
now
my
with
player
Kiat. He's got him
ACR.
dominated. Kiat slightly covers him, but a great spot for Liu to double up here before the players go on a break. Yeah, I mean, this is such a swing here, right? No more re-entries. You lose this hand, you're out. Your night's over. You win, you double up. You got it. 20 big blinds is feeling like a lot.
The 20 big blinds
Ooh.
is a chance.
Not
There's the
anymore.
king.
Wow, that's just what a brutal flop. Had Kiat dominated, now needs the ace, and it's not going to come on the turn. Need an ace or an ace only, or Kiat's going to be the one getting the nice double up here.
No, just a spade. And he needed 4 of them.
Are you for sure covered?
That'll be that.
I think you have more.
Sometimes the poker gods are cruel. That's the way the cookie crumbles.
Yeah, king
GG.
queen.
Oh, there's 4 chips. I thought there's 5 white chips.
GG.
GG from Nacho. Kiat Lee, I've seen him around, and he's definitely not his first time at Triton.
I think this is because you ordered coffee.
Usually it's like you jinx yourself, you know, like when you order things or you order massage.
Do you believe in stuff like that? Jinx, you know, you order a coffee, you order a massage. You're not a superstitious guy, are you, Rast?
No, no. But I don't believe in it, but sometimes I practice it. That'd be the way I put it.
Huh?
There have been times I've worn back the same jacket the next day.
Have you ever burned a jacket or shirt because you ran so bad in it? No. I had a Neymar
I'm not
jersey.
that attached to
My worst
good,
PLO
like,
session ever. Burned it.
Okay.
It was very freeing,
nice,
actually.
nice memory. That's a good memory.
I like it. I bet it did feel good, actually, though.
It felt really good.
Because it like represented what happened. And
It was
just-
completely freeing, just seeing it burn. I was thinking about all the money I burned wearing it. It never happened again, right?
Yeah.
This time.
Players getting ready to go on a quick break. Nacho with the ace-9 of diamonds.
I think he knows this one's suited.
You think so?
I think he knows.
Yeah, he knows, and he's all in with it.
Nacho always knows, man. Nothing's slipping by him.
I don't know. I think that might have been a genuine misread earlier. We're covering for Nagy. We got to cover for Nacho, too,
I
right?
can't even entertain that.
0 in Baccarat. What is 0 in Baccarat? 0 in Baccarat.
Sorry, I can't understand what you're saying.
0 in Baccarat. You know how to play Baccarat?
No, I don't know.
We're with that, guys.
Nacho's like, you're Asian. What, you don't know how to play Baccarat?
Yeah.
Come on, Nacho. You're better than that.
Pretty fun level there. You see Nagy winning a nice pot, up over $1 million. Shi Chun, 723,000. Got some big names still in the field. Nick Petrangelo, Ike Haxton at $1 million. He's been on fire. And one of the things I want to ask you is, you see these guys have these years. You know, remember Dan Coleman, Fedor Hulse. What happens when these guys get on fire and end up just torching a year like Ike did last year? You know, winning probably over 10 million.
I mean, listen, running good is part of poker, but I think there's other things that accumulate during that. Like when someone is running good, they're confident. They're starting to play their best poker. And I think sometimes if it really starts happening, there's like a aura, and other people get a little nervous or scared, especially like non-really top players. They're like, oh man, this guy. Like I remember, you know, I had never played. I didn't really know who he was, but like Adamo, just like one time in the WSOP, like literally I'm at some, like people at the table are like talking about him at the other table. And you're just like, okay. Yeah, it just, so there's an aura. That player has confidence and, you know, combined with some good luck and, you know, you just steamroll it.
So you're saying there's an added edge because the player's doing so well. Other players start to creep into their mindset, basically, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, you see
like
it
you with Ivy.
Me with Ivy, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he wasn't even winning that much back then. He was probably had a bad year.
But see, you at least wait till they're the GOAT.
Yeah.
Other people just do it after they've run. Some people have run good for 6 months and it's creeps.
Yeah.
See, you're actually pretty strong.
Yeah.
You gotta give yourself credit.
No, I've come a long way, and I will admit I wasn't nervous to do commentary with you, which is great. Great sign. But we're going to be back, guys, in about 10 minutes. We hope you've had a...
What a needle.
No.
No,
You're really
I'm just messing around,
really
man.
very calm here. We'll be back in 10 minutes. Tune in, guys. It's been a lot of fun, and I'm sure we'll have more action coming your way.
And it'll be commentated by Will and the Has-Been. Let's go.
Will and the 3-time Poker Player Championship winner. Not going to mess that up
fear
again.
in nobody.
No, I'm scared. I'd be scared to play with poker with you, yeah.
All right, guys.
GG Poker.
Wow, so many players.
This is a crazy thing to do.
GG Poker.
Broke the Guinness World Record.
Welcome to the World Series of Poker.
The biggest poker site.
Larger than all other GG Poker's passing traffic reaches all-time high.
Jump. No way!
Introducing the all-new BetACR.eu, the premier destination for sports enthusiasts. What sets BetACR.eu apart is our exclusive offering of live-action prediction options on the Triton series. Experience the excitement as you predict the action while watching your favorite players live. But that's not all. By opening your account now, you can take advantage of our incredible offer. Receive a generous 15% free play on your first top-up, up to $250. Become a part of BetACR.eu and elevate your live sports engagement experience.
stack sizes, it's beyond automatic. But yeah, you know, I mean, looking across the table at these red, white, and blue chip stacks, you know, I don't know, maybe he forgot which is which and, you know, wasn't sure and is like 200,000, 100,000, I don't know.
Can never be too careful, but
yeah.
we see why. Yeah. Okay, I was thinking Nagy was going to raise there with the 9-6 off, but
you got too many moves. I can't even keep track.
Shi Chun on the button with the Queen 3 off. Does this make it into the raising category here, Brian? Or
I'm pretty sure it doesn't. At least when it comes to what a GTO range would be, but you know, let's see who's in the blinds. Is he? Maybe he just likes being aggressive, or maybe he thinks that the blinds are extra tight, don't 3-bet enough.
I mean, it's Danny Tang in there, though. You know, it's.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure. Danny would qualify as that. Danny has a hand. He's definitely not folding to 2.5x.
A really pretty Jack 7 of clubs. Going to see a flop.
Well, there you go. Raise the Queen 3 off and get rewarded. I mean, yeah, the Queen 3 off is not even close to what a GTO Open would be, I'm pretty sure. But
yeah, but you never know why these guys are deviating. Maybe he has some reasons. And this is about as good as it gets, right, for a flop? I mean, you got the Queen 3 off.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I feel like just a little too deep to, like, love just the bet, get it in. But obviously there's a ton of protection value there because any 2 random cards are overcards that you get to fold. So, but, you know, it's dicey. Danny actually has a hand he could check raise with here. Yeah, not compulsory by any stretch, but he just gives it up, which is also totally fine.
And I kind of feel like she put him in a spot with his sizing there, betting 25,000 on the flop. You kind of forced Danny to make a bigger size raise, which, you know, would have committed him more with his stack.
I mean, they had 200K, right? Like, he can make it like 60.
Yeah.
Like, you know, it's fine. I mean, it's a sizing that's totally fine with 8x, right? Because it's a spot where you're check raising a range that has a lot of bet folds in it. So. Oh wow, here we go.
Yeah, we got Ivy action, all in at our other table. He's all in for 500K, and Alex has called from the has called from the big blind with ace-8 of hearts. He's ahead. Can Ivy spike?
Ooh. Oh, but there's hope. A lot of hope.
Yeah, it's basically a flip.
Yeah, the 10 popped out first, and it seemed like Ivy was way ahead. But yeah, he's the ace and the flush draw. But that's a brick, so now Ivy's a 3-1 favorite.
Ooh. Ace on the river, and you know, a lot of players now, Brian, you see them at the table, they just make no emotional reaction, win or lose. But I feel like Ivy's kind of the originator of that. Phil, with another ace-queen suited, he's just rotating suits. And Danny with a big hand, pocket nines.
Ooh, 187. I mean, that's like just over 20 bigs. Kind of early-ish position. What's he going to do?
It's real tempting to just shove here, right? You know,
it is a little tempting. Definitely. Yeah.
There he goes, and pocket fours can't really do much here, right? Just you're never really ahead.
Fours should be in the bin.
There they go. And Nagy has an interesting decision here. I mean, ace-queen suited is very strong, but how many worse hands is Danny ripping here, do you think?
I think ace-queen suited's a pretty easy call. Also, the fours, I think he needs at least 8s-ish, maybe, to call cold. But yeah, no, Phil, ace-queen suited's too strong. It's not comfortable,
Called
but
my hand.
Oh, okay. That's okay.
It's fair fight.
Fair fight.
You had to call it once you called the hand.
And there it goes.
You had to call it once you called it.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Phil just knocked out Justin.
What, 20 some odd big
I
blinds?
mean, technically also, Danny's not jamming like aces and kings.
Ooh, that's okay.
You know,
Still
which
racing.
is pretty good for Phil.
Still racing.
He's doing all right against the jamming range.
You've lost too much weight.
Even going to be a few hands he's ahead
Still
of.
faster than you.
No, I said you
Come on,
lost
man.
too much weight. You're fast.
Ooh, wrong 9 side. The wrong 4 side. Wrong
Danny
4
gonna
side.
need to hit a heart or a 9 here.
7 of hearts.
Or
You can do it.
not.
7 of hearts. You can do it. Come on. Ping. No, wrong
Nope.
4 side again. Wait, I have a bow. Oh no, you have a bow. Never mind. All right. Good luck, everyone.
Good game, Danny.
I'm coming. I'm coming. I'm coming. Huh? Oh.
Phil's gonna score his second knockout with ace queen suited.
So he might still be Paul Atreides.
Oppenheimer on the plane.
On plane?
Man.
I bet you had a long flight. You're based in Costa Rica, yeah?
Yeah.
So it has to be a long flight.
It was
Like 40 hours?
It was like a month. It was like a month. It was Costa Rica, Panama, overnight in Panama, right? I had to do some stuff. And then Panama, 10 hours to Amsterdam, 9-hour layover in Amsterdam. Amsterdam, Seoul, overnight in Seoul. I got a hotel in Seoul to get some rest, and then an hour flight here. Wow. And I got here today at like 11.
You look too fresh.
It's you know, I'm kind of a beast.
Yeah, I can see that.
We got action here. Bucky shoves the small blind with the beautiful 10-9 of diamonds, and Alexander has to call with the 6s. Classic, just dead coin flip here.
Yeah.
We're back. Triton High Roller Series. First event, 15K buy-in, record-setting field. I mean, I don't know who's going to win this, but we have some stacked new feature tables for you. Michael Soiza, almost $10 million just in Triton winnings alone, which is crazy. I mean, it shows how big these tournaments are, how much you can win. Joe Chong to his left, famous for that main event punt. A little deeper than yours, but, you know, still a bad one. And then at our other feature table, we got up-and-coming American Jesse Lonis, legend, all-timer Mike Watson, and Alex Ponikovs, who's been on a tear recently. So let's get you guys back to the action. Some new players, fresh faces, but certainly guaranteed to be action and a lot of it. And luckily we got Ras because strategically, he knows more than me.
Listen, I'm excited with these new tables. Ponikovs is a guy who I remember from 2022 when I was doing the Tritons. He was in here. He had just kind of started playing the high rollers, having success, making moves, making final tables, playing good. We got Jason Kuhn, the legend. I mean, I'm pretty sure nobody's won more Triton titles than Jason Kuhn. I actually just got coffee with him earlier this afternoon and was talking with him. He's a buddy of mine. We go back a ways. So, you know, he was like, I'm going to late reg, you know, take it a little easy to start. But here he is, 17 big blinds.
Didn't even notice Jason there.
Oh, you did?
Yeah. I mean, kind of the Triton goat, right, at this point?
Not like,
yeah.
real
Undisputed.
Yeah.
But another GOAT, Sam Greenwood. I mean, these tables are so stacked, I'm going to have to get used to this. Greenwood,
What's up, bro?
another legend of the game.
I'm liking these.
Yeah, I mean, really at this point, if you're a big-time tournament no-limit hold'em player, what are you doing if you're not coming to Triton?
That's what it feels like.
It's kind of where we're at.
It's like when you were a teenager. If you weren't at the mall, I mean, you were kind of a loser.
Yeah, I mean, it is what it is. I mean, listen, I know sometimes people got stuff going on in their life and other commitments, but just in general, you miss one here or there, it's no big deal.
Sounds like you didn't make it to the mall.
Yeah, I wasn't that cool.
That's how you found the overlord you're talking about.
I mean, listen.
He wasn't at the mall. The solver was waiting for you at home.
In high school, I was definitely kind of a nerd. I was in what you would call the cool nerds. At least that's what I'd like to think.
Yeah, so I regretted it because I wasn't a nerd, but I also wasn't.
You have like 195
So, whereas you now are peaking later in life, I've never peaked really, but
I think we should take a break from this discussion about nerdiness in order to take a look at this hand because it's interesting. We got a 3-bet. Greg Greenwood here with a decision with the suited ace, and he can kind of go with all 3 of the options and comes up with fold, which Zubov is going to be fine with because he only had the king-jack off.
yeah, let's talk about that. King Jack off, perfect 3-betting hand, right?
That's a nice 3-betting hand. Make the pot a little bigger, just trying to flop top pair. Sometimes you get called occasionally by hands you're dominating. Just trying to take the pot down.
Yeah, I gotta get them napping.
And that's what he does, takes it down.
There's Jason Kuhn. Also not a watch guy, but he just has so much money that he has no choice, right?
Well, he probably won that watch.
Yeah, it's true.
It's one of the watches he won from winning a Triton tournament. So
he's not a watch guy, but when you win a watch,
yeah, it's something different.
It's a little different, right?
You win a watch from the company and production that you're now coming back, that you're sponsored by and coming back to play with. You know, you're just at this point, it'd be rude not to wear it back. Is kind of what it boils down to.
That's Michael Soiza, another Triton goat. Really great player. Was on Game of Gold. Did you catch any Game of Gold?
I didn't catch any of it. Was it good?
It was really good. It was really entertaining. Honestly, it was like it wasn't just poker. It was like poker/reality TV.
Yeah.
It was also kind of hilarious to see guys like I don't know, like Jungle Man, like in a reality TV setting, like.
The only bits of Game of Goat that I kind of saw were some Jungle Man spillover stuff onto Twitter about how Jungle Man was doing ridiculous things.
You got it all in really quickly from Soiza. These players have very similar chip stacks.
Valerie Pack.
Not a good flop for Valerie.
Don't worry, man. You're going to turn a wheel draw.
Could turn a wheel draw.
You won't get there.
You know, if I squint my eyes,
There it is.
I feel like I read his name as Variety Pack.
Psychic, bro. I already told you. It's Jack of
Yeah, it does
Diamonds
look
on
like
the
Variety
river.
Pack. Turns a wheel draw, though.
Actually, I
That's
think
a
I might have
nice
folded
card.
Oof.
No, I think I did.
That was a jack of hearts.
Valerie Pack's going back to the
Back to the
warehouse.
drawing board.
Yeah, back to the drawing board as Michael Soiza
You go
stacks the
busting that
pot.
shit on me, calling me that fat today. It's not these 9 off.
It's not cool.
Soiza might be a watch guy.
I knew I was gonna win.
Soiza and Kuhn definitely spent a lot of hours at the poker table, cracking
Maybe
it up.
just
Yeah,
folding.
you took another one. Good job. Next is my turn. We'll dice these guys up here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I believe, I'm not even sure what kind of watches these are, but, you know, they're probably just taking turns at this point. Little gold.
So
for
there, we got Kuhn's watch. And which watch is more expensive between those two watches?
Kuhn and the turquoise one here?
Yeah.
So this is a different turquoise one on a different player. The turquoise one, I would bet my life is more expensive.
This one right here.
Dude, this watch. The amount of money that this watch is worth will blow your mind. I'm not going to say the amount because I have no idea, but when you hear it, you're just going to say something that we can't on air. And I don't know this guy Zukov, but he just got this aggressive look to him.
Yeah. The scarf, the hat, the tilt of the hat, rather.
I will tell you, and this is just from my poker experience, nothing else. Russians, they're never passive at the table.
King.
King Zubov. Zubov sounds like a hockey player name.
King Zubov opens.
Soiza with a very pretty hand. Kind of an interesting spot.
Yeah, 30 blinds. Ooh, just passes it up.
It's a lot of discipline there.
It's a lot of discipline.
Dead small.
King gonna take it down.
Raise it and take it by King Zubov.
And what's your favorite sport, Rast?
You know, recently, my favorite sport has been MMA to watch, but traditionally it's been basketball and NBA. Really, those two. So those are the only real two sports I follow. At this point, one of my favorite and the most common ways I work out is doing like boxing or kickboxing kind of workouts with a trainer, like hitting mitts. And I love watching UFC, betting on the UFC, and also love following the NBA, betting on the NBA playoffs. What about you?
I was always a football guy, but I went to a UFC fight live in Vegas this summer. Just got great tickets and changed my whole view of the sport. Just seeing the two guys that close in a cage, knowing what was at stake, like feeling the crowd. I think UFC is my favorite sport, and I can't believe it because I always watch it on TV and I'd see the guys slathered all of each other wrestling. But when you realize it's just two men just fighting and anything can happen in that ring, it's just like nothing else.
Listen, man, my approach is it's kind of nerdy. I actually it's like who's gonna win and why, and then can I predict it? Right? There's so many different styles to fighting. This guy's Muay Thai. This guy's a wrestler. This guy's Jiu-Jitsu. This guy's a boxer.
Yeah.
You know, this guy's a mix of this and that. And why is this style going to work? This is his physical attributes, his training, who he's training with. I don't know. They're just so much going on in a fight. It's interesting.
Now, would you say that's comparable to poker, where you have all of these great players, right? The Greenwoods, the Soizas, the Kuhns. Maybe a lot of them have different styles too of fighting, and they all work.
I would say the disparity in styles in fighting is more than in poker. But yes, there is.
But
it is
that's
comparable.
because they don't have an overlord, the fighters.
Yeah. You're right. Yeah, prior to the overlord, you know,
yeah,
you go
both
back
were
10
free.
years
That's the
ago
thing
and
is poker
before.
was free back then. No one was
Yeah.
telling you what to do with any credibility.
Greenwood doesn't have very much going on and just gives it up. Very little interaction there.
Oh, okay. You can't use it at all?
No phones, boys.
Yeah.
And I like that rule. I'm a really big fan of. They shouldn't
no
have
phone.
phones.
Yeah.
Absolutely, no phones at the table.
Is there a delay, 30-minute delay on this? I don't know.
There are a lot of people who, I mean, I guess, yeah, you don't want.
You just get this one
It
here?
is nice
Oh,
to know
yeah.
that people can't check the hands that have
like it.
happened
Yeah.
because it's on
It's nice.
stream. But actually, with the Triton
it'd
app,
be
can't
free
you
to play,
see
but-
a lot of the hands anyway?
Those days are
With the Triton app is
Once in a
so
while you
good,
get a
Brian.
few.
Yeah.
used to be
It
like
just
when I
wouldn't
was
be fair.
first here, you could just walk up and be like, "Oh, I have like a hoodie and."
When people have their phones, though, they distract themselves.
Exactly.
So
That's
that's
what
I
that's
do
what our
with
phones
myself.
are. I mean, how?
Yeah.
What else are you gonna do on there?
I was like, can I get a hat? They're like $60. yeah, of course you can. $60.
Kuhn with the Queen 9, but too short.
Yeah, versus an under the gun open, just nothing to do.
Greenwood perks up here with the Ace 9 offsuit, and this is what I mean about different styles. I can't think the solver from versus the under the gun raise.
I don't know. It's Sam Greenwood.
That's what I mean, though. These guys might not all be. And wow, what a spot for Duquois.
Maybe it's somebody he wants to play a pot with.
And maybe there's something we don't know.
It feels.
What a spot. Look at, I mean, this is the dream scenario.
Yeah.
You've got the kings, you've got dust. So you know you're getting called in at least one spot. I mean, what a spot for Du. Quan Zhu. This guy's a legend. That watch is worth.
I mean,
it is worth more than my life. Right?
It's
If
the
there was a
turquoise.
market right now, and there was two spots, and one was the watch, I would be dead.
I mean, my intuition is that Sam's hand, the Silicon Overlord would have said to fold it. But
That's
Sam
what I mean.
might have other reasons why he decided to
So that's
call.
my big question: is how you're at the table with these players. They're humans. You can
Yeah.
feel their hearts beating. How much are you trusting your overlord, and how much are you trusting your own instinct? I guess it varies by player.
Yeah, it depends who I'm playing against. You know, if I'm staring across the table from, I don't know, like Stevie Chidwick or Jason Cohn, I'm usually just trying to go with the overlord.
But if it's me,
but if it's, I mean, I don't
因为
know.
他
We
call
haven't
完了
played
就
in a
完了
while.
应该是
But yeah, no, I just if it's some guy I've never seen before who's 55 years old at the WSOP, yeah, I'm probably going with my gut.
Great spot for Dude to double up here. Just needs to fade an ace, really. Ooh, Jack does
Or a
give.
jack.
Yeah, now Quan an additional out.
Oh, wow.
And there it is.
Unlucky.
Wow, rough spot. I mean, you get kings in the dream scenario, and it's too good to be true.
It was too good to be true.
那个不用，你放这儿。
It's the watch.
That watch is too powerful. It's worth. Yeah, we gotta talk to our producers. But wow, Kwanzaa.
When you're just on cusp, like you just get to squeeze it in. Like
I mean, it's not worth 7 digits, is it?
Look at the thing.
Like game of Go. Oh yeah.
7 digits for a watch. Imagine that.
You think they'll do season 2? I don't know.
Oh, we got 2 members of Game of Gold
have
here.
no affiliation.
Michael Soiza was on.
Oh, he was on Game of Gold also? Wow. Okay.
Kuhn was as well.
Oh, they were
Yeah,
they
I
were
think
just
they're
getting
doing it.
everybody on it.
Yeah, it was pretty star-studded.
Yeah. Yeah, that show was dope.
Maria Ho won.
Hello.
Oh, there's only one winner.
Only one winner.
Okay.
Winner take all.
I thought there were teams. There are, and like till you get down to the end.
It's the way these reality shows
Yeah.
work. Like you start with teams, you gotta like betray your
Alright.
partners or like I don't know, and then
Yeah.
there's only
No
one at
gamble.
the end.
No gamble.
Sometimes they do couples.
No gamble.
Great show, Game of Gold though. Any poker fans? Not even. It's great for non-poker fans.
Maria
Like
Ho
if you're
took
into,
a look around and was like, "Nah, nobody's my partner here."
No.
Okay.
Yo Viral was there. I mean, look at that watch, Brian. We're gonna have trouble as long as he's here. Joey Chung not gonna have trouble though. A seasoned vet at this point. Punted it off
There
in the
he
main
is.
event in just epic fashion. He's probably still thinking
One
about
of my
that.
new partners at Phenom.
Are you a Phenom Pro?
I am.
How do you get these sponsorships? You don't even play anymore, man. What are you doing?
Listen, pipe down
You're
over there,
at
okay?
Phenom Poker. The site hasn't even launched yet, dude. Yeah, we gotta
Pipe
get,
down over there.
We got to
Stop
get Brian
blowing up my
Rast.
spot, okay? I do plenty. I'm in here. I'm in the booth with you. I'm in the booth with Will Jaffe. Who else can say that? Nobody.
Unfortunately, nobody.
Here I am, putting in the good work. Watching Jason Kuhn raise it up with King Queen off for all of it. It's not really that much anymore, though. 210. It's look, the blind's 15K. I mean, it's only like
210.
14 bigs, 13 bigs.
Yeah, and Sam's got a spot here, right?
I mean, I think
Hold on.
you go with it,
Right? Yeah,
It's
Kuhn could have
it's
some
only
ace
13.
fives. Yeah.
I mean, honestly, for 13 bigs, Kuhn can probably have any pair.
Yeah.
Too. So we could have
Yeah.
deuces, threes, fours, fives. Like, yeah,
We're
we got a big
flipping,
blind
man.
Annie
This
out
guy's
there.
got sevens.
I got sixes.
And Kuhn basically Negron used his hand, just one off.
Good luck.
I mean, this is just stud on stud violence here. Two of the best in the game.
10-9 on the flop, but I don't know about the rest.
Well, that's a pretty good start.
That's a
Yeah, that's
great
good
flop
for
for
me.
Kuhn, but
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
not flush draw.
But is it too good?
Let's peel the board.
Oh.
There it is.
Good.
The Triton Goat.
Keep in.
Making the nuts.
Not a lot of hair between these players, Brian, but a lot of skill, a lot of heart, and a lot of money won.
I guess they got the important 3 out of those 4 attributes.
Speaking of attributes, it's time to tell you about GTO Wizard. As we take a quick break from the action,
You want to study with a real Silicon Overlord? We'll go to GTO Wizard.
that's pretty much it. Imagine having your own silicone overlord in your pocket, just tell you what to do, your daily dose of GTO, everything from bet sizes to hands. Why text? Why watch YouTube when you could be learning like the best? Check out GTO Wizard. Get in these Triton events with us. Not with me, maybe with Rast, but you're not going to do it without the skills that GTO Wizard can get you. Study with the AI. I think that means some type of intelligence.
Yeah, yeah, basically.
Thank you. Back on the action. Joey Chung, Brian's new site mate, Phenom Poker.
Listen, we both got in because we punt hard in the main.
That's all you got to do is just punt immensely hard in the main.
You know that. Come on.
Zubov not going to punt at all, though. These Russians don't mess around.
All right.
All right.
That Triton scarf looks real comfy.
I was in POS, so that was
Like 500?
How was that?
No, you have like 500,000?
It was a good talk.
It was.
So what's with this strategy behind this chip count ask here, Brian? There's got to be more. It's right in front of Soiza. He knows what he's got. What mentally, what's he trying to do with this? Get a read?
Not great, but
You know, I don't know, man. My Asperger's makes me say like maybe he is being genuine, but you're probably right that he's not. You know, I don't know. It's that you know, that like poker autism thing. It's like, is he being genuine? Is he not? Is he actually asking? Does he want to know if they're hidden chips? Is he trying to get a read?
Interesting.
I mean, it seems like a very like, was he really trying to get a read there? Didn't seem like it.
But why does he want to know? The stack's right there. It's right in front of his face. Guy was on Game of Gold. He knows how many chips the guy has. What is behind it,
Maybe
Rast?
this aren't 20 stacks.
Give me the secrets, man. Tell me how to get sponsored. Soiza's got the patches on. Man, remember the old patch days? Were you ever one of those dudes, like, during the patch days that you had, like, 18 patches on you for an FT?
No. I was one of the dudes who was sometimes not wearing a patch.
No more patches
For a while.
anymore, but tons of watches. I would wager we have at least 7 figures total in watches at this table.
Were you playing the poker?
Maybe
stuff
just
at all, or just
just the turquoise one alone.
Stuff like that?
The turquoise one alone could hit it, but between that, Soiza's, which is now tucked away.
Or really, yeah.
Was that a conscious watch tucking? Did he feel like?
I think so. I think he felt a little.
Yeah.
I think he felt a little like it was time to put that puppy away.
He made a mental note to bring out the big one for next time.
We got action here. A little bit of street poker. Quan going to open with the ace-4 off and the cutoff, and Soiza's going to call with the queen-jack off, giving Joey Chung a really good price to see a flop in the big with 10-9 offsuit.
3 players, all with modest hands, taking a flop. Ooh. And that flop is all Michael Soiza.
Yeah, and Quan just completely whiffs. I mean, this has just got to be like the worst hand he can have here. But do you get that type of watch if you never take a stab? I don't think so. I think that basically dead to a non-heart ace, and Soiza just, I mean, just such a nice spot here. I know these players have options, right? But it feels like call, right? You just call all day there.
Yeah, you keep in a lot of hands that have almost no equity. Maybe stacks are a little too deep to really get enough value. I mean, you can't really raise fold, right? So you're raising, getting it in. What hands that are worse than you really do that? So it seems like call makes a lot of sense. And what a card.
I mean, just gets better and better for Soiza.
I mean, now you're really kind of,
you're just
so
in trap
few hands
mode.
You're losing to.
Yeah.
I mean, you're only really giving if you're if the guy has outs, it's only if he has an ace or king of hearts. Now with the check back, Soiza knows he's ahead. Question is, how can I get the most on the river? Is it check to induce a bluff? Is it betting myself for value with a hand that's almost certainly good?
Is this one of those spots you want to go big, or maybe on the smaller side if you do bet?
I mean, it does make sense. You could definitely use a bigger size here because you definitely
There it
have
is.
some nothing bluffs, right? And your bet sizing is oftentimes driven by your value hands, and he can bet for value here with 3 jacks. He could have a flush. Doesn't have to check raise a flush, but a lot of 3 jacks, even if he did check raise a lot of flushes. So, but yeah, just ace-4, nothing to see.
Yeah, but if Quan has a check back kings there, right? Like if he, you know what I mean? If he has,
he might definitely might call.
He'll pay off
Yes.
175. So why not try to go for the max there? Yeah, makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. And the 3 jacks, especially with these, can do it. And on the flip side, he's going to have air. He's going to have some. He was the big blind. He's going to have some no pair air, 1 heart hands that want to bluff too. So
little no pair air.
I like alliteration. Eternal rhyme.
Yeah, Rast is a known freestyle. Him and Jeff Gross had some epic ciphers together. But look at this. I mean, this is, if you want to know how to be the Triton GOAT, look no further. This man is one of the only people I know that only wore a watch because he won so much money. He had no other choice. I actually don't know anybody else in that situation. 6s again for Greenwood. Kuhn got him before.
12 blinds.
He might get him again, Brian.
Yeah. Just Sam is going to live and die with the 6s.
Live and die by the sword, and it might be death for Greenwood.
I mean, it's a lot bleaker this time. He's not up against King Queen anymore. King Zubov lets it go.
Blinds get out of the way.
Got the bullet, Slammy.
Bad news.
That's what I had last hand. I'll take that run out again.
Yeah.
Ace-5, 2, 3 clubs. I know the 5 was the 5 of clubs with the turn. I don't know what the
Ace-7, 2, all clubs. 5.
Look, Brian, Greenwood has a lot more hair, but he's going to need to get lucky. He's going to have a lot less chips.
We can do the 5 of clubs again.
Needs a 6 or running 3-5.
Sweat.
We can do the 5 of clubs again.
Needs a 5 now or a 6 for the straight.
It was a 3 of clubs for the other dudes.
Let's get a nice 3-side. No.
GG, Sammy Greenwood. One of the best, Brian. And Jason Kuhn, the rich get richer, up to 700K. It felt like he had 8 big blinds a minute ago.
Third. What year was it? A lifetime ago. Yeah, 2010.
And he's definitely not hiding the watch.
I don't even
No, that thing's on full display. Soy's watch has gone in the cocoon. Got action at the other table.
Here we are at the other table.
Haven't seen these guys yet. We're about to get acquainted. I know this guy, Loon, another Triton legend.
Yeah, he's been at a lot of Tritons. I remember him distinctly. Jesse Launis hasn't been at many Tritons as far as I know, but I've seen him in the Vegas scene playing tournaments over there at Poker Go Studios quite a bit.
Yeah, one of the most up-and-coming, hottest American players right now. Jesse Launis has been on fire.
Like Michael Watson has been a staple at Tritons.
Yeah, the Canadian GOAT. Greenwood's Mike Watson, really some of the all-time best players from Canada. Of course, Daniel Negreanu. Are you Canadian?
I'm not Canadian, but I feel like maybe you jumped the gun on the Canadian GOAT for Watson, forgetting about Negreanu.
Yeah, we had a slight mishap. Our producers, again. We will move on. Some new players here. This guy's got over 1 million. I'm not familiar with him, but he's probably a savage in his own right. A lot of bracelets. Brian, are you a bracelet guy or just no wrist gear?
No, I have a whip strap so I can track my sleep, and that's that.
Just a whoop strap, huh?
Yeah.
Well, man.
I know. Listen,
You
it's
really
under my
are-
sleeve. Look over it. Can you
keep
even
it,
see
keep
it?
it? Keep it under there, seriously, or we're going to have issues. Keep that thing in. Please do not refer to it as a whoop strap. Again, just lie if I ask. Jesse Launis, he's got to watch for sure. Man's on fire. I mean, when you're up and coming, Brian, when you're young, you don't really have responsibilities, and you're just crushing poker, you're winning tournaments. Like, is there anything better in life?
I think so, but not at that point of your life. There's not.
Yeah. Well, we got action here. Jesse.
Like, is Jesse Lannis ready for the marvels of a young baby in his arms? I don't think so.
He's got one. No, he's got it.
Oh,
he's got a baby.
one.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we got to get you acquainted with these players, Brian. Jesse Lonis has 2 kids.
2 kids.
He knows.
Okay. Well, he's not exactly who I was imagining when you were young.
He is young.
Crush.
He's just, you know, he's active at the table. We got some action here. Z knows he's active and is going to get a little out of line with the ace-deuce off. And this is modern poker for you, right?
Suited.
Oh, sorry.
But yes.
Yeah, this is modern poker. Jesse opens the queen-jack off, gets 3-bet by the ace-deuce off, and the ace-deuce suited.
The weird thing about this, though, is his sizing is, like, really small for being out of position.
Yeah.
I mean, he went under 3x here, so that is not modern poker.
No,
Let's
this
say that.
is
Modern poker would be like he makes it like 110.
Yeah, Jesse's going nowhere, getting a great price.
He's not really getting any fold equity when he goes under 3x out of position there.
Oh, wow, though. I mean, this is why you keep him in your trapping.
Yeah, I mean, you're just going to flop.
You just know you're going to. Maybe this guy is. What were you talking about? Those guys from Dune who could see into the future. I think we found our. What is it? What was
the Kwisatz Haderach?
We found our Kwisatz. It wasn't that other guy who was pretty dusty. Actually, it's this guy.
He knew this flop was coming.
What a flop! These are the flops that dreams are made of. I got to tell you, Jesse has quite a reputation.
This would be a tough continue here, though.
Yeah,
Queen Jack off.
But I'm telling you, man, don't doubt this guy.
I mean, with a diamond, I could see it, but with no diamond, he's really.
This guy doesn't play by the book. He's already got the Triton patches. Is this guy sponsored?
Oh.
What did I tell you, Brian? He's reaching.
This guy.
Oh no, with fake out. God, this would be.
He knows it's not approved by the Overlord, but
wow.
Don't say it ain't so. But listen, he had a massive hand, ace deuce of diamonds. He did not want to put money in that pot. It was going to be hard for it to work out well.
He did see into the future there. Yeah, we got some new players.
Oh, check it out. Yeah.
If I struggle with these pronunciations, that is Alex Ponikov's, one of the best in the game. David Coleman there with the glasses next to Mr. Chiba, also with the glasses. Koichi Chiba with the ace-8 off folds. Again, we're having a watch-off here. This one's a little classier, you know, no turquoise, just black straps. Loon with the ace-10 off, going to raise it up.
All right, Watson, ace-10 of hearts in the cutoff, has some decisions here between flat and 3-bet. So, oh yeah, no, sorry. I'm forgetting how short their stacks are. He only has 12 big blinds, so.
One choice there, just all in.
Jam is the play.
Gets the call, and Loon makes the correct call. They're basically, you know, just looking for mostly a chop.
Kind of at this part of the tournament now where the blinds have gotten big enough that there's a lot of people with really short stacks that either just need to like double or get out. So can we sort that out, please?
Wow, both players flop top 2 somehow. Loon drawing live to running spades to win the whole pot, though.
Yeah, you can see it's 5% to win. The rest is chop, and they're chop.
Wrong black card there. Now, these blinds are going fast. What's your strategy in these type of fields with these faster structures? They're good structures, but they're just fast. Are you trying to accumulate? You know, are you trying to survive because so many people drop out fast? Like, do you have a general approach, or is it all just situational?
I mean, there is a lot of situational stuff that happens. I think that, interesting. We just got to a hand.
Yeah, let's hold that thought.
But it looks like Soiza's got everything, and Mario Mosbeck has a little something here. He's got the 4. Looks like he probably defended in the big blind.
Is this a bluff catcher / bluff inducer on his part?
Looks like he defended. The flop went check, check. Mario check called the turn.
Yeah, no, now we have...
oh, no, sorry. The flop went check, Soiza bet, Mario called, and the turn went check, check. I believe. Looking at the... We have a screen with the previous action. Now,
Okay,
after
yeah.
checking the river, he's now over bet. Well, Mario only has 95K, so he's... Technically, he's only betting 95,000.
It's effectively putting Mario all in here for his tournament life. And he's got a bluff catcher, right? I mean...
He does, yes. Yes, definitely with the 4 now, he's beating bluffs. You know, and after betting the flop and checking back the turn, opening the hijack, he could have some hands like Jack High.
There he
10
goes.
high.
Just thought it was too strong, and Soiza going to take a big one down.
Good luck.
Tough spot for Mario. Super cool story. Professional soccer player. Quits early to start playing poker full time. Gets under the tutelage of Fedor Hulse. Can't imagine a much better coach than that. And he's already got $4.5 million in Triton winnings. I mean,
yeah, wow.
Dude's a star in the making.
I actually ran into him right after I got here on my first trip down to the poker room. I walked in and talked with him. Very, very pleasant guy. We had a nice little conversation. Fortunately, this first one's not going to work out. But the good news is that you bust the 15K. Okay, the next one's a 20. You bust that. Next one's a 25. So it's just a little bit easier to get unstuck as you go.
Yeah, okay, but that cuts both ways, right? Because it can add up pretty quickly.
Stop being a negative Nancy over there, okay?
I mean, I got to get on your positivity levels, Ras. I don't know the type of meditations you're doing. I mean, you're tracking your heartbeats with a wrist device. You got to teach me the secrets.
I'm trying, brother. You just got to listen.
I'm not good at listening. Kuhn, an absolute savage. I mean, you know, growing up, I remember coming up with Jason. You know, we both played online. And then he just went straight up. And I just went straight down.
Well, that was uplifting.
But I'm still here, and we're doing commentary with you guys. And Brian Rass's fellow phenom poker player.
So there you go. At least you bounced. You bounced. Something stopped the unimpeded descent downwards.
Something stopped it, like a snowboard, or you're like, you know, I think I broke my leg, like Nacho did skiing. Jason Kuhn just gonna rip it here with the 7-6.
On the dealer button,
takes it down.
Big blind. Big blind had about 20 bigs.
Yeah, so you like the rip there? I mean, a suited hand, like you're never in bad shape, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think he's going to be behind, but pretty live when he gets called. And, you know, maybe he thinks his opponent, you know, if your opponent folds too much, pretty nice combo to throw in a few of your extra jams.
Certainly would think it's solver approved.
Listen, when it comes to playing 2 cards, if Jason Kuhn does it, I'm not going to question it too much. That's for sure.
Are you saying he's the Silicone Overlord?
I mean, he's pretty close.
Wow.
He's pretty close.
You heard it first. I mean, as close as you get to
either 2-card variant, if it's long deck or short deck.
That is the Overlord there, Jason Kuhn.
Yeah, he has a. I mean, he's just got a nasty combo. Like, Kuhn has a really, really strong theoretical understanding of the game, but he's not like so modern that he doesn't know how to kind of take it to the streets and try to exploit people as well. So it's just a great mix.
And that's what you need these days, right? You never know which one you're going to need, but you got to have both.
Yeah. Yeah, I think one of the criticisms, I hear, I'm around. I got coffee with Nikki P.
You
and
really
Jason
are right. You've
Kuhn,
already told me 10 players you met up with on
like
break.
I'm hearing the guys talk, okay? And one of the things that, people, I definitely hear people say is some of the really modern young guys, it's like they've only trained with, solvers, and they just don't really know how to, like, move beyond just like, this is what the solver says I'm supposed to do in this spot. It's like, this is and it is true if you kind of think about poker theoretically. Like, yes, while it's true that you can never be exploited if you were able to perfectly replicate like the GTO strategy, the flip side is that you leave a lot of money on the table by not max exploiting people that suck and are making big mistakes, and you can do something better than that. So it's very interesting. So I think it's something that's left out that the old timers understand about poker.
Dolly Parton?
This guy who never bluffs. Maybe I just don't call him,
Yeah, well, speaking of solvers, I mean, what is going on here? This can't be Overlord approved with the Queen-8 offsuit. I don't know. Maybe. But somehow gets called and has a really good chance to double up. Joey Chung.
Well, you are faced with the really brutal spot there of when you fold, putting up 20% of your chips in the ante. Now, I'm not saying it's right, but that's what he was probably thinking.
Yeah, half his stack goes in the pot next hand. Queen-8's, you know what? These guys are on another level than me.
Oh, the 9. Oh, the 9.
Look, guys.
Soiza. Showers for Joey Chung. Hope those Phenom contracts pay well, Brian. Another pot for Soiza, Game of Gold contestant. So one of the big stories of Game of Gold was one of the initial teams was Michael Soiza, Daniel Negreanu, Jason Kuhn. It's pretty stacked relative to the field,
Yeah.
And they were the first team out.
Oh, wow.
Another table in the back.
Yeah.
Oh, no, it's probably just the walking.
They had one more player, streamer Kevin Martin. I don't know what happened, but just didn't work out for them.
Oh, there he is.
Wow.
Stevie.
Wow, look at that stash, Brian.
That is quite the mustache.
Oh, I just,
that is
I didn't know how much you shoved for.
That is like an English sailor, like conquering foreign land type of stash.
I was. That's not what I was thinking about.
I'm questioning.
Yeah. I just miscounted how many big blinds you have.
5 BB.
5 BB.
See our great dealers there at Triton, the best in the business.
I mean, the tournaments are run really well. And this I even know from experience, because I did, once upon a time, in 2022 in Madrid, I did jump down and play like 3 of them. And I got to tell you, between the little like timer octagon thing, which is showing the time in multiple directions so everybody at the table can see it, to the dealers, and everything is run impeccably. It really is one of the best like playing experience, just in terms of the tournament run, location, everything. If you want to play really well done, top-notch, high-quality poker tournaments where you do have to put up kind of a lot of money for most people, then Triton's your thing. That's
yeah, no, we're not just saying this because, we're working for them. This is, I remember back in London, the $1 Million Buy-In. It was one of the events I was going to play, but just didn't work out. And I was there, and it just was really great, and they're still great. So, yeah. That was sarcasm, Brian, by the way. I see what you're looking at me here.
No. I don't really say anything because I work for people.
Yeah, you're teaching me the ways
I sometimes
here.
don't say something because I work for somebody, but I won't say something because I work for somebody.
Gotcha. Jason going to c-bet here. Makes it 25,000. Chen in the big blind with ace-8 off. Such a small bet. When you're faced with these small bets, like, you got to call a lot, right?
Well, this is a dicey
spot
for the check call.
But he's going for it.
But it is a small bet. You are incentivized. You got the overcard with the ace. But the thing is, the bet's almost always going to be small there. The king king, 2 low card offsuit board. The Silicon Overlord likes small c-bets, and that's what Jason Kuhn did. Especially one of the ways that they get combated against is getting check raised on a decent frequency. And, you know, if you're not afraid of your opponent doing that, all the more reason.
And the turn goes check, check. Decent amount of chips in the pot.
This river probably goes check, check. I don't know why either player would turn their hand into a bluff, and they can win at showdown.
Another pot for the Overlord. And Jason has
Kuhn's
this
chipping up.
Yeah, I mean, he has this incredible quality. I don't know how many other players have it, where when you're at the table with him, you can talk to him, you can have a good chat, but you know that he is coming for your head.
Yeah, no, Kuhn definitely. Wow, that was. I didn't know you were going to exactly go there with that. It's just, I feel like Kuhn gives off that vibe of just being like kind of genuinely friendly at the table. But yeah, no, you know he's playing. You know, coming for your head just feels so personal and like violent. But yeah, he's playing.
He's coming for your chips. Let's put it that way. And so is this man, Stephen Chidwick, another legend of the game.
You know, we talk about this guy, this guy, and listen, everybody, there's a lot of really, truly great, world-class, some of the best. A lot of the people in this tournament, like there are great players who say that they think Stephen Chidwick is the best No Limit Hold'em tournament player. I've heard multiple people say that. So that's pretty high praise.
$18 million in Triton earnings alone for Stephen Chidwick.
I mean, he's starting to challenge for the top overall money earner spot, kind of like, right?
Yeah, he's in that. No, he's in that conversation for sure.
Like you know, he's just got to win one of those.
I still, you know what's weird about Stevie? For as good as he is, I still feel like he's kind of lacking that huge signature win, like the career definer.
Yeah,
and he's won a lot, but that's what I mean. What do you remember him from a tournament? You know?
Yeah, he's 4th, and he's like 200,000 behind Kuhn.
Yeah, that's how you know he's a beast. He's won all this money, and I don't even know what his biggest win is.
Yeah, I feel like. I mean, Bryn and Bonomo are in the top 2, but like. They're not playing the kind of volume that Kuhn and Chidwick are, right? I mean, like, Kuhn and Chidwick, I mean, Dan Smith is in 5th now.
All these guys are putting in some volume, my man. You're not getting up there if you're, you know, these guys' age without putting in a lot of volume.
No, but Bryn's not playing as much.
Bryn is not playing as much, but he's out. He's in the Triton scene.
Okay, is Bonomo here?
I haven't seen Bonomo, but he's in the...
Like, I didn't see Bonomo in 2022 really at the Tritons too much. Like, he sometimes probably comes, but not. But, like, Kuhn and Chidwick are at every one.
Yeah, Kuhn doesn't, I mean...
Also, by the way, Chidwick plays, like, 10Ks and 5Ks. Like, Kuhn doesn't play those anymore.
Yeah, that's true.
Like, Chidwick is a hard
Kuhn
worker,
is,
man.
Kuhn is too rich for just
I mean, so
lowly
is Chidwick,
five-figure buy-ins. But,
yeah.
Chen here called the flop correctly with Queen High, got unlucky as Jason turned a pair, and now the question is, does Jason want to turn it into a bluff? Or does he think there's enough showdown?
I mean, he's still beating the 3. And, like, is he... Wow.
Yeah. The Overlord says bluff.
But it's small.
Trying to fold out a...
I don't think
what is he
that's
trying to
a
fold
bluff.
out here? Yeah, is it a value bet? No.
Yeah, I think he's just deciding.
Just
I mean, the
targeting-
jack is a blank, man. The jack's really a blank. So it's like...
Oh, my God. And
I think
this
he's
is a-
deciding
this
that my
is-
opponent would have value bet like an ace, and I'm going to try to get... And he would have probably bluffed some of his like missed diamonds or whatever. I think he's just trying to get
This
value
is-
from a 3.
This is just some, like, I can see your cards type of stuff here.
Yeah.
I mean, he
This
knows
is a value
exactly
bet.
what Chen has, and he wants him to call, and Chen is really thinking about it.
Yeah, or queen high, right?
Queen high?
Queen high or a 3. Those are the 2 hands that he's really targeting here.
Yeah, and Chen
And I
has
think
one
he
of them.
just thinks it's more likely my opponent has one of those than that he has an ace or king and didn't value bet.
Yeah, I mean, these guys are just on another level. And I mean, what type of bluffs is Chen hoping for him to have here? Just like the old 8-5 offsuit?
Just, I mean, it went check, call, check, pre-flop. Like, Kuhn has just a bunch of, like, 10 deuce.
Yeah, but doesn't he barrel the
10 deuce
turn
probably
with some
does
of
barrel the
his?
turn, but, like, 6-8, just
Yeah.
some random stuff he might
Yeah,
have stabbed
just
flop.
cheesy, yeah,
like
gives up with, yeah.
6-8 with a diamond or something.
Hands like 7-4 that don't make a pair.
Yeah.
Yeah, Chen is in the tank here. You can tell he's really thinking about it. Kuhn, I mean, this guy is just the trained assassin at the table and gets paid. I mean, look at this. Like, this is next level. I would have had no idea, honestly, Brian, had you were not here with me, that was a value bet. I would just be like, oh, he's bluffing. That's why these guys win so much money.
Yeah, that was a nice hand by Kuhn. I mean, one of the things about poker is that it's like we always focus on the big hands, the all-ins, but really one of the ways where you sometimes see a lot of skill is these like blind versus blind pots, and they're small, but that's when it's the ranges are wide, guys are making really good reads, they're making thin value bets, they're making nice bluffs. That's actually where you see a lot of this real big skill, in my opinion, is some pots like that. Listen, they're not big, they're not fancy, they're not going to make it onto the highlight reel, but that's why you watch the stream, folks.
That's why you watch the stream, to see up close and personal how Jason Kuhn has over 26 million just in Triton winnings alone. Just crazy numbers from the GOAT. 10 titles. That is impressive. Jesse going to take down a pot.
Thank you.
It's our other feature table here. Loon, Mike Watson. Haven't seen a lot from these guys, but a lot of really good players over here too. Day two is coming tomorrow. This opening event here, record-breaking field, Triton Jeju. We're down to 85 players from 269. Jamil Wakil is our chip leader, over 2 million chips. Seth Gottlieb is in second with 1.85 million. Nick Petrangelo, 1.5 million, hanging around. Ike Haxton, 1.3 million.
Ike just doing it. He had a good year last year.
Yeah, it was Ike's year last year. Might be again. See how frisky Jesse wants to get.
Yeah, some other guys in the chip count. Roman Hrabeck, recognize him. I remember. So I'm in. I think it was the. I think it was the main event. Not this year, but 22, which was my deepest. I got like 1/20th or something. Like day 4 or 5 or something, pretty deep. I was at the table with this guy. I'd never played with him before. We had a couple blind versus blind pots, and they were like, I was like, okay, this guy's getting. We got after it, and it turned it out later. I found out it was Roman Hrabeck, and I'm like, after him, like, man, this guy can play. He doesn't like to give up. He likes to try to win the pot. So
This was the one main event you didn't punt in, or did you punt in that one too?
No, I didn't punt actually. Didn't punt in that one.
Well, that was your best finish.
Yeah, wasn't the only main event I didn't punt in, but it was my
up
best
there
finish.
with the few.
It was
the handful.
A lot of patience.
3 out of 20. Loon going to get back into. I mean, Loon just looks like this guy. Just looks so comfortable at the table, right?
Body.
Pops it up with the ace-5 suited. He knows
He's
what
been
to
there
do.
before.
Yeah.
He knows what's up.
Get the best players in the world here. Speaking of the best players in the world, I mean, what a spot for Alex on the button. Ace-king off. Aggressive image. And what's the metagame behind this sweatshirt here, Brian? Can you break that down for me?
120.
Are we prioritizing comfort over looks? What are we going for, Lily?
It definitely feels like a comfort. It feels like one of those soft materials that just feels nice wearing all day.
I believe that's velour, and my guess is he's got a full tracksuit on. I would bet a lot.
Ace-5 suited here. Listen, you got some options. You could just, you could go for this. You could just.
What I mean, isn't this the perfect hand to bluff with?
You could also do this. You could.
Wow, just calls.
Call. It's
an option, right? I mean.
Yeah.
Dicey, but here comes the flop.
It is dicey.
Ooh, not so dicey anymore. Nut flush draw. Can't think of many more better flops. Was dominated before the flop, but now is basically in a coin flip situation with the Lex's hand. And I always struggle in these spots. You have ace-king. It's a great hand pre-flop. Now you whiff. There's a flush draw out there. How do you proceed?
Well, I think you start by saying, like, whose flop is this better for? It's probably slightly better for him, but it's close. And then you say, okay, so what do I want to do? Do I want to bet? What's my plan if I keep betting? You know, I think he decides to check back, gets to the turn. I do think there's a decent class of hands here that he can have that would decide to do that. You could do that with some Jack X, like pocket tens. Could mix in with aces as like one of your better hands, or jacks. And then, yeah, a bunch of like ace high, maybe something like king, queen of hearts.
40.
And now Loon turns the best hand. Alex is in a terrible spot. Now, the board is really wet, right? Flush draws, straight draws abound. How many semi-bluffs does Loon have here? I guess not enough, right? Or is it just too dicey with such a bad board for you?
To me, it's an interesting bet. Like, if you're betting there and you're getting ace-king off to fold, like, I don't know how much I love the bet.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Because, like, that's a hand you'd love to, like, stay in the pot with you.
Yeah.
Right? Because it's almost dead. Like, literally.
Yeah, it's true. Ace, king, ace, queen off.
It has a king that isn't a diamond. To hit. Like, so the aces that you're dominating, which think they have some showdown value, that's why after you hit the 5, like, I feel like I'd almost rather bet that if I didn't hit the 5 than if I did. Because now I'm beating a bunch of hands that think they have showdown because I have my 5. I don't know how much value I'm getting there on the turn.
It just, you feel like it's such a great, you like your hand so much, you just kind of want to put chips in the pot.
No, you do want chips to go in the pot, and that's a reason to bet, right? But like maybe a lot of the hands that you want to put chips in the pot with you might bet themselves when checked, and then the hands that are just dead, like that one, don't put any more chips in the pot, right?
Yeah.
Another option would have maybe to think about going even smaller. Like he went like, look, I can't remember, maybe like 40% pot, maybe going like 25% pot. Anyways.
We got a battle of two Americans here, both with kings. And look at this. I mean, Jesse raises the king-9 off from under the gun, and David Coleman just shoves from the... I mean, yeah, I guess, like, is that a solver-approved shove? Like, do these guys just know what the other one's doing?
I think so. You end up finding with some, like, stack sizes where maybe you think, oh, it's a little deep. Some of these, like, king-jack and king-10 suited hands end up mixing in because they're hands that kind of maybe get, like ace-10 off will fold, right? And, you know, and it's a good way to mix in some hands that aren't, like, super strong into that jam range because it's like people are like, oh, you always have ace-king. or whatever. Well, no, like you have the king jack.
Personally, I'm tempted to flat the king 10 suiteds and shove the king 10s off, but
like king jack will definitely fold. Ace 10 off probably folds.
Yeah.
So you get some better hands to fold. It has decent equity against the pairs that call. Like I don't, there's things that can
now
go.
Jesse raised there, and he's got a pretty wild image. If a tighter player raises, are you more likely to just flat in position, see a flop versus shove, or?
Well, I mean, you know, if the person's opening a normal range and the GTO play is to shove, then it's still fine to shove, right? Like if that's what we're saying. You know, so it wouldn't really be about that. It would be more about if there were a player that somehow I thought made mistakes or that I could exploit post-flop and I'd want to play post-flop with them, then yeah.
Well, look at this. I mean, +1. This guy's got a massive chip stack. Raising with ace-5 off. Gets king-queen off to fold. I mean, I'm so interested in the way these guys play because I would just never think to raise his hand from so early, but...
Well, by the way, I mean, Jesse Lanis raising king-9 off in under the gun. That's
these guys are playing... These guys are playing
wide.
some hands here.
And it looks like ace-5 off is probably wide and +1.
Interesting flop here. Top pair for Z and...
But Jesse Lanis is not folding the flop.
No, he's got a gutter. He's got a backdoor flush draw.
Yeah, we're going to see some chips go in.
Yeah, and this... I believe the pronunciation is Z. Please correct me if I'm wrong, but... he's going to c-bet a lot, right? So Jesse's never folding here.
Well, so one of the things you say is like, oh, what's my opponent c-betting? But when an opponent picks a really small c-bet size, maybe you say, okay, c-betting 100%. Do I want to check raise that or not? Lanis just decides to see the turn cheap. Totally reasonable. And it's probably going to go check, bet, fold.
Now, in Z spot, I'm always confused here because my actual hand I want to check with, but I feel like with my range I would bet a lot of bluffs. So it feels like I should keep betting for my range. I don't know what to do in those spots.
You can definitely bet again here, for sure, for exactly the reason that you're saying. Normally when you bet here, you kind of have to start sizing up because your bet should be a bit more polarized, but once you're getting to like an ace-X, you can bet again. Normally in this spot, you'd bet a little bit bigger, but with a kicker this week, you would just check back the river.
But also, you with the stack sizes, too, you bet 70,000 by the river, you have a pot-size shove left. Makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, which is very scary for your opponent, kind of like continuing on the turn.
You make them ask the question, do I have to call twice, which is always a powerful tool and works well for this guy who's accumulated a lot of chips already up there with the big stacks. A lot of big names, and I mean, I'm gonna have to get used to that, right, at Triton. It's just these fields are littered with the best. Fedor Hulse, almost 2 million chips. Carl Chape-Jatien up there.
High stakes cap. The legend.
A lot of legends.
He's a big-time trader. Trades big size. Crypto.
Is he a Giga Chad? Is that what they say?
Yeah. Yeah, I think he would qualify.
Impressive.
He also is very fun to have at the feature table.
Oh, he's great. Yeah.
Yeah. Have you?
I've watched a bunch of the one he went deepest in. I definitely sweated the whole thing just because of him, honestly. Fedor's now the chip leader.
Oh.
2.6 million. I mean.
Oh, and Roman Hrabeck, my guy. I was just
your
saying,
guy.
The animal.
Some 5K, Jesse. Yeah.
He's number 2. Surzat Hizo in 3rd. Jamil Wakil in 4th. Seth Gottlieb in 5th. Isaac Haxton in 6th.
Yeah, just the stacked. I mean, it's always going to be stacked here.
Well, here we go. Socia Zhang in 8th. Got a woman in the top 10.
Yeah, she's been beasting. Alex Bonikov's fresh off a massive score at the EPT, which I heard he only played the main because, like, he was like doing a friend a favor or something. Because he usually plays 25Ks or plus or something. And then he got like second in it for.
And then he just ended up playing like a 10K main or something.
No, it was a 5K main,
5K.
which apparently he like he coaches players or something, and like he didn't want to play it, but like his players wanted to play it or something, like for morale. I don't know. He ended up getting second in it. The legend Barney Boatman.
Oh, that's the one Barney won. Yeah. Oh, so he beat Ponikov's heads up?
I believe so.
Oh, wow.
Ponikov's was at the final table. I'm not for sure, but yeah, I believe he beat him heads up.
Okay. That's pretty cool.
It was super epic. The whole thing was amazing. Barney was like bluffing. It was just a really great tournament. Look at this. This guy plays, I don't know what, if this is solver proof, I don't know if this is street poker, but this guy is very aggressive.
Yeah, so, okay, I just heard that Ponikov's actually got third in that tournament we were referring to. So, okay, this is something here with these kind of stack sizes. Now, usually it's not as much against once you get into the hijack, but you should kind of, this is kind of a thing. Versus the big blind, you take one of these kind of ace blocker hands, you 3-bet here, because your range, once from the big blind, because you just get to call, your 3-betting range gets more polar. Your value hands are a little bit better than maybe what they would be in the small blind when it's a bit more just your condensed good hands. And then you got to find some kind of blockerish type hands. Now the one thing is he went kind of small. He only did 3x. Normally people choose more of like a 4x sizing, which would have been to like 160 or more in that case. But sizing independent 8s would not have folded. Anyway, here we are at King 10-10 flop. A7 sides to go small again for the C-bet. Pretty sure
Look at this. Koichi is going to raise.
This is an interesting little play here. I think he decides with 8s being a bit of an under pair, he's going to try to get his opponent to maybe not really fold better hands, but fold his bluffs. Maybe the thinking being that if I can get my opponent to fold hands like ace X, whatever, he's not going to barrel me off them because I'm not calling the turn.
I mean, these type of plays I never am able to make, in game, but this is how these guys do it. Interesting too, we've seen a lot of aggression. 3-bet the ace deuce suited small. 3-bets out of the big blind with ace-7 off. I saw this guy check in last night, checking in, the hotel, and he did it aggressively. Like, not in a bad way, but he just wanted to get up to the room. And I think, that's just the type of player he is. What?
He's just aggressive.
I get reads off the table, Brian.
That's
look, you're talking to the best players in the world. I'm watching people check in.
But you're getting reads doing it.
Yeah.
Not everybody does that.
No.
Very few, actually. You're in.
You don't think you got to get reads
company.
to commentate. You need to get reads to commentate.
I'm taking notes.
Yeah, you're already staring into these guys' eyes when you're asking them about what the solvers are doing on break. I know you're picking up tells on these guys. Mike Watson with a beautiful button shove, right? Ooh.
Little eight bibbies.
8 Mike bibbies.
Gets it through.
Yeah. And these hands are like, they feel like the nuts, right, when it gets folded to you, because what's the worst that could happen when you call? You still got a lot of equity. You're going to take down the blinds a lot.
Yeah, it's just always nice to get it through. I mean, shipping 8 blinds, come back, he's got like 11 now.
Yeah, we're getting down to it. 75 players left. This record-breaking field, way bigger than any Triton in terms of field size. Just the first tournament here, I mean, this series is definitely going to break records. And we'll get to know a lot of these players, right? Guys are going to make deep runs. Everybody has their series.
Yeah, over the course, listen, we're going to be here for 2 weeks. There's always some guys who are just going to be at your table a lot when you're doing the commentary. You're listening at home. making deep runs. Some guys will make multiple final tables, and they'll just be part of the story of Triton Jeju 2024.
Speaking of making runs, I mean, this guy, every time this guy has an offsuit ace, he looks like he wants to get in there. He can take it off, though, smartly.
Didn't want to tango with Lannis.
No. But this guy will. Zhang with the beautiful ace-king off in the big. All you can eat.
I mean, these guys are short. Like, this is... I mean, he's got
and
13 blinds.
Why do you leave the chips behind there? Is there any reason for that? That just leaving the tiny percentage of your stack instead of shoving it all in?
I don't think so this time, really.
No, not on the bubble, right? Like, there's no ICM.
No, this is, well, the thing is, there's no one else in the hand. You know, it's not like the spot where you raise and, like,
yeah,
3 other people can maybe go all in, or, you know.
Jesse's going to go with it, and he
Yeah.
correctly is ahead here. Now, Zhang is all in, but it's a really important pot for Jesse, right? The swing of winning this to losing is going to be huge for him.
Yeah, it's a very important pot for both these guys.
Yeah,
for
I
sure.
guess all-ins at this point of a tournament generally are, so let's see a flop. Great flop for Jesse.
Yeah, it's like 3/4 of Jesse's chips or something, so yeah,
Yeah.
he'll be crippled if he loses this.
And if he wins, you know, he's in that comfy 40 big blind range. Just needs to fade an ace or a king. Really clean run out so far. There it is. The wrong type of paint for Zhang. Jesse, who's been on a run in America, taking it overseas. He's feeling good right now, Brian. He's confident.
Stacking some chips.
Upswing, big upswing for Jesse Lonis.
But still, though, I mean, it's not that many chips. Like, you look down here at the Triton app, we're kind of seeing these chip leaders. Fedor Holes, 2.8 million. Second, 2.5, Roman. You know, 4 guys over 2 million. So, you know, he got off life support, is the way I would put it, but he's still. Oh wow, here we go. We got a blind versus blind pot with
Yeah,
Kuhn
we
and
do.
Chidwick.
I mean, this is just.
We gotta.
The
gotta
best of the
focus
best.
here.
Yeah, let's.
So.
Stevie with the handlebar mustache here, I mean, just adds a whole nother level of intimidation to the presence.
Kuhn's got a hand. He definitely is going to want to get the showdown. There's not going to be much value. It figures to be good a lot versus the check back range. Great card for Kuhn really here, because it's just even less likely your opponent has anything, and ace that means ace high is good. Good enough, in fact, that he's basically going for kind of like merge value protection min bet of 1 big blind.
Yeah, and this is similar to the spot we saw before, right? This bet is kind of for value. He has the best hand a lot. Yeah. He has a range advantage.
But he also is going to get hands that aren't, you know, Jack 3 offsuit has 14% equity.
Exactly.
So,
yeah.
you know, it's kind of a merge of value and protection.
And you're not risking much, right, by the bet.
Yeah.
Like, it's very safe, very small amount of chips.
So, well, we didn't get to see too much there. Hand was not the most interesting of hands, unfortunately. In that background, I feel like it's like I'm Goku going down like the million-mile path. Whatever it's
You are such a nerd, man. It's amazing. Dragon Ball Z?
Yeah.
What type of path was he going down?
Sorry, it's like the run in the afterlife or whatever. Serpent Road, that's right. Sorry.
Go down Serpent Road.
Yeah.
I feel like when you get to the end of Serpent Road, Jason Kuhn's just there waiting for you. Hey, buddy. How's it going?
Ante up.
You want to play? But we've got a scarf in the mix here.
Lewis Spencer.
Familiar name from the UK, the other side of the pond. Scarf on in the photo, scarf on at the table. Very serious, just going to flat. 2 suited hands going to the flop. 8-4 deuce with 2 hearts.
Good flop for Kuhn, for sure here. I mean, 2-to-1 stack the pot ratio. Starting to feel pretty good about second pair.
Yeah, what do you think about a check back there? Just
interesting. Very interesting. I mean,
and Lewis's hand is so bad, right? Does he just want to bluff at it? No.
so bad, but kind of no equity on the turn. He could be thinking if it goes check, 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 then he bluffs river. But does Kuhn check back here? So he does. So now we're going to see if nobody improves, which is the most interesting river. Yeah. So does Spencer end up turning jack high into a bluff? This line also looks very desperate.
It's fishy, right? Because doesn't he bet a lot of his good hands on the turn? Like, clearly his stronger ones,
Yeah,
you
well,
would think.
some of them, yeah, but like, you know, he could bet even a deuce for value here, like, right, to try to get ace high. I think you can kind
And
of
he
go that
probably
weak.
checks
And he
some
has-
of his threes, right, on the
Yes.
turn. Some of his fours, maybe.
Yes, just like Kuhn did.
Yeah.
Right. So he definitely has some value hands here.
He looks like he wants to go for it. There it is.
Yeah.
Real small, too. Just trying to
This
hope.
is-
Yeah, this is not going to work.
No.
We saw your boy earlier, the fake Quizot, torch 25K in the same exact fashion here. Just, do you think he has to bet bigger, or is he still hoping Kuhn has some type of, you know?
No, because he's not really targeting a hand as good as King 4.
Oh, well, this is why he's trying to rep a deuce that's value betting, right?
Yeah,
That type
yeah.
of hand. Yeah, yeah.
So, I mean, Kuhn's actually beating value here. Kuhn's such a sicko. He's
What is he
racing.
doing,
He's
man?
so
I never
sick.
know what this guy's gonna do.
I knew that's what he's thinking about because there's no way he's ever folding, but it's just so.
So he's
just such a
raising because
sicko.
he's thinking he's got a deuce. He's going for value again, just like this, or ace
four
high.
that he's beating.
This is such next level poker, Ras, that I'm going to need to get some air.
Yeah,
Honestly,
I mean, I think one of the things he's deciding is that I think he's deciding that he's not betting that size, small size, with enough good value hands that are beating him, such that his range is mostly very weak value hands that he can actually get value from by raising. I mean,
Speaking
it's a
of
pretty
betting,
sick, I
yeah.
think it's a pretty sick exploit read by Kuhn.
Speaking of betting, make sure to check out the all-new betacr.eu, your exclusive hub to predict your favorite players' action, outcome, and Triton events. Receive a 15% bonus up to $250 on your first top-up. Join now and start engaging with the sporting world today. Hop in there. Bet on your well, I mean, have you ever do that? You ever do that in tourneys? You bet on a bunch of horses. No,
I have actually. Yeah,
I bet you have.
There's some. One of these sites I have like a account. They actually had like Triton, and like one night randomly, it had like Triton. So then I clicked on it, and it had all these people that were playing, and I just bet a bunch of stuff.
Do you remember who you bet on?
No, I don't remember anything anymore. I didn't win actually.
You didn't win, no.
No. But it was fun.
Great way to sweat these guys.
I didn't watch anything.
You
It
didn't
was
watch?
just- no, it was really punty.
Yeah. Rast is a confirmed punter. I mean, I wonder. Bleeding money in main events. This guy's not a punter, though, but he's piling a ton of chips in here. Look at this. Ace deuce suited, and Stevie has got the medicine, but it's a lot of chips to call off here.
Yeah, but it's 20 blinds.
20 big blinds here effective. 22 to be
He's
exact.
asking himself, what's the range of hand that Kuhn is doing this with? I'm sure he's going to think, yeah, he's got some hands I'm probably dominating. He's got some hands that dominate me. What are the pairs? Like, he's never doing this with, like, a good pair, right? Like, maybe it's no pair that's 10s or higher. right? Why would you just?
Yeah, so also the blinds are very short. Both of them hovering around 10 big blinds. So effectively, he can shove with a lot more hands here.
Yeah.
Is Stevie going to sniff this out?
So he's kind of asking himself a lot of questions here. It's a range that probably doesn't have many very weak hands. But yeah, Stevie ends up deciding that ace-10 off is good enough. Honestly, it's definitely the weakest offsuit ace. I'm sure he folds ace-9 off.
Wow, and he's going to be thrilled with the situation.
I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go ahead and call. Okay.
Gets the approval from the overlord there, just
No,
for good measure.
It was because he made it 500, and then he went all in
I
for
thought he just said I was
550.
going to call too, just to confirm the call was solver approved.
And then Stevie was like, "Are you sure you're gonna call? Like, you know, because it's 50K more." But
look at that! What a flop for Stevie. Has Jason in just a torture chamber. 2%. Gonna need running something. That's one of them.
I'm gonna do it the dirty way.
Duck, duck, goose potentially.
Nah, I don't think so.
That would be really dirty, Brian. Nope.
575.
550.
550. Okay.
Great pot for Steven Chidwick. Gets him up over 1.2 million.
and that shifted the table dynamic quite a bit. Kuhn's down to 11 bigs, and Chidwick is table rich. 1.2 chip leader on the table.
Yeah, great feeling. You make a huge call off, comes out as clean as possible. Now you're cruising, right?
Yeah.
1.2 million.
Against too strong a race fold. Against too strong a race fold. 21, 10, 10.
Maybe Stevie is the silicone overlord. Jason's asking for the correct decision there. I don't know.
Like I did say.
I'll tell you what, if it's anybody that we know on this earth and we think of as humans, it's one of those two. Suited ace-8. Very playable.
Listen, there's the best in the world, and then there's the guy the best in the world goes to ask questions about how he should play the hand. Okay? You know? I mean,
he knows how to play this all in. Just about 8 bibbies. And wow. The scarf picks up the pocket jacks on the button. Similar stack. That's what dreams are made of.
It's looking grim for Kuhn. He's not going to be in great shape.
Yeah, Kuhn's going to need to get lucky. His hand has plenty of equity. And Quan with the wired pair too.
This could be too much heat for him. He is short, quite short, but it's not really a good spot for fives.
Now, this is the type of spot I tend to talk myself into when I want to gamble, right?
Well, you definitely could gamble, but I don't know if it's a plus EV gamble.
No, it's, yeah. I'm just, the way I'm thinking about it is what if they both have like aces, you know, offsuit aces.
Might be.
That's how my brain works. I'm crushing them.
Wow. I mean, fives is pretty close there.
Come on, the solver likes it too. Get in there, man. Don't give me that. I know what's what.
Yeah.
All in here. This is what we call a very uneven coin flip. Wow, Jason hits the ace, but a jack gives Lewis a hammerlock. Jason needs some type of runners. That gives him a set of outs he didn't have. Now he needs a 9. Lewis did call for the 9 of clubs on the turn for a sweat.
Oh, that would be sick if it came the 9 of clubs. Just a...
Nope.
No.
Jason makes trips. It's no good. Very unfortunate sequence of events there for Jason. The Triton goat. Potentially the silicone overlord.
Listen, you might have a future in this game. I mean, being frank with you and the viewers at home,
Good night, man.
fives was the cutoff call hand there.
Come on, man. I know my stuff.
Theoretically, at least. But
Time to fit.
The table breathes a sigh of relief as Jason gets sent home.
Yeah. Yeah, he's not a guy you really want to stick around for EV purposes.
Yeah, so I'm curious, like, you're obviously at a higher level than me, but like when I'm at a table with someone like Jason and they bust, like I'm like celebrating like I won the tournament in my head.
No, definitely not.
You
I
don't
mean,
do that?
like sometimes if a really good, you're like, okay, solid development, but
You don't think that's the right mindset to have, to celebrate massively
is not the
when
word
someone.
that, yeah.
I'm not cheering for his demise, but look.
No,
this.
I understand, but yeah, no, it's still, it's like there's so much it's like that's just a very, very small.
Gotcha. Well, we got an all in here from Chen.
You're overweighting it. That's what I'm trying to say.
He got down to dust, and he shoves all in with a pretty playable Jack-9 of diamonds, and Stevie looks him up with King-Queen. And Michael Soiza, Ace-King in the big. Kind of an awkward spot, right?
Not that awkward. These guys aren't that deep, you know. It's like, listen, he went all in for 4 bigs.
Yeah.
Stevie called. You got Ace-King.
You're just ripping it here?
Yeah.
Grip
It's
it and
only
rip it, yeah.
30. It's like 30-something bigs.
Yeah, it's not
like,
awkward. We're all in here, though, and a great spot for Chen now to triple up with the dead money.
Nice, because he gets that overlay.
This is an
of the
amazing gamble spot for him. I mean, this is some type of Polyman Omaha situation where he's got, 60-40, which is all you ever hope for in that game.
Yeah, all of a sudden, actually, he's getting a good price on his money with 38% because he's getting over 2-1. Because you got to remember.
There you go. Flops a flush draw. These guys are flipping right now.
He doesn't want 2 diamonds, though.
No. Would rather hit it on the river, but would prefer to hit it either way. And picks up more outs on the turn. He's got a gut shot straight now to go with diamonds. All of his pair outs are live.
61% of the time he's going to have too many outs.
And it was too many outs. Wow, just whiffs everything. Great spot to triple up, but he's going to be eliminated by Michael Soiza. Staple on the Triton series. Stacks up those chips.
He's a pro chip stacker.
Yeah, you can tell when people have stacked up before. I mean, that's just...
He did that fast.
Yeah, he stacked a lot of chips before.
Yeah, he stacks so many chips, he doesn't even care if his stacks are even.
Now,
all like
you don't really get reads from that, right? From how fast someone stacks chips, or...
No, not really. You do sometimes
I'll
get
tell you
reads
what
about how. I'll tell you where you sometimes get reads is when sometimes you got guys who like perfectly like line up and have like either whatever on like the sides of the chips. There's
the guys
designs.
that psychopathically line up the colors.
Yes, like so they're all
yeah,
right.
we're not going to
Yeah.
divulge what type of reads you guys get on those type of players, but you can imagine. 69 players left here. You see Steve O'Dwyer. I don't know if he just got showered or maybe he's texting a hand history. Can never tell. That guy has a lot of trouble with his luggage, though. Koichi Chiba going to raise it up with the queen jack off from under the gun. These guys are aggressive, man. Makes it 50K. It's a nice kind of bluffing / mergy hand to shoot it up.
I mean, they're at a 7-handed table.
Yeah.
I think it's just a good hand to do. It's got good blocker effects. When you're short, you like the big cards.
So 9-handed, you're probably pitching this.
No, 9-handed, it's not a raise. Yeah, under the gun. But I think 7-handed it is.
Sir Watts has a nice hand in the big blind. King 8 off. Very defendable to a min raise. He flops a really nice open-ended straight draw. Are there any flops you're leading in this spot with this stack depth, or are you pretty much always checking?
Yeah, no, I think you do get some leads. This is...
Looks like it's one of them.
You do get some... well, the other thing, too, with this stack depth...
You got a pot-sized bet
things,
left, right?
Yeah,
like, you're just going to rip sometimes.
Yeah.
And this is great,
I
right?
think as you got deeper...
Yeah, he's hoping a better hand folds here, too, which it has to a lot of the time, right? An ace-10 offsuit. Maybe an ace-10 calls, but an ace-jack offsuit, ace-king.
Harder to make these
Ace
like long
king,
trips now.
yeah, I don't know, but
Can ace
definitely
king
like
call a
I've seen
shove
that like
there?
an ace deuce, ace three, ace four suited.
Yeah. Definitely got some
APT
folds.
or like WPT at the end is just like
A bit too much.
already too long.
This is already a long one already.
Yeah.
You're playing short deck as well, yeah?
Yeah, so
Yeah.
it'll be
Like king jack.
3 weeks already, right?
Actually, as you dominated.
I think the only way is if your kid travels with you, you know.
Yeah.
Or at least for half of it or something, you know, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean. with
Nice
Paris, that
pickup
kinda
there for
works,
Sir
but,
Watts.
yeah, it's just too far.
King jack, king queen, queen jack.
You have like 300?
I got a lot now.
So you're taking Daniel Negreanu over Sir
275.
Watts for the best
He's
Canadian player
270
ever.
behind. Yeah.
I mean, in terms of what they've accomplished in their career, yes.
What else would we be talking about?
Well, there are other ways that you could say, you could say, well, I believe Sir Watts is a better no limit hold'em tournament player today than Daniel or this and that. I'm not saying you. I'm just saying, but
No,
if you're just saying
yeah.
what they've accomplished in their career overall, yeah. So.
Yeah, it's tough to beat Negreanu in that category. Stevie, though, Queen 9 of clubs raises, and we haven't seen anything from King Zubov. He was active early, but he's got a really playable ace-7 suited in the cutoff. Kind of tricky, though. Just going to lay it down. With ace-5 or ace-4 or ace-3, he's in there, right? Like that. Does that make the difference for you in those spots?
Yeah, sometimes something as small as that can make the difference. Stevie,
look at that stash, man.
Starting to get down close to the bubble. Stevie, I've been in the booth when he's had chips around the booth. He can be quite an animal.
Yeah, I find it so
ICM
interesting,
starts
right? His image is so, like, he never really talks that much. He seems so put together. But when I watch him play, there are so many times where I just feel like this guy's the craziest player at the table.
Yeah.
Fours. Okay, where do fours come in, you know? Because you have a kind of nice hand. You're
But under the
seven-handed,
gun,
six-handed? Six-handed, are we?
I think that maybe if you had a lot of chips, nah, probably not.
So they're just getting pitched, these small pocket pairs. I used to,
Yeah.
you know, what about the set mining aspect? You got a lot of chips, maybe?
When you're deeper,
Yeah,
it's better. But
gotcha.
the problem when you're in early position, you just get through too many people.
Yeah.
And you don't win.
So you'd rather have, even though fours is kind of better than queen jack in some ways, you'd rather have queen jack because of the blocker effects.
Yeah, to just open.
Yeah.
Because like one of the biggest things you kind of want with those type of hands, you just want to be able to win the blinds.
Yeah.
You're slightly more likely to do that with queen jack. You want to not get 3-bet. You're slightly more likely not to get 3-bet with queen jack.
Koichi Chiba stepping into the lion's den here, raising up the small blind with the really nice king jack suited. Has Stevie dominated? Is this one of those times that Stevie is just going to call, not folding in position, getting a good price?
Oh,
wow, what a flop for him. Goes from a big dog to a heavy favorite.
Yeah, and Koichi Chiba has, we can see it's not the worst flop. I mean, it's not a good flop, but he's got 2 overs, backdoor straight and flush draws, decides to attack this by betting, bets 1/3. That bet is certainly not going to get Stevie going anywhere. Stevie's deciding how he wants to continue, and he decides just to call and see a turn. Very reasonable.
Wow.
Wow, that's a terrible card for Koichi.
It's the worst card in the deck.
This is going to get ugly for him.
Yeah, this is really bad. I mean, he was barreling with king high. Now he turns top pair, second nut kicker. Here comes more chips, and Stevie just turned 2 pair.
This is weird because it's so small. I mean, it's just so
Yeah,
weird that
and
he bets 25. This board has a lot going on with straights and whatever. It's almost like he wants to get raised.
That's what I was going to say. This bet's a lot of trouble for him because it looks like he wants to get raised, and when you bet that way and then you do get raised, you can talk yourself into a lot of things.
I mean, no matter what, he's supposed to be going broke here.
Yeah,
even if he
it's
bets
just
big.
there's
But
no
it's
other
like
turn, right?
Yeah, it's almost like it's like he's betting so small here. I mean, I
Stevie's,
can't see Stevie not racing.
Yeah, it just feels inevitable.
There's like, if his opponent has king, queen, or some kind
Yeah.
of clubs, you want to charge it. If he happened to have something decent, you want to stack him, and you might not be able to stack him really by just calling now. This bet's so small.
And I feel like the problem is for Koichi, Stevie's going to have plenty of bluffs here, right? Like the board is super wet.
Yeah. Yeah, you can definitely find bluffs to Stevie. 9-6, 8-6, 5-4, or 5-6, just random hands like that.
Here comes the raise. It's big. 225,000. Koichi's now in a really gross spot.
I mean, you could also ask yourself, like, could Stevie have, like, Queen Jack or Jack 9?
Yeah, isn't that possible? Aren't there there are a lot of hands you beat?
I mean,
at
it's
this point.
hard to say yes or no for certain. I'm just saying, in his mind, could you convince yourself that yes, I'm obviously behind most of Stevie's value, but am I behind all of his value? I don't know.
And if you are going to continue with the board this wet, do you prefer just getting it in, or are you calling and seeing a river?
Yeah, out of position. I feel like I'm probably jamming. I think.
Let's hope Koichi isn't playing your style. Oh, and look
Wow,
at
he
this!
folds.
That was sick, man.
Wow.
I did not expect that.
I
Out of
didn't
any
expect that
option, that
either.
was the one I did not expect. Great fold from Koichi.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know how he knew, but he knew.
Maybe. I mean, I think
I got it.
when
I
you
got
make
it.
that
This,
fold.
look, this begs the question: did he pick up a tell on the human solver, Brian?
I mean,
they're sitting right next to each other.
What he probably thought is that, okay, given that I made the price pretty cheap for him to continue, is he doing it with enough of the bluffs? Like, am I ever good? So I said, he's asking him a question, am I good? Am I beating Queen Jack or Jack 9? Maybe he says no, right? Like, really, I'm not beating, and he never has Ace Jack or whatever. He didn't 3-bet me. He doesn't have aces, kings. Okay, so then is he really doing this with enough bluffs? Maybe he said no, and maybe he. I don't know if he's right or not, but in that time he was right.
Or maybe he just peered over, saw, Stevie's artery burst a little, and made a read. I don't know. That was crazy. Great fold from Koichi. And Stevie obviously can't do anything there. I mean, he's just always raising. Still a nice pot, as Soiza is going to get involved with the 9-7 suit. And these are the type of hands you want to get in there more, right? When you're chipped up, you're over $1 million.
That was a big fold.
That was a huge fold.
Yeah.
But this is not going to be one. Pocket queens for the scarf in the big blind. I mean, and this is another spot, Brian. Like, aren't you tempted to flat here a decent amount, or is it always just going upstairs?
No, I'm just jamming it in.
You're just jamming it?
Yeah.
But what about the hands like this? Like, aren't there some cheese that Soiza?
Okay, so you don't get called by them. Okay, so he's taking a different strategy, which is fine. 3-bet. And actually, they're like 20 blind.
Like 500.
Well, he can do this in fold, right? He'll still have enough chips to fold here, right? That's the beauty of this play, but it's too strong. That's why you prefer the jam, right? Is just like it's.
No, what I'm saying is the reason why I'm not calling is because you do want. It's like there's still a lot of value all the times your opponent does have pairs, the ace jack or whatever, and you're a big favorite and you don't get flops where they whiff or this or runs out really horrible for them or
But
just
you are
getting it
just
on.
calling with aces and kings there, some of the time.
Aces for sure. I think kings is something that can be debated, but I think once you're getting to queens, you're not really doing it.
Jack 9 of clubs under the gun for Zubov. Pretty tempting to open here. He's also hasn't played a hand in a while. I don't know how much that plays into your mindset, Brian, but I always feel like table dynamics, you're more likely to go for a steal, but he's going to pass it up.
King Zubov, he wanted to do it.
He wanted to do it.
I feel like he's one of the guys that's really into the Silicon Overlord. he's not taking into account, like, I haven't opened it in a while.
But wouldn't
It's
the
just
Overlord
time to
tell him to open there sometimes? Just do it. Do it, my child. Deviate. The scarf now with the King 4 suited. Very shovable
The Overlord
hand.
doesn't deviate because you
The
haven't
Overlord
done it in
never
a while.
deviates. That's kind of the point, right?
Yeah.
Humans, us mere humans, we do deviate. Look at this. Disaster for Lewis Spencer. Great shoving hand. King high is good a lot of the time. Get a lot of folds, but he runs into the one of the worst hands he could have. King queen suited for Quan, who's going to be an amazing spot to double up.
Wow.
Just kind of the dream scenario. 73%. Really just needs to fade a 4 or some funky stuff. It's actually not the worst flop for Spencer. Picks up a backdoor heart draw. There are some chop possibilities. That's great. I mean, wow. What a bad beat for Quan. Needs a queen now or a king. Wow. That'll do it.
Right.
Wow. Back and forth. Huge double up there. What a great feeling. You know, you get sucked out on to get chopped, and then you just take it all back.
Some happiness came over his face. He definitely liked that queen.
We all have emotions.
Yeah.
Let them out.
Just a little bit there. No obnoxious celebrating. Just a wry smile.
Yeah, and you see the scarf looking off into the sky. Do you think he's questioning if the Overlord would have approved that shove?
Well, the Overlord at 20 big blinds in the hijack, big blind versus the hijack, at least the one that I'm familiar with, is just flat or shove. So no.
Are we sure that you have the latest up-to-date version, Brian? Let's be honest.
I mean, listen, everybody could have different overlords, and people walk to the tunes of different drummers and different religions, and everything.
I just think of the ultimate Overlord being like the Empire from the original Star Wars,
Yeah.
and like trying to train you but electrocuting you if you got it wrong.
And listen, Lewis Spencer might be with Darth Vader, and I'm more like of a Darth Maul kind of guy. So
you take Darth Maul over Darth Vader?
No.
You just said you're more of a Darth Maul
But he's playing
type
the
of guy.
tournament, and I'm in the commentary booth, so I'm gonna give him the.
I don't
benefit
know.
of the doubt.
I think you just actually admitted that you take Maul over Vader.
Definitely not.
Because that would be insane. That would just be honestly the craziest thing I've ever heard.
Listen, I'm just trying to give some love to the guys that are in the arena.
Dude, come on, Darth
He's
Vader.
the man in the arena. Does the man not in the arena get Darth Vader? That feels disrespectful.
Darth Vader is the GOAT of the Darths.
And I'm not even playing the tournament.
It's true. It's true.
Those who can't play teach, and those who can't teach commentate.
Well, I don't do either, though. What am I here for? Just to call the hands, point out some obvious perspectives for you guys while Brian schools you on the teachings. Is it the original Burf? What do you think that is? Like, that's very odd. Is that some type of like sandwich or maybe like a... I don't even know, man. Stevie. Mike Watson. Michael Soiza. Stevie, I think, this could be his year, Brian. 18.5 million in Triton winnings. This could be the year.
This could be his year.
I know he's got 50-something million already, but this could be his year, man.
This is it, where he just
This is the
number
one, man. Come on. Just have a little optimism. You were talking about that.
It might all be his year.
Mike Watson.
I mean, listen, when Jason Kuhn asks you what you would do in the hand if he got it right, they all might be your year.
It's true.
Jason
Kuhn paying homage to the current favorite for the statistical overlord position. Not statistical. What is it? Silicone? Is that because it's made out of silicone? Or like Silicon Valley, like internet type of stuff?
Right? Like
yeah.
In the computer chips?
Could be, yeah, could be. Yeah. Could be Matrix style. You see Mike Watson just raising it up here with the ace-6 suited, despite only having about 10 big blinds.
Yeah, but listen, you got the ace, it's suited.
That's true. Where you going?
Ace big, you gotta try to win chips. You can't just fold your way to the final table.
No, and whiffs the flop, but does have a lot of backdoors and a very strong range here, right? When you raise with 10 big blinds from under the gun, you usually have it, I would think.
Yeah, and we got a king out here. We got the big blind range. So we're going to see bet this.
And this is one of these spots where you know you have the best hand a lot, but you still want to bet, right?
Listen, our range has an advantage. We've got to press that advantage and do a lot of betting. And listen, he only risked 25K to pick up 135K. Doesn't have to work all that often. I mean, he even has like kind of a lot of like nice fold equity that he realizes versus a hand like Queen 9 offsuit there. That was a good.
And you know what I think players like myself who aren't as seasoned sometimes struggle with is we don't want to get check raised, right? When we have those kind of weird hands.
Nobody wants to get
I
check
know,
raised
but we get scared and it ends up influencing our decisions. So how do we overcome that fear and just play our advantage? You just got to bet.
You just do what's right.
Do what's right.
Yeah. Listen, you know how we're talking about Dune?
Yeah.
Dune has one of the best quotes of all time about fear. It's the Bene Gesserit litany against fear.
Okay.
It's from the first scene, or I mean, from that scene with this. It's called "Fear is the mind killer. Fear is the little death, which brings total obliteration. I will face my fear. I'll let it pass through me. I will turn my inner eye to its path, and where it's gone, only I will remain. I will overcome my fears. I'll look them in the eye, let them pass through, and I'm going to exist.
Wait, that whole
Just
quote
me.
is from Dune?
No, there's actually more to the quote. I kind of summarized
Wow,
it.
you just did
Didn't
the
remember it.
Cliff Notes?
The Cliff Notes.
Crazy
of the sick
movie.
Quote.
Wow.
Dude, it's one of the sickest stories of all time, and the movie does it justice. But really, like, yeah, fear. You got to conquer
But so could
it,
you,
man.
if you were going to give me subtitles for what you just said, you just say
Conquer
face your fear,
conquer
face
your
it. Yeah,
fear,
that's
face
the
it.
overall lesson. Don't run from it.
Don't run from it. You have to let it pass through you.
What happens if you run
have
from
to
it?
realize it. You lose.
You lose. It wins.
Yeah.
That's some
you play
deep,
shitty poker.
That's some deep stuff. I mean, you think you're just getting solver outputs. That's not going to happen here. We do know those, too. We've also got just transcendental life lessons from the great Brian Rast, who has achieved enlightenment and punted in the main most years he's played. But only because he's so rich, not because of fear.
It definitely wasn't because of
It
fear.
was not. You don't really punt because of fear that often. It's possible, but it looks very different.
You don't 3-bet and then 5-bet the pocket threes
lost
because
a
you're
lot.
afraid.
Although
you might be afraid of
you
making money.
could say you were afraid of being upstaged by that better player potentially, and there was fear involved.
I was afraid of making money. I was afraid of winning the main that year, but I definitely wasn't afraid of putting chips in the pot.
Stevie's not afraid.
No.
That mustache will lead him somewhere, I'm sure.
It might make his opponents afraid.
Yeah, I mean, what effect is that having? Is it pushing? Like, it's hard to be more afraid of Stevie, but is that pushing you over the top? Like, just not even playing with him anymore?
I mean, these guys can't even look at him.
The scarf wants nothing to do with it. Just don't
They're
even look at
already-
your hand.
they're getting
I'm
up,
out.
they're
Yeah.
running away.
King Lubov, just get out of there, man.
King Lubov hasn't found a playable hand when Stevie's been in for a decade.
Yeah, he's been a little card dead. Soiza, though, on the
There it
button,
goes.
he's our best hope here.
Ooh. Watson's got that look.
He doesn't have fear, Mike Watson.
We changed, right? No? You don't
That
change?
man doesn't have
You
an
don't change every
ounce
break?
of fear in his body. And he's got a suited connector.
Ooh, but he lets it go.
Wow.
Lets it go.
Okay.
And here we go. We got some dust in the big.
Some
And
dust, but some defendable dust.
yeah.
With a lot of chips. A new player, one of the chip leaders, Surzat Hisu. Hope I'm saying that right.
Ooh. We got a flop that favors Chidwick's range, but Chidwick has nothing. And Hizu has a little gutter.
Yeah.
This could be an interesting pot. Hizu weighing his options here. I'm pretty certain fold isn't really one of them. Not to a bet this small. Not when he actually has something.
Do you prefer just calling here, seeing a turn versus raising against a stronger early position raise?
Yeah, you can't get too carried away raising here against an early position, but it's not an unreasonable play. And here's where the pot might start to get interesting. Chidwick, now his nothing turned into a backdoor flush draw, and with the 6 rolling off, it's really hard to imagine a world where queen high has showdown value. Ooh, so he comes with lead.
This is interesting, Brian.
But it's tiny.
Very small.
He's just daring Chidwick.
To
do something. So Chidwick's thinking, I could raise here. What am I really repping? Okay. Or I call. If I call, I'm almost definitely going to bluff the river if he checks. But what if he bets and then bets river? What do I do? Am I willing to raise there? I mean, he's going over all these kind of eventualities, possibilities at this point about how exactly he wants to proceed in order to realize his equity and try to win the hand by bluffing if he doesn't get there. Let's see which option he takes. They're pretty deep. I mean, 1.2 million effective here, so he goes with call.
Just going to see a turn, a river, sorry.
I don't really think, but he gets there, so now he doesn't have to bluff.
Yeah, and now Surzad's in a very weird position. I mean, what does he really beat at this point?
It's hard to really see him betting now. Because, so what does he really beat? I mean, he could beat a 5 potentially, like king 5 suited. There's not many of those.
Is he incentivized to bluff, hoping Stevie could fold some 1-pair aces or some queens type of hands?
I mean...
No, he checks. Stevie just Yahtzee on the river.
Bluffing with a 6 here seems...
dangerous?
Seems like a lot.
I mean, does he ever think he has showdown?
There are a few hands you're actually beating with 6-8. Like 6-7, maybe like king 5 or king 4 suited. But yeah,
Stevie
I mean, no, you
from
don't have much.
+1, you know? Like, he doesn't have all those combos.
He might have some of them. I mean, 6-7 suited. He doesn't have many.
And Stevie's going to go for the jugular here. I think this is one of these spots you talked about where you want to bet a lot, right? Because you don't want to miss out on a big payday when it's available.
Yeah, he bet a lot. But also notice, I mean, he didn't bet more than pot, right? He ended up betting something, it looks like maybe it was like 80% or something like that. So it's big, but it's not like an enormous bet.
But I got to ask, what bluffs does Stevie really have here?
That might have been part of his motivation to not bet a ton because he feels like he doesn't have enough bluffs. Let's say actually the bigger you bet, kind of the more bluffs you're supposed to have in your ratio of value bets to bluffs, right? You know, the smaller you bet because your opponent's getting a better price, the less bluffs you're supposed to have as a ratio of value bets to bluffs. So maybe because he thinks he doesn't have a lot of bluffs here, he sized down a bit. Might be one of the things he's thinking. If he's doing it based on that motivation and he's not doing it just to max exploit, like.
Now, I don't know Surzad here, but in my spot, if I'm a more unknown player and I'm up against Stevie or another crusher, I feel like there's always the potential that I level myself into thinking they're bluffing just because of who they are and not wanting the psychological effect of getting bluffed by them. I think it can be pretty detrimental.
Yeah, that's not the right mindset to have. But I'm not saying people don't have it.
Well, Surzad is lucky. He doesn't have it. He folds. And I believe that's our last hand. Yeah, you see everybody left the table. I don't know. Personally, last hand before break, I could have talked myself into a terrible call there. But these guys are not me. They're all pros. And speaking of pros, I mean, look, Fedor Hulse up in the chip lead right now. Surzad not far behind. He's top 10. Stevie rounding out the top 10. Michael Soiza almost $1 million.
Yeah, Fedor Holt's not unaccustomed to chip leads.
No, not at all. I mean, for me, he's got to be up there. Best tournament players of all time.
Oh, yeah, certainly. I mean, actually, a number of the people that are up there have been in this tournament. But, yeah, no, Fedor, one of the best to do it, and number one with the chip lead. But, I mean, so is Stevie at our feature table. And, you know, he's ninth. I mean, you know, just to move this, another guy obviously up there. But, man, a couple really interesting hands from Kuhn, huh?
Yeah.
I mean, like, if I'm looking back and thinking about what we just watched, like, to me, the two hands that kind of stood out the most were the two value, like, the two reaches for value. When Kuhn value bet the 4-7 and got called by Queen High on the Ace-King 4-3 Jack.
Yeah.
And then the other one was when he value raised the river on Deuce 3, 3, 4, 8 with 3 hearts against like the tiny bet with King 4. Like those were both pretty
And it
strong
shows
plays.
how much you can learn from these things, because honestly, I would have never thought that those were even plays. You know what I mean? Like like the way I play, the understanding I have, it's just the whole playbook is open to Kuhn, and those hands were perfect examples of how kind of far ahead his brain is working.
I think the 4-7 one, I think there was some like Silicon Overlord merit to that, but the King 4 one, I feel like he was just reaching down into the bag of tricks and being like,
Do you think that was
I
a
know
little
what
more-
this guy has got, and I've got the best hand, and I'm just going to see if he pays me off.
that was maybe a little more street.
Yeah,
Just-
that
just,
was. That
know
felt
what you
street
have.
to me.
Yeah.
I mean,
they
I'd
might
love
have
to
both
ask
been.
him.
Honestly, I have no idea.
If I see him at the buffet tomorrow or whatever at lunch, I'm gonna ask him, "Yo, was that street?"
I mean, you gotta
Let me know.
You're gonna see him tomorrow, but you
Yeah.
probably also see Ike Haxton at the buffet. He's 4th in chips. Loon rounding out the top 10. Phil Nagy still in there battling. We got 63
People are probably
players
still
left.
telling him the right way to play too.
I mean, Phil has not only, advanced to the late stages of day one here, he's probably learned a ton. And, yeah, we're going to send you guys on a 10-minute break, but don't go anywhere. We'll be back very soon.
I'll be disappointed.
GG Poker. Crushed the whole market.
So many players.
This is a crazy to-do.
GG Poker.
Broke the Guinness World Record.
Welcome to the World Series of Poker main
the biggest
event.
poker
Now
site.
larger than all other GG Poker's casting traffic reaches all-time high.
Jump, 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 jump. No way!
Welcome to the Daily Dose of GTO Quiz of the Day. So you're playing a cash game, under the gun opens, and you defend your big blind. The flop is Ace Jack 4 all hearts, and you face a 1/3 pot-sized bet. Which hand should you continue with most often? Jack 8 of spades, King Queen of spades, 8-7 with the 8 of hearts, or Pocket 9's no heart? Find the answer in the Daily Dose of GTO, our free ebook designed to help you master GTO poker in just 5 minutes per day.
Introducing the all-new BetACR.eu, the premier destination for sports enthusiasts. What sets BetACR.eu apart is our exclusive offering of live-action prediction options on the Triton series. Experience the excitement as you predict the action while watching your favorite players live. But that's not all. By opening your account now, you can take advantage of our incredible offer. Receive a generous 15% free play on your first top-up, up to $250. Become a part of BetACR.eu and elevate your live sports engagement experience.
Just seize the wonder. Jeju Shinhwa World.
GG Poker.
Wow, so many players.
This is a crazy thing to do.
GG Poker.
Broke the Guinness World Record. Welcome to the World Series of Poker, the biggest poker site.
Larger than all other GG Poker. Casting traffic reaches all-time high.
Jump, 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 jump! No way!
We are back, day one of the opening event here at the Jeju Triton Super High Roller Series. We've got 63 players left. Chip leader is coming to one of our feature tables, Fedor Hulls. I mean, last two levels of the night here, Brian. This is when, you know, the big pots will be won that will often determine what day two is going to look like and who's going to be out ahead of the pack.
Yeah, this is when the chips meet the felt and we separate the men from the boys, and we really get some people who might, you know, pull away, do some dirty work, get some chips going to make a run for the final table and take advantage of the bubble, right?
Yeah, we got a lot of players here. Look who it is. Axel Halle, the potential Quizod, is back with 1.4 million to go with Chris Brewer, Alex Ponikovs again, Orgon Dimov, really good player. I mean, these tables are always stacked. Our next table has Timothy Adams, Jesse Lonis again, Fedor, another chip leader, Jamil Wakil, another chip leader, Roman Hrabek, who...
my guy.
Your boy. Not the one who you punted to, fortunately. And yeah, Ike Haxton, top 5. So yeah, we got 2 more levels for you guys. Should be very action-packed. Looking forward to get into it with you.
Oh, yeah, here, long time on another table, long time Triton Ferdinand Putra player. Yeah, lots of great players, lots of interesting players. This is going to be fun.
Let's get back in the action. You see our 2 feature tables there. Fedor leading the way, 2.8 million. I mean, just a pile of chips at this point.
There's a lot of chips on that table. Look, 3 guys over 2 million. What the heck?
Yeah, and going into that, like if you're one of these guys in that top range, like how are you thinking? You're trying to attack the others? It just depend.
Yeah, that really depends. Kind of just you play poker and see what develops, and then you just make adjustments for that. I definitely wouldn't say I'm going and trying to attack, but you end up playing hands and you see what happens, and then you know, once one hand happens and the next one works kind of based on that.
Yeah, it reminds me of a great quote from one of my favorite players.
Franklin pulled out the chop.
You looked so surprised when you
He told me once, I asked him, what do I do in this spot? You know, I call out of position, but if I call the turn, like what am I going to do in the river? You know what he said to me?
Where you were?
He said, you play poker. I'm still asking the question, but look at that. Alex Ponikovs. Boatload of chips, a lot of confidence. I mean, personally, I think that sweatshirt requires a fair amount of confidence, Brian. I could pull it off. Do you have the chops for something like that?
Your brain now.
Yeah, I could do it.
Bet you could. These guys have next level confidence.
Cards are different.
That's good.
But it didn't work.
No. Okay, so it looks like these little red kind of like plaque chips that they have in front of them are, this is a system they implemented to stop stalling near the bubble, where it's unopened pots pre-flop have a 10-second limit, and those are specific time banks for those spots that you can extend and get more than 10 seconds.
Under your account?
Yeah, and you see that in these, right? Like, you don't want stalling too much, but you have the limits of clocks. So these are a really cool feature here. These red chips, 10-second pre-flop clocks to avoid stalling. Ace-queen versus ace-queen here, I mean, from some of the new players.
See, so like this pot is opened. So now it's back to the traditional amount of time.
Got you. Perfect. That makes sense.
So it won't be 10 seconds. It's 30. But then, but yeah, it's 10 until somebody
became
opens.
a dev last year, yeah? Last year you became a dev or no?
Yeah, this is going to be all in here. Same hand, but potential flush possibilities for one of these players to scoop.
Again.
The double ace queen, a lot of chopping. You see some trace percentages of scooping when someone makes a flush.
Please fold the sign.
And there it is.
King Jack up.
A free roll for Putra. You know, there's one thing we don't say here, right? And that's everybody loves a chop pot. We never say that.
No.
Because nobody does, right? You want to see blood. You want to see somebody get it all.
Well, I mean, it's probably true that nobody loves a chop pot, but
can we just agree that that is uniformly true?
But there's plenty of times I don't mind. It's like,
yeah, well, if you're all in and you suck out, yeah, you like a chop pot.
No, I mean,
just in general.
There have been times where, yeah, I don't know.
You don't mind chopping?
Yeah,
wow, you're much more mentally strong than I am, I guess. We'll explain our different career trajectories in poker, but I guess that's just what we're here to do, find out more about ourselves and these players. A lot of new players on this table, but these guys are all crushers. See Chris Brewer up there in the Triton rankings, competing for that Player of the Year spot with the likes of Danny Tang, the GOAT, Jason Kuhn, a lot of other just straight crushers.
Sorry?
6.386 million winnings for Chris on the Triton scene. 2 titles. This player, too, recognize him from the high rollers.
You know, there's only 3 people with over 2 million in chips. I'm sorry, 4 people, and 3 of them are at
at our table.
At this table, yeah. Or one of our 2 feature tables, not
this table,
actually
the
this
other
one, but
table,
the other
yeah.
one, yeah. So 3 of the 4 chip leaders. Actually, 1, 2, and 3, because 4th is Haxton with 2.2 million, and he's not at either of these tables.
We got Ferdinand opening to 60K with the ace-deuce off, and Axel with the really playable king-9 of diamonds on the button.
What's he? Well, technically in the cutoff, but what's he? He's going to go for the 3-bet, it looks like. Yeah.
Yeah, do you like this with the king-9 suited? Kind of a weird in-between hand. Gets king-queen to fold.
Yeah, I mean, I think it makes a lot of sense as a play.
You can go both ways, right? But also, I feel like a lot of these younger players, they're just not folding the king-9 there. Doesn't feel like it to me. Maybe I'm wrong.
I mean, you put a lot of pressure. You're in position. You know, your opponent opening from the hijack, so they're going to have some hands they fold. You know, you might get a few hands that dominate you to fold as well, like king 10 off, which opened, king jack off.
And those hands have to fold behind, right?
Oh yeah. I mean, to open in a 3-bet, they're just cold with no money in the pot, certainly.
Speaking of cold, it is cold in Triton. It is cold in Jeju right now.
It's, I mean, the Hawaii of Korea. But
this guy, Benjamin Shalat. I mean, an Axel, like, I feel like any time now, he's not going to do it. Chris Brewer, I got to ask, Brian, he's got a poker coaching patch. Is that the only site you're not sponsored by? Is that correct? Jonathan Little didn't scoop you up?
He didn't.
No.
He didn't.
Wonder what happened there.
My asking price was too high.
No wonder. Gets folds around to Dimov, who does have a suitable hand. And what do you do in this spot? Just a really ugly 8 deuce, but you got the hearts.
You probably call, but you don't have to. But you probably do. It's suited, you know. Getting a good
This
price.
guy didn't come to fold. Gonna see a flop, 165K in the middle. Big pot for both players.
1 heart, 2 hearts, and a deuce.
And Benjamin has the ace of hearts here. This is another one of these spots you kind of just want to continue.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's probably going to see bet quite a bit.
Do you want to go to Somerset tomorrow?
What a monster flop for Demoff. I mean, you call pre-flop with 8 deuce suited. Does it get any better than this?
I mean, not really. Not really. He's might just put in a little value raise here.
He just calls, and I mean...
Comes with the call, which is also totally fine. Wow.
Great turn for Ben. Great turn for his range, I think.
Yeah, both. His actual hand and his range. And he's going to bet this turn a lot. Certainly wants to bet it. He's going to bet a lot with a lot of hands that have very little equity. And he's going to want to bet it with hands as good as ace-10.
And a weird spot for Demoff now. I mean, on the flop, he can have the best hand a lot, but now, like, what do? You can't really fold.
I think it can't. I mean, versus this sizing, getting this price.
I think he's just got one option.
I think.
But don't you consider ripping here just to get some better hands out?
I think
that might be range betting.
He definitely might be considering that as well.
But yeah, he just goes with the call. Big bet.
I mean, one of the reasons not to would be, well, a lot of these hands that I'm ripping and get to fold, you know, I'm already beating them with my deuce. You know, the flip side, the counter argument to that is, will those hands 3-barrel the river, and am I going to call? You know, so it's a tricky situation.
Yeah, now the river's a brick. Does Benjamin want to go for value, or is he content to just check back?
I think you. I mean, I think ace-10 is good enough to go for value here.
And there's a lot of hands you can get value from, right? Jacks may call twice. Other aces, ace-5, ace-4 offsuits are in a predicament, right?
Oh, yeah. His opponent definitely could have a hand like that. Okay,
No,
he
he just
decides not
checks.
to.
She checked.
Deuce is not going to do it. Really nice pot for Ben. Almost doubles up. Speaking of Dune, I don't know why, but this guy Ben is giving me like Tim Chalamet vibes for some reason. He's in Dune, right?
Sweat.
Oh, the actor? Yeah.
No, the
Sorry.
artist. Yeah, the actor. Tim Chalamet, not the artist or the pool player.
No, what happened is I was zoned out a little bit, so I didn't hear exactly
Oh, no,
what
I
you
said Tim. I made the mistake. I should have said Timothy. I had said
There's a
Tim,
stack
not
in
his
front.
full name. Lonis chipping up at our other feature here. Looks like he's got over 1.6 million at least. Some new players, fresh faces. And this is the table with the chips at it, Brian.
Yes. A lot of chips at this table.
Could see some big hands.
And even two players with stacks over $1 million. Delval and Lannis. Lannis with almost 2 million himself. Lannis is 7th in chips.
Frederick Deval, the Frenchman, with the shades, going to raise with the jacks under the gun. Jesse Lonis with 5s and a lot of chips. You know, when you have this many chips, Brian, do you ever really want to fold a pair?
I mean, he definitely doesn't want to.
He's not going to.
Yeah.
You can hit a set to win in other ways.
Wow.
This is going to be tough.
This is...
What a spot for you.
Yeah, and he's going to get it all in versus jacks.
Yeah, I mean, just perfect shoving stack. About 15 big blinds. Andre, some new faces. I don't know what. It almost seems like he doesn't realize the action's on him. Not sure. You ever get those spots, you know, where you're just kind of like in the zone thinking about something else? Or is he really thinking about this, Brian? Yeah, he was.
Yeah, it sounds like
brief consideration.
really considering it. I think he's, if so, he's overvaluing the ace-9 off a little bit in that spot, but nevertheless, always good to give.
And if you're
hearty
Frederick, like, I
consideration.
mean, can you ever get away from jacks here? You did open under the gun, get called from next to act.
No, I don't think so. I mean, I'm not saying it would be unheard of that a person folded here, but I don't think it'd be a good fold.
It sounds like you're saying the Silicone Overlord never folds.
I don't think so.
Frederick's going to use a time chip.
I mean, I don't think we're like that close to the money either, are we?
We're getting down there.
Yeah,
60 players left.
But sure. But what's the money's probably top? Yeah, top 40. I mean, 47. Okay, it's pretty close.
Yeah, guys. So 47 pay. First is almost 800,000. Wow, and he folds, Brian. What is going on? Jesse calls with the worst hand because he's pot committed. I can't believe that. What a fold by Frederick. We've seen two crazy folds now earlier, and this one by Frederick is even crazier to me. I mean, great fold.
Ace queen.
Just had a read, I guess. Queen's gonna need to dodge
well,
a
this
5.
was an interesting one because one player folded jacks and the other one
snapped with 5s. He's gonna need a 5 or some straight cards. That's not one of them. A 5 and only a 5, or you's going to get a big double up. Wow. And look at that, Brian. Oh, my God. Jack on the river. Max pain for Frederick. Makes an incredible fold and gets punished.
Easy to play bad and win.
Regrets, you know, it's a decision.
Yeah, of course.
Of course, you can, you know.
This is a cruel game. Cruel game. The ladies hold for you. He's up to almost $1 million. And Frederick, who still has $1 million, has got to be kicking himself.
I think it's a good
Even though he made the right decision.
Anyway. I don't.
No, you don't. No, of course.
I called a 5. Didn't feel like
great
queen.
Fold.
Felt like
Yeah.
I feel like
it feel like even less.
He's going to talk it out with the boys.
Clearly not.
Jesse still has plenty of chips, almost 1.5 mil. Roman, I'll tell you, Brian, when you got 2 million chips, these suited connectors start looking a lot prettier.
You start thinking 2 gaps is connected.
2 gaps is a connector with 2 million. 1 gap, you might as well have aces. We see Fedor there. Haven't seen him play a hand.
He's a net.
Yeah, that's the secret. That's the secret. You heard it, guys.
Maybe not. But we haven't seen him play a hand in 3 hands.
Look, guys, we haven't seen any hands from Fedor also. I'm not going to say it. Brian just did, but maybe that's the secret.
I would have let it go.
I don't call. I reshove.
Yeah, I was hoping you did that.
Tim Adams, another legend. Triton Crusher. Stack table.
Yeah.
Jesse's competing with the big boys now. You can compete with the big boys too. Sign up to GG Poker. Play the Road to Millions, Global Millions. Qualify for Triton events only at GG Poker. Running until March 31st. Check out the website for more details. Qualify for the main for only $1.
Yeah,
and then maybe you'll have a reason to punt in it, right?
Oh, you have no idea.
It's always a reason to punt.
You're in the dark.
Satellites from April 1st to June 6th.
We're all in the light. That's why.
More details on the website.
I mean, that was, you know, some chips shifted around there. Jesse Lannis.
But I'm not good enough.
400,000 or so.
Pass is passed, you know. Pass is
Fedor
passed.
is going to get into the action. 10-7 suited. One of those,
you can improve for next time.
Two gappers that turns into a 1, right?
When you're the chip leader.
Yeah, they just look so pretty.
You know, to be fair, we are getting closer to the bubble, right? 47. Didn't even realize how close we were until a couple of hands ago when our brilliant producer James came on and let us know. So I mean, we are. This is very close. You know, 260 69-person tournament. We have 60 left in the field and 47 cash. So
yeah, so 47 are going home with 23,000, and then it just goes up all the way to 786,000 for first, $500,000 for second. Still juicy prize pool all the way down, 375 for third. Fourth is 303,000. Fifth is almost $250,000.
Yeah. So this one and the
Yeah, so
Top 7 will all
roughly.
make six figures.
Ah, yeah.
this was a nice tournament.
No. Until the end, we play.
Nice prize.
You getting any FOMO?
I can see it.
Yeah,
Just ask
definitely.
me.
I can see it on your face.
How many players are left? 58. Got a
You
direct
doesn't have
view.
FOMO, though. He's got ace-jack. Going to get in there. And Fedor with the same hand.
What's he going to do here? Versus UTG here, definitely could 3-bet. Take the aggressive option. Put the pressure on. Yeah.
There he goes.
It's a pretty easy fold versus a 4-bet. Sometimes you get called by hands you dominate. Things can go well. It's a hand that the Silicon Overlord likes doing this with here.
And the reason is also when you flat, you get in a lot of tricky spots, right? Like you're going to whiff a lot.
You get a lot of multi-way pots. Your hand's not really a great multi-way hand. Like
130?
So.
And do you like the small sizing here with the a lot of shorter stacks?
Yeah, a lot of shorter stacks at the table. Even the opener himself only has like 30 bigs.
And when we wow, what a spot for Jesse. I mean, raise, re-raise.
40 big blinds.
40 bigs, yeah.
It is the positions of them are a bit like, whoa, scary. We got under the gun 7, and then plus 2 there, which I think is the hijack. But we still got queens, and it's just a 4-bet.
And this is a pretty big 4-bet, right? Like he's putting in.
It's just over 3x the 3-bet size.
Yu is thinking about it. I mean, Yu just seems like he has the easiest fold ever, but maybe the image of these players is making him contemplate just knowing that both of them have known to be.
I can't imagine. He's just
maybe a little, yeah, maybe
just,
a little, yeah, maybe saving the image a little, making.
Or also just he wants to use up 15 seconds every time he's going to fold. Who knows? But yeah, I can't imagine he was actually thinking of putting it in.
And Fedor folds quickly. I mean,
I can't make the hero fold really.
Jesse going to take it down, have the goods. Doesn't always. Jesse Lonis, one of the better young American up-and-coming poker players.
Yeah, mine's a little tougher. It was a raise and a re-raise.
Right.
Yours was just a 1-bet.
You're right. I know.
Just an open raise.
I had to have a little more balls.
Yeah. Working on it. I'm working on it.
This kind of feels like for Jesse, you've been playing JV basketball. You're doing great.
You're
it's
right,
your first time you make it on varsity. You get to start.
It was a little different.
Yeah.
Triton.
It's time to see if you really got it.
He's got it so far. He had the ladies there. Jamil Wakil in the big blind. And Fedor's got the king-jack off. He's not folding that. Under the gun. Min raises. Suited connector for Tim Adams. Tim looks like he's been, I got to say, one thing about Tim, he looks like he's been in battle before. Battle tested, battle ready.
I'm starting to think everything looks like a suited connector to you. Oh, well.
This is a suited
you
connector.
Get in there,
no, this is, yeah, this is
play some
no,
hands,
well,
don't
look,
you?
we got a real suited connector here. Roman's got ace-jack of clubs. Has Fedor smoked. But dicey spot. They both have two of the biggest stacks in the room, and Fedor raised from under the gun.
And he's out of position, and they're going into the bubble. This is a spot where he's going to do very little 3-betting, I think. Theoretically, at least.
Yeah, and part of this is right. Ace-jack of clubs is just so much more playable than the ace-jack offsuit, right? You're much more comfortable.
But I just think in general.
In general,
spot,
yeah.
Like there's not going to be a ton of 3-betting here.
Yeah, right.
They're both very big stacks. They're not really incentivized to play huge hands against each other, especially Hrabek technically has less chips than Fedor.
10 from the money now. Makes a lot of sense. Wow, and really action flop there. Ace 10-8, 2 hearts. Top pair, good kicker for Roman, but gut shot, backdoor flush draw, and the betting lead for Fedor, who raised under the gun.
And probably a slight equity lead and in position. This could be a spot where we could see an interesting pot. We could see Fedor fire some shells.
This is certainly the potential, right, that leads for a barrel off. Here comes the first step. These guys always seem to go small at first and then build up.
You got to go to step 1 before you get to 2 and 3.
You can't skip any steps, huh?
No.
What about if they're really boring or not that exciting?
Well, tell you what, if you skip 1 on this, it's going to be pretty hard to get ace-jack to fold.
Do you think there were any great athletes who never practiced?
No. Listen, talent is great, but when it's talent versus discipline, discipline wins every time.
Talent bets 60, talent calls 300,000, go to turn, total brick. This is one of the spots, right, where now Fedor's thinking, like, am I firing the clip here?
Yeah.
Because Roman could have a lot of medium strength hands, right? He hasn't repped anything yet.
He could. Now, Fedor realizes that his range preflop is pretty strong, so he could have some pretty good hands he might otherwise 3-bet, but he could also have a bunch of, like, 8-9 suited, 10-9 suited, 10-jack, 10-queen, 10-king suited
And
type
even the
stuff.
suited aces,
Queen,
right?
Jack, Jack-9.
Wow, Fedor just knows his man, I guess.
Fedor doesn't want to. Oh,
that's
now
why
he wishes he kept barreling. Now he wishes he kept barreling, but it's still
dangerous river for Roman. If he bets, this will be an absolute disaster. If he checks, it's still not going to be great. Does he want to fire out maybe something small? I mean,
if he leads, it will be more interesting. Because if he checks, it goes check, bet, call. But if he leads, then Fedor raises. Then we get to watch him tank excruciatingly as he decides whether or not to call
and we've
it.
seen these spots before. He bets 1/3 pot, pretty small. It's about to go way upstairs, and I mean, against Fedor too. He has the jack blocker to the both straights. Yeah. This is just a nightmare scenario. Look at Fedor, going to give him a little stare down. I mean, this is
also
just
thinking about exactly how much he wants to make it.
I mean, he's going big, right?
I certainly think that he probably will.
500 maybe? Is that too greedy?
No, that seems what that means. His opponent will call 400 to win 900. It's not even a pot size raised.
Now, a player as sick as Fedor, don't you think he's considering it with Jack 10 suited here? If he has that type of hand of making the same raise, turning some hands into a bluff, other than the hands. There it is, 675. Wow, that is huge.
So 675 is actually a little over pot.
That is crazy.
Pot would have been 600.
Pumps the pot up to 1.75 million. Sorry, one basically closer to $1 million. My math is off.
So now Roman has to, go through some calculus, some logic calculus here. So like, what hands is Fedor doing this with for value? He bets flop, checks turn, raises river. Could have ace queen, pocket queens. I mean, probably not aces, right? Probably not something really good, like, so king jack.
This is the problem, though, Brian. He never has aces.
Like, yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. He never has hands like that because they have. So it's like
he never has ace 10.
Ace queen maybe, queens, and king jack certainly.
But when you can chop all of those nutty hands, those sets, those top two pairs out of your opponent's range, doesn't it make you more likely to just throw the chips in there?
Yeah, but here then it's like, okay, so what hands is he doing this with as a bluff? Then you say, okay, it's got to be stuff that's weak enough that it doesn't really want to call.
Oh, there's the call, I think.
Yeah.
Wow. Pays it off, and you see why Fedor, one of the GOATs, 1.6 million chip pot going his way. The rich get richer. Funny enough, Stevie had actually taken the chip lead, but now Fedor overtakes it. Stevie's up to 3.6 million himself. Fedor just a smidge better. Wow, I mean,
Excellent.
such a big raise there, Brian. This is what we talked about. He got, I don't think you can raise much more than that and get called there. I mean, it's like, it's tough to think he didn't get the max.
Yeah, no, he probably, he got the max basically.
He got close to it. No, I mean, no criticism of Roman. It's a terrible spot for him.
It's a brutal spot.
There's got to be some 9-8 suited, some things that Fedor will turn into bluffs there, right? Like you can't just have
certainly, of course. If Roman didn't think so, he would fold.
Yeah,
because he can't think he's beating value. So
Fedor takes the chip lead, 120 big blinds. I mean, what a just hammerlock spot. You're on the bubble. This is just not fair.
Yeah, I mean, he does have some people at his table who can still play pots with him, right? Like they can still flat.
But they're in they're in a prison right now because the last thing you want is to play a big pot with Fedor.
Well, it doesn't have to be big.
Yeah, but they're incentivized to keep the pot smaller, right? Whereas,
Exactly. Yeah. But like the people at the table who have 2 million, they can still call and they can still play some poker, right? But yeah, they're not going to be 3-betting.
The funny thing about this is I didn't see Fedor here when I was walking around, and in my head I just thought maybe he skipped. I saw Mario Mosbeck, who was a student who we watched bust earlier. I thought in my head maybe did he? Maybe it's like he's too rich. I don't know. He's got a business venture. Not only did he not skip, he's the chip leader on the money bubble. I mean, guy just doesn't miss. Tim Adams going to get in the action.
Going 2.5.
Wow.
Going a bit bigger.
Interesting. With the
Roman just lost the pot, but not ready to take the next one off. Ace-9 off on the dealer button.
And this is like a perfect candidate, right, for a 3-bet bluff. You're not strong enough to call.
Yeah.
But you're ahead of a decent amount of hands like this, right?
You're not really ahead of now the guy who's low jack opening. This is more.
You're never ahead of his range, but he's got these type of hands in there,
Yes.
right? So you're trying to target these hands generally
Yes.
and put them in a bad spot with not many
Given
chips
that they're
behind.
close to the bubble, your opponent's not incentivized to call, so you can go small. So you're kind of just leveraging the aces as a bluff.
Wow, and it works, right? Tim wanted to call there. If he has more chips, he's calling, right? But the small sizing.
Not even just more chips, also just not so close to the bubble. Both of those.
Now, if Roman is an amateur player and he does this, I'm in my head thinking he's tilting right now. He just lost like half his chips to Fedor. But knowing he's a crusher, I wonder if there's a little meta game where Tim knows he's not tilting. You know what I mean? So maybe he's even more likely to have it after losing the big pot. If that makes sense. I don't know. Maybe I'm going too deep in the field streets.
Well, you can you can go level 1, level 2, level 3, back to level 1, level 4. I don't know.
What about level 6?
Your guess is as good as mine.
What about level 7? I like to
Yeah,
go down
level
the
7
rabbit
is
hole,
really
man.
level 1.
Really?
Disguised.
Wow.
Disguised triply to be something different.
This is the type of next level. It's not just the solver outputs. It's not just the ranges.
There's only 2 levels.
This deep type of stuff from Rast is like, you won't get this anywhere else. I mean, this
There's
is
only
crazy.
2 levels. They could say level 7.
You have to go to Burning Man with him and Antonio or do commentary with him or listen. It's the only spots for this type of. Jesse with 6s, they've been going around. Going to raise it up.
Now, if he says,
And this is just this is a pro, and I believe this is a very advanced pro move. It's called a balance, right? He knows he's folding. He's got the 10-second clock. He's going to take 10 seconds every hand. And Peter,
well, it's good for him now with a more middling stack in the tournament to take 10 seconds.
yeah, he's incentivized. It's 10 seconds, whatever. Peter is going nowhere. Covers Jesse by just a bit. We haven't seen much from Jamil. Really enjoying that massage. I mean, this is a time to get a massage, right? Stay out of trouble.
Yeah, ride those chips. You're okay. We'll let Fedor run the show. It's fine. You can go from 2.2 to 8.7 gajillion, and I'll just hold.
I just don't want to. Yeah, I just don't want you to bust me. I mean, look what happened to Roman. Andre Maybe doing balancing of his own here. Stroking those time chips. There it goes. This could get interesting. Decent amount of flops.
So now we see part of the reason why they use the time chips, because they want to prevent players from doing this right now. As you can see, the field down to 54. A little while ago when we had 60 players, nobody was really doing that. But now with 54, we're a little closer to the bubble. People are stalling a bit.
Without those chips, that could have been 30 seconds. Not saying it would have been, but it could have been. And that's the beauty of those chips.
And I'm sure sometimes in the past it was, which is why we have the chips now. Because, you know, it's hard to say, okay, you know, players aren't going to do what's best for them financially. So the best way around that is to create rules which, you know, stop the players from doing that in spots where it makes it not only not enjoyable for everyone at the table to play, but especially, you know, for also us watching here in the booth, you guys at home. No one wants to sit and wait while we know a guy's folding for 30 seconds. 10's good enough.
Interesting spot here. Jesse has the best hand, but can't know it. A ton of overcards. Peter, second best, may want to turn his hand into a bluff. I mean, he should have plenty of hands that connect with this board and check back the flop. Here he goes. Jesse has to lay it down.
Yeah, interesting little hand. Nice play. Yeah, you know, the thing that's cool about that, and this is one of the reasons why Triton's such like a classy tournament organization, is like this is a problem with just plagues tournaments everywhere. I mean, especially in modern No Limit Hold'em. And Triton's come out with a nice solution. Now I get it. Maybe it's hard for like really big tournaments, people doing 4,000 players to implement it, but that's kind of like their problem. But here, you know, you have this nice solution that just works to stop stalling around the bubble. It can just, I mean, I'm sure, Will, you've played in,
look, let's be honest. Look, like
you played in WSOP tournaments where there's just no clock, and it can get brutal, man. Guys will take like 1 minute to fold. It's crazy.
All great civilizations were built on innovation.
Yeah.
You know, before Thomas Edison invented the light bulb, carrying around torches, right? Before this 10-second clock from Triton, we were watching these guys range balance / stall for minutes at a time. I mean, this is an incredible new way of avoiding, what is inevitably going to happen one way or another.
It really helps the viewership out because it's really hard to watch bad stalling.
It's rough.
It is.
It's rough for everybody. The players at the table, nobody wins there.
Yeah.
Fedor, how street does he want to get? I mean, this is this any two range here, Brian?
I mean, yeah, look, these guys in the blinds are short. The small blind has 20-something bigs, and the big blind's got 12 or 13. So, yeah, I think it could be the any two time.
Any two time is going to probably be good unless Tim thinks it's any two time. But I can't imagine that's the case. I think it's lived to see another day, and Tim has fought a lot of battles.
The leveling war.
No, he's out of there.
He's any two, so.
He's out of there.
No, 9-3 off. I mean, no, man.
Can't do it. Fedor, the young prince. I mean,
he was just taking his 10 seconds, is what it was. He's just consummate professional, Timothy Adams.
Only 11.7 million in Fedor earnings on Triton so far. I can tell you why that's low, despite being, only 30 something, maybe not even 30 yet. Fedor did retire from poker. I don't know if you remember this.
I do. I remember.
You sound a little bitter. Did he retire you too, or
no? Just he took like a year.
Took a long time off in like the heat,
COVID.
but this was in the heat of his runs, right? Like this was not. He didn't start losing and then quit, right? Like maybe he lost like a couple tournaments, got tilted. I don't know. But he was so used to winning everything. I'm gonna retire. You see all these players not picking up anything, and it's almost nice when you get dirt in these spots because you don't even have to think about it, raising with Fedor on your direct left. And look at this. This is just cheating, right? At this point, pocket jacks. Might be raising any two at this point.
Yeah, definitely another spot where he's going to raise super wide. The person we added in the big blind is another short stack.
Yeah, look, this is the bubble. Fedor, I think you can make the argument he's raising any two here. Maybe that's too wide. I don't know. But Frederick in the big blind with 7-6 off.
I mean, the big blind is the guy who folded jacks earlier.
Yeah, it's a good spot to go for any two, for sure. 7 off the money, I mean. Yeah, Fedor going to take down another one with the goods this time. Up to 4 million in chips. Still looks like he's our chip leader. I mean, and this is just a murderer's row. Steven Chidwick in second. Ike Haxton in third. Phil Nagy hanging around the top 5 in 5th with 2 million. Jesse Lonis rounding out the top 10. Sosia Jang right in there. Michael Soiza. Nick Petrangelo still hanging around over 1 million. Obviously a lot of good players left in this. Among the short stacks right now, Chris Brewer, Timothy Adams in there. So somebody's going to go home empty-handed here. They're not going to be happy about it. Okay, Brian, is this the 10 seconds? Yeah, he's never raising King 9 off under the gun, right? Like that's not a thing.
10 seconds.
No, he took less there. I'll give him credit. He balanced and only about 6 seconds of our lives are gone. Jamil now, like, do you just want to play a hand at this point? Like, just get in there? No, right?
No, not from that
with. That's the worst seat in the house, right? Blinds have gone up 20,000, 40,000.
In the low jack, you're not supposed to open a 6 offsuit anyway.
Yeah, and you're definitely not doing it now.
Now, with some ICM out of position to the chip leader, yeah, just.
I mean, Fedor is just like one of the most natural-looking poker players. And here we go. This is it. This is kind of hilarious, though, because he threw in the 10-second chip, even though he doesn't need it. I mean, I think he's realizing, like, he had more time, didn't need to use the 10-second chip. But this has just got to be, like, a kind of I'm tired of you type of thing, you know, like, don't think you can, or just, was pure stalling here?
I think he must just be stalling.
Yeah, I don't blame him. I mean, in these spots, like, it's a tricky spot. He's going to make the money a lot, but will do himself some favors. Queen 6 off in the muck. 10-4 off for Timothy. I mean, and like, the reality is these guys are incentivized to do this, right? Other people are going to do it.
Yeah.
Why give them an advantage when you could do the same thing yourself?
That's definitely the thought process.
I will say, I think that's a good balance from Tim, right? Takes a little time. He's not playing the 10-4, but he doesn't take all day, you know. Gets it in the muck.
Well, I mean, he has 10 seconds.
No, now they have more, right? Don't they? What does the clock go to when there's an open in front of them?
Oh, you're right. It goes to 30. Correct.
How frisky does Jesse want to get? It's real dicey with just king deuce off.
I probably folds it, but
he also knows that Fedor is going to be
going for a 3-bet. I like it.
Yeah. He knows that Fedor is opening very wide here.
Yes, exactly. And this is one of those hands. It's like you do the ace-x, king-x off, whatever, versus the button open, and Fedor's wider than a button open.
You see why Jesse has had so much success despite being young. That it just, your hand is too weak to call, but you block king, queen, ace, king, kings, all these good hands. Really nice play from Jesse. Fearless too, right? Take some guts to throw in the 3-bet there against Fedor.
Yeah.
That's why it works.
Yeah, I picked up some nice chips there.
Doesn't appear anyone's busting. Yeah, still 54 according to our app here.
Every
and
time
I mean, you really don't want to bust at this point, right?
Playing aggressive as hell, it's always the last guy that has it.
If you can just outlast 7 players, $23,000, but also you're still in the tournament, you can win huge, almost $1 million up top.
Yeah, always the last guy.
Some more watches here, Brian. A little lighter, a little more cash than before. Andre with the 7 deuce stall here. The worst hand in poker lets it go. Only took about 8, 10-second clock is genius, man. Let's see it go to work on Tim Adams with the 8-3 off here.
Yeah, it makes the RFI, the raise first in stuff, just happen fast, which is great.
Again, and Tim, yeah, there you go. 5 seconds. Beautifully done. Queen 6 on the button here. How long are we going to take, my man? No, even quicker for him. The beauty of the clock, Brian. So quick.
Just keep it moving. Oh, ace 8 off. Here we go.
Kind of a weird spot, right? You both have similar stacks. You're out of position. A good hand.
Oh, yeah.
You like raising here, or?
Interesting.
I feel like a lot of players limp there.
So they're about 40 big blinds deep, so pretty deep, all things considered at this point.
And Roman with just complete dirt, but has position. Has to let it go, though.
Jesse shows him.
That's an American move right there.
I was gonna
The
say it
show. That's got to be it. You don't see that as much overseas. Like like you always show the ace, right? The cowboy guy, whenever you fold, he goes, I had it. Shows you the ace. I had it. He's got like ace deuce off.
He didn't just, he showed both.
I'm surprised he showed both. That's just
well, that's more of like a respect.
It's a respect, yeah.
Like, listen, my hand was all right.
Yeah.
You know? I wasn't messing around. Just settle down, Roman. Okay.
But the old guys.
Take your I never fold and try to win every pot. Just, we're just trying to get through the bubble, Roman.
Back to our other table. Alex has kings. Looking, I mean, these guys are taking 10 seconds with 3 deuce off, so he's taking his time, but he's going to raise, obviously. What a spot.
He has that look like he knows he's going to raise.
Yeah. Hard to think of a player being more comfortable than he is in that hoodie. Maybe Dimov.
Here we go. Andy, wow, Andy Wang is short, under 10 blinds. Danger, Will Robinson. Deuce is just in the muck. These guys aren't even taking 10 seconds.
No, it's beautiful.
Yeah.
Look at that.
I don't think they know.
And Brewer, oh, disaster. Wakes up with ace-king. Ponikovs can't believe it. I didn't even think he could believe that he shoved there. Brewer is going to need to get real lucky here. Only 30%. Or he's going to be out on the bubble.
Not a great spot.
I mean, you look down at, you got less than 10 bigs, ace-king. Needs an ace. Not going to get it.
No, theoretically, a pretty solid spot. But
I mean, you love that, right? But yeah, in reality, no. Because Ponikovs is really tight. Does pick up a lot of equity on the turn. Queen will do it with an ace now.
Queen of clubs. Queen of clubs. Queen of clubs.
Out of deck.
The clubs, but not queen.
Not a queen of clubs, 3 of clubs. Showers for Chris Brewer.
Group 4.
Thanks.
He'll be all right, though. I know that poker coaching. That sponsorship is big, Brian. I'm sorry you missed out on that one. Ponikov's up to over $1 million. He's hanging around.
Please.
Stevie now overtakes Fedor for our chip lead.
Oh, Stevie's up there?
He's up there, yeah.
He's off doing some aggressive stuff.
The human solver is just...
He's saved his really aggressive stuff.
I'll tell you one thing he's not doing. He's not deviating.
And then get
That
ready
I can promise you. There goes Brewer. Tough spot, Chris. GG.
I don't know about that.
52 left, so we're creeping and crawling to that 47 mark where everybody gets paid. This table's so different from our other one, right?
Yeah, this one's all
Alex
shorties.
wins that pot. He's the chip leader with under $1 million. Dimov in second. Timothy Chalamet, the poker version, in third. Putra, the grinder. And this is like such a short table. It almost looks like a hyper sit and go or something.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, 4 big blinds.
He's
He's
4
just
bigs.
holding
Yeah, he's
on.
our dead short stack right
He's not
now.
gonna even
Just
be able to fold
if he
his
goes
way
through
there.
the big blind, half of his stack is gone.
Yeah, he's in trouble.
He's in trouble.
I mean, no one else is even close to that short. The next 3 stacks are all 7 big blinds or more, so Paulius has some work to do.
Like aces jack or something.
Yes.
And
Even
now in
Brewer was
Alexa's
like,
spot,
what the
like
fuck
he's
is
only
that?
got 25 bigs, but he's the effective chip leader, right? So how do you start? Not good enough, right? Doesn't you need a lot more chips to punish these
I
guys?
think so, yeah. Just because, I mean, you can
Even more
open,
cheeky,
but
even more cheeky.
one of them can just move in on you, and it's like for a
Yeah.
bunch
No
of your
motivation to
chips.
steal.
Yes, it's for their tournament life, so there is more risk, but
But at our other table, the players actually have a lot more chips to lose by moving in on you, right? These
Yeah.
players have a lot less incentive to hang around when you've got 4 big blinds, right? Like it's
well, no,
just
4 big blinds. Like he's gonna have to
Imagine
double. He
Sorry.
can't,
Yeah.
like he can't
Yeah.
even fold his
this
way
guy,
to make it. It's impossible.
Ramen, he won one of the really big buy-ins on Triton. Look it up. Very good player. Another player that's like, technically an amateur or a VIP, but he's not. And look at this. He's going for it with the Jack-6 off, and he's going to get a customer. Wow, that was so interesting. He shoved with the Jack-6 with Paulus, who now has an amazing spot to double up. Still needs to fade about 36%, though.
King Jack.
Don't stand up, man.
Well, there was there was a dead small blind, so just heads up versus the big blind.
Ramen going for those chips. Ooh, what a flop.
There's not much hope.
Well, we do have a Jack of Hearts working.
I mean, sure.
Can
Yeah.
see some. Can see it get.
It's conceivable.
6 of hearts.
Now to get there the hard way.
You don't let me stand up, but
6
you
or
prefer.
Jack.
Come on, man.
Be a
Hit the
really
king of the
bad
flop.
way
I can't
for
predict that.
Paulus to bubble. Not going to happen.
It's a 3-side.
It's a nice double. So Ramen has 4.3 million in Triton winnings. 4.1 of those came in a single event. The 200K Luxon Invitational in 2023.
Not me. I would be out.
So Paulus stays alive. We're getting to the grind of this. And these bubbles can really drag on, right, Rast? Like you've got 4 big blinds, but nobody wants to bust here.
No, this is when people fight they
to
make
the death.
Make the big folds.
Yeah, you don't want to go out now.
You've been here all day. It's like 2 a.m.
You don't want to bust now.
No.
Instead of coming back to a day 2, money locked up, money to play for, you're going to have to start all over again.
Yeah.
So totally different dynamic here with the players much shorter. See a lot of shoving, a lot of folding. Not going to go to so many flops most likely.
No.
Nice line.
No, because you got that kind of like folding premium by being the last one to put the money in, right? Where the other person, you can win the pot by getting them to fold, which is the way everybody's going to want to win.
Queen deuce, though, not strong enough. And
Same hands.
Alexei gets a walk.
So you would fold.
Really good player, Ponikov's. When they were doing the EPT coverage, I swear, like one of the reporters was talking about how Ponikov's had a bad year in 2023.
Yeah.
Guess how much he won?
7 million.
It was like 13 million. That's what it is these days. 13 million doesn't cut it.
I mean, 13 million. How can you call that a bad year? Because even like you can't be.
The reason was
can't really be losing it.
The reason is that he doesn't have like a huge signature win that everybody knows about. He's just crushed so much in high rollers that, you know what I mean. They assumed that because he didn't have that, like super high roller.
That's just like that's like the dumbest kind of like poker reporter, just so out of touch with.
No, they got bad info there. Those are they got some bad info.
I mean,
from
like
the,
actual
from the
bad year
chain.
would be like 7 million, but yeah, because he's bought in for 9 million in events, so he's technically losing or something. But yeah,
I could be wrong about that. Those
13 million.
It was a
he's
lot. Though.
Definitely
It was a lot.
winning.
Yeah.
And
no, he didn't lose
just,
money.
He just didn't win the Super High Roller Bowl or something.
He didn't lose money. I don't want to throw anyone under the bus, but he's got 7s in the small blind here. And to their credit, like they basically said it, like they announced it when they were talking. They said it's weird because like I didn't think Pontikov's had a good year, but then I looked and he won 13 million. And I mean,
but that's totally different. Like I didn't think.
No,
he had
yeah,
a
it
good
was
year.
they said I didn't think he had a good year essentially, and then I looked and he won 13 million, and
Another 10 seconds or
that's
20?
how many big tournaments there are these days. Let's be honest though, Brian, after taxes, you know, maybe the wife, a couple of expenses. What is that 13 million?
Nothing.
Dust.
It's gone.
Dust.
He probably owes money.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was surprised that
In
he
same
took
situation.
green from me.
In similar situation, yeah?
Yeah, he took it green.
No, this guy doesn't owe money. Remember, he only played the
I was
EPT main event because his friend convinced him a 5K was too small.
Yeah, because it was.
Swede's in there.
If I owe,
Well,
I'm
it
playing a
was
5K
strange when
main.
he
You know what I
took it
mean?
from you.
Yeah.
Almost 8 million in Triton earnings, and this is why Brian, in part,
Yeah, but he was
they
thinking
might have
that
thought it
he
was a
took
bad year.
green
No,
from him.
no titles
Or
yet
he gave
for him on
to
Triton. So maybe still looking for that huge. I mean, look, these guys have had many $1 million scores, but
Yeah. He's got to get that. Close it out here in Triton.
this could be the year. Did have a 4th place in the 250K Luxon Invitational in 2023 for 2.5 million. Ben gonna raise up the ace-8 offsuit here.
So what's he going to do from the big blind? So short.
Kind of disgusting spot, right? Because shouldn't Ben be very strong in theory here, raising off a 20 big blind stack?
Yeah. He should, but
he knows what to do.
But he's just like, you know what? I've got 7 big blinds, not even 6.5, and I just can't let this one go.
I mean, and now just a
And
awful
now,
spot.
Yeah, the good news is that your opponent hasn't snap called you, so he's not at the top of his range, which is really good here for ace-10.
Monitoring them.
Really bad for Ben though, because he's just never good here, right? But he's getting a great price.
Yeah, his hand could be. Oh, he's got to call 2.
Your iPhone is old when they give you. Yeah, like what iPhone it was. I'm like, what iPhone?
I mean, it could be bad enough to fold here, just because like
this
what
has
you're
got to
saying.
be like one of the worst hands, right, to call with. You'd rather have like a 10-9 suited or a Jack 10 suited.
I mean, if we're on the bubble, our opponent's shoving.
He's just
going to
let go.
Yeah.
Great play from Andy.
You know what? He was also might have just been using his 30 seconds.
Might be.
Interesting.
After
Yeah.
race
Did not consider that, but it's obviously on the table.
I'll just say this: when it got to
I
2
think
seconds, he just folded it so smoothly, like he already knew he was going to do it. That was
Interesting.
my read
Yeah,
when
that's
he
the
did it.
next level reads from Ras there.
No, I'm not sure.
The snap release after the 30 seconds gone.
Yeah. I think he knew he was folding.
Back to our other table with the big stacks. Such a different dynamic. You know, because these players also mentally, right? They know they're cashing most of the time, unless something crazy happens. But
Yeah.
Roman, I mean, here with ace-5 suited, like, is this a spot where you still got to go for it, right?
I mean, he's got 40 bigs. Yeah, I'm raising it up. This is a hand. Even if you tighten your range up a little bit, this one makes the cut, I believe. But it's not going to make the cut to get past Fedor, the chip leader, who has a real hand, ace-jack suited.
Again, we saw Fedor 3-bet the ace-jack off earlier. Just calls here with the ace-jack suited in position.
Yeah, I think he wants to just keep in all his opponent's weak hands, play in position.
Tim going to take his at least a few of his seconds. He's good with this. He's not going to take too long.
Nope, just 10 seconds.
Thanks to our clocks. There it goes. Frederick now with a hand. Very playable King Jack suited in the small blind. Diamonds. Does he want to peel a flop? Nope. Gonna pass it up. Jesse in the big with King 3 offsuit. We saw him 3-bet the King 3, sorry, the King deuce off, but very different situation with two players.
Heads up versus Fedor's super wide hijack open, but this is a different animal. Gets out of there. We're gonna see a flop heads up, and no one really flopped anything, which could make this interesting. Roman's got some backdoor action.
But just checks.
Yeah, I mean, the other thing, though, is he probably doesn't really want to play a big flop. I mean, a big pot right now. Here on the bubble. He might just be, this might just be a white flag waving. But the issue for Fedor is, versus the hands that are waving the white flag, I'm way ahead. Do I really need to bet? The flip side is that just bet now. I don't want my opponent to start bluffing with something that might fold.
Yeah, and Fedor just going to bet really small here, right? Just potentially just get a cheap fold. Obviously fine if he gets called. A lot of good turns.
Did he bet small enough that Roman...
I feel like Roman almost has to call against these small bets. I mean, you're just supposed to call a lot, right? Not only is he going to call, he's going to go for a raise.
He's a sick one.
Yeah, he is. No fear.
I told you.
Takes it down. Great play. Can't call. Yeah. Too weak. Out of position against Fedor. You just leave yourself super vulnerable. Takes the strong play. Great play from this guy. I mean, this guy is a killer.
He said he doesn't like to give up.
Right?
I found that out
the hard way.
Seeing the hold cards.
I mean, divorce is better
playing with them in WSOP on day 4.
4 away from the money bubble. He's not thinking about that, though.
I can tell you one
Chips
thing.
up nicely.
I'm the worst soccer player in the poker community. I found that out in Paris. I played all these guys. They were good.
Jesse said he's the worst soccer player. I mean, these guys don't even call soccer,
I think
right?
my best play was.
I mean, listen,
soccer's football. It's football to the rest of the world. It's not soccer. Jesse, they're like, what are you talking about?
Ein per hand.
I'm used to playing sports and being one of the better people on the field.
Only 3 more hands.
All right, so yeah, we're going to need some eliminations, or we're going to be back tomorrow for the bubble.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to make it tonight, probably.
No.
3
what about this, though? Look, we got
this.
This could be a potential. Ace 3 off, this could be one.
He's had enough.
He's had enough.
It's just too much.
Well, maybe he had a Nacho Barbero situation, misread.
Wait, did he call?
Oh, he just limped.
Wow, that's
okay.
That's
interesting.
a creative play right there.
Yeah, he's just gonna limp in. I mean, I think some players would do this with aces. I feel like some of the time he hasn't played a hand in a while. Timothy with a decent looking hand, he might have shoved with otherwise, but he's got to be confused by this limp.
I mean, what's he gonna do?
He feels like everything is on the table here. Is he short? Is he so short that he can't limp behind? Like,
I mean, there's a group of play. He's 49th right now.
Yeah, dicey.
Looks like
dicey.
So he can't just fold his way in. But he's got to think that shoving. I mean, it would work, but
you can't know that.
You can't know
you can't
that.
know. And
the guy who hasn't played a hand in like an hour.
Really tough spot for Tim, and that's why the limp looks so strong.
Just limped with ace 3 off.
Yeah,
which is a fold.
You're not putting him on this hand.
No,
ever. And that's
I
kind
mean,
of.
you might not think he's super strong, but you definitely don't think
you
it's.
don't. No, you don't think he's got this. Tim, you can see him. He's kind of tortured here. Like this is real pain. And there it goes into the muck. Can't blame him. Frederick, though.
Well, this is it. You limp there. You kind of throw it off. No one does that here with these type of stacks on the bubble.
Oh, and Frederick, beautiful ace queen of clubs. How does he want to play it?
I kind of less than 20 bigs. You just kind of put it in, see what happens. I mean, there's 140K out there. Let's try to win it. Take my chances that my man limping doesn't have a huge hand. Calling behind, and now you're risking a 4-way pot. And he goes with the in-between option, which is just do kind of a little raise in position. All right, and we're going to see a flop. Andre decided to call and rewarded with a 3 in the window. Has now outflopped ace queen of clubs. And just leads out. Andre is playing this hand about as creatively as possible. Frederick, rightfully, little confused here. Not really a lead that makes a lot of sense, but then again, no. Wow, did he say call?
I mean, this is he's in there. He's not going anywhere, right?
Oh
He's
no,
got
okay. I just thought for a second he said all in, which I was like, no, he's a call. Right.
Huge pot developing here on the bubble. And look at
my
that.
goodness.
You talked about those creatures from Dune being able to see the future. We might have found one, Andre.
I mean, do you just check it here?
No,
You're so
not
far
this
ahead.
man. He's going to bet small. Not that small, though.
Ah, but this is probably going to scare away Frederick here, I mean.
But what does Andre have here? What the heck does he have, man? What is he doing this with?
I don't know, but do you ask yourself, is it nothing?
Is it nothing is a good question. But is it 8-10 suited? Is it 8-7 suited?
I mean, I would think no,
yeah,
but
it makes the correct fold. And gets shown the goods. That's got to feel good.
No bluff.
A little sigh of relief.
You call my raise with ace-3. Yes. No bluff, of course, no bluff. You call my raise with ace-3, come on.
The young guys respect you, not not your peers.
Yeah.
But you know, I have 2 pair and ace 4.
Whoa.
Yeah, I
still
remember.
that?
Yeah.
Wow, I mean, these guys not scared of the bubble. Andre.
Wasn't long ago.
well, he seemed very respectful of the bubble for a very long time.
Yeah, and then he just said no. Folded. I will not go. I will not go down quietly.
Even taking 10 seconds, using the full 10 seconds. Like,
But look, in those hands, he didn't have an ace. He had an ace there. That might have been
just
the first
made that play
ace.
the more convincing.
It was very, very convincing. Frederick believed it. Frederick made another good fold. He folded jacks earlier. If he calls there with jacks, he actually wins.
Yeah.
But he can't know that. I mean, just bad timing for him. He's now a shorter stack, too.
Well, I'm not sure if I'm ready to say that theoretically it was a good fold, but it was definitely the correct play in the moment, given his opponent's cards.
End by end.
And which brings up a deeper issue. Does the solver believe in karma?
They stop it at 12 minutes?
Is that factored into the equation?
No, there's no
Was that
way.
a karmic punishment?
Silicon overlords.
Did the
don't know what
overlord
karma
punish
is.
him, though? Did some overlord, the god of poker, the cards, Fedor, ace-3 looking like basically pocket kings here.
Yeah, you could ace and just throw
I
the
mean,
other card
he's,
away.
he's pulling a nacho. This is suited here in his mind.
Ooh, Andre. He just doesn't care.
Yeah.
He doesn't care.
Well, he's got King Jack. Look, he's picked up some hands here, Brian. He had an ace last hand.
No, I mean about the bubble. Like, he doesn't care.
Oh, yeah.
What time do they start up?
Interesting spot for Roman.
One.
We talked about this
Like,
earlier.
This is
like,
flatting this with the whole table behind you.
It feels gross, right?
It's like, no, you let the chip leader do it. I think if you were gonna do it, and I guess you would 3-bet King Jack.
But doesn't he
that's
just have
still
the?
aggro.
He just saw Andre with the ace 3. Doesn't he know he has the best hand a lot here?
Who, Roman?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sure he thinks he does. I mean, Fedor.
And when you do, don't you just want to bet and just get the cheese out of there, not have to go out of position multi-way?
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. You know, he gets Fedor is raising wide. You know, it's under the gun, but so it's not everything. It's not any two, but it's much wider than a normal under the gun range. And Andre, I think at this point, we can't trust what Andre is doing. He just showed a 3 in the last
We
hand.
cannot trust this man.
But can we trust him to fold here?
Definitely not. Everything is in
I mean,
play.
it feels like he's probably folding, though. This is a lot. Like, you're going to put in 320,000 here with King Jack off? Or maybe just
Yeah, you're
all of
probably
it?
right. I don't know, though, with this guy, Brian.
But I'm wrong.
Yeah, you're right.
Like, he seems willing to gamble for a little bit, but not like just
No,
huge
not all. Yeah.
chunks of his stack.
Yeah. He's a calculated investor.
Yeah.
Got to pick your spots.
Maybe 9s, but 9
Action on the outer tables
sure.
here. Looks like Mustafov is all in
Maybe
against Danilo. I'm not sure who is getting busted here. Yeah, it looks like Danilo has been eliminated on the bubble. He had ace king of clubs, lost to the pocket eights. Big pot for
I mean, I remember
Frieden,
Thomas Santana
Mustafov there. You
versus
see
me,
stacking
very
chips.
White, so maybe it's some kind
I
of
recognize
idea.
this guy because Antonius made the craziest hero call against him I've ever seen. I don't know if you've seen this
It
hand,
can
but
be
it's an
queen nine
amazing
off.
hand with
Yeah.
Jack Deuce
But
of hearts.
That was versus who?
But I can
Mustafov,
see
who
he might
doubled
do
up
it
there,
with
yeah.
you that- But versus Sirzat?
So we're
Something
down
is
real
wrong.
close now.
No, but he's opening really wide.
So close you can almost taste it.
When he's in the mood.
Just 50 players.
50
3
players, yeah.
Off. 3 more left to go down.
Who is going to bubble this record-breaking Triton event? It's not going to be me and Rast. I don't think that's possible, right? Is there any way we could? No, we can't do that. Yeah.
I
gotta
think
be
it's
one
too
of these
much.
guys, Yeah.
Here we go. The cutoff.
Yeah, is it going to be? Are we sure there's no relation to Timothy Chalamet between this guy?
I mean, ooh, is he going for
It
it?
could be. Could
He's
be.
going for it. He decided he wants to win some chips. Take that king and
And now does Ramen being so short actually help him just because he has to call off? You know what I mean? And he's got the
Yeah.
best hand a lot. That probably incentivizes him where he can't call a shove that covers. And ooh, he's going to. Wow.
And he's got $1 million. I mean, it's not like it's not going to be for his tournament life. You know?
Yeah,
Just-
but you got to think Ben is pretty strong here, right?
No.
Like,
yeah, but is he going to be raising sometimes with some ace X, some king X, some stuff?
Wow, look at
okay,
that.
And but he
Respects it.
doesn't. Yeah, he just calls.
Really good news for Ben, who would have had to fold to a shove.
So the answer is, Ponakov thinks he's strong enough that it didn't justify jamming.
Oh, wow.
Oh, this is
disaster.
Yeah, because he's got the double gutter. His opponent has a set. I mean, this is a flop you might start bluffing at.
I mean, you flop the double gutter, right? Like, it's not many better flops you're going to flop with king 9 off.
And this is going to hit you a lot because you don't have as many of your weak hands. Like he might not even be raising deuces, 3s, 4s.
Yeah.
You know, in the cutoff on the bubble.
Just checks, though, wisely.
Yeah.
Turn is a brick. Deuce of diamonds does bring in a backdoor flush draw. Ponakov's just sitting there with a set. And a very aggressive image.
The best way to ensure you get it all here is betting twice yourself. Sure that you win a big pot, win a lot more money.
Now, are you more incentivized to go for a check raise when you're deeper here? just because it's, you know, like you don't need to check raise, right, to get all in by the river. You bet big like this and then just bet again most of the time, I guess.
Yeah.
And is Ben thinking about going for it here with the semi-bluff, or just...
I don't think so. Not jamming. I doubt that.
But he can't want to fold, right?
He definitely doesn't want to. It's like a little gross because... But I think you got to call, I think you got to call with the double gutter after checking back.
He's going to need to get real lucky.
Well, I mean, Alexis is probably going to bet, but the sick thing would be if he just checked a brick.
Oh, and that is a disastrous river for Ben. Because this is the worst card in the deck for him.
I'm pretty sure on a brick river, check 2, I'm pretty sure Benjamin's bluffing. He has.
But on this river, he rivers top pair. He's up against a player with a very aggressive image. It's on the bubble, so Alex can literally leverage his stack, and he just checks.
Oh.
He does check.
Wow, but on the bubble with only 345K, I mean, he doesn't have a lot of incentive to value bet here, because if let's say he bets and he loses the pot, it's like now he's very likely to go out. But if he checks back and he wins, and now he has 800,000, he's pretty likely to cash. I mean, that 800,000 puts him up into, I mean, like 20-something place overall, instead of being, if he just, you know, instead of being one of the shortest stacks in the tournament.
Does he know that, though? Does he have the understanding, or does he just want to value bet his king after hitting it on the river and getting checked to? He may fall for the trap. It's definitely considering it. There it is, Brian. Wow, disaster. Value owns himself, and he's going to get showered right on the bubble. The Frenchman, like Napoleon, eventually goes down in not a good way.
King 7.
And we are really getting to it here. 2 more players, I believe.
It's over, action is over.
You had King 10.
Oh, and look at this. The hands haven't even been turned, but Ben knows he's gone, right? Like, Alex is never snap calling a weaker hand there, right, than King 9.
Yeah,
Huh?
I don't think so.
I mean, I'm value betting, but you'll snap.
He knows, yeah. See, the cards haven't been tabled. Ben knows he made a mistake here. He's devastated.
Thank you. That's ambitious.
Alex has 7.
Wow, and someone called out Alex's hand. Straight up pulled a Negreanu on him.
See the hand. But 7.
Wow. See that? I believe that's the player next to him.
Never 7.
That's a pretty awesome
That's sick.
call.
That's sick, man.
That's a pretty sick call right there.
But he said 7.
7. I didn't saw
That's
the hand.
Paulius. Just reads his exact hand without seeing the whole card's X-ray vision.
Okay.
Ponikovs might be thinking, man, I gotta get
Imagine if
get
you
off
are
this guy's table.
I'm a station. I might be losing this.
Yeah, so we are right down to it. And look, we got another all in here. This is Josh McCulley, and Leon Sturm is all in. Josh has queens. Leon has ace-jack. Ace on the jack on the flop, but Leon needs to get luckier. He's going to bubble as well, and there it is. Low card. German phenom, Leon Sturm. This guy barely old enough to drink or drive, but he's old enough to bubble a 15K, Brian. There he goes.
There he is. That ignominious walk at the end of the night.
Ignominious, indeed. And
you've been up all day playing, and that's it. No money. No chips.
Check. You bet. You fold. And check.
Yeah, that term, I believe, ignominious, comes from people walking to igloos in sadness because it was too cold. Is that correct?
I don't know, but that sounds good to me.
Yeah, there goes the French Timothy Chalamet is also going to be walking to his igloo, unfortunately. But I don't think it's a place he wants to go right now. And this looks like we're on the direct bubble now. I mean, I thought we thought we were done for the night. We might hit the money before, we might see the actual bubble boy, I believe.
Let's play. Yeah.
There's one left. we're on the stone.
You said
bubble.
we couldn't meet it. I thought
Bubble
we
is
could.
what?
Are we going to see the bubble, Brian? Are we
We
going to
have
see it?
3
Much?
hands, but we've already had our 3 hands, right? Oh no, we have another hand.
Do we have one more? Come on, one more. Let's see it happen.
The players want it.
The players want it. They don't want to come back tomorrow.
Yeah. Someone will bust
without the certainty of the cash.
Yeah, it's one player. We would already be in the money if not the stopping.
My saver, come here.
It is the stream. That
Oh, and look at this. This could be it.
Oh, cut off all in.
All in.
For 3 blinds.
The big blind is going to be awful committed here.
How nice is that?
Yeah,
You
what a
got
spot.
3 blinds.
Yeah, what a spot.
And you get aces.
Look at this, though.
Oh, I mean,
Game off. Has to call with the king jack. He's way behind.
Only in Russian.
And this would be a bad way to go, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I did. What?
Can you be deuces?
I mean,
yeah. Can you be deuces?
Oh.
We got another hand here. Oh, and it's our boy Andre against Jesse. Picking up the ace-king
my
offsuit.
goodness.
Wow, we might reach this tonight, Brian.
What? Well, he went for like the min.
He goes for the min click. And Jesse just sitting there with cowboys. Wow. This is going to get ugly. And this is another spot where he's betting so small, he might level himself to think Jesse's just trying to pick on him.
How much? 435. Hold on.
Wow, and there it is, Brian. Look at this. This could be it.
Aces?
We've got 2 all-ins now on the direct bubble. And Andre, this would be really bad for him if he doesn't hit an ace here. He's got a lot of chips. Jesse with the great spot to double up and be one of the chip leaders tomorrow.
Yeah, really nice spot.
Really running the fucking aces?
He thinks, you hear that? Jesse's worried because the guy snap all in that he has aces, but
You got aces?
Lubov didn't want to hear that. Sorry, Andre didn't want to hear. That's the last thing you want to hear when you got ace-king.
Andre's like, all I got left in this is making that kid over there sweat, so I'm just going to
let him ride.
I'm just going to
That's
pretend.
all he's got. He doesn't have enough equity. He's a great move by him to just let Jesse maybe believe that he's dominated somehow.
I hope we both got kings.
He just got the hand, you know, just...
Shit, I'm dead.
I think it's gonna have aces also. Aces.
Wow, and Roman. Jesse's going to be real happy now.
Aces also.
No.
Do you hear that? He's like,
Just
you
trying
think
to get payback for
Jesse's
the
like,
ace
you think he's got aces? Roman's like, ace-jack offsuit. I'm telling you, Roman is keyed in.
Yeah, he's
Roman
really
is
locked
closer
in.
than
he knows. He knows what these guys have. Honestly, he's played sick tonight.
He's like, yo, this guy Andre over there. He's showed some weird. He showed the 3. You know, let's not give him credit for aces here. Let's not get carried away.
I mean, it shows that Roman, I believe he's won a Triton, right? And this is Jesse's first go-round, right? He'll get acclimated. No, Roman hasn't won, but he does have over 1 million in Triton cashes. We've got this other hand up here.
I mean, this one too. Now the aces is the big favorite all in.
But still.
But crazier things have happened.
And when you're all in with aces here, you're just praying. Just don't give the guy a sweat, right? Just
Yeah,
like get it over.
come
on
on,
the
man.
flop.
It's not over yet.
Not on the bubble. You don't
Not
want
on
to
the
sweat.
no.
Yeah. No. You just want like the
No, come
deuce,
on,
deuce,
man.
deuce.
But it's always a sweat.
Oh, we got us. Yeah.
It's always a sweat, Brian.
King.
King.
For more sweats.
10 would just be.
10's no sweat.
Nope.
Ooh.
But does bring another chop out with the 6
That's the
now.
jack.
Yeah.
King or the jack?
Now Ramen wants him to pair his card. Not a 10. Great river. Huge double up.
Now it's fine to come back.
Now it's fine to skip the gym.
No. In the money, we're playing for the money. Man. Come on. What do you think? It's guaranteed?
Here is more space.
Andre. In bad shape here against Jesse.
only player is Andre. He holds ace king, ace of clubs, king of
Needs an ace or some type of funny stuff, or he's going to directly bubble this opening event here.
Well, everybody, well, not everyone, but almost everyone in the tournament pulling for Jesse because it would mean the bubble's over.
Very good flop for him. Andre does have the king of hearts, though. Wants to see a heart or an ace here. Maybe a queen or a jack. Oh, how about the ace of hearts? What a card.
Wow, there's just one out. Just the king
Jesse
of spades.
now goes from